can't find a fighter, but I see it in you, so we gon' walk it out. Ooh, mountains, we gon' walk it out. And mountains, and I rise like the day. I rise up, I rise unafraid. I rise up, and I do it 1,000 times again. And I rise up, I like the waves. I rise up, in spite of the ache. I rise up, and I do it 1,000 times again. The silence is quiet, and it feels like it's getting hard to breathe. And I know you feel like dying, but I promise we would take the world to its feet. Mountains, bring it to its feet. Mountains, and I'll rise up. I'll rise like the day. I'll rise up. I'll rise unafraid. I'll rise up, and I do it 1,000 times again.
Good morning, good morning. How's everybody? Doing well, I hope. As we get into the room, go ahead and let's start tapping so that we can push this out to the For You Live. I think we got some interesting information yesterday. Nada Shay came in the room and she was checking, and we are not getting pushed out to the For You page. The only way that we're going to be able to grow the platform and to grow and continue to go to be the most inclusive space here on TikTok is that we have to tap the screen and push this out to the For You page. If you guys could, there'll be times throughout the stream that we will ask you to just do a little bit of work. Tapping is the least thing that you can do if you're in the room and you're enjoying the conversation. And we've been having, good morning, Carol Ann. We've been having some great conversations. If you were in the live yesterday, we were kind of all over the place. But the one thing, thank you so much for the likes. Appreciate it. The thing I love about yesterday is that we were all respectful. People were able to get their point across, get their full thought out. And that was just absolutely beautiful. One of the reasons I created the platform is so that people from all walks of life, all ilks here in America, and even outside of America, could come, have their thoughts fully explained without being interrupted. Of course, if we hear something, we will challenge your thinking, but we want it to be respectful. We want people to be able to come and have a safe space to be able to express themselves, as long as they're not pushing out hate or misinformation. That's the most important thing, because we all are a product of our experiences, and your experiences over here at Mr.Denali XXL will be respected and not dismissed. So I was really proud of everybody yesterday who joined the live, who had opinions on things. We talked about welfare. We talked about the Second Amendment. We talked about relationships. Good morning. Happy Friday to you. So we went a lot of different places, and I was really happy with the way that everything went yesterday. Continue to tap the screen. Don't forget to open up your phone and share this with about 5 to 10 of your favorite people, so that we can continue to grow to become the most inclusive space here on TikTok, where we will respect your experiences. They will not be dismissed. I'm really proud of the live that we did yesterday. Really proud. We went into quadruple overtime, which is fine. Not a problem. I'll stay here as long as we continue to get the support. I've committed myself to continue to help grow the platform. This is our platform. We understand everybody has different ideas. We understand the challenges in the country. We just have different ideas on how we can fix them. But the biggest thing is that we want to fix them. And we're committed to attempting to fix them as we go deep into the 2024 season. Of course, if you know, yesterday I had to go down to Fulton County for a traffic ticket. And I was trying to see Fonnie Willis because I'm asking her to step aside and let someone else take the case in the interest of justice. Haven't received a call back yet or email, but I'm hopeful that maybe she might take on and come on and talk to us here at Mr.Denali XXL. Long shot, but you have to try. You have to try, and I did try, and we will continue to try because I have called for Fonnie Willis to step down in the interest of justice so that, we can put Donald Trump on trial for what he has done here in the great state of Georgia. I think that she needs to put her ego to the side, her pride, her bravado, and let someone else take the case because she has become a lightning rod, and she has become very polarizing to the case. And I think in the interest of justice, she might not be best fit to go ahead and take care of justice for the great state of Georgia and the people here in Georgia who, when Donald Trump attempted allegedly to steal the election. So yes, tap, fantastic. Let's see if we can get over 5,000 likes. That's our first goal. We have to have the engagement. We have to have the likes so that we can be pushed out to the For You page so more people can discover Mr. Denali XXL and what we're creating over here as we continue to try to become the most inclusive space over on TikTok, where you be able to say your piece, have your thing said, uninterrupted, and your experiences will not be dismissed because we all are a product of our experiences. Thank you, Carolyn. I appreciate you so much. My good friend down in Louisiana, Baton Rouge, GEAUX. Go Tigers. Go Saints. Absolutely. Go Pelicans. Let me not forget about the Pelicans. I am a huge Pelicans fan. So we cannot forget about the Pelicans. I know we had a big injury. I got to check on Brandon Ingram and see what happened to him because he did hurt his knee. Hopefully it's not anything too serious. The MRI, I think, is supposed to be done today. And we'll find out what's the extent. Hopefully that's not the case because I do really enjoy the Pelicans 100%. So yes, continue to tap the screen, folks. Let's push this out to the For You page. Also, don't forget about the subscription. You can get subscribed over here at Mr. Denali XXL for as little as $2.69. Less expensive than your cup of coffee or dessert, whatever you prefer, at Starbucks. And less than a 20 ounce of your favorite beverage at Wawa, 7-Eleven, or Quick Trip. So thank you so much for all the support that we have been getting. This is our fifth week of consistent live shows, and I think that we're growing very nicely. People are discovering us, but for more people to discover us so we can continue to grow the tent over here at Mr. Denali XXL, we will need the support. At a minimum, tapping the screen. Also, Also, sharing the live so that more people can discover. I want to give a shout out to our moderators, Miss Nada Shea. She shared with us yesterday. This was the first birthday. Her dad's birthday was yesterday, and they lost him, unfortunately, in June. So we wanted to send out, our thoughts and prayers to her as she celebrated her father's birthday, first birthday without him. That's a very tough thing. Also want to give a shout out to my good friend out in Colorado, Mia, with the 2 sets of twins, the 5 children, and the older daughter. Can't believe that she's raising a set of 7-year-old twins, a set of 1-year-old twins, and a 14-year-old. That is absolutely amazing. Mothers definitely help to make the world go round. Also want to give a shout out to my good moderator, Dr. Shay. Dr. Shay down in Houston, Texas, doing her thing, bringing what she brings to the platform. She's definitely a voice that we need to hear from. And I think sometimes, as long as her mic is working, she'll be able to get on the show and provide her perspective on what's going on here in our great country. Also want to give a big shout out to my guy, Zeus. Zeus down in Louisiana working at the bar. He also has great knowledge. He's got a media degree, and he definitely brings a different perspective. LGBTQ plus, as he says, we're definitely a big supporters. I am an ally, but I am not a participant because I am very, 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 very pro vagina. Also, my guy One Live Mike. If you see One Live Mike in the audience, please give that brother a follow. We're trying to get him up over 250 or 200 followers so he can come up and give his perspective. Also, my girl up here in Covington, Georgia, or Conyers, Georgia, Hunter Girl Rhea. She is a moderator as well, so watch out because they are watching the comments. Please, we want to make sure that we are respectful and we let people have their peace. We don't want any kind of hate speech or anything like that. We want to make sure that we are respectful of one another's experiences. Don't forget about my gift goal. We got 100 perfume bottles. If you guys can make your way over there and go ahead and gift the host as we put this platform on. Also, don't forget to gift the panel when we get the panel up. Also, don't forget about the subscription. You can get subscribed for as little as $2.69. What a inexpensive way to have your voice heard. We will definitely be having some subscriber-only lives in the very near future. We're getting that together. I'm working on some one-on-one interviews. So we've got some good things planned for 2024, and we want to make sure that everybody's a part of it. Don't forget to follow the host and also hit the notification button so that you know when Mr.Denali XXL is going live. Okay, buddy. You alright? I know. You got to share me with the people. It's okay. It's alright. You know I'm here. It's okay. You want to scratch? That's my boy. That's Mr. Denali XXL wanting some attention. He definitely has to share me with the audience, and sometimes he wants to say, hey, don't forget about me. But I love my dog so much. I could not imagine life without him, and I'm sure if you are out there, you have a dog, you know exactly what I'm talking about. My guy, Dog Father, said he has 7 dogs, 5 Chihuahuas, a Dachshund, and an Aussie. I'm like, wow. I couldn't imagine 7 dogs, but he seems to be handling it well as he drives through Georgia, Alabama, and Florida, delivering good tires, good rubber. Make sure you check your tires because having good tires is all it is. It's a good thing to have great tires on your vehicle. So, as you can see up on the screen, we're talking about the Apple DOJ versus Apple. I have given in, and I do have an iPhone as well as an Android. I was very anti-Apple just because it felt like, everybody was trying to pressure me to get an Apple phone. But the biggest thing, what used to happen was that when I would, in the dating scene, I would text a young lady and they would get the green bubbles. And she said, do you have an Android? And I'm like, yeah. And, I hear that sigh because she was getting green bubbles as opposed to the blue bubbles. I didn't know it was such a big deal. But unfortunately, it is a big deal to Apple users when they text an Android person and they get the green bubbles. Also, I have definitely noticed that when I get what's going on, my man Benjamin, thank you for joining, sir. I get a lot of when I get videos for people who have iPhones and they send it to my Android. The video is very grainy. It's not a smooth transition as it is from Android to Android. And the DOJ is alleging that Apple is doing that on purpose to make people get their products. Very, very interesting that they're alleging that. So we'll see how that goes. I'm interested in what people think of non-Apple users. I know I've gotten flack for when I did not have an Apple. That people would say, why are you texting me? We can't have the conversation because something in the group chat, it's not seamless, the videos are grainy and things like that. So the DOJ is alleging that Apple is having unfair business practices, making other devices not as seamless with different applications, the apps, as well as sending videos Of course, we know about the green and blue bubbles, and that's a real thing for some people. I've even had some young ladies say they can't date somebody who has an Android because the green bubbles bothers them. I was like, wow, really? So yes, I did break down about 6-7 months ago, and I did get a Apple device. One reason I did get it was my son. He went and got an Apple device because his mother prompted him to do it, and so I went and broke down, and I did get an Apple device. It's my secondary device. It's not my first one. Is Android, because I think their functionality is a little bit better. And I got to tell you, when I got the Apple, it was a big learning curve. There are big distinct differences between the two. There were a couple times when I could not open the Apple device because I've been having an Android forever, and it was a learning curve to figure out the different nuances with the Apple versus what I was used to in the Android. So I don't know. Maybe the DOJ does have a point, but I mean, in the interest of free enterprise, I think Apple can do what they want to do with their product. I think. I would say that Samsung and Google and all the other competitors might need to do a better job with making a better product. Maybe that's something similar to what Apple's doing, I guess. I don't know. I'm interested in what the audience has to say, especially women. Do they get upset when a guy texts them from an Android and they have the green bubbles as opposed to the blue bubbles? I'm interested. Yes, thank you so much. We're up over 3,000 likes. Let's go ahead and get to the 5K before we bring people up. Like I say again, don't forget to continue to tap so that we can go ahead and push this out to the For You page so more people can discover Mr.Denali XXL as we are continuing to grow to become the most inclusive space here on TikTok. Don't forget about the subscription. You can get subscribed for as little as $2.69. So let's see if we can get that taken care of. Also, don't forget about the perfume bottles. We got to, if I have a goal, let's smash that goal early of 100 perfume bottles. Thank you so much for everybody who is participating. Don't forget to share the live so that more people can discover Mr. Denali XXL. Alrighty, let's see. Let's see what we got. Let's see who we got coming in. Who's in the queue here? Okay. Got some people in the queue. Let's get up over 5K likes, and then we're going to open it up to people in the queue and let some people up and see what they have to say about this Apple. We'll be talking about that. We also will be talking about we'll have some relationship talk. Of course, Fonnie Willis is still on the board as Trump's lawyers prepare for a appeal. The judge did give them the go ahead and the okay, to have an appeal. So let's see if we can get that going. All right. Thank you so much for the tapping. I appreciate it. Tap, tap, tap. 1.5. What we at? All right. So we need about 1.5 or so to get over the 5K like so we can push this out. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much for the support that we've been receiving over here. It really means a lot to me, and it warms my heart that people have embraced what we're trying to build over here to become the most inclusive space here on TikTok. I want to give a shout out to a special Janet for her donations yesterday. I don't know if I said her name yesterday, and I did send a private note, but I want to make sure I got her out here on the air. Also to a Stacy. She also received a private note, but I wanted to do it over the air. And all the other people who have contributed to the platform. Because as I said, and I will continue to say, support is a verb. Thank you so much. We need 1.2K likes. Let's see if we can get that up. Also, we're having a new feature where if people that are on the people who are on the panel, you can send in a question through Cash App or Venmo. If you want to ask a particular question, you can go ahead and send a $5 question, and we'll have that question answered. If you would like to have a question asked to anybody on the platform, including myself, As Mia has always, she puts me on the spot and asks me different questions. She asked me the question yesterday about Fonnie Willis. Would I be able to date her? If you were in the live yesterday, you saw my son make an appearance. He might make more of an appearance. I'm trying to see if he'll get on here tomorrow for a little bit of an interview. As he says, he is not intending to vote in this year's election. I'd like to dive a little bit more deeper into that, and I'm sure the audience will have questions for him as well. He is 18, turned 18 in October, and he's getting ready to graduate in May. So people ask him some questions about college and things that he wants to do. My son, I'm very, very proud of him. He's a little conflicted in what he wants to do, the direction he wants his life to go in. But, you know, I know that he will definitely do great things in the future, and his mom, my ex-wife, and myself will continue to support him to make sure he's able to have the support to get to where he wants to go. We're going to get started here in a little bit, so continue to tap the screen. We need 800 more likes to go ahead and bring up some people on the panel. I appreciate everybody who is in the live right now. Thank you so much for helping to tap the screen to get us up over the 5K mark. Thank you so much. 4.2. Continue to tap the screen, guys, so that we can reach more people. We learned with Natasha yesterday that this is not getting, sometimes it's not getting pushed out because we need to continue to push it out to the For You page so more people can join us. Thank you for the people who have shared the live. Thank you for the people who have shared the live, also liked the live. Because without that, we're not going to be able to get out to where we want to as far as continue to be the most inclusive space here on TikTok. So let's get this pushed out. Thank you so much for everybody. So we had some very interesting conversations yesterday, as I've said, about relationships. Another thing we'll be talking about is the question I have is, should we learn sometimes to be quiet in our romantic relationships? I definitely feel sometimes both men and women, when their partner is saying something, should be quiet. I said that yesterday, and I got some very positive DMs, and I got some, not so positive DMs on that, because I do believe that sometimes my woman just needs me to listen. She's not looking for me to solve the problem. As a problem solver, sometimes I use it, when I was a little bit younger, I would try to solve the problem. And my wife and even some girlfriends, I just want you to listen. So I've learned that sometimes I just have to listen and close my mouth and let her get out what she's trying to get instead of trying to jump in with a solution. Because sometimes we need just a listening ear, especially to the one that we love, the one that we have chosen at this particular time to share our life with, the one that we go through life together. Because teamwork definitely makes the dream work. And we have to learn sometimes just to be quiet. And in other words, shut the fuck up sometimes. We need to learn that. Learning that, along with learning to pick and choose our battles, I think it's a good tool. Because sometimes every time that just because you can say something doesn't mean that you should. You should sometimes be quiet. And, that could come across. It's not, I don't think it's offensive. I think it's something that's necessary for a healthy relationship. Thank you so much, Tanjis, for the facts. That's right. Absolutely. Thank you for saying that. We need to learn to be quiet. Every time, words, silence sometimes is an answer. You don't always have to say something. Because sometimes you can throw gasoline on the fire. You can ignite it. Sometimes you just need to hush and listen. Not to reply, but to understand what your partner is saying. That's very, very important in my opinion. Because the question was asked to me about Fonnie Willis. Would I date her? That question, all right, we're at 5. Thank you so much. CJ, our good friend, new friend. Let me give CJ a follow back because CJ has been very, very active in the chat. She's been very active up on the panel. She definitely has a perspective. She is a former 911 operator. So we were talking about, because we'll also be talking about what the Hunter Girl Rhea. How are you? Good morning, Hunter Girl. That's my friend out here in Conyers, Georgia, Hunter Girl Rhea. We were talking about what does police reform mean to you, as we saw those guys down in Mississippi. The Goon Squad got sentenced for torturing men of color. I mean, we all sometimes, it's a difficult conversation to have, because if you criticize the people who are put in charge to protect and serve us, sometimes they take it as we are criticizing all. It should be protect and serve, not abuse and unalive, in my opinion. We talked about some best things for best practices for police reform. We had our good friend Miss Nadine down in East Point, Georgia. Unfortunately, we had bad connection with Miss Nadine. My apologies. I was supposed to reach out to her last night to try to see when she would be available to come back on the show. Miss Nadine, hey Rose, how you doing? Miss Nadine is definitely she is a subscriber of Mr.Denali XXL. So we will definitely try to get Miss Nadine back at a time that is convenient for her, where she can come in and speak about police reform. And I think some people did have some challenge. I got in the DMs about her explanation. Correct, Caroline. Wrong is wrong. About her explanation for the 1994 crime bill. I think you've heard on this platform as well in the media and all over the place that people are criticizing Joe Biden for his vote for the 1994 crime bill, and I think that's some of the reason why some people who look like me, melanated people, aren't voting for Joe Biden and just going with Trump, along with thinking that the Democrats sometimes take our vote for granted. So we're going to have that on the table as well. What does police reform mean to you, as well as what does immigration reform mean? We have these buzzwords, reform, but I never really understand what does that mean. They are misinformed. Okay, CJ's active, man. I love her, man. She is great. She comes up here. She's very passionate. She's been married for like 15 years. Not sure exactly how many children she has, but I know she has a couple children. And she's definitely active in the chat and also very active on the platform when she comes up. Rosebud, that's my girl Rosebud. I don't know where Rosebud is at. I gotta ask her next time what city or state she is in. I'm not exactly sure. And also you gotta go to talk about my good friend from another mother, Mr. Sean, down there in Leesburg, Florida. He definitely has a perspective, and he definitely has shared and opened up a little bit more with us how he has become Sean from Leesburg and the different events that have shaped his life. Because again, we are all a product of our experiences, and you're over here at Mr. Denali XXL. Your experiences will be respected and they will not be dismissed. 100%. Thank you so much for the likes. Continue to tap the screen. We did have some people in the queue, but it looks like they did not want to wait. Sean, what's going on, brother? How you doing? So we'll get some people up here in just a minute. Gave birth to 3. I have gained. Oh, that's right. You're the Brady Bunch lady. Exactly. 3 and 3. Brady Bunch. The melanated Brady Bunch. I like it. I like it. Tanji, thank you so much for the likes. Tanji has been very active in the chat. I see her mixing it up. A little texting battle out there with different topics that we have talked about. I also want to give a shout out to my good friend down in South Carolina, Miss Marshall. I'm looking for a husband for Miss Marshall. Also looking for a husband for my girl Mia out in Colorado. I will vet these guys when they come in and ask about Miss Marshall, Mia, and then also my good friend down in South Carolina, Ashley. Ashley is also looking for a guy. She wants a guy who is 6 feet to 6'3", Melanated, she likes black men. How you doing, Precious? Good to see you. Or Lucille Ball. I guess she changed her name. Lucille Ball. Lucille Ball. Yeah, I was a big Lucille Ball fan. I love Lucy and Ricky. Ricky and I forgot the neighbors' names. What was their name? Lucy, it was Lucy, Ricky, and I can't remember the neighbors or the upstairs wherever they were at. I can't remember their name. Was that the Mertz? Ethel and Fred. Thank you so much. Ethel and Fred. Absolutely. Ethel. What a name, Ethel. You don't see too many Ethels anymore. Fred's either. Fred is not a common name at this particular point in time, but that was a very good show. Lucille Ball, she was a great comedian. Her and Desi Arnaz. Desi Arnaz, I remember that. Absolutely. Okay. Call me Kiki. How you doing? Call me Kiki. She's still in here. Interesting. All right, so those are the things that we're going to be talking about today. Police reform, what does that mean to you? The apple, I'm interested in what people think about the green versus blue bubbles. If it bothers you all out there when you get the green bubbles versus the blue bubbles. It made me break down and get an iPhone. I was very, very against iPhones, but I went and got one. Good morning. Good morning. Who is this? Cutie Pie. How are you, Cutie Pie? Cutie Pie is in the house. Thank you so much. CJ says she doesn't care. Alana Lauder, how you doing, sir? Haven't seen you in a while. Thank you for coming back. I've had a couple conversations with Atlanta lawyer. So yeah, I mean, I think I've heard a lot about the green versus blue bubbles. Some women get a little bit upset. Why do you have an iPhone? Why don't you have why do you have an Android? Why don't you have an iPhone? I've heard it on several different occasions from different young ladies. So I do have an iPhone now, and I, make a little joke when I do text them from the iPhone. I'm not a green bubble guy. I'm a blue bubble guy. You should be happy for that. Should the DOJ get involved in that? Or should they just leave it alone and have the other companies make better products? People seem to have, it's like a cult, I think, sometimes with Apple products. I think. Should they be getting involved in private business? Trying to make me a little tea here this morning. Man, I'm so glad it's Friday. Anybody have any good weekend plans out there? My kids maybe get the iPhone, but I like the Android. Yeah, I think the Android's better, in my opinion. I mean, I'm probably biased because I've been having an Android for a long time, but it just seems to work better. It seems a little more seamless. It's more functional for me. Apple, like the Dems, want similar things, have different goals and ways to get there. Okay, I can go with that. I agree with that. We both know what the challenges are here in the country, but we have different ways that we think that we can solve the challenges. So I could go with that, CJ, 100%. CJ, I really enjoy that you are very, very active in the chats and also on the panel. Thank you so much for your continued support. Because we definitely need it as we march to become the most inclusive space here on TikTok. Don't forget to share the live. Don't forget to share the live. Don't forget to tap the screen. We're up to 6.5K. Let's see if we can go ahead and get up to 10K. Our march to 10K. Oh, air show. Oh, I always like a nice air show. I'm big with the jets. I watch a lot of the jet performances on TikTok. What those pilots do, they do some amazing things. I am very, very super impressed with that. I don't think I could take it. I don't think I could do it, but definitely enjoy it. One Live Mike is in the house. One Live Mike. What's happening, brother? Make sure if you didn't get my message yesterday that your settings need to be on public so that people can follow you. I've been pumping you up so that we can get you up on the panel. I think you need about 40 more followers. So make sure that your settings are on. They're not on private. That they are on public so that people can follow you. So we can get you up into the. Hey Steph, how you doing over there? Steph, are you in Arkansas? Is that correct? I think Steph is in Arkansas. Let me see if my memory serves me correctly. I'm almost positive she is in Arkansas. I think so. So those are the things that we're going to be talking about. We're also going to be talking about relationships. Should we learn to be quiet when with our partners romantically? Should we always say something just because we can, or should we learn to shut the fuck up? I know I've learned to shut the fuck up sometimes because I don't always need to say something. There's that. Sweet B, how you doing? Learning to be quiet is definitely an art. Learning to pick and choose my battles definitely is an art. Everything is not important to me, and I don't have to discuss everything. I think a lot of times our partners want us to listen more than we're talking. Absolutely, Sean. Learning to pick and choose. As I spoke with Mrs. Sean the other day, she seemed like a very, very nice young lady. You know, I have to wonder what's going on. How did Sean get such a nice wife? Because Sean can be a little challenging sometimes. He definitely likes to throw gasoline on the fire. So, with the 4 children and 3 grandchildren, but he's a good guy. And the more he shares, I think the more he'll warm up to people. Sean is who Sean is. He likes to be a little controversial. Nothing wrong with that. Birdie Dog and him definitely go at it sometimes, but he's definitely warming up to people. But I still expect Sean, bad boy but a good man. Okay, I can go with that. Sean definitely likes to throw a little kerosene, a little propane on the fire. A little get it popping, get the juices flowing. Definitely appreciate Sean's contribution. He is. If you go on my page, Sean has definitely made the highlight reel on a couple of different occasions. But he's a good sport, and he understands it coming from a place of teaching, or being able to hear. 'Cause I think sometimes when we say things, we don't hear what they sound like, but if we hear it back, we're like, oh wow, I don't know if that sounded exactly the way that I meant it. So. It's always good to hear ourselves because we all are imperfect people, and we're trying to be better today, hopefully, than we were yesterday. Continue to tap the screen, guys. Appreciate everybody coming in on a Friday morning as we barrel towards the weekend. So appreciate you all for joining Mr.Denali XXL as we have had some great conversations over this week. Absolutely. CJ pumping up One Live Mike, 100%. Get that brother the likes so that he can come on up and give his perspective on topics that we have here on the table. Police reform, the Apple lawsuit versus the DOJ. Hunter Girl Rhea, do you mind? Because what do you have? You have an iPhone. Yeah, I think you have an iPhone. Do you mind if you see the green bubbles from somebody who is trying to court you? Or you need to see the the blue bubbles. I know CJ said it doesn't matter, but CJ's married, so. But if you're, see, I hate seeing the green. Right, exactly. I've gotten that so many times. Why do you have green bubbles? You're messing up my eyes. I don't like to see green bubbles. Right, exactly. Even when you always text or call on the Apple as opposed to the Android, and I gotta tell you to switch over. Dr. Shay does the same exact thing. I'm like, you don't understand the bubbles, right? Well, if the way it goes, if it's Apple to Apple, it'll be blue bubbles in the text, and if you're Apple to Android, it'll be green, which alerts the Apple user that you are an Android user. And I think a little shaming goes on. I definitely have been shamed for having an Android, so yeah, that's what's going on. And the DOJ is saying that Apple's doing some unfair business practices. So there you go. I would agree, CJ, but sometimes people have very strong opinions on certain things. I agree with you 100%, but when I got out into the dating game, these are the things I was hearing, and I definitely did change up. So what can you do? What is this one? So then we're going to be talking about this as well. Police reform. What does that look like? What does that mean to people in the audience? Do we need police reform? What does that mean, police reform? I think there's definitely can be some adversarial type relationships between the police and the community that they are been in charge to protect and serve. So, I think some people even say that we don't need police reform. If you criticize the police, are you still pro-police? I think sometimes when they get criticism, in my opinion, they think, how dare you criticize me? But, I don't think anybody's above reproach. I think we need checks and balances for all government agencies, especially ones who can unalive you. They're charged with they have arresting powers, and they also do have, unfortunately, unaliving power. It happens. So do we need reform to make sure that the community and the community that the police are policing have a better relationship? We had some different ideas come up about, I personally think that maybe the police should live in the neighborhoods that they are patrolling. They shouldn't be like an outside thing coming in, because then they get desensitized. They don't really, because it's not their neighborhood, they don't care. I also think they should have police walking the beat more to get to know people. Just don't be in the car and only come when there's a problem. Go and talk to the people. Have community meetings so that the community gets to know the police that are patrolling the area and become, friends. My son and I, we're friendly. I'm not his friend, I'm his dad. And sometimes I have to make tough decisions, based on what I think is the best course for my family. And he's not always going to like me. And I think that's kind of how the police, if you're kind of friendly, but then they also know that, when it's time to make a tough decision and you're coming there to help, it won't be adversarial. And I think it could help to make the relationship between the community and the policing a little bit better, in my opinion. So, okay. So yeah, what does police reform mean to you? Do we need police reform? That's the question. That is the question, everybody. And I think a lot of people think we do need police reform. but we just have different ideas on how to do it. The Pew Pew and immigrant law in Illinois. You got to come up and tell me about. I'm not familiar with that one, Sean. Leave it to you to give me something that I'm not familiar with. But I enjoyed Sean that he gives me something to research and to think about. I assume that they're able, undocumented people are able to get a Pew Pew gun law immigrant. More training, Tanji said. More training. Okay. More training. Yeah, I think there's a lot of people who think there's nothing wrong with the police. Replay what the police do to reform who they are. Yeah, I think Miss Nadine talked about, taking away the qualified immunity. I'm not always exactly sure. I mean, I guess it means that they don't. Okay, let's see here. Immigration. Making a crime for this. Okay. So the law makes it a crime for an undocumented person to possess a firearm. It's saying it's unconstitutional as applied. Well, I think we talked about that with immigration guy Rolo. He's a lawyer. And if I'm not mistaken, that as an undocumented person, there are some rights that you have just being on U.S. soil. He was trying to explain that to us about 2 weeks ago. I see him in the comments sometimes, and maybe one day he'll come back up and he'll be able to talk about it a little bit in further detail. Because, as it stands now from what he said, that there are some rights that undocumented people have. They don't have full rights, but there are some rights just being here on the American soil. So maybe we can get him up to talk about it, Sean. Thank you for bringing that up to me. I was not aware of that. There are a lot of things I try to know about, but I don't know everything. Unfortunately, because my head would be hurting if I knew everything. Leave it to Sean to bring up something to make me think early in the morning on a Friday. Personal accountability, 100%. Welcome, Payne. Welcome. How you doing, sir? Is this your first time here? Fantastic. See, like we have a lot of new people coming into the live. I think that the tapping is working. We're pushing this out to the For You page, where more people are learning about what we're trying to build over here, being the most inclusive space over here on TikTok. Thank you so much for everybody who is tapping. Thank you so much for everybody who is sharing the live. I really do appreciate it. And then this is our third topic today. Should we be quiet sometimes in our romantic relationships? I say yes. Got a lot of flack. Got a lot of some DMs about it last night. And believe me, I do read all DMs, so appreciate that. But yes, I think that sometimes we do need to be quiet. Everybody should not say everything. Sometimes being quiet is an answer. You do not always have to say something. Learning to pick and choose your battles is a very important thing as well. You don't always have to talk, in my opinion. Sometimes you can throw gasoline on the fire by saying something. Let's normalize healthy debate. Also, another thing is let's normalize healthy debate. I think it was our moderator Mia got muted yesterday for something that she said. If you don't like what someone says, as long as it's not hateful, and we don't allow that over here, and if we hear it, we definitely will mute the person or even kick them out. Let's not use flagging, and let's not use flagging as a weapon, because we can have a conversation. If you're in the live, I am not a fan of flagging. Let's have a conversation. Let's try to gain understanding, and if we can't gain understanding, then agreeing to disagree is a real thing. You do not have to agree with everyone, but you can agree to disagree. But let's just have the conversation, because again, we all are a product of our experiences, and that person, that might be their experience. It might not be your right. Science is gold, 100%. CJ, thank you so much for saying that. But just because you hear something, you can just leave it alone. You don't have to always like comment on stuff. You can just leave it alone. Give people grace, as I'm sure most people want grace. And people sometimes do misspeak. I misspeak. I got called out a couple times. Got called out by Honey and Birdie Dog in this week. So let's normalize just having good, healthy debates. And at the end of the day, let's agreeing to disagree. Let's do that. Let's see. Let's see. I wonder if he can come up. His button is. Let's see. One live mic. Did you get an invite? Because I see that your button now. I can invite. It looks like I can invite you up. No, maybe not. Let's see. CJ? I don't see you in the box. Uh, yeah. Why don't you drop down and come back up, and let's see if that'll fix that. All right. Thank you. One live mic. One live mic. Let's see. Let's see if I can drop her. Okay, she's gone. One live mic. Looks like I can invite you up. So let's see if that works. Maybe not. Okay, except CJ. Who's this? CJ.
I'm here.
Hey, CJ. Okay, that's much better. I think one live mic. I don't know. Let's see if that works. What say you, dear, this morning? Good morning. How you doing on this lovely Friday?
I'm good. I'm only gonna be here for a short amount of time because I'm planning out my garden. So I'm gonna
Oh,
go.
really? What do you grow in your garden?
Oh my God! How long you got?
Okay. Really? You have a green thumb?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
How big is your garden?
Well, I do a no dig garden, so I have like 136
136 what?
containers that I grow in.
Oh, it's on top of the soil.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Just give me like 5 things that you grow.
21 different varieties of tomatoes.
And you're muffled.
I have 21 different types of tomatoes.
21 different types of tomato. Are you a housewife?
Uh huh.
Okay, so you got a lot of time. Okay, all right. Well, you got 6 children though, but I guess from what to what age are your children?
33
Oh,
to 26.
oh, you don't have any home children.
Nope.
Oh, are you in my age range?
I'm 2 years younger than you.
Oh, you're
No,
48. Okay,
no,
okay.
I'm a year. I'm a year younger than you.
Ah, okay. I didn't know that. I thought you were a little bit. I don't know why I thought you were like in your 30s or something like that. Maybe it's your voice. You have a young sounding voice.
Well, thank you.
Are they
What do you?
heirloom tomatoes?
Yes.
21 tomatoes. I didn't know there was 21 different kinds of tomatoes.
Yep. And
Huh.
I have 16 different varieties of cucumbers. I have six varieties of
I
lettuce.
love tomatoes.
Um,
There are 21 different kinds of tomatoes? I had no idea.
yep.
You ever gone and looked at them heirlooms? They're all different colors and sizes and
Yes, I have some. I have some golden yellows. I have a purple tomato and a black tomato.
I tell you what, they're good too, man. You can tell the difference
Yep.
between an heirloom and
And those,
they're tasty.
yeah.
Now, what was a fried green tomato?
That's really just a sliced tomato. Some people use like a panko or like a breadcrumb. Um, and then you just frying it. Yeah.
Okay, got it. I had no idea there was kind of tomatoes or that. I love cucumbers. Cucumbers are great. Good for
That
hydration.
too. I love all veggies.
I have spinach, I have squash, I have zucchini, I have
What kind of fruit do you grow?
well, I have a what they call that thing? A Myers lemon, and
Okay.
I have a lime.
Those are good too.
I have a lime tree, and I want a tangerine, but I haven't been able to find one that I could really get going yet. So
Okay. And you have a big yard, I would imagine. It's in the back to
yeah.
grow this stuff on top of the ground. Man, my grandmother had a green thumb. She used to be out in the sun with her hat. She was in a wheelchair at the end of her life, and she'd be out there doing her thing. She loved it. Kept her. She said she loved it because it kept her mind going and thinking all those kind of things.
Yeah. My grandfather had a really good green thumb. He was from Mobile, Alabama. So
Okay.
yeah.
Mobile.
Yep.
My dad did. He would have me as a little kid go catch brim out of the lake, and then he would use them for fertilizer.
Yep. Yep. My neighbor, well, he's like six houses down. He has a koi pond. It is
Mm.
pretty. It's so pretty.
Hmm. So, Sean, what do you think about the Apple thing?
I really don't know. To me, it's just I don't know. I think there's a whole lot more things to be worried about than a green or a blue bubble.
Well,
I'm
what the,
still an Android user, man. The rest of my family has iPhones, but I like my Android.
You too, Sean.
right. Well, they're saying that they're using unfair business practices to make their things not as compatible with
Oh,
iPhone.
Apple.
Apple's doing that so that people have to go to the iPhone as opposed to keeping their devices they have.
Well, I mean, they changed up the cording, right? So now they made the cord Android cord. So I guess they're in a something different.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's it's a very large complaint, and they're saying that Apple's not being fair. But I think it's kind of a slippery slope. I think that other companies probably should make better products.
I mean, that's a double-edged sword, right? Because if everything was the same, there would really be no competition, right?
That's true.
So
But they're saying Apple is using unfair as far as
That's
like in the App
capitalism.
Store. Kanji says that she thinks people want an Apple
I
phone.
don't.
What's that, Sean?
Yeah, I really haven't heard anything about. I really haven't heard much about any of that stuff. I haven't kept up on it.
Right. Well, I mean, they're saying they're using unfair business practices, and they're suing them, and they just, I guess, basically the nuts of the case is that with the unfair practices that people have they have a monopoly, and I believe it's almost like a cult. I mean, with the iPhone, I mean, I can't tell you how many times women have told me, "Why do you have green bubbles? You're hurting my eyes with these green bubbles." And I'm just like, really? Is that like that big of a deal? But it is a real thing. Hunter Girl Reed was talking about it in the chat that she hates to see the green bubbles.
Are they colorblind?
I don't know. I mean, listen, I have an iPhone and I noticed that, the green bubbles versus the blue bubbles, but it doesn't make me not want to talk to that particular person.
Right. My husband has a iPhone, and I've never even really paid that attention. I just thought it was a differentiation between who you're talking to versus what you said.
Now, I can also tell when they send a video, if they send it to my Android, it's just the quality is really poor. The quality is really poor on the videos. It's small, and I'm like, what is it? I can't even really see it. So I do notice that, and I have to send it, and I'll send it to my iPhone to see it where the quality is much better iPhone to iPhone.
Hmm.
If you notice that, I definitely have noticed that. I've been noticing that for years. But I just recently broke down and got an iPhone because my son got an iPhone, and I want to make sure. I mean, I did it for him, and I also did it so that I didn't hear the complaining about the bubbles because I did hear that a lot. Like, why do you have green bubbles? If that makes any sense. So it's like, okay, I'll go ahead and break down.
I just don't understand why the daggone iPhone's got to be mortgage payments. That's just ridiculous.
Aren't all phones that expensive?
No,
Really? I thought I paid a lot for my Android.
I have a very nice Motorola. Um, it has a terabyte. My phone wasn't even $300.
Motorola, they still make phones?
Yes.
What? It's a flip?
No. And
It's a
it's
smart. Is it a smartphone? Is it an Obama phone? What is that?
7.1 inches.
Really? Motorola makes a phone like that?
Yes.
And it was $300?
It was under 300.
That's inexpensive for a phone nowadays. A smartphone.
And it's beautiful. It has a 72-hour battery before it even starts to really die out.
Hmm.
If I get to 15%, I know I have about 2.5 hours left of talk time.
Really? That's another thing. You're right, Hunter Goria. The pics do go through faster iPhone to iPhone. And that's what they're saying. They're saying Apple is doing, hey, good morning, Mia. Apple is doing something in their code or whatever to make it not be as functional iPhone to Android to make people get the iPhone and to people nag Android users like I have been nagged. Why do I have an Android when I could easily get an Apple? That's what they're saying, and I might believe it because I know for myself, it's not as functional going from Android to Apple. And if they're doing that, I think that could be a problem. But then I say, shouldn't the companies make their products better to compete with Apple? Because I am for fair enterprise for people to be able. I want competition. That you got to rise up to the competition, otherwise you won't be able to survive in business. I'm sure you agree with that, Sean.
Yes,
So
I do.
I know you do. Mia, good morning.
Morning.
You all right?
It's early.
You what?
It's early.
Oh yeah, you're in
Well,
California.
it's 7 o'clock.
Well, it's 8 o'clock here,
Oh,
and I
you're
only
2 hours behind, right? Okay, 8 o'clock.
and I'm only up because it's really cold this morning, and I
Really?
sleep with my window open and my fan on, and it is extremely cold.
Okay. All right, cool. Are you a comforter type lady or what?
Of course.
Okay. Pajamas, snuggie, what?
Mm-mm.
And birthday suit?
Yeah, but I don't know. Yeah, I'm old. That's what I do.
No, I'm not. I don't know if that's old. I was just curious.
Yeah, I don't. The older I get, the less I like clothes.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay. Uh, does it bother you when a guy has green bubbles? Or do you have an iPhone?
I do.
Does it bother you when a guy has green bubbles?
I really don't care.
Oh, really? Okay, cool.
Yeah, but Androids are not better than iPhones.
No, they are better. Absolutely, they're better.
They are
Hundred-
not.
Yeah, no. So how long have you had? How long have you had the iPhone?
This one here or iPhones in general?
iPhone. How long have you been an iPhone user?
12 years.
Okay. And you how? So you have an Android, or you use the Android?
I used to 12 years ago, you know. Um, but when I switched to iPhone and I discovered like how great it is, like the operating system, and this is basically like my computer in my hand. Like since I've been an iPhone user, I don't have any use for my laptop or my tablet. Like I do everything from my phone, including writing papers, whatever. Like I don't know, it's just great. I had Android, so I think by me, being a previous Android user, I can determine which, device is better.
Okay. Um, you started a shitstorm yesterday. You know
What
you
I
did with that question.
Oh, the whole would you date Fonny?
Oh my goodness, the DMs I got about me telling people to be quiet.
Oh. Why do people get mad at that? I don't get it.
Well,
Like,
you said ooh, like didn't
no,
you?
I said whatever because this is my thing about it. And, I'm a pretty honest person. I don't really give a shit what anybody thinks about me. I'm going to speak my mind. Very opinionated. So this is what I don't like. I don't like, and I said this yesterday too, I don't like when people come up and make generalizations about an entire country when they don't know. Because I think the most okay, because this is the thing about it. Let's start with Natasha, which don't get me wrong, I love Natasha. Um, but when she's trying to talk about this No Child Left Behind, she's saying information that she got from her friend. That's cool. You got that from your friend. Here I am that's actually worked in a school district. That's why I showed my badge. So who better to speak from it for about it than somebody that has like firsthand knowledge. So you can't sit there and generalize every state and say, well, this is the deal and because my friend told me so. No, you can't do that. So when you like stop me from like rebutting her because you wanted her to finish her points or whatever, like she was making a generalization about the entire country, which I don't like because that's not true across the board. And that's why I was glad when Marshall said something to her about it, because it's not fair to sit up here and think you know everything about something that you have no experience in just because you looked on Google.
Well, I will say in Natashay's defense, she was talking to a superintendent of a school district. So it wasn't like
Okay, do superintendents grade papers or work inside the school, or do the teachers and substitutes teach the students? That was my point.
are you saying that a superintendent doesn't know what's going on?
Okay, but he's not the one that her deal was these
Or
teachers
she?
are just passing these students along. They don't know anything. And I'm like that's not true. That was like the basis of the
Do you think that happens?
um it depends on the state.
Okay.
Like, for example, I told you I graduated from high school in California. I already told you there's a bunch of qualifications out there in middle school and high school. And then Zeus also graduated, from a school in California. So they have very strict guidelines out there. You're not just going to be, passed along and everything like that. So I'm like, if that's how it works in the South, then, I've never been to the South. I can't really speak on that. But it does not work that way everywhere. Like there are things put in place. Like they're not just gonna be like, you're a dumb kid, go to the next grade. Like, no. And then most of the kids that do fail, that's what summer school is for. Like they have to when all their friends are out enjoying the summer, they have to go to school during the summer to, get those grades up that, they may have failed in a previous semester. So I don't know. I just don't agree with that, like, generalizing everything because it's not the same across the board. And no, a superintendent doesn't know what's what's going on with all the schools. All they get is like data. They're not in the field in the school. Like they're not working with the students. They're not grading these papers. They're not doing any of that. They don't have firsthand knowledge. They got statistical knowledge.
Okay.
I
So
can
I don't
tell you
know.
over here in Florida, I've noticed they do drop standards.
You said they do what, Sean?
They drop standard. They keep lowering the standards to be able to graduate.
Right, and that's why I said like I'm way on the other side of the country and stuff like that. So I don't know how they really do it. I know here on this side, credits are required as well as, certain testing to graduate. If you don't pass those tests, then you will not get a high school diploma. You'd have to drop out and go get a GED.
Hey Mia, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
In California or where you're from, was like if you didn't graduate summer school, is it free where you are?
Yeah, so if they summer school is free. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
When I came to North
you
Carolina, summer
go
school is not free. And so that actually puts another heap of financial responsibility on the parents, even when the teachers are just passing them along. Because it does happen. Um, my, one of my sons who has autism.
And
Um,
that's what I was trying to say, with No Left Behind, the way I see it is the school left the choice in the parents' hands on whether they wanted their school because of bullying and things like that. The school is no longer required to hold a kid back. They can, if you're in the sixth grade and you fail the sixth grade, they can pass you to the seventh grade unless your parent objects to it.
wow.
Your parents can say, no, I want my kid still in the sixth grade. I think that was a great thing to do because some kids um are bullied because of certain things like their age, like they may be older than their entire class or
Mhm.
something of that sort of nature. So I actually don't disagree with the program. I just think they are making parents more involved. Like, shouldn't you be paying attention to why your kid is failing? Shouldn't you be meeting with their teachers, tutors, putting things in place so your kid's not failing? Like, why put all of that on the school system or the government? Parents need to be more involved in their kids' education.
I agree with that.
Absolutely. I agree with that
I agree with that.
100%.
As I was saying, I'm a parent who has a autistic child,
Hmm.
and where I live, there was no classes for him in my school district. So
Right.
I had to fight my school district in order to get him placed in the school district that had the class that he needed to be in. And I also then had to fight for my school district to bus him because it was a 30-minute ride every day to and from. So I
That
had to fight the school
sucks.
district on that. And then they are the only, this particular school that he ended up going to is the only school in my entire county that has the program, which I think is a disadvantage because there are so many kids now that have autism or the autism diagnosis. And so me being involved in school all the time, I got to see a lot of the kids that were just kind of passed along. And then you have the
I
teachers that
mean, it's
the
CJ,
teachers
y'all in the South, y'all gotta come up out of the South, man. I know it's cheaper to
and
live there. I know you
I've
could buy
only
a
been in
house.
for like
How,
15 years,
you
but
said
I'm
what?
from New York originally, so I've definitely been out of the South, so I get to see it from both ends.
You're a
Um,
little muffled, CJ. You're a little muffled.
I said I'm from New York originally, so I've only been here about 16 years.
Oh, coming
Uh,
from New York, you gonna love it out there. But
so
it's like it's like
it's the same.
certain things. Like I'll give you an example. Like you know, in the state that I live in, it's very expensive to live here. Like super uber expensive. Um, If I can find somewhere cheaper, I would leave. But not the South. I'm cool on the South. But we do have a different, it seems like we do have a different education system and different things set in place, where
Mhm.
versus the South, they don't care about us at all. They don't care about us. They don't care about our kids. They don't care about our education. So why would you think they will put better things in place down that way? I mean, aren't isn't that where they didn't want to get rid of slavery and stuff? Like I that's why I don't know. I don't like that my people was still stuck out there.
Stuck in the
Um,
South?
Yeah, like they choose to live there, and
What's
it's
wrong
just
with the South?
like
What's wrong with the
personally
South?
me, I don't live in the South. I would never live in the South, and I also don't have to worry about sundown towns and staying out of a certain area and things like that. I'm like, what is it about the South that people are just like so stuck there that they know it's not good for them to be there, but yet they're like, this is where I'm gonna raise a family and do like why?
Well, I mean, Mia.
I don't understand that whole idea that it's not good. I live outside of Baton Rouge, um, and I don't understand. But I wanted to come up because when you were talking about like the parents and the schools,
Hmm.
we have a program here. I don't know if it's anywhere else, but in Louisiana, it's called Power School, and it's
Hmm.
an app on our phones that I can check my grandchildren's. I have three grandchildren, 15, 14, and fixing to be 13. And I can go on every single day and look at their grades. I can look at assignments they have coming up. I can look at assignments, they're not doing so well on. I email with teachers. And so we're pretty blessed in that department because when my kids were little, I didn't have a clue until they brought home a progress report and something was wrong. And so now it's more interactive that I can get in touch with a teacher and say, "Hey, Trevor isn't. What's going on in this class?" And so that's a blessing. I hope they have it all over the place, but I don't know.
They
Yeah,
have
we
something
have that too.
similar
It's
here
called
too.
Power. Yeah, the Power Schools app. Um, yeah, we have that.
They have something similar. I don't think I'm quite sure it's probably not called Power School, but they have something similar to that here in North Carolina as well. Um, I think a lot of problem now is we don't have enough of
CJ, what
minority
is that? Is that
people.
your fan in the background?
No, I don't have anything going in the background. Maybe that's
Oh,
Denali.
No, not
Um,
me.
that's not you. Oh,
Uh-uh.
it was
oh,
Karen.
it went away now.
It was Karen. So we don't have enough of minority school teachers. I think that's part of the problem. At least here in North Carolina, we don't. Um, and so our kids are being taught by you know people with other types of thought. I'll just lay it that way. Um, and I've actually had an incident several different times. I had one teacher tell my son um, that she would punch him in the face.
Oh no. Oh, we have some
Um,
problems.
yeah, and she was talking to him in such a manner. I was outside of the classroom, and his one of the other students saw me, and I just put my finger up to my mouth like, "Be quiet," and I made him turn around because I wanted to. My son kept telling me that this teacher was always in his face, and she would yell and scream at him and things like that. And so
Did you're in Alabama?
huh?
You're in Alabama?
I'm
See.
in North Carolina,
North Carolina. Who
and I
said they were in Alabama?
nope, not me. I ain't going that
Somebody
far.
from yesterday. I don't remember though. But keep going.
So I popped up at the school and I told the little boy to turn around. And he just looked at me and he turned back around in his seat. And I sat and watched this teacher I mean, she was almost pretty much spitting in his face
Mm.
and talking to him and berating him. And you're going to
Wow.
do what the hell I tell you to do. And you're going to say yes, ma'am to me when I talk to you. And she was all in his face. And then I just knocked on the door and she turned around. Oh, hi, how are you? I was just having a discussion with him because he was a little little hyper this morning, and I needed him to tone it down. And I
Mm.
cursed the lady all the way out. You are not going to play with my kid. And
Right.
um, I did very frequent pop ups like that. I would just wave at the office. I was at the point where the lady in the office didn't even force me to sign in. She would just wave me off because I would just randomly pop up. And I think that that's what we're lacking too, is that in the younger generation, we don't have this younger generation of parents who are as active with their kids and who are willing to do those extra things as such as popping up on your children. Because a lot of the time too, we always tell kids, you listen to adults, and we tell
Right.
them to respect adults. But when you have to go through the reality in your head as a parent and say that all adults don't respect children.
That
And I
is absolutely 100%,
and
CJ.
I used to tell my son, I had a rule of thumb in my house. I handle adults and you handle children. And and I had this thing where I call it clean hands. So my son couldn't come to me with his hands dirty. So as long as his hands was clean, I had his back 350,000%, and I would handle that adult. But he wasn't allowed to disrespect that adult just because she was an adult. So, but if he came to me and said, "Hey, Mrs. So and so did this," or "Mrs. So and so said that," I went and checked that teacher, because you have to stand up for your kids. You are your kids' best ally ever, and a lot of people don't understand that. They think that the educational system is supposed to raise their children once they're out of the house. No, you continue to raise your kid.
Right.
Now, I don't go to the school or anything like that, but I do participate in, the parent teacher conferences. I'm a Zoom person though. Like don't think I Zoom me. But I got a daughter that's about to be 14. She's a great student. She plays soccer and everything like that. The only thing I've noticed that her teacher says about her is like she's very social and the crowd seems to follow her. But I'm like, as long as she keeps her grade up, I mean, school is school, whatever she's learning, she's getting the job done. She's very like what do you call it? Like her thought process because of the things that I talk to her about, like, she thinks outside of the box as far as like I
Forward
can
thinking.
tell like when she gets older, she's going to stay on the right track. And then as far as like parents teaching their kids, I think it depends. My family is from the South. The older generation, they are from the South. So I got a little old school values mixed with the little new school values. Like that whole kids not being an adult's face, that's me. Like,
Mhm.
stay in the child's place. You can't be listening to adult conversations or when adults are around, kids are not around. Like, I still believe in that. A lot of people don't. And I think it just depends on, like, yeah, what you instill in your children. And that determines, how they're going to go out into the world and interact with the world. And
Mhm.
you are so right. I do see it a lot. Like, I'm that parent. People can call me mean, whatever. I don't let kids come to my house. I'm sorry. They have no home training. Um, they are disrespectful, and I'd rather their parents deal with that. I'm not your parent. I don't want to deal with that. I'm not about to coach you. I'm not about to be having these conversations with you if you weren't taught in the household. So I'm that parent. My daughter be like, "Can my friend?" No, no.
I'm
Can my
not,
friend? Can I have a sleepover? No.
I think I was the opposite. I didn't let my kids go to other people's houses,
I don't do
but
that either. No, just
I didn't mind that other people's kids came to my house. But I also had a rule in my house, and my number one rule is you respect my house, so I kick you out.
Right.
And because I didn't want to alienate my kids from having those friendships and being able to do stuff while I wanted to monitor you at the same time. But I
Uh,
can't say that I've
let's
ever
get
had.
Carolyn in here. She's a grandmother raising her daughter's children, and I'm sure
Yep.
she sees a lot difference from when she raised her daughter to now raising her
Agree.
grandchildren with the friends.
Yeah.
Would you have a perspective on that, Miss Carolyn?
Well, I'm raising my grandchildren the same way I raised mine with keep your thumb on them, know where they're at all the time. And it drives them crazy because they're like other parents like they let their kids go and do, and they don't, but when my grandkids go someplace, I want to talk to a grown up, make
Right.
sure there's going to be supervision over, and if they spend in the night, I have to like know them.
Mm-hmm.
And so the kids think I'm just like an alien because I
Right.
want to keep them safe, but that's how I raised my kids, like old school.
Right.
And I'm the Kool-Aid house. I'm like Mia. When my kids were younger, I had four daughters and a son, and so I wanted my kids where I could watch them.
Sure.
And so we have a lot of sleepovers and friends, but
Mm.
definitely you respect each other in my house. You respect me, and for sure. So, but there are a lot of kids out there that are being raised by, I don't know who's raising these kids, but yeah, when you're in my house, that we have rules.
Right. But I'm
I mean,
saying, do you see a difference with the friends, with your grandchildren's friends versus your daughter or your other children, your own children's friends, and the way they interact with the parents and the friends and things like that?
Oh, definitely. It's a lot different from the old days. When
Mm-hmm.
my kids were little, we could trust people more. People these days are like there's a lot of bullying and a lot of like so this social media thing has got kids not knowing how to act.
Right.
And
And sometimes the parents feed into it.
right. Yeah,
yeah,
it's a
this one
struggle.
girl, I feel so bad for her. Her mother's not involved with her as I feel like she should be. And I don't know how this kid found my TikTok, but I remember she would always follow me on TikTok from a different page.
Hmm.
And I don't want kids following me on TikTok for one.
Right.
Because I may not always post appropriate things, but I'm an adult on an adult platform. So it's kind of weird. But anyways, she would always follow me like from a different page. And I would think it's weird because I'd be like, how did she even get my TikTok in the first place? But I noticed that all her TikTok accounts would be banned. Like I used to assume it's because she's posting something inappropriate. But her mom would drop her off at my house. The mom never like wanted to meet or anything like that. I had to have a conversation with this lady, like, hey, like, do you want to meet, know where your kid's at, like who they're around, things like that. She's like, well, I guess, if I have time after this, I guess I can stop by. What do you mean you guess? Like, you have no clue. I could be like a strange person or something like that. So that kind of stuff like bothers me. It makes me uncomfortable. Like, not that I didn't like the little girl, but it's like it's uncomfortable to have like kids at your house and their parents don't, because I don't let my kids just go anywhere.
Right.
So it's very uncomfortable, and it's weird that a parent's comfortable with not knowing who their kid is around. So I really used to feel bad for that little girl, like, that she doesn't really have like that parental support system that she needs. First time she ever came to my house without her parents knowing was in the fourth grade. And I
Wow.
and I had to call her mom and say like, "Hey, your daughter is at my house. She said you said she can spend the night, but then again, I don't know you. I really don't know your daughter and things like that." But I don't know. I noticed things about kids too, like, I pop up on kids, when they were at my house, and I see how their conversation is different when there's not a parent around. Like, I could
Mm.
be upstairs chilling in my room and go downstairs, and as I'm walking up, I can hear what they're talking about. I can hear them cursing and things like that. I do try to shelter my kids from things like that because my kids were raised different. And they're very like age appropriate kids versus the kids that are not, age appropriate, and they can talk, do, and say whatever. That's scary in this day and age, like how kids are growing up so fast. um I don't know. I'm a very weird parent, so
Me too. I
like
know what you're saying, though.
and it's just because of what I've seen though. My experiences, like I would say I had a pretty decent childhood. I wasn't a lot of things didn't happen to me that has happened to a lot of people. but just the knowledge of that and seeing things that happen to like family members or friends, because their parents weren't as involved and things like that. Like, that's why I'm like overprotective with my children. Like my daughter asked me to go to the mall, and I'm very hesitant on her like going to the mall. Not that I don't want her to enjoy time with her friends, but the state of our country right now, and anything can happen.
Hmm.
Like it's a very scary feeling. So um being a parent in this day and age is a lot harder. It's not safe. And we got to worry about so many more things than when we were growing up.
When my
So
kids wanted to
Yes.
go to the mall with their friends and stuff, I used to take everybody. And they didn't have to walk around with me, but my kids had phones and stuff, so I was keeping in contact. Like, okay, I'm over here if you need me. But it wasn't, I try not to be a complete what they call the helicopter mom. Um, I didn't want to be that, but I wanted them to have their friends and their experiences, but I still had to be within proximity to be able to get to my kids because I don't trust people. People crazy.
Yeah, back in the day, my kids
We were the
would
same
get with
way,
their
but we were kind of
cousins.
liberal
Oh,
with our kids. We at our house.
what?
You saying
Go
you're a
ahead.
liberal? What are you saying, Sean?
Go ahead, Sean.
I was saying our household with the kids, we kind of were because we'd rather know what they were doing and be at our house doing it than them going to parties and getting in with a drunk drive like that. So, not everybody would agree with some of the things we probably did as parenting, but we felt like we could keep an eye on our kids and keep them safe. So if we could kind of allow them to do things around the house that they would normally be going out and doing, we felt better about it because they're going to do it anyway.
What do you think about Sean? I'm curious. What do you think
And
about
they
what
would
I said?
have all our houses were the house that all the what's that? Do I
Sean,
have a bad signal?
Sean,
Yeah, I have a bad signal. Yeah,
what do you think
I,
about me
I have a
saying
bad
yesterday?
signal, bro.
All right, you want to drop and come back? Uh, CJ,
No, I just have a bad signal. I'm hearing you.
can you hear me? No. CJ,
Yep.
what do you think about me saying yesterday that sometimes we should be quiet in relationships? Sometimes we need to shut the fuck up. Excuse my French.
It's being somebody who's been married for, you know, I'll say around the block for a little bit. Um, that shutting up sometimes is a double-edged sword because it really depends on your personality.
Mm,
So um sometimes telling, a woman in a relationship and telling her to shut up completely silences her, right? Because then and especially if she grew up in a household where there was a lot of toxicity, and so you could actually trigger a person like that to kind of pull back and withdraw, which
mm.
is healthy. So I really think it depends on personality type, but sometimes both parties actually need to shut up because you'll say something in the heat of a moment and it's not what you mean.
Right.
But once you say something, you can't take it back. You can apologize for it, but once it's out in the air, it's out. And
Right. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube.
correct. And that's why I say sometimes silence is golden, but
It is an answer, 100%.
sometimes also your silence speak louder than your words will. It just depends on what the situation is and what you feel like you need to shut up about. My grandmother used to say all the time that we have two ears and one mouth, and that's because you're supposed to listen two times more than you actually speak.
Right.
So, but I'm really one of those people where I feel like your words is power, and you have to use that sword, so to speak, um, with a little grace, because words can cut like a knife.
Absolutely. And Men are physically stronger than women. I think we can agree to that, right?
Yeah,
Everybody.
yeah.
But sometimes the tongue, as you just said, can cut through, and sometimes saying the wrong word at the wrong time can definitely throw gasoline on the fire. Yes, should you be allowed to say anything that you want to say? Sure. But everybody's not going to handle that the same way.
That's correct. I'm a person. This has always been a thing between me and my mother. My mother loves the word "shut up."
Mm.
He loves using that terminology. And about a year ago, I actually stopped speaking to my mother for about 8 months because she told me to shut up. Um, and in her shutting up, because of the type of relationship that we had, my thing was there was no respect in it. And so every time she tells me to shut up, I think of the disrespect that she used to spew out to me as a kid
Mm.
and the things that she used to say to me.
Right.
Um, she told me one time, I said, why we didn't have a good relationship when I was a kid? And she said, that's because you didn't have nothing important to say.
Wow. Really?
Yeah. And and that's why I didn't talk to you. You were strange. That's what she told me. So I said, well, let's use that. I said, because if I didn't have, how did you know I didn't have anything important to say if you don't talk to me?
Right. If you're not listening, kids
Right.
have important things to say. You
Right.
know. Absolutely. Wow.
So anytime she ever tells me to shut up, I'd be like, okay, because now I'm gonna show you how I shut up. Because when I shut up, I don't just do the verb. It's an action word,
mm.
right?
Right.
so so yeah, I shut up for real. I shut up because I not only shut my mouth, but I shut out my house, I shut out my car, I shut up my ability, I shut
Mhm.
up everything.
Right. It's a
So
whole movement.
it's a whole movement, and that's why I say words cut and words have power. So it depends on which how you're using it.
Right. Now, is your relationship a little bit better? Did she understand that, or did she push back and say, "Well, that's just
She's,
CJ being CJ"?
she's still, I think she does things intentionally. My mother's a bit of a narcissist too, but I think she does things with intent. So I have learned my mother over the course of my life. So I know when she is trying to be funny and when she actually means what she says, and I could take everything by the tone. So you know everything is in tone with me. So if you speaking to me in a certain tone, I know what you mean behind it.
Right.
So I do everything, and everything for me is with intent, and it's always intentional if I do something. So if I love on you, that's with intent. If I don't like you, that's with intent.
Hmm.
If I decide I'm not gonna fuck with you anymore, that's with intent. So
Right. Yeah. Were you in here when we were talking about it with Mia and the old school versus the new school, and sometimes when the new school goes to the old school and says, "Hey, these are things that were affecting me as a child," and I think a lot of times it's a dismissive, like you don't, like that didn't really happen,
oh, very
or
much so.
there's no apology, like or the whole we were doing the best we could, but they don't finish the sentence by saying, you know, that's how it was back then. I apologize that these things did affect you in this way. I think a lot of times people are just looking for an apology, that their feelings are validated and
Right. Now my mother is a person who never apologizes.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
And she refuses to apologize. And one of the things she always says is that um, I'm never apologizing for things that I say because she said I may regret that I said it at some point. She said, but at the moment that it came out my mouth, it's what I meant.
mm,
So she doesn't. She's not a person who apologizes for anything. But my
right,
mother, being a narcissist, is also a person who doesn't like to take accountability for stuff either.
right,
So
and that's got to be hurtful,
yeah,
and
yeah,
especially coming from the person who birthed you, because
right,
there's this thing, especially in our community, that our mothers are kind of like gods, and we never should go against what they're saying.
right.
You know
And
what I mean? And to me, that seems to be a little toxic.
right, and especially if you
They
grew
do
up.
make mistakes. And the one thing I told my son, this is that your dad is going to make mistakes. Because the worst thing that, you know what happened to me when I found out that my mother wasn't perfect? It really fucked my head up. Because I thought that she was perfect and she never made mistakes. And she never said sorry or anything like that. And when I found out that she wasn't perfect, it really messed with me mentally. And I told my son, I said, son, I am not perfect. I will make mistakes. But when I do make a mistake, I will say I'm sorry and I will attempt to do better the next time.
Yep,
And
that
that word, I'm sorry, or that phrase, is a very powerful thing. And
yep,
it's hard for people. Not I apologize. I am sorry for what I did.
right.
And I will attempt to do better the next time. Please, if you can accept my apology. That is so powerful. And
And
I don't
that's
think
what
enough
I said.
people use it.
I don't do apologies unless I'm really meaning it. It has
Right,
to be meaning-
absolutely.
it has to be absolutely meaningful. It has to come from the
100%.
um, and my thing is like, um, even growing up, a lot of us grow up in, I'm going to use this term loosely, Christian households, right?
Mhm.
And we're taught, you, our parents were taught, spoil the rod, spare the rod, spoil the child, and then we were taught um, train up a child, right? So, but who trained up these parents is what I want to know. I want to know
Right.
because
Well, they were probably trying to do it on the fly. Didn't really have a sense of, because there's no manual, right? There's no manual to raising children.
and
They just try to do the best you
every
can.
child is different. Every child is different. So what works for one kid disciplinary wise is not going to work for the next kid, and so on and so forth.
Hundred
Um,
percent. I know JP. You were in the comments and you said you could relate. Welcome, JP. Good morning. How are you?
Good. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we got you loud and clear. How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing good. CJ,
Good. I know you're on your way to Spartanburg or something, right?
yeah, I'm actually leaving in the morning, but CJ, you just described my mother to a T.
Mm.
And I, my gosh, I totally know what you're saying. And I'm actually dreading going to watch my son play baseball this weekend because my mother's going to be there. And I haven't been speaking to her for about 2 months.
Really?
Yeah. And it wasn't a shut up comment, but it was, I'm an advocate. I do a lot of domestic violence work.
Right.
And she was irritated at me for some reason. And she told me that it was boring.
Mm.
oh,
Wow.
Yeah.
what
That's
I
really
would
cool.
say to you, this is my advice from an older woman. I'm not sure how old you are, um, but from somebody who has dealt with a whole lot. If I told y'all my full story, y'all probably all break down in tears and have a kumbaya moment. However, um, I will tell you, you feed people with a long handle spoon, and you don't give them any more of yourself than you are willing to risk.
Yes.
And what I mean by that is that it's okay if you choose not to speak to her, and if she chooses not to speak to you, that is okay. Um, if you choose to only say hello, that is fine. If that introduction is met with love in any form, some type of form of responsibility, I love you or I'm sorry, then you do what you need to do for you in accepting those things. But you feed people with a long handle spoon
Yeah. I'm,
until your comfortability is up. You don't worry about whether or not they're comfortable. You have to be comfortable.
I'm gonna be 54 next month, and this has really been going on my whole life.
Yeah, me too.
And it'll happen like every couple of months, and then she kind of draws you back and she won't apologize. She's never apologized to me or acknowledged it. And that's the biggest thing. Like, just say you're sorry. Sorry, my dog's wanting to be fed. Just say I shouldn't have said that. That was really terrible. Um, but that'll never happen.
But you also don't want that to come from a place of where she just saying it. You want that to come from a place of action. So if she's not in it, you don't want that anyway because then it's not felt. It's not heartfelt.
No,
So
I
the so you have to forgive yourself for not forgiving her, if that makes sense. So until she is in a space where she can at least acknowledge for herself, then even if she apologizes to you, it's not really forthcoming. It's not going to go anywhere,
Right.
because then you're in your back of your head, you're going to be wondering why she apologized and what else is she going to say next.
Yeah.
It has to be, that apology has to come with action too.
No, I totally agree.
Yeah.
Uh, Mia.
Um, my situation is different. I had to forgive my mom in death for um certain things. Uh, it's hard for to me, in my opinion, because my mom is the best. Like I'm my as a parent, except I have tweaked and changed some things that I didn't agree with. Um, but being an adult and not having my mother here and going through life experiences made me realize like why she made some of the decisions that she made and things that she did. Even though there's a lot of things that like I wasn't comfortable with. Like, I wasn't comfortable that she stayed in an abusive relationship for mainly her whole life. You know, I had a real problem with that. But I had to forgive her for that because once I got older, I learned about trauma bonds and things like that. And, it helped me understand, why she may have done those things or, the strength that she might not have had. Had to think about like she did try to provide the best life possible for us, make sure that we always had everything we need, and we had a mother and things like that. um so I'm a little skewed when I hear that people don't have great relationships with their mother, because I lost my mother when I was 21. And
Mm.
like, even though like I didn't agree with all the decisions she made in childhood, I would trade anybody for my mother back. Because that bond is just like, to me, like it's supposed to be unbreakable. Like that is my best friend that I don't have in life anymore. And she hasn't been here to help me navigate life. Like I just got to figure out everything on my own. And then when she passed away, I became the mother to my siblings, which was a very difficult. Like, imagine being 21 and now you got to be responsible for an 18-year-old, a 17-year-old, and younger siblings and things. It was a lot, but it helped me understand my mom a lot. Like, with my sister, she was 17 and I'm 21, and I'm trying to raise her and giving her a curfew and like implementing all these things that growing up you don't understand your parents, like why do they do this, why do they do that, this, that, and the third. And then you got the rebellious teenagers and stuff like that, and I had to deal with all that at 21. So I'm like, I sit back, and when I'm raising my kids, I'm like, I wish I had my mom, especially for her to be a grandma to my kids. They would be like more understanding, and and the way I was raised and why I do things the way I do things, because I'm very understanding. I miss my mom, and I encourage people, like, no matter what it takes, fix those relationships. Whatever it takes, like whether it takes therapy, you know, a a conversation to be had where it's like you guys just sit there and you put everything on the table and try to understand each other. Because I really hate like the way the world is now, where like parents and children, or young adults or whatever, they're at each other's throats. And that whole cutting off the family thing, I understand, like, protect your peace at all costs, but a lot of families are broken nowadays. Like, and that's kind of why we're in the state that we're in, because family is just not what family's supposed to be. So
So
I
how
encourage
do you think you
anything.
can, from your experience, Mia, excuse me, if you have a parent who does not want to apologize, who does not think they did anything wrong, you with this new school and I don't need therapy, and they're very resistant to growing. They're
You gotta
stuck
re-
in their ways and they just want to do things their way and want you to accept it no matter what. Because it's a powerful thing. One of the most powerful things I've ever read was by Dr. Laura Schlesinger, and she says just because someone is genetically related to you does not give them the right to emotionally or physically abuse you.
Amen.
So I say this: you just gotta have tough skin. Like my grandma, for example. My grandma's mean. My grandma has very tough skin. She's very mean. She does not offer apologies. My grandma doesn't even say I love you. It is a hard thing for her to say I love you. She's very set in her ways and stuck in her ways. As an adult navigating through life with my grandma, I had to realize, she went through things in her life. Like, remember I spoke on it before. Like, my grandma is a person that went through segregation and, working for free and all kind of stuff. So I had to realize, like, there are certain experiences in her life that made her the way that she is today. So how I kind of, handle her is more so like I do a lot of things for my grandma to show her love, try to teach her love and things like that, because she has a very, very hard exterior. But on the inside she's really soft. Like, things hurt her feelings and make her cry, even though she probably wouldn't care if she made you cry. Um so I just try to, try to think about, like, things that, like, are, like, for example, like things that our parents didn't know or didn't learn, or the way they may have been raised, that determines who a person is. So 9 times out of 10, what they're doing, like when they're raising you, or they're dealing with you in a certain way, it's because they have unresolved trauma and healing that they need to do on their own, that they don't know how to do. My grandma's one of those people that don't believe in therapy. She only believes in God. Like, she's not going to go to therapy and talk about her problems. She's going to go to God and talk about her problems. So when you realize a person's like that, in my mind, it becomes like, I only have so much time left on earth with this person. Do I want to spend it harping about, why she's set in her ways and why she is, and try to figure out her experiences? Or do I want to love her and show her as much love before I don't have that opportunity anymore? So I kind of think about it like that. Now when it comes to other family members, I am not the same way. I am more so like, yeah, I don't give all of my family access to me, but my immediate family, like, I feel like that's the rock of the family. And once that's broken, you're broken. So, with my immediate family, I will try a lot more. I'll go out of my way and above and beyond. And with those other family members, I'll just keep them at a distance. But I don't know. Sometimes we just got to be understanding and put ourselves in the other person's shoes, because, like we were discussing, like last week, I think it was, like, a lot of these older generations, they have, like JP, like, you're 54, so you got to think about the generation that came before you, and they experienced a lot more trauma than, people want to realize that we're experiencing today. So that could be, why they are the way they are. Like, they're not a very loving generation. They've been through so much. So sometimes you got to grant grace where, it's necessary. And then they're also set in their ways. Like, I know you guys see it all the time, like those older people that's not going to change no matter what. Like, there's nothing you can do or say to change them. So sometimes we just got to, like, take that into consideration and learn how to deal with people.
Yeah, my mother is 76. My grandmother is 96.
Right.
Um,
Is your
so
grandmother still here?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's beautiful.
So my grandmother has essentially become, one of my children. She's in the dementia stage of life, but um, she's like one of my kids. With her being an adult still, so we didn't have a great relationship when I was growing up either. Very, very similar to the relationship I had with my mother. But now I've become kind of the matriarch, I should say, of my family, because everybody comes to me for everything. So if my
Right.
grandma gets sick, they call me. If one of my nieces gets sick, they call me. If one of my great nieces have a baby, she calls me. So I've become the go-to person, even though I'm the youngest. Um, my oldest sibling, me and my oldest sibling are 11 and a half years apart. Um, and then from my sister, which is my mother's third child, we are 7 years apart. But you would never know in talking to me who's the oldest and who the youngest is. But everything comes to me. Um, so I'm kind of the I'm kind of like the middle person because I understand the older people, but I can relate to the younger ones too. So, and the younger ones respect me probably a little more than they respect the older ones. But I'm the middle person all the time. But I have my challenges with everybody because I think some of the younger ones are too disrespectful, and I think the older ones are too damn set, and they need to pull back and have a little reality check too. But I fall right. I think I fall right in the middle.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's how I kind of am, like the middle person. But I'm also the person, like, I'm that person, like you call me. I don't take a side. Right is right, wrong is wrong. But sometimes I feel like I'm that responsible party for trying to keep the family together, trying to resolve little issues that may be happening and going on, trying to encourage the family to stay together and things like that. And that can be a lot on, a person, because it's like, basically you're everybody's emotional, like, garbage, like you're their trauma dumping
I'm the
source.
crush.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
it
yes.
could be a lot, but I don't know. I just really want to believe in family, like I really wish they were close knit, like, when there were villages that existed and you can go to your family for anything, and the family got together, and you don't really see things like that anymore.
Yeah, Sunday dinners and all of that stuff. Yeah.
And
Let's
believe
get
it or
I
not, at my
still have a
age, I
village.
let's
still
get
do
Carolyn.
Sunday
Let's get
dinners.
Carolyn in here. Carolyn, do you have a perspective?
Yes, Miss CJ, what she was talking about her grandmother. My grandmother was 89 years old, and she was very independent till she was 76. She lived on her own and mowed her own yard, but then she got a knee surgery that went bad, and then we had to take care of her. And in the Bible, that's what she said: once an adult, twice a child,
100%.
because we're a child, and then we're an adult, and then we need to be taken care of again. And that's a beautiful thing
Yes.
that we're able to do that. She passed away 8 years ago, but we had some really blessed times. And the whole village thing, I don't even want to go into my mom because, yeah, I had a horrible, horrible childhood, and and my dad was my hero, but he had his own problems. But the thing about he passed away a year ago last February, and he passed away as a recovering alcoholic. He was 42 years sober.
Mm.
And so I don't know if anybody knows anything about the 12 step program, but there's amends and there's all that.
Mhm.
So for him, I was able to get an honest, I'm sorry. I did not protect you from your mother. And that was the crazy thing, is as I've always had this thing about my mom. And I never thought to blame my dad for not protecting me. I told him, I didn't know you were supposed to protect me. But at some point in my life, I did have to forgive her
Right.
because, like someone said, I don't know what happened to her. Something traumatized her in a way that she took it out on me, and I let it eat at me for a lot of years of my life, and I self-destructed. But
Mm.
at some point I had to say, you know what, I forgive you, even if you don't, because doesn't remember, things when me and my sisters discuss things. It's like, I don't remember that. And we're like, oh, okay. But so yeah, I had to totally forgive her for and the hurt that must have happened to her.
Right.
I don't I don't understand that. And the last thing is the village. I have a village. I still on Sundays gather my children and grandchildren and cook,
Okay.
and I try to keep as much of that together as possible.
Wow, that's amazing. Especially, the strength that you have losing a child and raising her children. That takes a very special person to do that. And I'm sure sometimes it can be overwhelming, but it's also comforting knowing that your daughter's spirit is still going on through her children. So thank you for sharing that. Fantastic. Um, so, the conversation that we had yesterday, I want to thank Mia for asking me that question, and it got a little controversial with me saying that sometimes in a romantic relationship that some parties should be quiet
Well,
at times.
before we go into that, so
Uh,
since Nat is not here,
who?
since Natasha is not here,
Yes.
we need to get these comments up, y'all.
Mm.
We need to get
Uh-oh.
these comments and these likes up.
Natasha Jr. Natasha definitely gives the marching orders, and the chat usually works out. Yes, we're at 8.8. Let's go ahead because we need to push this out to the For You page. Thank you, CJ, for taking on that role because sometimes I do slack myself. Come on, guys. We can go ahead and do it. We can get this pushed out to the For You page as we continue to build the most inclusive space here on TikTok. Thank you so much for that, CJ. CJ is a good friend. We got CJ. She
That's
discovered
all right. Yeah.
through DJ. So we definitely appreciate CJ coming up and helping us navigate TikTok. Thank you so much, CJ. I appreciate you. But yeah, that conversation yesterday got, a little spicy. I got some DMs about it. Um, JP, I don't think you were in yesterday. Oh, she's gone. JP's gone.
He dropped some comments.
And,
So she's
and
down to
Mr. Denali, I do agree with you with that knowing when to be quiet in a relationship. Because I have said some things to, a person, which
Really?
I try my hardest to refrain from saying things that I will regret.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes we get pushed to a certain point and we're human. And
Right.
I didn't realize how those things affected that person until when we were in a good space and they started reminiscing and they're like, I don't know if I could be around you right now because you said A, B, C, and D, and that
Right.
really hurt my feelings. And I'm
It does
like,
hurt. Words hurt.
and I thought because the person had never brought it up previously that they just, kind of, let it go or, it wasn't really a big deal until I can see like at a later time that they were hurt by those comments. And then it made me have to like do some self-reflection like, I have to be able to control that because just because you may not think it would hurt a person, yeah, you're right. Words do hurt. They can be very powerful.
100%. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. Once the horses are out the barn, it's hard to get them back in. So I think we got to be careful. Just popping off sometimes. Yes, we should be allowed to say anything we say, but why do we want to say things to people we love that may hurt them? You know what I'm saying? That just kind of never made any kind of sense to me. JP, do you have a perspective on that?
Well, I dropped so I could start tapping. I've had a lifetime of fussing and fighting, and I paid a heavy price to get away
Yes.
from that.
Right.
And so, yeah, sometimes you should be quiet. I'm never going to tell anyone to shut up
No.
because I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. But it's a matter of listening when it's your time to listen,
Right.
and speaking when it's your time to speak, and just have grace for the other person.
Right. 100%. Listen, sometimes my woman, when I was in a relationship and I was married, I needed to be quiet. Sometimes she didn't need me to try to solve her problem. She needed a listening ear. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't always necessary for me to speak all the time. And I definitely agree that sometimes you need to be quiet on both sides, the men and the women. Deadpool, I'm gonna try this again. You did pretty good yesterday, bro. Let's see if you can get 2 for 2. What you got?
I'm lost in the conversation.
Well, yesterday, okay, we had a conversation. You know Fonnie Willis, right? You know her?
Yeah.
Okay, and Mia asked me would I date Fonnie Willis, and I gave a very detailed answer. But I felt like Fonnie was she would try to run the show because of I think that she does have a big ego. Um, I've been calling for Fonnie to drop the case and give it to another DA because I think that she's become a very polarizing figure in that case. And the case seems to be more about her than it is about Trump. And in the interest of justice, I think that she should give the case to another DA if possible. So I think, based on what I've seen of Fonnie, and I went down to the courthouse on, what was that? Was it Tuesday? And because I had to take care of a ticket, and I was trying to see Fonnie, but she wasn't in. But anyway, the conversation is that in a more romantic relationship, should either party sometimes learn to be quiet?
Oh, most definitely.
Okay. Have you practiced that yourself?
Yeah, I practiced that through like I asked my mom for advice. So that basically like when I was in a relationship, that basically like calmed me down
Okay.
from
And
doing.
you're in New Jersey, right?
No, I'm in New York. I'm in the
You're in New
Bronx.
York. Okay. And when was your last relationship?
2018.
18. Okay, so 6 years ago.
Yep.
Are you looking for a relationship now?
Yeah.
What do you think is preventing you from getting into a relationship, sir?
What's preventing me from getting in a relationship is that I'm seeing some women that like they're too picky.
Women are too picky.
Then
Okay.
some women be too that, and then I run into some loud and obnoxious women. That's a turn off for me.
Loud and obnoxious. Okay. Describe loud and obnoxious. What does that look like to you?
Let's say, for instance, I'm taking a woman out to movies, out
Okay.
to dinner, and she'll run into a friend of hers.
Are you speaking directly into the mic, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
Like I was taking a chick to out to dinner in the movie one day,
Uh huh.
and she seen her girlfriend or whatever. I was like 28, she was 42. So,
This
and she had
recently, or
five
is
kids.
this some time ago?
Oh, this was some time ago.
Okay. Give me something in the last 2 years. Because you
Okay.
said that right now you're saying that loud, obnoxious women are preventing you from getting into a relationship.
Like one day, me and my last girlfriend, she seen a friend of hers.
Okay.
She was like, "Hey, girl," like all in my ear. I'm like, "Jeez, like that ain't my thing. I'm not that type of person. I don't like to be around loud and obnoxious people because, like I said, it's a turn off for me." Now I found it all right when I was younger because I was getting to know who I was as an individual and
Right.
what dating was about.
Okay. So do you think you contribute to the fact you're not in a relationship?
Yeah, yeah, and no.
Yeah, and yes and no.
It's like a 50-50 thing.
Now,
Are you
what are you doing that's
for other?
preventing?
Oh, go ahead. I'm
What's
sorry.
What are
preventing
you
me
doing
right
that's
now? I'm not
preventing you
working.
from?
I'm not working.
Okay, you're right now. You're unemployed.
So I'm like, I'm waiting till I get back on my feet to get out there.
Okay, gotcha. I guess you're going with the thing where women say if a man doesn't have any resources, he should not be dating.
Yeah,
That's what you think.
most definitely.
Okay, I'm sure Maya agrees with that, right, Maya? Mia, excuse me.
Yeah, one more time.
No, he said that he one of the things he first said that one of the reasons he's not in a relationship because he finds women to be loud and obnoxious. And I asked him what does that look like to him, and we dug into it. And he's also currently he's unemployed, and he thinks that if you don't have the resources, then you probably shouldn't date. And I said you probably would agree with that.
Oh yeah, I definitely agree with that. And nobody likes loud and combative. I got a friend like that. I don't hang out with her much. She is disrespectful to a lot of people in public. And, I don't present myself that way. And it's really embarrassing. So I can agree with you to that accord. Um, but yeah, I also agree. If you don't have the resources or the funds to be dating, then you got stuff to figure out in your life that is more important than dating because you want to be like in a certain place in your life before you bring another person into your life.
Is that equal for women as well?
Yeah, I think everybody should be at a certain point in their life before wanting to like add on another person because if you're not where you're supposed to be, I don't know. I already said it. I don't believe in build a man or woman relationships. Sorry, I'm just too old for that. Like I'm not building you from the ground up. I'm not at that place where like I'm about to help you do a lot of things that should have already been done, not at my age. I did that in my younger 20s. In my 30s, it's not happening. So come already, what the baseline requirements are, and make sure because I hear a lot of men mostly complaining about how dating is so expensive or no, I don't want to take somebody here or I don't want to pay this amount and things like that. Well, dating is expensive. Like even I see that like when I'm eating for me, I can go wherever I want and buy whatever I want, and I'm not going to spend as much. But when you're dating and taking on another person, then it does get a little expensive. And if that's something that you really care about that you're going to complain about, maybe if you I don't know, stepped your resources up, that wouldn't even be a thought. I don't know. There's
Do women also need to step their resources up?
some women, yeah,
Yep.
uh there's women, and then there's the other type of women that only date for a person for their resources and things like that. So I don't know, dating is hard for men nowadays.
We get I don't think we get any grace whatsoever.
You got men do get grace, but I do think the dating world is changed drastically, and I do feel like men there is a lot put on them in the dating world now, and then you don't know who's genuine and who's not. And I understand some men not wanting to feel played, because there's that generation that comes under me, that's the Gen Z, and they don't, I see the stories all the time, like they don't like Cheesecake Factory, and they don't like Applebee's, and they don't like this and they don't like that, and I'm like, oh, that must be hard. That's pressure put on a man.
Right? Carolyn, do you date Carolyn? Are you looking for like a companion? I know you still live with your ex-husband and raising the children.
No, there was a time when like I said, we've been broke up happily for 4 years now. But life's really just kind of busy and strange. I mean, who really wants to date a woman who's living with her ex and grandchildren? You know, it's just not part of my life right now. But I hope someday to find a you know a partner like that. But it's just not right now. But as
Right.
far as the be quiet,
Uh-huh.
um, my first two marriages, they were narcissistic, abusive, really crazy people. And
Okay.
I was 17 when I met my first husband, and he was
Uh-huh.
22. And so I was subservient, and I cooked, I cleaned, I brought him his plate, I fixed his bath water, I brought him his clothes. He was spoiled rotten, and he, like I said, he was abusive. And
Hmm.
I got a little bit of like talk back after getting away from him, and I had someone actually, I see why he hit you.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
And I said, do you think
We're
I
not
would
doing
ever
that.
speak to someone I was scared to death of? I never spoke to, to anyone, but I definitely at that time knew when to keep my mouth shut. Um, but yeah, I forgot where I was going with that whole thing.
No, you're fine. Well, but I think basically you're kind of putting things on hold as far as that's concerned. As you continue to raise the children, and then hoping one day that you will be able to find a companion to spend some time with.
Definitely, definitely.
Right. Okay. All right. Cool. Mia, what's the name of your cat?
Her name is Stormy, and she loves me. She doesn't like my son. So the reason why she's as close to me as she is right now is because my 1 year old son, he does not get along with my cat. And so she's scared of him. And so in the morning time, what she'll do is she'll come as close to me as possible while trying to maintain a distance from him.
Hmm.
Stormy, I love Stormy. I only like black cats.
Okay.
Like I've only ever had black cats. I love them. They're amazing. They're beautiful. And I don't know what she's doing. She's trying to get my water. I sleep with, water next to my bed, and she's always trying to steal my stuff. But I love cats. I don't like dogs. I'm not a dog person.
Right. You got a fan in the. A friend of mine is a fan of yours, and he said put her in the big screen. So that's
What?
why that's why I put you in the big screen because So we're gonna take you out of the big screen. I did that for him, and so now
Yes, please
if
take me out of
if
there.
he wants to shoot his shot, I told you I'm gonna find you a husband, right?
Yeah, but don't put me in the big screen. Like it's morning time. I haven't even gotten up yet.
Mia, you went on camera. What are you talking about? I'll put you in the big screen. I didn't
Well,
say
because my daughter, the 1 year old, she loves the camera, and she kind of comes and she takes my phone, and so I just turn the camera on so you guys can see her. Because I'm always talking about the twins, but you guys have never got to see them.
you're not upset that I put you in the big screen. Stop it.
Not in the morning time. Like, give me a chance to go make
Stop
myself
it,
look like
stop it,
something.
stop it, stop it, stop it. I'm not buying any of that for any reason whatsoever. No, 100%. Yeah, so listen, I think you gotta learn to be quiet. I think men and women both need to learn that lesson. I think, CJ, did you speak on that? I think you did speak on that. Or did you have something to add to that?
I did earlier. I did.
Okay,
That's
cool.
yeah.
Yeah, it set off a kind of not a whole storm, but just a little mini storm. I did get DMs and I did get text messages from people saying, "How could you say something like that?" But I believe it 100% that sometimes we do need to shut the fuck up in relationships and
Stop
allow our.
saying it like that.
I'm being honest. We do need to shut the fuck up sometimes. What is that thing? I cook, I clean, I blah blah blah. Shut the
I
fuck up.
cook. I clean. I don't cook. I don't clean.
You don't cook and you don't clean.
No, I do, but
Oh.
I wish I could say that I don't.
Well, I mean, with five children, well, I'm sure your 14-year-old can help you with some of that.
Oh yeah, I be having her in the kitchen whipping up some things.
Oh, she cooks.
She definitely cooks. She's not super like she's not I haven't let her get to like frying foods.
Hmm.
But if you need something baked or grilled or things like that, she is very good. I'm scared to let her go to cooking with like grease and stuff like that. I It's a big fear of mine because I'm like, what if something happens?
True. But that air fryer is a good tool. When my son was younger, when he was younger, we would he used that George Foreman grill.
Yep, we got one of those too.
So that's
And
what he
she
did.
cooks like when I'm all exhausted and I can't get in the kitchen. I have to bribe her like, hey, you got your Sheen card over there. You want your Sheen card?
Sheen card. What is that? I'm not familiar. What is that?
It's a clothing company.
Oh, Sheen. It's a
Yeah,
Sheen card. What does that
cart,
mean?
cart.
Oh,
She's a
cart.
teenager, so
Okay,
she
got it.
always has something in her cart.
Oh, so you bribe her. I'll go ahead and clear out your cart for you if you take care of this, that, or the other.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. I definitely understand 100%. Yeah, like I said, I think that learning to be quiet is something necessary to have a successful romantic relationship, in my opinion. What'd you say, Mr. Benjamin? You think I'm hitting the nail on the head with that sometimes in romantic relationships we need to learn how to be quiet or slash shut the fuck up? What do you think, sir? No? Cece, how you doing?
Good in yourself?
I'm doing well. Have you been here before? I don't think so, but maybe I forgot.
No, I've never been here.
Oh,
What
this
are
your
we
first
talking
time.
about?
Welcome.
Well,
Thank
welcome up,
you.
girl. Welcome.
How did you hear about Mr. Denali XXL?
Deadpool brought me here.
Deadpool. Oh, you're a fan of Deadpool?
Yeah, we follow each other.
Okay, cool. Deadpool is definitely the jury is still out on Deadpool, but we're gonna bring some stuff out of him. He's very honest. I think that he definitely has a perspective. So, what say you on the topic? Should we learn to be quiet or slash shut the fuck up sometimes in our romantic relationships?
Um, I must say I kind of agree and then I don't agree because
Yes and no.
I'm torn because it's like sometimes we get in our way, but at the same time, like how is somebody supposed to know how I feel if I don't say it?
Okay. What part of the country are you in?
I'm in Chicago.
Chicago. Okay. Is that where you're from, or is that where you live?
I'm from Chicago.
Okay, cool.
Hometown in the
And married, boyfriend, engaged, what?
Single.
Single. When was your last relationship?
A few months ago,
Oh, really? What happened?
he was
He what?
went to prison.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. All right. Okay. I wasn't expecting that one.
just,
Does he have a long bid?
just,
And are you gonna wait for him?
Just said I'm from Chicago. No. I mean, I was waiting for him. I was doing everything that was supposed to be done to me, but I don't know. You see a different side of a man when he goes to jail, and it's just like they turn into like a child, and I ain't got time for that. I got my own child. I don't need to be raising two kids. You know.
May I ask your age?
I just turned 37 March 7th.
Oh, March what?
March.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I turned 50 on March the 5th.
Okay. Pisces.
Yeah. Fellow Pisces. All right. The mighty, mighty fish. Okay, cool. So he went to prison and did you say you're going to wait for him or not?
I mean, he still calls me, but I'm not like waiting. Like I've moved on, like
Oh.
he got to come back and, act right. Like
Mhm.
stuff that he was doing to put him in prison. Like, no.
Okay, got it. Okay. Does he have a long bid to go?
Nah, he should be out shortly.
Is that less than a year?
Yeah, less than a year. I'd say that.
Okay, so when he gets out, you guys will go ahead and pick up where you left off.
No, sir.
Oh, you will not pick up. So, okay.
No.
You hope to have moved on from there.
I've definitely moved on. He hasn't, but I have.
Okay. All right. So you're open
I'm open to what?
to a relationship.
With who?
Well, if someone, what,
With who? Who are
I
I?
don't know know who. I don't know who's in your vicinity, but are you? I guess I'm saying you're open to
Come
possibly
on,
getting
fellow
in.
Pisces. Come on, fellow Pisces. You
I'm
know
not.
how we are. You know how we are. Like,
What the
you
question?
know,
Just see.
I'm cool. Like you know how we get. I'm in that zone right now where I'm like just to myself. You know,
Okay,
like
so
I'm
you
just
don't want a relationship.
nah. I'm in solitude right now, and I'm
So you
enjoying
saying if a
solitude.
guy comes along and he's nice looking and everything else like that, you're gonna say no?
I'm in solitude right now. I'm
How
straight.
long? How long will you be in the shoe?
A single
The
season.
shoe.
Yeah, that's what solitary confinement is. The shoe. How long you gonna
I've
be in
been
the
in the
shoe?
shoe since I'm gonna say when he went to jail like last December, December before last. So I've just kind of like just been to myself, you know.
December before last. Wait a second.
Yeah, he's
December of
been in.
Been
22.
in there for 2 years already.
I
He
missed that part. I thought this was
yeah
the
he.
recent. So you've been on the sidelines in the shoes for 2 years.
I want to say now like a year, so I'm gonna just say like last like you know he's been gone since December
Okay.
2023. So it ain't been 2 years.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
So I'm saying,
A
but
month.
since he went away, you have been on the sidelines.
I've been to myself, yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, let's. I don't even know what. Okay. What do you want? How about maybe that's a better question.
What do I want from what? Out of a man?
Do you want to be a wife? Do you want to be married? What do you want?
I want what's meant for me. I'm gonna say that.
Okay. So you're writing the script, right?
Hmm.
What are you writing in your script? It's your
And
script. Anything you want, you can put in there.
in my script, oh, so I'm gonna say. I mean, I base my script off of my past relationships. You know, like everything that just didn't work or a person didn't understand in past relationships. Because you know, I like women too. So I'm
Okay.
gonna just say
You're LGBTQ plus friendly. I
I
am
like
an
women
ally, but I
too.
am
You
not a
know.
participant.
So I'm gonna just say, I don't know. Like my biggest thing in relationships is understanding. Cause
Okay.
you know I'm like I'm a Pisces, you know that. So it's like it's hard to understand me. I could be this way, I could be that way in a minute. So it's just like understanding,
Oh, you're
communication is a big
unpredictable.
factor to me.
You're you're unpredictable.
I'm very unpredictable. I would say that I'm very unpredictable. Yes, like
So how does a
very.
man or a woman know what he's getting?
I want to say they know what they. So me, I'm the type of person where I show you who I am in the beginning. Like you see, and that's why I'm like hurt in all of my relationships because I put all of me, you know, like I show you all of me in the beginning, you know, and
Okay.
it's just like, oh, and I feel like I don't know, I scare people off or something. Like they ain't used to real.
Okay.
Especially
So
in Chicago, they not used to
what
real.
what what are your what are your two toxic traits? Let me hear that.
My two toxic traits, I would say overthinking.
That's not
Overthinking
really
is one. I
that's
overthink
not
like a
really a toxic trait.
motherfucker, you know.
That's not a toxic trait. That's a flaw. And there's
Yeah, I
people
don't know. That's a toxic trait.
I don't a toxic trait. I don't really consider myself to have toxic traits. I
a toxic
Okay.
trait would
There,
be
there
that
we
you
go.
always see a type
There
of
we
guy
go.
who
Right there.
is
What
always
is it that
invested.
someone has told you about yourself more than once? That's kind of
more than
challenging.
one.
Yeah. Like your men and or people you have been in a relation with say, man, I wish that you wouldn't do da 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 da. Or you do da 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 da.
Okay. I would say drink.
Okay, you're a big drinker.
Drink. And I would
What is
say I've been told that I'm passive aggressive. I say that.
okay. And what is your liquor of choice? Brown liquor, white liquor?
The bar.
What's that?
He said the bar.
Don't
He said
matter.
The bar. I mean,
What
All
is the
drinks,
bar?
don't judge me,
all
but the
drinks.
bar.
Oh, everything is on the table for you?
Not everything but gin.
Whoa.
Gin make you sin, and I don't like to sin.
Everything
I
but
believe in God.
Oh wow.
I can't blame you. I can't blame you.
I like you, sister. I
Cannot
like
blame
you.
you.
That's funny.
gin
I
make
like
you
you.
sin.
Gin
Okay.
make you sin, so I don't drink
That's all I'm
gin. I
saying,
don't
though.
drink
That's all I'm
gin
saying.
because it make you sin. So I
Okay.
believe in God.
Interesting.
Oh,
Okay.
God fearing woman. Okay.
Okay.
Damn.
Okay. I don't know what to say about that.
Me.
Uh, but who is that? Is that Rio? Is that Rio?
Yeah,
Rio.
what's up, brother? How you
Rio
doing, brother?
Cox? What's your deal, bro? What do you think that in romantic relationship we need to learn how to shut the fuck up?
Of course. You listen.
Have you had challenges with shutting the fuck up?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Look, I've been in a relationship for 10 years. We're not married, but you know what I'm saying, we still
Ten
love each other.
years.
Yeah. Off and on
What's
for 10
going
years.
on there? What's
No,
the hold
actually,
up?
it's actually just off and on 10 years. We,
What's the
we,
hold up?
we did not start off with a relationship. We had like called friends with benefits.
Okay, how long have you been in a relationship?
Actually, last 4 years,
So for 6 years you had off and on, or a situationship.
basically.
In the last 4 years you've been in a committed relationship
Oh
with the
yeah. Oh yeah. I haven't cheated on none of that. You know what I'm saying? I don't
and
do
what's
it.
the hold up with going to the next level?
Well, my situation is I'm taking care of my mother. You know what I'm saying?
Mm,
She's an elderly woman. You know what I'm saying?
okay.
So my dad just passed this year.
I'm sorry to hear that. Sorry.
You know what I'm saying? My dad told me, you know what I'm saying, make sure I take care of my mama.
Right.
They were separated, you know what I'm saying, the last 10 years of his life.
You have siblings?
Oh, yeah. I have an older brother. I have a half sister. I found out about maybe 15 years ago about.
Okay, so it's all on you to take care of your mom?
Oh, yeah. You know what
Okay.
I'm saying? Ain't no stopping that at all.
No, I didn't know if your siblings were helping, you
I know
know.
my brother helps out, you know what I'm
My
saying?
brother helps out. Okay.
But
I'm sure.
he stayed maybe like 45 minutes away from us. So it's like accessible.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
And your significant other, she's okay with everything and she's helping out as well?
Yeah, we stay in two different households right now.
Right,
So
right. But
there's
I'm saying,
definitely.
still as your significant other,
Oh yeah, yeah. She
she helps
understands me.
you.
Oh yes, definitely. She's smart as hell. She's definitely smarter than me. I learn from her all the time. That's what I love her for. She was
Who's
there.
your
I had, maybe let me break it down. I had neck surgery maybe 2.5 years ago.
okay.
I got nine. I got actually 7 screws in my neck. I'm supposed to
Mm.
have 8.
Wow.
I got 7 titanium screws. I was paralyzed for a
Oh my
minute.
goodness.
Wow.
She was there by my side. My whole family told me, "Hey, she got your back.
She's
She
a
loves
keeper.
you." Exactly. You
Wow,
know
that's
what I'm saying?
amazing.
Regardless of what we went through before that or anything after that,
Mm-hmm.
that's in the back of my mind. I'm like, damn, she was there, actually there for me.
100%. Wow. That
Yeah,
is a
I can't
special
find
woman
that.
right there.
I can't find that from. Don't get me wrong, she's beautiful as hell. Nah, man,
Mhm.
I'm looking as hell.
Right, right, right. Absolutely.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, I'm looking as hell.
Wow. Okay.
But she has a deep love for me. You know what I'm saying? It's like
Right, but
powerful.
what's preventing you from taking the next step?
The household. We got 2 adopted kids right now. Her
Okay.
nephew and
Okay.
his baby mama. She adopted the kids from him because both of them on that hard, no drugs type thing.
Okay.
She went. They went into the states, so she took over for the kids. And now, no, actually, they're my kids now.
Okay.
I'm not the daddy, but I'm the daddy. If you
That's
feel what I'm saying,
what I say too about mine.
you
I
know
ain't,
what I'm saying.
but I'm their mama. But yeah.
I never had any kids biological by myself. I love them kids to death. They
Right.
drive me crazy. And I'm
Okay.
new to this. I got 5 and a 4-year-old. My daughter's a spa autism
Hmm.
on a lower spectrum though. She ain't,
Okay.
you know what I'm saying. But she know what's going on. She know the ABCs.
Good.
She count them. We all that.
Okay.
You know, so to educate my child.
Right. Sounds like you got a lot on your plate right now.
Oh yeah, I do. That's what
Mm.
I haven't popped the question yet.
And what part of the country are you in, sir?
I'm in Nashville, Tennessee.
Nashville. Okay. All right. Music town up there. Okay. Yeah.
Very south.
Tennessee's a very beautiful state. 100%. And how did you hear about Mr. Denali XXL?
I've been following you for a minute, bro. I've been saying seeing your streams and stuff.
Okay. Cool.
I've been
Okay.
on before.
You been up here before?
Yes, sir.
Wow. What did we
we
speak?
friends.
Oh, I don't remember you coming up in the box before. Okay, great. Well, welcome back. Appreciate
Basically,
you.
I think it was you talking about Trump back that time.
Okay. Well,
He
Trump
played
is
back.
always a topic. He's
Man,
definitely a lightning
every
rod.
day.
Absolutely. Well, welcome back. Hopefully, you continue to be a friend of the
Oh yeah, I
channel as we
will.
continue to build the most inclusive space here on TikTok. Everybody, tap, tap, tap the screen.
I
You
love
know,
y'all, brothers.
do I need to put my Natasha voice on? We need to get
I'm
up
about
over
to follow everybody
15.
on the panel right now.
Say again, sir?
I'm about to follow everybody on the panel.
Fantastic. Definitely. I appreciate that. 100%. If you're in the box, do not tap the screen because it shadow bans the live. So only if you're in the comments, tap the
Oh,
screen. CC, do not tap the screen.
Oh yeah, you kind of blinking right there, brother.
Yeah, don't tap the screen. Um, tap. Let's get over 15,000 likes. Don't forget about my gift goal. I need to get those perfume bottles up. That'd be appreciative. Also, the subscription, you can get subscribed for as little as $2.69, less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, and less than your favorite beverage at Wawa, Quick Trip, or 7-Eleven. All right, Sky, is that the name?
Yep.
How you doing?
hello.
What's
How are
going
you,
on?
sir? How are you doing?
I'm doing well. You had a question
That's
for me in the
good. Good to
comments?
hear.
What's your question?
Yes, my question was, do you do you want a traditional wife? That was my question.
Who,
Oh,
who's laughing like the Joker? Who's that? How did you hear about it, Sky? I'm curious. Sky?
sorry, come again. I didn't
No.
hear you. Sorry.
How did you hear about Mr. Denali XXL?
Um, I just saw you in my
For you
For You
page?
page,
Okay,
and
cool.
yeah, that's how I found you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I would like to have a traditional wife. Absolutely, 100%. I would probably take care of 20% of the he's got a lot of back noise. Take care of 20% of everything. There probably won't be children involved unless I marry younger. Which if she wants to have a child, I definitely would do it. But yeah, I would definitely. I definitely would like to have a traditional housewife. 100%. A
Well,
traditional wife, should
I
say.
think so. The reason I asked you was, I think yesterday your live, you talked about how um you want, say on a first date, you will want um not necessarily for the woman to always expect the man to pay for the first date. Is that correct?
Okay, ask me that question again. I want what now? What did I say
Sorry,
yesterday?
no. Yesterday you were talking about how most women they expect the man to kind of pay on, say, a first date,
Yeah.
and I guess my second question for you is that, on a first date, would you want to pay, or would you want your other person to pay, or how would you do that? Um,
Um. I don't know. I feel like we're going down the road. He's trying to set me up for something, but it's okay. Um, yes, I would pay. The last date I went on with Miss JP from the channel, I tried to pay, uh, and the waiter took her card before me because he says that he has gotten in trouble for taking the man's card, and he says whoever says first, that's who card he takes. So yeah, I am definitely I have no problem paying for a first date.
so I'm sorry if you feel like we're going down a certain path, but the reason the reason why I brought it up was I feel like you wanting a traditional wife, that idea kind of goes in conflict with, say, you know your idea about, women expecting the man to pay on the first date, right? Because I don't think, I think that you um you might have an issue with women who always expect the man to pay on the first date. I feel like you might have an issue with that, but if
No, no,
you
hang on
wanting
one second.
a
I see where you're going. I have an issue with women who go on a date. You got to mute your mic, bro, because you got a lot of background noise. And you can unmute when you're ready to talk. But I have an issue with women who are not sexually attracted to a man and they go on a date. That's what I have a problem with. And I feel like that is using a man for his resources, and I'm not a fan of that. Does that answer your question?
Um, I think.
Do you think women do that, sir?
Do I think women? Well, yeah, of course, women. For sure, there are some women who only are on a date
Right?
just because
Do you
the
think that's
meal is
right or
being paid
wrong? Do
for.
you think that's right or wrong?
Um, no, I think that is wrong because well, my idea of first, who pays on a date. I think it should be based on who kind of invited the other person, right? If you invite someone on a date,
Do you get asked on many first dates by women, sir?
um, no, I do not.
Have
I do
you
not.
ever been asked on a first date by a woman?
No.
Right. So there you go.
Hmm, okay.
Women come up here all the time and say, "I don't have a problem paying," and then when I ask them, "Have you ever done it?" No, I have not ever done it. Anything else?
Um, no, that was my only. That was really my only thing I
Well,
wanted to
what
bring
part of
up.
the country are you in? Let me find out a little bit about you. What part of the
I'm
country?
I'm in Georgia. I'm in Georgia,
Okay,
the
great.
Peach
Are you
State.
married, girlfriend? What?
I'm not married. I do not have a girlfriend. Nope.
May I
No
ask your
commitments.
age? May I ask your age?
18 years of age.
You're 18 years old?
I am, yes.
Okay, all right, cool. I mean, listen, you're like my son. You don't really have a lot of life experience. You can probably fit what you know in life about life inside of a chocolate chip. Not the cookie, just the chip, right? You don't have a lot of
Uh,
life experience, right?
no, that's absolutely true. That's
Right.
absolutely true.
Okay,
Absolutely.
cool. Anything else that I can help you out with, young man?
No, you kind of answered it. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Man, great. Hopefully you'll become a friend of the show, and we'll see you back over here again, Mr. Benjamin, my main man. What's going on, sir?
Hey, I think I'm gonna skip past that and go to the fact of why I came up. That
Oh,
you, why now I see why I've connected to your page and you.
okay.
You're the 5th of March. My wife is the 6th of March.
Uh huh.
I'm the 12th of March.
Is that right? Okay.
And all of us just previously, and the young lady, I think she said she was the 7th of March.
That's right. Cece, the new friend to the channel up in
Cece,
Chicago.
Cece was talking about those two little fishes.
Right.
I can't fully agree with her, but I can totally respect her honesty and position about her. I mean, sometimes, see, I got to give you this. People really not ready for complete honesty because in complete honesty, you don't find judgment. Because I just told you the truth. But people try to still find judgment in the total truth. And in reference to the question up here, should we learn to be quiet in our romantic relationships?
Mm-hmm.
I think the key word to that is sometimes. Sometimes you can withhold your opinion to hear another person because a lot of times when you're speaking, using the one piece instead of the two ears, which is your mouth and your ears, um, you're fighting for your position of the conversation. Sometimes
Mm-hmm.
it takes you to step outside of yourself or what you want to do, which is most times defend your position, relax your position, hear the person all the way through. And when they, like you do on this page, rest their opinion of what there is, then give the opportunity. And then most times, some people just don't want you to respond. Women, they want you to hear them.
Right.
So your response can be for yourself. You can keep it for yourself because in your response is going to be a debate. That's what they don't want because in debates you have not heard them. So sometimes you are correct. Sometimes it is proper to keep your mouth shut.
Absolutely. We all need sometimes in our relationships to shut the fuck up. I know Mia doesn't like when I say that, but I'm doing it for a fact. But yeah, we definitely knew, myself included, in relationships. Sometimes I'm talking too much. Sometimes I'm trying to solve problems, and all she wants me to do is listen with an ear, so that she can get it off her chest. And we got to take those cues and take the temperature of the room, in my opinion. Thank you, Doc. Or maybe he was talking to you, Benjamin. He said, "Well said." Not sure who he was referring to, but yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Sean, back. What's up, brother? Sean.
Yes, sir. Can you
Yeah.
hear me?
Yeah, we got you now, buddy. What's up?
Oh, no, I was going to say, you really do have to really listen because, and I know women probably aren't going to like this, but sometimes it's like they're speaking Spanish and you don't understand where they're coming from. You got to really listen because men and women are totally different.
Right. I mean, it goes to that book, Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. CC, do you agree with that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
CC?
You know I do.
Huh?
You know I do. We in our own world.
Right. Okay. I looked at your page. You're 37?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Okay. You look very young. You look
I
like a. I'm
I
sorry?
know. I know.
Yeah, you look like you're like 28 or something like that.
Yeah, I know.
Good for you. That's a great thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you have one child?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Awesome. Love it. Good deal. You're right. Are you? Well, there's some guys that I'm trying to find me a husband. I'm also looking for somebody for Ashley and Miss Marshall.
You stop saying that.
Stop saying what? That I'm looking for a husband for you?
I got a
Yeah.
cousin that's single, ready to mingle.
You don't want a husband, Mia?
In the future, yeah.
Oh, okay. You're 34. What age would you like
I'm
to
not
be married?
30. Oh, yeah, I am 35.
Little
You forgot your
50-year-old
age that
Stonewall
quickly?
cats.
I sure did. I need to forget my age quickly
Why?
because I'm getting up there.
So what age would you like to be married?
I don't know, like maybe before I'm 40 for sure.
Hmm. You're gonna wait till you're 40?
I said before I'm 40.
Okay. So is that 38? I mean, there's 6 years or 5 years before 40.
And I still got 1 year left of nursing school, so I want to be set in my life at a certain point before I am looking to add a man to my life.
Mm, got it. Okay. What do you plan on working like 12-hour shifts?
Yeah, I'm gonna do my 312s.
Wow.
I mean, I already do 312s now, just with my internship. So
Hmm.
From the
Do you
post
have a specialty in your nursing?
no,
first.
so I want to because like have a lot of anxiety and like the way my brain works, like I want to be that ER nurse that does a little bit of everything. I don't want to, if I did go into a specialty, I think it would be like more of like OBGYN, but I want to start off in the emergency room because I like the fast paced environment. I don't want to like just go into there. Like I feel like I don't want to go into something. I don't like repetition a lot. I like things that are constantly changing. And the emergency room, it's constantly changing. Like people come in there for everything, so you're always running and things like that. I like to stay busy. It makes my day go by a lot faster. So that's what I want to get into, ER nursing. And then I'll look into whether, when I'm old and I can't move much and I don't want to be running around, then I'll look to settle down into like a special, practice or something like that.
Okay. Cece, what line of work are you in?
Me?
Yes,
Uh,
ma'am.
so I'm trying to go back to school. I want to go to school for culinary arts.
Oh,
I could cook my ass. But right now I work at Amazon, the slave ship.
Amazon's a slave ship? I wasn't aware. I'm sorry.
That's the slave ship. You ain't know, now you know.
And you want to go be a chef.
Yes.
Okay. When you plan doing that?
I plan on doing that. So right now I'm like trying to, change my shift around so I can go to school to do that. And Amazon gonna pay for it, you know?
Oh wow, that's cool. Look at
Yeah.
you. That's fantastic. They're gonna put you in, what is that, 2-year program?
Whatever it takes for me to be the top chef.
Okay. Do you have a specialty?
Like in what I cook.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not really a baker. Like baking is not my thing. I don't really care for baking, but like I'm more of like a soul food type of person.
Oh.
Yeah. I do
Soul
cook
food,
and
collard
then
greens, and black eyed peas.
yes, baked macaroni and cheese. Yeah, that's
Okay.
my thing.
Oh.
You have to come down there too. I love that. Like for dinner tonight, I'm making red beans and rice, neck
Oh,
bones,
really?
cornbread,
Hmm.
fried chicken. I
Oh boy.
love, but I also would love somebody that can cook better than me. Because let's keep it between us. But these Colorado people can't cook.
Really? They can't cook out there?
Uh-uh.
Hmm.
I want
Sandra
everybody I
says.
know gravitate towards my cooking.
Sandra says we need to reform qualified immunity. Okay. She's referring to the background about what does police reform mean to you. Caroline says come down to Louisiana. That's where they got that good cooking down there. That rules red beans and rice and etouffee and jambalaya and all that good stuff. Can you cook all that stuff, Caroline?
And I need to go down there because my grandpa lives down there, and I definitely want to come. The South scares me though. I'm not gonna lie. I told you like all that they be having too much going on down there. Like in Alabama, I just seen to where they are the governor is trying to pass a bill to take diversity and other things out of schools and stuff like that. That's crazy.
Diapers out of schools?
Diversity and things like that. There's some other stuff, but yeah, apparently they're trying to take it out of the schools down in Alabama, and I'm just like, the South be Southin'. So I don't know. I'm a city girl, so
Well, they have
Yeah.
they have cities in the South near.
they sure do.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if I want some of that good cooking, you got to go to the country.
There you go.
No, you don't.
I'm in right outside of Charlotte. Charlotte is a mini version of New York City.
Oh yeah.
Very, very many, very many.
Yeah.
I'm fixing to go
Grandfather
to
lives up there in Charlotte.
Miami has all kind of ethnic foods and barbecue and everything.
You know
I'm
what?
fixing to go get some fried shrimp for
Mm.
lunch.
Wow, that sounds. I love a good fried jumbo shrimp. Oh my goodness, you talk about some good eating right there. Some nice prawns. Oh my goodness, that is good
I'm
stuff.
allergic to seafood and I'm a vegetarian.
Oh, really? Oh, you're a vegetarian. Okay, you total vegan.
No, I'm not vegan. I'm a vegetarian.
Got it. Okay, cool. So,
Talking about Miami, because I need some conch.
oh boy, did you say conch, Cece?
I need some conch.
All right, you got to be careful what you say. Conch. Make sure you pronounce that CH. Make sure
I ate some in the Bahamas.
conch is good stuff too. I had an ex-girlfriend. We went down. She was from Miami. We went down there, and man, whoo, I've only found one place here in Atlanta that has conch, and
What
it
is
does.
that exactly?
I don't know what it is. That's a good question.
You eating stuff and you don't know what it is?
She told
Yeah,
she
it's
told
real.
she
You
told
Google
she
it.
told me she told me to eat it, and I went and ate it. So
I believe that it's the similar to chitlins, but it's from the South.
Oh yeah,
chitlins.
Yeah.
that's where I
It's
draw
just
the
like
line with
chitlins.
that
Ugh.
chitlin.
I think it's or the stomach. It's either the stomach or the intestines of the cat.
I draw the line at chitlins, but my grandma be sneaking my kids chitlins and stuff. Ew.
Really?
They stink.
My grandma and my kids love it. It's disgusting. I personally have never ate chitlins. I'm against it. But my grandma, she will sneak it to my kids.
All right. Okay. Um, Cece, what do you think police reform means? Do you think we need police reform, or do you think that the police are
Before,
just good the way they are?
before CC answered, I'm just gonna say, um, have a good day to everybody because I need to drop down. I got to go get my garden done before it
Okay.
starts, and I will be back with y'all later.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
Get these lights up, y'all. 15K, or he not talking.
That's right. We need 600 more likes to get over 15K. Let's go ahead and tap the screen, and Cece's going to answer that question.
Bye, Miss CJ.
Have a good one, y'all.
You too.
And Sandra, yeah, I love the governor down there in California. I definitely think California definitely needs some kind of reform. They believe it or not, in California they do have towns that aren't classified as sundown towns, but that's basically what it is. There was this little part where I used to live in Long Beach. What was it called? Something Hill. I can't remember. I haven't lived there in so long. Signal Hill. Very racist. Their whole police department needs an overhaul. But I think you guys got the right person on the job because I love what is his name?
Evan Newsom.
I love Newsom.
What do you love about
Is
Newsom? What do you love about
Newsom
him?
is Newsom, does he play for the other team?
No, he's a Democrat, but what
No,
do you love
I
about
don't
Newsom?
think as far as Democrat. I mean, the other team.
No, he was married to Kimberly Guilfoyle.
I thought I had heard some rumors or something like that he, is not, a straight man.
No, he is crooked though.
Gavin Newsom's crooked.
Hell yeah, that man's crooked. He's a crook. He's
What?
crooked, man.
Why would you think I love Newsom? What did he do? What are you talking about?
He's just in with uh he's in with a lot of the games that the politicians play as far as money and schmoozing with some of these other politicians from the other countries like China. And also when all that pandemic was going on, it was, he had everybody else locked down, but he's having these little parties and going to these little get together. It was do as I say, not as I do type of thing.
I mean, who wasn't sneaking out during the pandemic? When you're supposed to, we had a curfew out here.
But
Nobody.
when you're upheld like Fawny and you're in the public eye, like Mr. Denali said, you can't be doing that.
Y'all pay attention too much to people's personal lives. I don't care if a person sneaks out or ignores
Yeah, but they're wanting to lock us down. But it was all right for them to go do what they wanted to do.
because having people out in masses is more dangerous than, the occasional few people, that are, gonna rebel against the system and do it anyway. Now imagine if they hadn't put it on lockdown, how much worse COVID would have gotten.
That's not the point. The point is that he said, "Hey, you guys all, for the betterment of, for the COVID to not spread it, you guys all need to stay in your house, order your food, can't hang out with anybody, can't do this, can't do that." But yet, I can.
It wasn't a lockdown like that. It was a curfew. Like after a certain time, they didn't really want people out.
It was different. There was different levels at different times. You don't remember when they didn't want like anybody, and different states had different rules.
Yeah, maybe it's state specific. Oh, come here.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Benjamin.
Why,
Hold on, guys.
Go ahead, Benjamin.
why are we talking about that instead of talking about the individuals? We're talking about the pandemic and the mask and who said what, but we're not even talking about all the individuals in office, like Nancy Pelosi's and others, who are possessions of small businesses who receive pandemic money unaccounted for, pandemic money before any of us even knew about the money being given out. They took theirs off the top. Examples. Everybody knows about stuff that was sent to Fridays and other businesses that they had to send back that they didn't even know that they were receiving from inside trading. I think when we start talking about uh, who's responsible for this and responsible for that, and you could go outside and I couldn't, I think we better look a little bit more on the inside of what was going on while we
Yeah,
were
you didn't hear the whole thing I said, though. I was saying how crooked he was, and I gave a few examples. I wasn't worried talking about the masks and all that mess.
okay, but you pretty much follow what I'm saying. That at the same time, while our focus was on certain things, they were doing certain other things. Like Miss Pelosi coming in the office at 120 something thousand or 90 something thousand and leaving with 8 million. She worth 8 million. How that
Most
happen?
of them do that.
But how
Can I
did
say
it
something real
happen?
quick?
Yes, sir.
Can y'all put me on the big screen? I want to show you guys something in what's happening in New York right now with a black woman getting robbed by an illegal alien. Okay? I want to show you on the big screen. Can you put me on the big screen? This is in the Bronx.
You have to wait for the
The
host to respond.
Bronx. Word?
Can
And
I
what's
show you
going?
something real quick,
Hang on,
brother? What's
my
up, baby?
my main man Pablo. How you doing, sir? What is
Okay.
it you try? What is it you're trying to show us today, sir?
A sister getting robbed by a legal immigrant. Came from Venezuela. Okay? I want to show you something real quick so y'all can see what's happening in the Bronx. This is happening every day now. And it's gonna get worse. It's gonna
What
get worse
does
'cause
what
now
does
they can
illegal
have on fire.
what does immigration reform mean to you, Pablo?
Bro, listen, bro. These people, y'all don't understand that when you
Hang
go
on,
to Latin America,
hang
it's a
on.
whole
Whoa,
different
let's
vibe.
just slow down for a second.
Okay.
I'm asking you, what does immigration reform mean to you?
These people these people came in without paperwork, they got to go back. Remember, a lot of these people they let out of prisons because they said Venezuela, the Americans will take you. They let all these prisoners come out, and they're doing all this running around, robbing everybody in New York now.
Okay.
Okay,
All right.
people getting left
Okay.
robbed left
Oh,
and right in New
okay.
York,
I
especially
hang
women.
on. I got you, Pablo. Now, before this was going on, where people were being sent up to New York and Chicago, was there any crime going on in New York City?
It doesn't matter. Listen, if I
No,
come here, listen, hold on. If
Pablo,
I come here illegally, right,
Pablo,
and there's no me
Pablo,
getting traced, listen,
Pablo.
hold on.
Whoa, Pablo. I mean, that's a question, sir.
Okay,
That's a,
the question is this: if I get caught,
no, I asked the question.
yeah, and I'm answering you the question.
Okay, let's hear the question. Let's hear the answer to were we
So
having
the
crime
answer
in New York
is:
City?
was there
Let's hear
any
the question.
crime, right?
Let's hear the question. Were we
Okay.
having crime in New York City prior to
Yes,
legal
there was
immigration now?
crime, and guess what? You got locked up. You didn't get locked up and come out the
Oh,
next
hang on a
day.
second. Are you saying right now they're not locking people up?
They're locking them up and letting them out the next day.
And what, in your
You
opinion,
don't
why?
see that on the news?
In your opinion, why is that happening?
Because the way the government is running New York.
Okay, so you have
It,
a problem with Mayor Adams.
not just Mayor Adam. It's not Mayor Adam. It's the prosecutor. He's letting all these criminals get out. Now, if you defend yourself like the Dominican guy did, he prosecutes you. It's backwards. Everybody knows that
Okay, gotcha. Why do you think that prosecutor or the DA of New York City is not prosecuting properly?
because he wants more crime in New York.
Oh,
They
okay.
want more crime. Like, listen, if you have common sense, if you got robbed, right?
Yep.
Right? And the next day, these guys are out of prison because the prosecutor said, hey, guess what? We're going to let these guys out. We're going to be soft on crime. Do you think that he cares about New York? Do you think he cares about people's safety?
I don't know who is the DA of New York City right now. I'm not
Bro, he's
familiar.
the worst. Bro,
No,
look
no.
him up.
I said
Look
who?
him up.
Hmm. Pablo. What's his name?
I don't know what the hell his name is, But I can tell you right now, I don't need to
Well,
know
I'm
his
just
name. I just
saying you're saying these things about this guy. Hang on, Pablo, and you don't know
I
his
gotta
name.
know his name. You gotta really be
Well,
serious.
if you got it, well, how do you fight something if you
Because you
don't know
see
who?
him on TV all the time.
Pablo, how can you fight something if you don't know who you're fighting?
I'm not in New York. I don't live in New York.
Oh, where do you live?
I live in Las Vegas.
Well, why are you? I'm not saying you shouldn't be concerned, but why are
I
you
care
so?
about my people. That's the problem with y'all. See, why is my see
Hang
what
on,
you were gonna say just a
You
Pablo.
minute
live
ago?
in Las
Pablo,
Look at
why are
this.
Vegas.
you yelling, Pablo?
Okay.
I didn't
See
do
how you were
anything.
thinking? Okay. You see
You
how you're
hang on
thinking?
1 second.
Huh?
Whoa! Do you see how I'm talking very calmly?
I'm just a loud person. It's okay.
No. I'm
I was
saying
born and
no,
raised in New
no,
York. I'm
no,
from
no,
Brooklyn.
no, no, no. You're getting
Listen,
very animated, and I'm trying to have a rational conversation with you, but you're yelling.
listen, man. I care about people. I care about my
I care
people here.
about. Do you think I don't care? So if you yell, that means you care more than me.
You said to me, listen, let's not go there. We're
Okay,
talking about common sense stuff, okay?
got
So
it.
you were about to say, why do you care about what's going on in New York? Because
Well,
it doesn't matter. Listen, hold on. It doesn't matter
no.
what color, what race, what party you vote for. I
Uh
care
huh.
about my people here. See, that's what I care about. I don't care where you come from. I care about my people's here. And we're setting up ourselves for failure and a lot of harm because they're letting all these people come in undocumented, no
Okay.
paperwork, all
All
these
right,
guys
great.
are criminals.
What? Hang on a second. What do you think that we can do to help prevent this from
No,
happening?
black people need to come together and move these people out of there. Be like, yo, y'all gotta go.
Yeah,
Get the fuck
okay.
out of here.
Are you
Get out of New
who
York.
who's going to go there and say you got to move? Are you talking about the government? Who are you talking
Well, I
about?
think if they shut down the mayor, if they protest like they did with Black Lives Matter, they'll get some shit done probably.
Okay. So you want to
Okay.
have you want to have a protest against
A huge
undocumented.
protest, yes.
Okay, I'm trying to. If you're yelling, no one can. I'm
That's how I
trying
talk
to have
sometimes,
a
brother, man.
conversation with you, Pablo.
That's
But
how I talk, bro.
you're
I'm
very. I
passionate.
got you, but no one can understand what you're saying because all it sounds is like white noise.
So can I show you a video real quick, my brother? Just 2 seconds.
I don't know why we got to show a video. I believe you what you're saying that
Well,
people are
because
being
we see
accosted. Okay. I believe you. I don't know if we need to show a video.
no, it's good when people, especially women, see what's happening in New York.
Where's the video from? Is it from the news?
It's from the Bronx. Yeah, the Bronx.
Is it from the
Yes. Can I
news?
show you it?
Pablo, you're a good friend to the show, but
She ain't having it. She fighting back. She like you robbed the wrong bitch because she wasn't playing.
okay.
But he was trying to violate her. And they got millions of men coming over that border. And I'm gonna tell y'all the ones that are gonna regret because all these men coming through the border and these women
Wait,
are going to
hang
get
on.
arrested.
Who is y'all? Who are you talking about when you say y'all, sir?
I'm saying people that think that what's going on, it's okay. It's not okay, bro. Women are
I'm
going
not.
to get
No, I don't
robbed,
think
harassed,
anybody.
and
Do
raped,
you
all
think
kinds of
any?
shit.
Do you do you think anybody is saying that crime is okay?
No, but they're bringing more of it, brother. Like, wake up. Like, do you understand how Venezuela works? Do you understand
Okay,
how
so
Colombia
how?
works?
Okay, let's start. How do you want to stop it at the border? Tell me your immigration reform plan.
Okay, the reform plan is look, you got to get people got to get involved now because the government has really failed us
Got
and
you.
they are and the
So
government are trying to destroy the country within because they can't destroy it without. They got to come within.
there's a
Pablo,
question in the
Pablo,
hang on 1 second, Mia. There's a question in the comments by PK, good friend to the show. He says, Pablo, were you born in America?
Yes,
Okay, where were you
Pablo, are
born,
you Puerto Rican?
Brooklyn.
Are you Puerto
Brooklyn.
Rican?
Oh, me too. Go ahead, Mia. What do you have?
Are you Puerto Rican, Pablo?
Yes.
I knew you were Puerto Rican. So that's South America. So that means your family, they may not be from
Well, Puerto
America.
Rico is not South America.
She don't know what she's talking
Well,
about.
somewhere down there.
Honey,
No,
we're
stop,
Americans, honey.
stop, stop. Puerto
She don't know what she's
Rico.
talking about.
I mean, it's a part of it's U.S.
It is the
territory.
Yeah, but it's
USA.
not. Hang on. South America is completely different from Puerto Rico. It's
Different.
a U.S.
Yeah, she don't know
territory.
what you're talking about.
No, hang on, Pablo. I'm not gonna let you insult my
So
moderator.
where are your family from? Where's your family from? Like the people before you.
They're all from New York and went to Harlem from there. Okay.
So
From
none of
Puerto
your
Rico.
family's from Puerto Rico?
Right?
He said he's from Puerto Rico.
Yeah, I
No,
was
he
born
His,
in
said
New
his
he's
York.
Puerto.
heritage, his heritage sounds like it's from Puerto Rico.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
he's of Puerto Rican descent. I was asking him if the people before him came from Puerto Rico.
It doesn't matter. Like, even if I came from Latin America, like, if I see something that doesn't make sense,
Right.
and people that are they're letting criminals out of their jail systems to come over that border because they're accepting everybody to come in here freely, and there's nothing but men coming here, I'm gonna have a problem against that. If I
Criminals
came here
can't
the
come
legal
into
way,
the U.S. They can't come in. Criminals can't come here.
what are you
No,
talking
well,
about?
hang on,
Oh my
hang on.
God!
Well, hang on 1 second. Hang on 1 second, everybody.
Oh my
Whoa, let's reset the room. Okay, relax, Pablo. Calm down.
Okay, brother, come on, make some
Mia,
sense here now.
me, Mia, criminals unfortunately do come from all borders,
All
but
borders.
south of the border they can just walk over, and we'd always don't know who's coming into the country. Does that make sense, Mia?
Yeah, but isn't there a process to get these people like asylum and things like that? Like, don't they have to
Well,
go?
as
Not
they
everybody
say, it
goes through
take.
that.
Hang, Pablo, let me explain, sir. I
Okay.
know you're shot out of a
I love
cannon
you. I
right
love
now,
you,
but you
brother. I love
gotta
you, brother.
slow down.
You're my brother from another
You
mother, but I
gotta
love you, bro.
slow down,
I
please.
love you. Okay, I
All right.
love you, bro. Go ahead.
So when people come here and try to get asylum, sometimes it takes 6 years for them to get in front of a judge. The border bill that they were trying to pass that the Republicans stopped would supposed to hire new judges to be able to get that process down to 6 months. But the
Do you know
Republicans,
why they stopped it?
hang on a second, Sean. Let me finish, sir. They stopped it because it contained stuff for Ukraine and some other foreign things that they did not want, and then they took it out and they still didn't pass it. And reports are from left, right, and center that left, right, and center that Trump asked Mike Johnson not to pass it because he plans on running on the border and he did not want to give my he did not want to give Joe Biden the win.
So
All right,
they're
there's
going
one
to
more thing
remain
you
in the
missed, though.
country
Hang
for
on
that
one
Paul,
second. Hang on 1 second,
there's
Tell the
one
Sean.
truth.
thing you
No,
missed.
Tell me the one thing
You're,
I
tell him,
missed, Sean.
Sean.
they
Tell the
they
juice,
still
Sean.
want to allow up to 5,000 people a day to be able to come in. That's what we didn't want.
Right. Yep.
Now, the 5,000 a day is something triggers once that number goes up to 5,000. Is that correct? Something that
No,
Biden
it's
has.
just saying that they're just saying that they can allow up to 5,000 a day if
5,000
the,
And
if
once
if
it,
so be.
okay, once it goes over 5,000, there's something that triggers something, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I mean they just can't allow more than 5,000 a day. That's a day.
Well,
every day.
I find it kind of funny that I think that if Trump was to win, they'd pass that bill tomorrow. I think that they're playing political football with the
No, they
issue.
would shut it down.
I
Period.
think that they're playing
He shut
political
it down quick.
football. I think that they're playing political football with an issue that they say is very important to them. Why not pass the bill? They gotta
Why
listen.
not? Why not
Well,
just
hang
shut
on
it
one
down and
second,
not put
Sean.
5,000 a
Hang on
day?
1 second, Sean.
Right.
Do you know
Yeah.
how do you know how negotiation works? You do not get everything that you want. They got
I understand.
they got about 70% of what they wanted. There is no perfect bill because you're talking about two different mindsets. So you have to
But why
take what
does
you can.
Democrat?
Can I
Go ahead.
speak?
Sorry.
All right.
So explain to her. You haven't finished explaining to her anything.
Hang on a second. Carolyn, hang on. Sean, let's go on mute because you got a lot of background noise.
You didn't explain to me what's going on. People
Hang
coming
on.
through the border. Criminals.
those people
Okay.
coming over here. What I was asking Mr. Denali is,
Oh, Mia, what's your question?
while these people are waiting for 6 years,
Who has
they're
that fan running? Who has a fan running? Do you guys hear
Is
that
it
noise?
me?
Everybody mute up for a second. Okay. Who just muted up?
that was Carolyn.
Okay, great. Thank you, Carolyn. Mia, what was your question?
So you're saying, well, these people, you said this process takes 6 years. So in that 6 years, they're allowed to remain in the U.S.?
That's correct.
So we don't really know who they are.
We do know who they are, but those are the ones that we know. There are plenty that we don't know.
You're talking about the people sneaking in?
Yeah, there's a large portion that sneak in with the coyotes.
Okay, yeah, I was talking about the people that are being vetted,
Well,
so.
the ones that are being vetted, okay, fine, but it takes time to vet them, and I don't think they're held in deportation centers while that's going on. I need to get that lawyer Rolo back on the show. He was up here about, I don't know, about 3 weeks ago, and he gave a good breakdown of what's going on the border, the legal process to become legally in the country and things like that. But Carolyn,
Hello?
yeah, go ahead, Carolyn. Pablo, you got flagged, sir.
Uh-oh.
He got muted for
Okay.
10 minutes. Pablo, you got muted for 10 minutes, so you can come back after 10 minutes. Go ahead, Carol Ann.
Okay, so what my take on the border is, everybody wants to say Trump wants to run on this. We absolutely want this fixed today. We don't want Trump to run on this. And the Border Patrol, the Congress, the people in power have stated many times that President Biden can sign 3 executive orders that he undid from Trump: remain in Mexico, the oh heck, there's 3 things that President Biden could have signed a year ago that he's refused. He undid 80 something executive orders on our immigration system that did this. And the first 2 years he was in office, when he had control of the Congress, the Senate, and the White House, he did not do a thing, because they kept saying over and over, there's not a crisis at the border. There's not a crisis at the border. And now, all of a sudden, they say there's a crisis at the border, and it's Trump's fault because he told Mike Johnson not to sign the bill, when it lets 5,000 people a day into our country with a parole date of 10 years from now. And it gave other countries billions of dollars, and it gave us 20 million for our border. So it's being displayed as a tactic that Trump is just saying, don't sign this. It's a horrible bill for our country.
Well, Miss Carol Ann, that's the bill that the Republicans negotiated. Would you agree with that?
I agree they negotiated it.
Okay, they got a lot of things that they wanted inside the bill. It's a bipartisan bill. Again, with negotiation, you're not going to get everything that you want. There is no perfection because you have to work with other people.
That
Exactly,
doesn't mean
but
it's still, even if it's bipartisan, it doesn't mean that it has the Americans' people's values in
Okay,
court.
hang on one second, Sandra. How are you? How are you,
Good,
Sandra?
good. Thank you. Thank you for
Good.
having me.
Is this your first time here, ma'am?
No, I've been here. I've been listening to your.
Have you ever been up on the panel?
No, sir.
Great. Good to have you here.
I.
Thank you so much. The way that we do things over here, we wait our turn because we do not want to have people talking over each other. Otherwise, we cannot hear what people are saying. I want to make sure that Miss Caroline, she landed her plane, so to speak, and then we'll move on from Miss Caroline. Miss Caroline, have you landed your plane? And she is a subscriber, and you can get subscribed for as little as $2.69. So, Miss Caroline, have you landed your plane, or did you have more to say?
yes, yes, sir. That's pretty much it. It's
Okay.
just the whole bill is not a good deal for America, as far as I've read.
Got it. Okay. Miss Sandra, what part of the country are you in, Miss Sandra?
I'm in California, sir.
Okay, fantastic. So you don't agree with the bill that was done by with Democrats and Republicans, the border
No,
bill?
sir.
No, sir. I do think that this is like a Mickey Mouse to the whole situation that we've been dealing with. I do think that immigration reform needs to happen, but it needs to happen on a bill on its own. I do know it's partisan because of all the humanitarian needs that need to occur with Ukraine,
Well, hang on.
Gaza,
They
Israel.
took those things out and they did make it a standalone bill. Were you aware of that, ma'am?
Yes, but also with the standalone bill, like they said, the 5,000 people, do you know how that affects per state? When these people go into a state, the amount of money from nonprofits, from government, from that needs to go into helping or assisting
Facts,
these immigrants?
Mr. Mel.
Well, tell me, how would you like? What does immigration reform mean to you? How would you like to uh, go about immigration reform? Give me like a 3 point thing you think that they need to do immediately. Let me hear.
Number one, they need to focus on the asylum seekers that were here
All right. So in
years
the bill,
prior to this year.
in the bill, they said they're going to hire 150 new judges. Is that something like what you're talking about, Miss Sandra?
I do believe that we do need more personnel because there's no way that the personnel that we have now can handle the situation that is occurring at the border. I do
Okay,
believe
great.
that we do need.
Okay,
I also believe that there's already laws in place and policies in place that need to be held, be used or to assist in the situation. Because I think that we are just letting people in because there's such an influx that we're not following the policies or procedures that need to be followed.
Okay, so the fact that they're going to hire 150 new judges, take them to the border to expedite the asylum seekers, do you agree with that?
Yes, sir, but I also agree that asylum seekers also need lawyers or people that assist them because there is people that do really have, how would I say, the issues in their country that they should come to America, but then there's others that do not have those issues. Asylum was put for the people that are running from fear of their country, not just to be able to come into the country. There should be, that's why the court of law is there.
Okay, all right. So I didn't get it. Do you agree with adding more judges to help with the backlog, or no?
I do agree with adding more judges.
Okay, so that's a good thing that's in the bill, right?
Correct.
Okay. What is your next thing that you would do?
With immigration reform, like I said, we need to give the asylum seekers that have been here for 25 years to 20 years their their process first before the person that walks in yesterday.
Okay,
Do you know
I
what I
can
mean?
definitely agree with that. They should not be allowed to skip the line.
And that's what's happening. There's a lot of things that are being offered to these new immigrants that people that have migrated to this country past years are not being allowed to have, like the
Okay.
tin numbers or like a, an opportunity to work. There's have been migrants that have come from years past that have worked really hard to be in this country, follow the laws, follow the procedures, and these new immigrants are being given these rights prior to the ones that have gone through the process, which I feel is incorrect.
I agree with you 100%. So we need to work on making sure that we go in order. Don't let people who came here today skip people who have been trying to get in since 2014, 15, 16, or 17. And I'm in complete agreement with you. Listen, everybody, we got 22 people in here. We only got 14,000 likes. We need to continue to tap, tap, tap the screen so that we can go ahead and push this out to the For You page. Let's see if we can get over 17.5 likes. Tap, tap, tap the screen. Do not tap if you are in the box. Only tap if you are in the comments. So let's go, guys. Let's put those fingers to work. I don't want to get Nada Shane because she's gonna make me turn the comments off and she's gonna make me talk about the weather before we get to that 17.5K. So if we could get that up, that would be fantastic. I definitely appreciate everybody's help. So yeah, I mean, so immigration reform, you want to add more personnel. You want to make sure that we go in order. Anything else, Miss Sandra?
I also believe that we have to make sure
federal money, how it's being used within the states.
Mhm.
I see like New York, Chicago, California, all the sanctuary cities are having issues because they're running out of federal money to use to deal with this immigration influx. So I do feel that the taxpayers have the right to know where the money's coming from and what nonprofit programs are being used with taxpayer money to handle the situation.
Okay. I listen. You get no arguments for anything that you said. I think we need some real immigration reform. But of course, we know that there is no perfection, and we can't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Meaning, if you have a good bill, do not hold it up because you're looking for the perfect bill, because you're dealing with 400 and some odd Congress members and 100 senators, and it's going to be really, really hard to have a perfect bill. Would you agree with that, Ms. Andrew?
I would, but this bill in general, even if you say it's not perfect or whatever, I do think that they're how do you say it, gaslighting or using an scapegoat for the situation of immigration reform. I do believe Congress hasn't done its job when it has to do with immigration reform. I think we've let a lot of loopholes go through
Hmm.
during the past years that I think the American people in general are just tired of it and want actual reform because you're hurting a lot of people. Like the dreamers, the DACA dreamers, a lot of them are, still in kind of a tangle because they don't know what's going to happen with them, especially with the Supreme Court, stopping the program.
Okay.
You have
Who are you voting for? I'm interested.
I'm still debating. I gotta
What?
see
Oh,
how
come
things
on.
play out.
You don't be Switzerland, Miss Sandra. Who are you voting for? Who are you leaning towards?
I'm a Republican.
So, would you vote for Joe Biden?
Unfortunately, I would not.
Okay, so there's one choice. So you're voting for Trump, yes?
Well, the primaries selected him as
Well, hang
the
on. Is there another choice on the ballot in the primaries, ma'am?
at the moment, no, sir.
So, can we safely say that you're voting for Trump?
No, like I said, I still have until elections to decide.
Ma'am, who is going to take care of Trump on the Republican side? Do you know of some secret candidate I'm not aware of?
No, but like again, uh,
We gotta listen. We gotta live in reality. There's only going to be looks like two. There's only one choice on the Republican side, unless there's somebody I don't know about. Is there somebody that you know about that the rest of us do not know about?
no, it's Trump. I do
Okay.
know that Trump represents
Okay.
at the moment the Republican Party.
Are you voting going to vote for Trump, ma'am?
Again, like I said, I could probably not vote just because I got to see the outcomes of
See
all this
why?
situation.
Do you think something different is going to Trump is going to say something that we haven't heard before?
No, the outcome is when you have people like myself, I would rather not vote if both with what I believe in, like if neither parties are presenting with what I stand for, I will not give him that edge of having.
Okay. Did you vote for Trump in 2020, Miss Sandra? Hmm.
Yes, I did vote for Trump in 2020.
Did you vote for Trump in 2016?
Yes, I voted for Trump in 2016.
Okay. So you're voting for Trump in 2024. Why? Come on. Why we got to do that? If you're going to vote for Trump, say you're going to vote for Trump. It matters to me not.
I'm honestly now just looking at the facts. I'm a person that looks at if
I know.
he's
Okay.
if he if I'm giving the option, if whatever the cases that are bringing towards
I'm
him, or
smelling a
I want
pretzel
to make
being
sure.
baked, Miss Sandra. I'm smelling a pretzel. I'm smelling a pretzel. You're bending yourself into a pretzel.
I
Everybody,
probably am.
everybody who thinks that Miss Sandra is bending herself in a pretzel, go ahead and put a pretzel in the chat.
Mr.Denali, can I call you out?
Who's talking?
Dogfather?
Go ahead, Doc. What you want to call me out for, my man?
Well, see, I get where you're coming from with the aspect of you got Trump, you got Biden. But there are some people that are actually out there on the fence that it could actually flip. And I noticed
Dogfather,
that
hang on a second, Dogfather.
you
If you voted for Trump in 2016, you voted for Trump in 2020, why wouldn't you vote for Trump in 2024? Trump is the
because,
same guy.
because you have the right to choose. Doesn't mean that this woman right here, right now, she might flip. Biden might say, "Hey, we're shutting down the border. Hey,
She
we're going to do
already
this."
said, Dogfather, if you listened, she
I
already
have.
said she would not vote for Biden.
Okay, but what if she chooses not to vote?
Well, that's fine. Then say that then. But the chances are she's going to vote for Trump.
But
I mean, what
it's
are
a
we
50.
doing right now?
You, nah, I understand that. But
Did
what I'm
you
saying
really?
is,
Did you really interrupt me to say that? Please tell me you got something else other than that.
yeah, there's a lot of pushback that I see when people come into the room on who, just because they say, I don't know right now, and
I'm
then you
calling
go,
anybody who comes in this room and tells me that they are on the fence for who to vote for, and then I ask them if they're going to vote for Biden, and they say no way. What are the other choices that can win, dog father?
I don't want to vote.
I said, who are the other choices that can win?
Right. And she sat there and said, maybe I won't vote.
Okay,
So
fine. I
she
think
gave you an answer,
whenever you do not exercise your right to vote, you're voting for the candidate you do not want.
but that's the choice that the person
Sure,
makes.
100%.
I
100%.
hope not.
Right. But what I'm saying to you is,
She seems like a
oh,
very good American. She seems like a person who would not sit at home and not vote. I can tell. I'm
that,
feeling it
that
through. I'm feeling it through the TikTok vibes that Miss Sandra is going to make a choice, and it sounds like to me, I'll put some money on it that she will end up voting for Trump, which is
and
fine.
there,
I don't care.
and
Just
there's
vote.
that
Exercise your right.
possibility. I'm just saying, what I'm saying to you is, over the last 5 weeks that you've been doing this, I've noticed when somebody says that they've come into the room, there's just a harder push that you do on, like, people when they say, I'm on the fence right now. It shouldn't have to be, okay, well, cool. And then you go into the aspect of asking them, who did you vote 16? Who did you vote 2020?
Well, do
And
you
then you
think
go,
history is a good predictor of future behavior, dog father?
yeah, and you
Okay.
learn from history also as well.
I didn't say I don't. I said, is history a good indicator of future behavior, sir?
Yes, it is.
Right. That's why I asked those questions, sir. See, the questions I ask are they're important to me because it gives me a sense of who I'm dealing with, and that's fine. I'm just saying, like, I mean, what are we talking about right now? You
Well,
interrupted me to tell me
if you
that I put too much.
if you if you knew who you were dealing with after you asked who you voted for 16, who did you vote in 20, you know exactly who you're dealing with. It shouldn't be a pressure effect. This is me on the outside giving you my opinion. It shouldn't be the pressure effect of you constantly saying, well, more than likely you're going to vote for Trump. And when she said, I'm on the fence right now, to me, that's where the line should be drawn.
When I hear on the fence, that means I haven't made a decision which candidate to vote for.
Right. I get
That's
you.
what I think. That's what most logical people think. Oh, I don't know if it's going to be Trump or Biden. I'm still trying to gather information. I don't believe there's any more information to gather.
Not less Trump is just 100% guilty on stuff. You know me. I told you I'm voting for Trump.
Right.
But
It doesn't matter what Trump does. If he's found guilty or anything like that, you're still going to vote for Trump, right?
no, if he's found guilty, I'm not voting for Trump.
Oh, really? If he goes to trial and he doesn't, and they find him guilty, then you're not going to vote for him. Do you count the cases in New York City where he's been held liable for SA and also, I guess, fraud?
The deal on the essay thing with that to me is, first of all, they the statutes of limitations were drawn. They broke that rule to bring it back in. And then when the woman gets interviewed on TV, she goes, "Oh yeah, I can't wait to go spend his money. We're going shopping. Who wants to go with me to spend all this money?" To me, that's not an essay victim.
Uh-oh. Are you not believing her? She said that she was SA, sir?
It happened so long ago. that
That the
when it
question
came,
is the question, Dogfather, is do you believe her Eugene Carroll or UG Carroll that she was SA? Yes or no?
no,
Okay. All right.
it's just because that statute of limitations got brought up. If it wasn't Trump, and whether you agree with me, if it wasn't Trump or somebody in high society, let's say Bezos, let's say whoever, they wouldn't have broken the whole. Well, the statute of limitations have already passed. We can't do anything about it. But now that it's Trump, oh, we're gonna go ahead and erase that rule and then reapply it later.
What about the case in New York City with the fraud? Do you believe that case?
No, because personally, I don't believe he harmed anybody. He paid everything back. The banks asked for money. They gave him the money. So guess what?
Okay.
Nobody is out
So
in
the
the legal
judge
form.
the judge is after Trump.
Personally, yes.
And
Because when he sat,
what evidence do you have that the judge is after Trump?
he
Sean,
was
don't
so,
say anything. I'm sorry?
yeah, Sean will jump in a heartbeat. He was so smug on the stand when, they were first, when they brought the thing,
Who was
the,
smug on the stand?
the judge.
The judge was
Okay.
smug? Okay.
The way he portrayed himself sitting there, they were talking about the cameras being in court. Next thing you know, oh yeah, I take off my glasses, I smile.
Is Trump guilty in Georgia, in your opinion, for trying to steal the election?
No, because there's a presidential act, and I don't know exactly what it is. He has the right to ask for a recount
All right.
because
Okay.
it doesn't matter. But like I said, if he's found guilty, the man's guilty. I'm not going to put somebody who's completely guilty
I
in
know,
my vote.
but you just got two cases where he's been held liable, and then you twisted like a pretzel to say other things.
Yeah, but okay, so the government twisted the pretzel so
Did
they
you
could get
do
him.
you think that you twisted like a pretzel on those two things in New York City, sir?
No, because the
Okay.
government twisted it firsthand by allowing for the SA
And
thing.
I asked you about the Georgia case, and you said there's some presidential act that you can't remember of what Trump could do, so he's not guilty, right?
The president has the right to
Right.
ask.
So he's not. So at the end of the day, he's not guilty in your mind, right? Right.
Well, the judge don't think they have enough evidence
The
on the
question
aspect of
is, in your mind, he's not guilty, right?
as of right now. No,
Right. Okay, fine. I think that you'll bend yourself like a pretzel, even if he is found guilty, and say that, like you're saying in New York City, this, that, why, no, no, no. I don't listen. At the end of the day, you vote for who you want to vote for. If
right?
just, I just wish that people, I wish that people would just say, no matter what this guy does,
I just wish that people. I wish that.
you got a lot of echo, Miss Sandra. I wish that Trump supporters would just say, I'm going to vote for him. It doesn't matter. Whatever he does, I like him for whatever my reasons are, and vote. But
But
the
there's a
twist,
difference between there's a difference
you know how
between
many
a Trump.
pretzels, you know how many pretzels I've seen since you've been talking?
Oh yeah, I get it. But there's a difference between a Trump supporter and that diehard MAGA. I'm not the diehard MAGA.
I don't care. It doesn't matter to me because you just
So
twisted yourself like a pretzel on three different things. The SA case, the fraud
right.
case, and now the Georgia case. You twisted like a pretzel.
So did they have the right to go undo the aspect of
Do you see what you're doing, Dogfather? You're
no,
still
but you're
twisting.
not.
Dogfather, you're getting ready to be famous.
You're still twisting like a pretzel. I don't care if you're going to vote for him. Vote for him, but don't
I get
twist
it.
like a pretzel. You
I
have
get,
explained away three cases already for Donald Trump. Three. You
right.
talking about some obscure presidential act that you don't know the name of. You talking about UG Carroll. She said she's going to spend the money, and then there was no victims in the fraud case in the with the money with the property. Three different ways you have twisted yourself like a pretzel, and I'm about to put you in the oven and bake you. You want salt or you want mustard on there? Which one you want?
I prefer salt with a
You want
little
salt?
bit of,
Okay, we got you with extra salt for Dogfather the pretzel.
bro.
Anything
I
else,
love.
Dogfather? Because you interrupted me. We went down this road to find out that you're going to vote for Trump no matter what happens.
No, I told you.
can we just say that for you, sir?
No, I told you I wouldn't vote for Trump if he sounds guilty.
He was found liable in New York City. You twisted your way out of it.
Come on now.
He didn't, Sean. He didn't twist himself out of it.
No, I'm not saying that about him. I'm just saying
Oh,
that whole, and he still that still isn't over. He can appeal all that.
I
He just has
understand,
to come
but
up with enough
hang
money.
on.
But
Initially, he was found liable.
yeah,
Okay,
Can I
through a
say
dirty
something?
judge.
Liable, and New York City is moving to seize his assets.
that's
I
true, Mike.
saw.
Thank you so much for bringing that up. Because he
What I
was
tell
not
you about the Maya?
because he didn't have the money for the bond. So
What I
now they're
tell you
going to
about the
they're going to
Maya?
seize his
Half a
assets.
million, half of $1 billion. Who does that?
Who does what?
Who puts a bond out that big? It was just so corrupt, man.
Okay.
And then
Can I
you get
say
online.
something since it
That's the
was
law
about
in
One
New
second.
York.
Hang
And
on. Hey,
online
whoa! Everybody quiet. Miss
on
Sandra,
CNN.
go ahead and say what you need to say, and then we're going to go to my main man, Birdie, and then PK. Go ahead, Sandra.
as a American citizen, I'm looking at all the cases, not just by the verdict, but with the essay in New York with Miss Carroll. I do feel that he wasn't pronounced guilty for essay. There was an intent.
I understand. I got
So
you.
to me, you cannot come to somebody and say yes, he did do it. No, because that whole case was only for
You
injury.
don't believe UG Carroll?
I do not believe Eugene Carroll,
Okay. Do you
I
especially
don't
believe?
either.
Okay, great guys.
especially
Do you
he's a
believe? Do you believe the other case that he was found guilty for $484 for defrauding the great state of New York City?
no, I
Hell
do
no.
not, because if you have purchased a home or purchased
Okay,
anything in
great, no
America,
problem. Okay, no problem. Do you think that he tried to steal the election down here in Georgia?
no, sir.
What do you
Dude, you
think he was
can't see
trying?
that they're setting them up. Let's be real, man.
Hang on a second. What do you think he was trying to ask Ratzenberger to do?
I believe that he was running for president, so he
Yeah.
asked for votes, as any other candidate has done when they're running. Any
So
other candidate
so when
will
so
tell you
when so so when Ratzenberger said that all the votes have been given to the proper candidate, I am the Secretary of State who has voted for you twice. What do you think he wanted Ratzenberger to do, Miss Sandra?
I believe in the sense that he understands that if you've dealt with voting, you understand that there's certain counties that are not given the same privileges as other counties.
What?
I think
What did you just say?
I believe that when if you've
Wait,
ever
wait,
have you
wait,
ever
wait. Hang on a second. You believe, but what actually happened? I believe a
well
lot of stuff, but we're
I
talking
believe
about
that
facts.
there in when I went here's if you're talking about facts, I believe a lot of us witnessed when we went to sleep one night, then the next
Okay,
day
okay,
Biden
stop
was
right there.
winning.
Stop right there. Ratzenberger, who is the top voting electoral election official in Georgia, he said that all the vote he did the investigation, all the votes are tallied and given to the proper person. Do we
I
not
will
believe
watch.
Ratzenberger?
I will wait to see how
Do we not
he
believe?
outlines.
Do we not believe Ratzenberger?
Can I answer? I will wait and
Do we
see.
not believe Ratzenberger?
Not until I see the facts on paper, what he
Wait,
did
hang on a
to actually
second.
check.
So when Sidney Powell and Rudy Giuliani barnstormed across America, going to different jurisdictions, trying to get somebody to look at the evidence, and they looked at the evidence in 56 different courts, and they threw it out. You don't believe that?
I believe that you also have to look at the courts that didn't throw it out,
Well,
because
ma'am,
there was
no,
there
no, no,
was
no, no.
there
Okay, do
was
you hang
there
on
was.
1 second? Do you believe in our legal system?
At the moment, I'm looking that our legal system is being used in many different
When did
ways.
you stop believing in this great legal system that we have, ma'am?
In this great legal system, I believe that I've witnesses.
When did you stop believing in it?
I think there's different incidents that I
When
that
did you stop believing in it, ma'am?
with the young lady that was shot in her home. I forget her name. That everybody.
What year was that, ma'am?
I would say
Taylor.
2000.
I'm
Uh,
listening.
it was, what is her name? I
So someone was was she
No,
unalived?
she's talking about
Yes,
Breonna Taylor.
Oh, you
yes,
talking about
Breonna
Breonna
Taylor.
Taylor in
Yes,
Missouri?
yes.
That's when you stopped believing in legal system.
That there's other incidents. I cannot pinpoint
What
it.
legal system would you like to replace ours with around the world, ma'am?
I don't think I would like to replace her, but like you said in the background, we do need
I don't think
reform.
that's a fair question
We do
Okay,
need
so
reform.
why isn't that a fair question, sir?
because we can still have parts of our legal system that are good for the people who are honest. But there's
Sure, because
parts
I
of
mean,
our legal
listen,
system, especially in the DOJ, it's all polluted right now. It's disgusting.
Just to
when
bullets.
did you stop believing in the legal system, Sean?
When I started seeing all the setup of when they started messing with our elections. That's
What evidence? What?
that's
Hang on.
when.
What's okay? What year was that, Sean?
That was, I know for sure. I mean, it was even before that. I mean, honestly, ever since Donald Trump was running for president, 2015, it
So
all started.
2015. That's when you stopped believing in the legal system.
To, all together that there was corruption. That's when they started showing the corruption started coming out. Yeah,
Who started showing corruption?
That's when you got
politicians. There was DA. There was I believe judges.
All right. Okay. All right.
A lot of people. The
So
DOJ,
so
the FBI.
so you
I
don't
mean,
so
there's a
you
lot of
don't
stuff.
so you don't believe in our legal system, yes?
I believe in our laws and our system. I don't trust all of it. No, I
You
don't.
and
There's
Sandra,
dirty people just like our politicians.
you and Sandra, who do you guys trust? Like Sandra, where do you get your news from?
Where do I get my news from? Different
Yeah.
articles, peer
No,
reviewed articles, not just Google.
give me a source that you get your news from that you trust.
You know
I would
mine.
say I would say NPR.
Oh, you get it from NPR. Okay. Anything else?
Um, like I said, I would read articles and stuff like that, but it's harder now because news is not necessarily peer reviewed and considered news. Journalists are
Ever
able
since
to
And
Obama took
has
that statue.
NPR come down on whether or not Trump tried to steal the election, Sandra? Have they given
Yes,
it?
they have. I've
And
listened to
what does
most of
NPR say about Trump's claim that the election was stolen?
NPR just gives the news. They don't give their beliefs or statements. I do believe that NPR keeps
And
their.
have they reported on what legitimate sources that the election was stolen?
They have reported sources, but we won't be able to say anything about that until the trial.
Which trial are you talking about? The one in Georgia?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And what you're saying is that the ones that threw out the evidence with Sidney Powell and Rudy Giuliani, they're wrong, and the ones that didn't throw it out are right. Is that what you're saying?
No, sir. I have not read up on that, so I cannot say that
No, I'm saying,
who's right.
Sidney Powell and Rudy Giuliani were running around the whole country, going to different jurisdictions, trying to get someone to look at the evidence. And I think all of them, 67, I think, threw out the evidence saying it was not credible. When they're talking about Hugo Chavez and the Old Dominion voting machines and all those things like that.
And there's the corruption. That's the corruption. You won't even look at it. That's the corruption right
All
there.
right.
Throw it out.
All right. All right.
I base mines by the paperwork. Like it's not just because people, if it's
Oh,
not
you
on
have.
paper,
Oh,
I
what
don't believe
paperwork are
it.
you speaking of, Sandra?
Well, you're asking me if I believe the what's his name, the one that from Georgia
Ratzen,
who
Ratzenberger,
yeah.
the
So
Secretary of State.
I as as an employee, I would like to see what steps he took to verify his information.
Well,
He should have.
you know that he
He.
was elected. Hang on, you know he's elected, and he
I
voted for
do know
Trump
he's
twice. He's a
elected,
Republican.
but that
He's a
has nothing
Republican.
to do with the way
Oh,
he did his job. I want to
do
see
you think
the
that he?
paperwork.
Do you think he didn't do his job well?
No, I just said I want to see his paperwork. I want to see the process that he took. I don't want
Okay.
him just because people elected him that he gets the right passage. I want to see the process. There is process to doing things. And
Wow.
if he told Donald Trump that he did it and that there was nothing found, I want to see how that process looks. What he did, when he did it, and who he did it with.
If Trump won, would you want to see the process, to see the paperwork, to make sure that Trump won? Did you want to see the process and the paperwork when he won in 2016?
Well, don't we have the
Did
electoral
you want
votes
to
and those
see?
those those
Did
that
you
is the
want to?
paperwork.
Did you want to see the process and the paperwork when he won in 2016?
Isn't that what the electoral
Did you
college is
want
for?
to see
That
the?
is the
Did you
paperwork.
want to see the paperwork and process in 2016 when Donald Trump won?
The electoral college is
You
the
want to
paperwork.
see the
The
process and the
electoral college.
paperwork in 20? Did you want to see the process and the paperwork when Donald Trump won in 2016? It's either yes or no.
Yes, because Hillary
Did you
Clinton was
want to see
contesting
it?
it as
Did you
well.
ask to see it, or did you take the elections for what they were, that he won?
Hillary Clinton was contesting
Did
that
you
process as
want
well.
to see an investigation when Donald Trump won in 2016?
No.
Why? Why not?
Why didn't I want to see it?
Yeah,
Because of the
why didn't you want to see it in 2016, but in 2020 you got to see all this stuff? Why?
When she's
not
done, I
see
can
it.
tell you my reason.
You can see it with the look.
I'm asking you a question. You
I'm one
want
of
to
those
hang on a
people
second.
that
You
go to the
let me
electoral
frame the
college.
question. You wanted to see the results, and you need to see this paperwork, and you want to wait in 2020. But in 2016, did you say have the same zeal for wanting to see all this evidence when Donald Trump won?
In 2016, was there a case that was brought forth in front of the American people to deal with the elections? Was there something? Was there a case in
The cases
2016?
went to 67 jurisdictions, and they all threw it out because there was no evidence.
Okay, then that's where we're at. But here you're asking if Donald Trump stole the
I think what
election
I'm saying is that if Donald
just
Trump
because
wins,
she asked, just because.
I think what you're saying is that Donald Trump wins, it's legitimate, and if he loses, it's illegitimate.
No, sir. I just
You
want
mean
to
no,
see.
sir?
Listen, I want to
I'm
see.
listening.
I want to see because you're asking me, you're telling people, you're basically telling people that we need to believe that Trump is
Why
guilty
did you just believe it in
because
2016 then?
he asked Rasenberg about finding
But in
votes. Do you not
2016, you
feel?
didn't ask to see evidence. You took it as it was.
Can I speak real quick, D?
1 second, CJ. Right,
Here's my.
Sandra?
Yes,
I
I
mean,
did take it as it was,
right. So
but
why not take it in
right now,
2020?
right now, a few minutes ago, you were telling me why I wasn't gonna vote. Why don't I say I vote for Trump?
You
Right?
did vote for Trump in 2016 and
I
2020.
did. I did vote for Trump in 2016, but today you asked me just a few minutes ago
Right?
why I didn't say I was going to vote for Trump, and I said no. I'm still debating it. Right?
I'm
Yes.
calling cap, but okay.
Yes. Yes. Right?
I'm
Didn't you just ask me a few minutes ago, and then I
No, I
told you
did.
yes.
I did because
I want to
what you
see.
said was you said you're on the
Why?
fence. I don't
Why
know
didn't?
yet.
Yeah.
And
Why
then when I
didn't I
asked
vote?
you, would you ever
Why didn't
vote
I
for
ask?
Biden? When I asked you if you ever vote for Biden, you said no.
You know
So
why I
either you're
wouldn't vote
not
for Biden? And this is only a personal thing. It has nothing to do with his policies or whatever. I dislike the disrespect that he showed at the funeral for the fallen soldiers when we left Afghanistan. That is a
What about,
personal.
do you also hold Donald Trump responsible when he showed disrespect to John McCain,
Yes,
but you
yes,
still voted for
but
him?
yes, but here I have not voted for him yet.
You voted for him twice already on two different elections.
But Mr. Biden, the disrespect he showed the
You think
soldiers,
that Donald Trump has showed disrespect to the
the fact that
military?
the fact that he's been in
Do you
Congress for
think
so many
do
years and has
you think
accomplished
that
something,
Donald Trump
the
has showed
fact that
disrespect to the military?
he has,
Ma'am? Okay, and you
yes,
still
he
voted
has.
for him. So forgive me, but your excuse for not, and I don't care if you vote for Biden or not, but the excuse you giving doesn't hold water because, as you said, Donald Trump has showed
But how
disrespect to the
doesn't it
military,
hold water
and you
right now when I
still,
told you
Donald Trump
how
has,
doesn't it hold
by
water?
your own admission, Donald Trump has showed disrespect to the military, and you have voted for him twice.
Yeah. Yes, I have. And you
Again,
know what?
we got another
I do
pretzel going. We got another pretzel going in the oven. Would you like to
I
have
do
salt?
believe that
Would
I
you like
voted
to
for
have
Mr.
salt or
Trump, and
yellow
I believe
mustard
his
on?
policies
Would
helped me as a citizen.
Would you like to have salt or honey or yellow mustard on your pretzel, man? Which one? Because I'm about to, you bent yourself in like a pretzel.
Miss, listen. So
I
a few
listened.
minutes ago, you said why you
Okay.
thought
Yes.
the
Okay.
voting
This
situation. I'm
this
looking at
is
all. I'm looking at all the things. You
okay.
and
Okay.
and
Great.
I have
Hang on
that
one sec.
right.
Hang on one second. Miss CJ has something for you. Miss CJ, you may have the floor, ma'am.
Look, we are in a fucking washing machine right now, and this bitch is spinning and spinning and
Well,
spinning and
hang
spinning.
on, Miss CJ.
It's
Miss
making my
CJ.
head.
Miss CJ.
Sorry.
You cannot. We do not call names. Please,
Okay.
everybody, quiet.
Okay.
Disrespect and violence shows respect.
Everybody, quiet.
I
And what am
apologize.
I? Hang on one second, Miss Sandra. I'm addressing that because that's not what we do over here. We do not call people out their names.
I got. I
That's what
got.
we don't do over here.
I got you. I got you.
Because when you do that, you lose the argument.
I did apologize, but she is
Miss
gonna.
Sandra, do you accept her apology?
No,
Why not? Why don't you accept? I'm curious. Why don't you accept her apology?
because I don't really think she understands what she just did.
No, she said. Why do you think she doesn't understand? When I called her out, she apologized. She
Just
let her
just
emotions
let
get
her
the best
speak.
of
I
her.
already said I didn't accept it, so let's move on.
Yep, we're
Well,
gonna.
no, you don't tell me what to do, Miss Sandra. See, you think that you're in control over here. You're not.
No, I'm sorry. I just meant that I'm just not gonna. I would not like to continue that conversation. I already said I did not accept her apology,
Okay, that's
and
fine. But okay, all right, fine. Miss CJ, would you like to make a statement to the panel? Because it looks like Miss Sandra doesn't want to. I don't think you guys are going to be able to have a conversation. That's what I'm saying about
That is fine.
calling names
That is.
because you lose the argument. That's all.
I wasn't saying when I said the B word. I wasn't
Mhm.
referring to her. I was saying the wash,
Well,
then the like the washing
you
machine.
did say this. You did say this B word, so I don't know who else you were talking to.
Apologize for it.
Yes, yes, you did, and I
walking
applaud you for that, 100%.
100%. And I said earlier for anybody who listened to me earlier, I said if I'm ever wrong, I will apologize because when I apologize, it's coming from the place of apology. I don't
I
apologize
appreciate
for
that 100%. You did say that earlier, 100%.
myself.
Yeah,
Therefore, but I'm just gonna say this: she is spinning and spinning and spinning, and it's making my head dizzy.
right.
Because if you tell me if there are only two candidates, then you ask the question, and you ask her, "Are you going to vote for Biden?" She says no. You said, "Who are you going to vote for?" All of a sudden, it's like crickets, and she doesn't know anything. You can't, either you're not going to vote or you're going to vote for Trump. But you also can't backtrack and say, "Well, I need to see receipts because of this and this." When you voted for him before and you didn't need any receipts. So why wasn't it rigged? And why wasn't there this large conspiracy before that you needed to see receipts for? It just doesn't make sense. You either going to be on the left side, you're going to be on the right side, or you're going to be somewhere in the middle. And some people are just somewhere in the middle. But you can't denounce one and then go, "Oh yeah, but if I see and if I don't, well, this ain't coming." That doesn't make sense. You're grown. Say it with your whole chest. If you are a Trump supporter, say it with your chest. If you vote for Biden, say it with your chest. But don't keep putting yourself in this dryer and just spinning around to make yourself dizzy. We all getting tired of being dizzy. We got vertigo with you. We
Mm,
all getting vertigo. And
mm.
it's
But
not
Denali just covered all that.
This doc,
Can
Dogfather, why?
can I
Whoa!
I was not
Dogfather, why are you
Because we got
speaking
to
over Miss?
stick up for
Why?
Trumpsters.
Whoa! Everybody, stop talking. Dogfather, why are you speaking over Miss CJ?
because she stopped and she paused.
All right, just go back on mute, sir, and let Miss CJ finish her point, and then we'll move on. Miss CJ, you got 25 seconds.
okay. So you as a grown individual, whatever the policy is, you're either going to be for it or you're going to be against it. Me personally, I'm going to vote for Biden all day long because I don't deal with misogyny. I don't deal with arrogance and ill support of people who look like me. And I'm going to say it with my whole chest. There's nothing that um, that I stand for that Trump stands for. I don't believe in division. I don't believe in misogyny. I don't believe in grape. I don't believe in touching people that don't want to be touched. And I believe in my court of law. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been on the court of law.
All right.
It's
Listen,
only
you heard it here
because you
first.
believe in what the media tells you.
I don't believe in what nobody tell me. I just facts.
Okay,
can I respond to that?
it's my
Can
turn.
I respond to that,
Hang on
Matt?
1 second. Hang on. Give me 1 second, CJ. Listen, everybody. We got 104 people in this room. We need to get up over 25,000 K likes. Please go ahead and tap the screen. Let's push this out. Continue to push this out to the For You page because we're having a great conversation about who Trump supporters or they say they're not voting for Trump, but I just wish that people would just say, I'm voting for Trump. It doesn't matter what he does. And I can respect. Hang on, Miss CJ, please go on mute. I would just love for them to say that and not bend themselves like a pretzel, as you saw all the pretzels in the chat. Go ahead and continue to tap. We need to get over 25K likes for the conversation to continue. Trump 24 by Judy Hall. See, go ahead, no problem. Vote for Trump if that's who you're voting for. But let's not bend ourselves like a pretzel with salt or yellow mustard. That's all I'm saying. Don't forget about the subscription. You can get subscribed for as little as $2.69. And don't forget about my live goal. If you guys can go up there and get that taken care of, that would be fantastic. I really would appreciate it. It helps to support the stream because remember that support is a verb, not a noun. Also, we have a new feature. If you want to have a question asked, you can send $5 to either the Cash App or the PayPal with your question, and we'll ask that question on the panel, and they will answer it. Miss Sandra, you would like to answer something?
Yes, just to let Miss CJ know, just ask her. Do you think that there
Okay.
would
Do you want me to ask her, or you asking her? Because you
or
said you didn't want to talk to her anymore, so I just want to make sure you're getting what you
no?
want.
I said I didn't want to have the conversation about accepting her apology.
Oh,
It's
okay,
not that I
gotcha.
didn't
But
want
you're
to talk to her.
you're directly asking Miss CJ a question.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Um,
Go ahead.
as a citizen, and I do know there's two parties, which is Trump and Biden at the moment, but because of because of the issues that we are seeing, even in Congress, with his forgetfulness, Biden's forgetfulness in the case about his documents, could there be a possibility before the elections that the Biden administration or that the Democrats put another candidate in his position if something diminishes before November?
Miss CJ? Miss
First,
CJ?
I don't think there will be another candidate. I think he is it. There is nothing wrong with his memory, but we do know that there is something wrong with Trump's speech. Not just the things that he say, but in the words that don't come out his mouth. And y'all can say what y'all want to say, but we have seen it. So
Well, hang on 1 second, Miss CJ. He is 81 years old. Do you not see a decline over the last 4 years?
I mean, everybody gonna have some type of
Do you
decline.
not see a decline from somebody going from 78 to 82?
I mean, well, like I told
Need
you,
some salt for that pretzel.
Sean, please, sir. I'm just saying, calling a spade a spade. I would imagine, Miss CJ, that if there was another candidate, are you inspired to vote for Biden?
Am I inspired?
Yes.
I don't know if I'll say the word inspired. I'm not inspired to really vote for anybody.
You weren't inspired to vote for Barack Obama in 2008 and 2012?
No, I wasn't, to be honest.
So you've
Uh,
never been inspired by a candidate to vote for them?
no, because I
Okay.
think there's a little bit of something in everybody, and I believe that there's a little bit of pushback that's going to happen to everybody.
Are you excited to vote for Biden?
In this election, I will say that I'm ex- I'll say I'm excited for the fact that I'm going to be able to vote for a democracy versus a communistic country.
Okay. All right. So let's see here. We got a question. Oh, okay. Okay. Dogfall, we're gonna go to you in 1 second with your question. Um, so, so are you excited or not? You excited for democracy?
Yep, that's what I'm excited for.
Okay. Huh. You,
I
I
want
get democracy, but also they're candidates. Would you like to see somebody else running other than Biden? Because I
yeah,
mean, you can't you can't tell me that you're excited for Biden,
I'm
or maybe you are. I'm not.
I'm not excited for any of it. I think it all has a level of
Come
BS
on.
to it.
It's not all candidates aren't created equal, Miss C.
No, no, they're not. Not
No,
really.
come on.
No, they're not.
Come on. I don't want to bend you like a pretzel either, put you in the oven, but
Created
come on.
equal. These
Come
candidates
on.
are created equal. Now, if you're talking, okay, so
Come on now.
I'm trying to be TikTok friendly. So
You don't have to curse, but you can't tell me you're excited to vote for Biden.
I'm not. I said I wasn't excited to vote for
Okay.
anybody.
All right. Okay. All right.
I just don't. I don't know if there is a person right now um that I really have a choice of, or that
Mhm.
I would prefer to see. And because I don't know what anybody else's real policy was. I know for myself that I was not excited to see Nikki Haley. I was not excited to see Trump. I don't really like none of them. Now, if I had my perfect world, just because I think she is smart and I think she's educated, but she ain't running and she never will, my candidate would be Michelle Obama. I think she would have been better than her husband.
What? Wait a second. Why do you think she would be better than her husband? We don't know her policies, do we?
Well, I know some of the things that she has said and some of the things she stands
We
for.
don't know her policies, do we?
We don't, but I'm just saying.
Right. I'm saying, why would you be excited for somebody we don't know their policies?
Because behind every man is a
Mia,
great
Mia,
Thank
Mia, 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 please,
thank
Mia,
you.
please, please. Please, Mia. Hey,
But I,
listen, everybody, go ahead and get up to that gift goal I have for 50 perfume bottles. You guys could take care of that for me. That'd be fantastic. As we are continuing to have this great conversation, also continue to like the live. We need to get up over 25K likes. Now, we need to get to 25K likes. We have a question from Dogfather going out to the panel. So we need to get up to 25K likes. Once we hit 25K likes, we are going to ask the question. 25K likes. Tap, tap, tap the screen. We got 109 people in here. Let's go. Let's go. In my Natasha voice. So, Miss CJ, again, how can you be excited about a candidate you do not know their policies?
look, first of all, I'm
Yes,
a woman
ma'am.
of a particular age, as is Michelle Obama.
Okay.
So,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna say what she said because that's what was about to come out my mouth. So behind every great man is a great woman. Do not think for a second that Michelle Obama did not have her hands in
Well,
Barack
hang
Obama.
on a second. I got a question for you then. Mia says she likes Gavin Newsom. Who's behind Gavin Newsom, Mia?
me.
Crooked.
No, you said
Me,
behind every great
me,
man there's
me,
a great woman.
me, me.
You're not with Gavin Newsom, are you? Did you marry him?
In my dreams, I am.
Yeah, stop it. Stop it. So again, Miss CJ, come on, guys, tap the screen. We got a question from Dogfather. He's going to ask the question. Dogfather, who do you want that question to go to? CJ, Dogfather, Dogfather.
You know,
Who do you want the question to go to? Don't ask it yet, but who do you want to go to?
I didn't know I had a question.
That wasn't you that sent the question?
No, I sent you a little support on Cash App.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you had a question. My apologies.
No, I mean, I wasn't able to jump on and subscribe and everything. I figured I'd send you a little support.
Oh, I appreciate that. Okay. All right.
Go ahead, pull me back out of the oven because I'm getting a little burnt in here, bro.
Listen, as long as you guys just say with your chest, I'm voting for Trump, I'll take you out of the oven. We got to get you baked a little bit more.
I told you that if he's on that aspect, I'm not going to vote for him.
All right, I got. But again, the three trials, you twisted into a
I didn't say
pretzel
that. No,
to
I
make.
did say that. But that's my personal opinion. Doesn't mean I'm a pretzel, but if you want to throw it as a label, then call me a pretzel.
But there's three cases. There's three cases, and you wiggled yourself out of it to say, well, those aren't real cases, and I'm still going to vote for them.
Oh, I didn't say they weren't real cases. No, never said it.
You
I
don't
just
believe.
said
You do not believe the verdicts.
because of the stipulations of the other stuff of what I said. No, I believe underneath the Presidential Act, he has the right to ask and see and poll to see the votes. As of the essay, if
Hey,
it wasn't for the essay,
we already went over that already. We're not going to go down that road
right,
anymore.
right.
Trump will
So,
be your daddy.
oh my goodness, Birdie Dog, and then we'll go to Carol Ann. What say you, Birdie Dog? Or Birdie the dog?
No, I've been in and out, so you can come back to me. I mean, the one thing I heard was about Michelle Obama's policies,
Right.
and she does have quite a few policies on education.
She put out
She,
official policies.
I mean, she's joined with Jill Biden on policies for education,
Okay. All right.
moving past kids moving past high school for college education. She was a community organizer. She worked for the Chicago Housing, so she's interested in
Anything with teeth?
neighborhoods.
Anything with teeth?
I
Because
mean,
I think everybody's for those that are
I
sane
mean,
people.
in general, her policies are very progressive. I mean,
Okay. I'm just saying.
I
I
mean,
guess I'll be looking for something with
I'm
teeth.
sure she's. Listen, I don't know for sure, but I would bet that she's
Mhm.
for universal health care or more,
All
than
right.
what her husband even did.
Okay.
So I mean, I think it's pretty clear she's a progressive person.
All right. Cool. Thank you, Birdie.
I mean,
Appreciate
I
you.
don't
Hey.
know what her international policies are.
Right.
You would have to learn that, but I mean, before someone runs, you really don't know all their policies until they start running.
That's not true because Matthew McConaughey, he was talking about running and he put out some things and that quickly went
No,
down
I
the
mean,
side.
yeah, of course, but
Because once
he
you
did.
start talking about
So
what
what
you'll
you're
do,
saying,
then you lose
before
people.
he started running, he put that out.
He floated the ideas about him running. Then people started asking him
Right.
questions, and certain
So
policies
he's
said,
testing the waters.
"Right," and we don't
Michelle
know.
Obama hasn't done that.
That's absolutely true.
Yeah.
But I was just saying, for Miss CJ, how can you say you're going to support somebody without knowing their politics?
Right. I mean,
Birdie
I get
dog.
it.
That's all I was saying.
She hasn't put out a
Because she's a
full
black woman.
policy.
Sean.
Sean, I'm not black. You know that, right?
No, he's talking about Miss CJ.
I'm talking about a lot of
You
black
know,
women
Sean has
just
always
want
got
her
to
because
throw
she's a
water.
black woman.
He's always got to throw gasoline on the fire.
Thanks for responding to me, Birdie Dog, this morning.
Be
Thank you.
correct. She's an
Oh, no
educated
problem.
black woman. Thank you.
He's a what?
Educated black woman.
There's a lot of educated black women that don't need to be president. That's for damn sure.
She was the first lady.
So was Hillary Clinton.
Hey, I
Yeah.
voted for Clinton.
That's fine. I did too. So no harm, no foul.
So
I'm
why
just
you
saying.
say that then? If
Look,
it's
I'm
man, the problem
saying
is
just
y'all are
because
meant to
she's the
be
first
queens, not
lady doesn't
kings.
mean that she is going to make a good president. That's all. Hillary
Aren't
Clinton.
you aren't you the one, Sean,
Hillary
that said you
Clinton
don't see
was
color?
Hillary Clinton was Secretary of State. She was a senator to the great state of New York City, and so she had some, political chops. So there
What
you
did
go.
Birdie say to me?
I'm
Aren't you the
sorry.
one that say you don't see color?
I don't. I just know how a lot of I just know a lot of these women, just like with the whole funny thing, they don't even know why, but they just because she's a strong black woman, that's why they're
Is that
sticking up
true,
for her because she's
Sean?
a
You don't
strong
see
black
color.
woman.
You don't see
And
color.
I didn't hear anybody say that, though, Sean.
oh, not at all, man.
How do you get
Not at
dressed
all.
anymore?
How
How,
could
how do you
I?
how do you color coordinate then?
Get
Hello.
out of here.
anybody that says they
Color ain't
don't
black and
see
white.
color is delusional.
Anyway,
If
listen.
you if hey, if you don't see in color, you see black and white, right?
I'm just messing with Sean a little bit. My brother from another mother down there in Leesburg, Florida. Karen Land, how are you? You back up as a subscriber of the channel. Appreciate you coming back. What say you?
Well, I want to go back to something you asked.
Oh,
I think it was Sandra about our
mhm.
system,
The legal system.
legal system.
Yes.
My problem goes all the way back to Hillary Clinton and the private server that she had thousands of uh,
Email.
classified
Email.
documents
Your emails. Yes.
and cell phones that were destroyed by her department, and
Yes.
all
Bleach
of
bit.
that,
Bleach bit.
happened, and
Yes.
nobody has been charged.
Well, the FBI
Nobody.
did. The FBI did investigate her.
Oh, okay.
They did. Was that James Comey who came out right before the election? If somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, he came out right before the election with his findings.
You are correct.
Thank you, man. Let me give myself a round of applause. Let me do that real
But
quick. Indulge me for 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much.
yay!
And I
I
think
try to be like a broken
she
clock. I
didn't
try to
have.
be right twice a day.
Just so you know, it wasn't like a private server. It was a personal email, and she didn't have classified documents on the personal email. It was about doing personal emails on a classified server.
No, I think she was doing classified business on a personal server.
I
Exactly.
don't think so.
Yeah, I'm almost
Yes,
positive.
sir.
That's what
That
the
is
big
it.
that's what the
Okay.
big thing was, that the C's on the documents, and it was on, she was doing it at home and not on a secure server by the government.
Exactly.
Right.
Okay, so my mistrust goes way back there.
Okay.
If that would have been Trump, she would somebody would have done something. Not to mention Benghazi. That
Well, hang on
debacle.
a second, Miss Caroline. They have done the investigations on Benghazi. They did the investigation on the private server. So it's not
That's the
like,
corruption, though.
hang on,
That
Sean. All I can, you guys don't trust, some Trump supporters don't trust the justice system, right? But then some, also we have some Trump supporters in here who say that there is no racism in the justice system. So it's like, how can you have both ways? You know what I'm saying? You
there's
trust it.
racism everywhere.
Exactly. I never said that.
I didn't say you did. I said I've had Trump supporters in here who say they do not trust the justice system, and then they turn around and say that there is no racism in the justice system. Does that make sense? Like,
Well,
you trust it when
Yeah.
it works for you, and then you don't trust it when it doesn't work for you. I trust the election process when Trump wins. I don't trust it if he loses. How can those two things operate at the same time? And
I
that's
can
where I
tell
have
you how
that.
with my.
Well, if I could finish.
Absolutely, Miss
Go
Caroline.
ahead.
Okay, so down in Georgia,
Yes.
they did have an audit, but it wasn't a forensic audit. It was an audit where they take so many of the things and they go through it. But a forensic audit checks signatures, it checks addresses, it's a real audit.
So, Miss
So I
Caroline,
and
how do you reconcile Rudy Giuliani, Sidney Powell going around the whole country with the evidence in every court? I think 67 court. Hang on a second. Whoever that is, can you please? Thank you for muting up. Um, Going around the whole country and all the courtrooms through those things out. How do you reconcile it?
I don't know. I'm just saying where this is my personal mistrust of the things that have happened in the past few years, right before the last election, that pretend laptop of hunters that, oh no, now we know all our conspiracy theories have come true.
Which ones?
And the FBI kept that laptop and denied it was his, but now we know it was there. So how
Which
can you
laptop
look at
are we talking about Hunter Biden now?
I'm just talking about the misinformation that comes from our FBI.
No, you mentioned a laptop. I'm trying to figure out which laptop are you speaking of.
The Hunter Biden laptop.
Okay, so you want to put Hunter Biden's crimes or alleged crimes on his father?
Since he's the big guy, and Tony Bobolinsky just
I'm saying, I guess the
testified.
question is, Miss Caroline, you want to put the sins of the son on the father.
The father was sinning with the son.
Well, I don't know if that's been proven, has it?
There are suspicious activity reports,
I'm
hundreds of
saying
them.
that hasn't been proven, has it?
Well, they're investigating it right now.
Okay, so the investigation is still ongoing. Are there any indictments against Joseph R. Biden?
No, sir, but my point is,
Are there? Okay, so let me ask you a question. If they did come up with indictments, would you believe them?
if they came up with indictments,
Yeah, against Joseph R. Biden, he's indicted. Would you believe the indictments, ma'am?
well, absolutely, because they have the laptop and they have the suspicious
So
activity
you would
reports.
believe the indictments against Biden, but you don't believe the indictments against Trump. Make that make sense for me, Miss Carolyn. Yeah, you're a good friend of the channel, but you got to make that
Right.
make sense to me. When you say you do not trust the legal system, Donald J. Trump has 85 counts. You don't believe them, but if they came up with 85 counts against Joseph R. Biden, you would believe them. Is that what I'm hearing?
With a caveat
What's the
of,
caveat?
because the things that they're saying about Trump, the New York thing is from over 10 years ago.
I don't care. I'm saying to you, you do not believe, NOT, do not believe the indictments against Trump, but you will believe if there were indictments against Biden. I need you to help me make that make sense.
I guess all I could say is what Trump did was fraud. Yes.
Okay, so he did do fraud. You agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, and you want a fraudster, convicted fraudster, to be your president, yes?
Don't let him push you in the corner, Karen.
There's no corner. What are you talking about, man?
No.
I ask questions, and how that question is answered tells me where I'm going to go.
Okay, the fraud that he
Not a fraud.
perpetrated is a fraud that all big they do it in business every day.
Do you believe that Donald J. Trump committed fraud?
I don't know if it's considered fraud, but it's something
you just
that
said
business.
that you just said he's guilty of fraud.
I know, but I'm saying it's something that they do in business all of the time. So
Okay.
I don't know
It's also illegal.
if it's, you know what
No,
I'm
it's
saying?
legal.
He was. Hang on one second, Ms. Carey. He was found liable. So do you believe that case to be true?
Like I said, I believe he did it. But if you have to go
Okay.
back 10, 12 years and drag up dirt
Well, you
and
know
the
that
bank
sometimes these
wasn't hurt.
cases, you know, sometimes these cases take a while for them to build the evidence, right?
But who was it that a couple of days ago that said if he wouldn't have run for president, nobody would care?
Oh,
Somebody on this panel said that.
did an official say that?
That
No,
was me.
somebody on
Well,
this
I'm saying, was that
panel.
somebody's opinion or was that
I mean, I
common?
said something to that effect, but I didn't say that actually.
Gotcha. Okay. Well,
I
I
mean,
think
I said if he,
I think the point is that if you would believe the indictments against Biden, but you don't believe the indictments against Trump. And I think rational people, have a trouble understanding how those two things operate at the same time. Can you
Because,
understand that?
When
yes,
you
sir.
have legit evidence, then yeah, it
So
depends.
it's legit when you
When you have
find it
legit
against
evidence,
Biden. It's illegitimate if you find it against Trump.
They're showing us every day in
they're
these
not. They don't have
congressional
legit evidence
hearings
against
Well,
him.
how do you know the evidence is legitimate against Biden? Son, Hunter.
because they are bringing it
Because
to
they
in
have it on a
Congress and
laptop,
Oh,
and
and
they
they got
have
a business partner.
okay. I got you. And listen, I think this is fun for a little while, but then at some point, I think I get DMs that why do you badger the witnesses? So I'm not going to do it. I'm going to let
You
Miss
can badger me
Caroline.
all you want. I love it.
I know, but I get the DMs, and I don't want people to think I'm trying to badger people. So, Miss
no, I'm
Carolyn,
good.
I know you're good, and you're a good friend, and you are a subscriber, and I definitely appreciate it. I would like for everybody to tap, tap, tap the screen. I wish Natasha was here because she would definitely get you guys to get up over 25,000 K likes. Also, I need 44 more of the perfume bottles. Also, don't forget about my Cash App and my Venmo. Again, support is a verb. If you guys can make your way over there, that'd be fantastic as we're giving you some great conversation here. Miss Carolyn, do you have anything else that you would like to add? We got 150 people in this room right now. And I'm not
Wow.
over, I should be well over 27,000 K likes. And I don't know why
Uh,
people don't want to just do the simple thing like that. But,
and my last thing
go ahead.
is to the way y'all say we bend ourselves into pretzels,
Yes, ma'am.
and the man that has deteriorated mentally in front of our eyes in the last 4 years,
Mm-hmm.
people are wanting to vote for him for another 4 years. And
Right.
it's like y'all think we're crazy when he cannot formulate, they won't let him talk to the press without
Did you see him at the State of the Union?
Yes, I wonder what they had him hyped up on because he was
They
Oh,
wide
shot him
you
up.
open.
think,
Probably the
They
same
shot
you
him
stuff
think,
they
up.
oh,
had
wait a
Trump on.
second. Wait a second. You think they had him hopped up on something?
You didn't see how he spoke? Like
Oh
he
yeah, he
talked like
definitely
what do you
was.
think
run
they
I mean,
gave
on
he
him?
yelled the whole time.
sentences.
Hang on, everybody. So, Miss
What?
Carolyn, you think that they shot him up or something like that for the big game, like they do with football players, so they can have high tolerance of pain? I mean, is that what you
Oh
think?
God.
He was
I
on the
believe
juice.
after the Herb report came out with him talking about cars going vroom vroom in between sentences, and I believe he is mentally, yes, I believe they definitely had to give him something. And yes, I've heard people say Trump takes Adderall. I don't know. I don't know if he
Yeah.
does or not.
Well,
So here,
no.
oh, can I ask a quick
How does
question?
he
Can I
go
ask a quick
from
question,
liking
real quick?
chocolate chip ice cream and tripping over stuff to yelling
Can I
at
ask a
a
quick
State
question?
of the Union?
Can I get a quick question? You
I'm
tell
not.
me that you really believe that the person that is 3 years younger,
You can have a seat over there. She'll take care of you.
Who's talking
the
right
person
now?
that's 3 years
What happened?
younger,
Who's
is
talking right now?
somehow more
Is that
Gideon.
competent?
Gideon?
Is that what we're hearing?
Gideon? Is that you talking?
Yes. I'm sorry. I don't know if you can hear me or not. I was saying
Hang on.
that
No, I'm
the
saying.
question.
Is it? Whoa, whoa. Is this
No,
your
you
first
sound
time?
like Joe Biden right now.
Is this your? Is this your first time here, Gideon? Gideon?
You there, Joe?
You're on. He dropped.
I dropped him
Why?
because I wanted to bring somebody else up, and he wasn't
Oh,
talking.
okay. All right.
JP, what say you, ma'am?
Oh man. Um,
JP's a subscriber. She's a good friend of the show. So we want to give JP an opportunity to say what she needs to say.
I just want to say real quick before she jumps in, I'm just going to drop down into the comments. I need to go back to my garden. I'll be
Okay,
back.
great. Thank you, CJ.
All right.
Go ahead.
Hey,
Go
send
ahead.
me a tomato.
JP, go ahead. You have the floor.
some of the things that really baffle my mind are when people talk about Biden's, you know, speech pattern or whatever. You realize that he has overcome a lifelong stutter. And every once in a while, you'll hear that coming through. I don't see how you can talk about Joe Biden's speeches and not talk about Trump's speeches. They don't make sense. He can't pronounce words correctly. He calls, you know, people the wrong name. He says that, you know, Biden beat Obama. Biden ran against Obama. I mean, it's awful. I mean, I don't see how you can point one way and not acknowledge what's being done on the other way. And the first
Can I
thing,
answer that?
go ahead.
Once she's finished, Sean, please let her finish what she needs to say.
I'm
Then
so
we'll open it up.
tired about hearing about Hunter Biden's laptop. Dude, they have been investigating that stuff for over 18 months. If they had found something, he would be charged. And if he did do something, lock him up. But, you know, you got Marjorie Taylor Greene getting nude pictures of him off of that laptop, blowing him up on poster board, and showing it in Congress on C-SPAN, on public television. I mean, it's just like a bunch of madness.
All right. Okay, everybody, listen. We got 100. I just got a text from Miss Natasha. We got 176 people, and she has told me to turn the comments off until we get to 35,000 K likes. So, I'm sorry, but I got to follow orders. It's absolutely, in my opinion, ridiculous that we got this many people in here and we can't get to a decent like count. So we need to get the likes up. We also need to hit the perfume bottle. I need 44 more of those. And we need to hit 35,000 K likes, and then the comments will come back on. Sean, what say you, sir?
The thing is you never seen Trump just lose his whole thought and say, "Oh, well, whatever, man." I mean, have you ever seen him like he just loses his total thought?
Okay. That it?
I'm just saying. She's saying, "What's the
So
difference?"
I've
And
seen
that's
him
the
do that
difference
like a
between.
ton of times.
You're crazy.
What do you mean
Trump
I'm
has never
crazy?
done
He
that.
was saying
Trump
he
might
said
say the
some
wrong
state.
word or something,
Dude, do I have to
but
bring it up?
he
Like,
has
come on.
never been like,
Like, you didn't
well,
see the last thing where he was talking about Israel or whatever, and he just went Israel and the Middle East and oh.
he didn't forget
He
what he
didn't
was
even
saying and
make an
go, oh,
audible word
whatever.
at the end of the sentence.
But that is
You haven't
not
I
all
think
the
you
seen
guys are
time
dude,
for
just
you
like
haven't seen
Biden.
Hey, listen,
delirious.
guys, one at a time. One at a time.
Dude, somebody bring that last thing up. Like, somebody bring that video up. Can you bring that up, Denali?
God,
What
can you
video are
bring
we
up all the
talking
ones
about?
of Biden? There's a whole
No,
lot
but I'm
more.
saying you're saying there's none. I'm not saying there's nothing of Biden.
What was the video, Birdie
I'm
Dog?
saying where he
It
just
was the
totally lost his
last
thought.
video where he's saying in the middle of a sentence he just goes inaudible, like you can't, like he just slurs something that makes no sense.
Let's see.
He can't even get the name of the city he's speaking in right. He said Biden was going to get us into World War II. Dude, that was over in 1949, you know.
How
I mean,
long ago was it,
Yeah,
Birdie?
he makes mistakes with words here
Long
and there, but
ago
he
at all.
doesn't
It was
lose his
like
complete thought.
within the last few weeks.
I just don't understand how
I
y'all
can
can
try and find it and I
say
can give you
it's the
tell you what it's called.
same.
Hang
The
on.
mental diminished capacity. I don't understand how y'all can look at him and say he is okay.
I don't see how you can look at Trump and say he's okay.
he says some ridiculous, crazy things,
Hang on one
but it's
second. Let's see if this is it.
He misspoke and said Obama when he meant Biden. And then there was this. And we have a man who is totally corrupt and the worst president in the history of our country, who is cognitively impaired, in no condition to lead, and is now in charge of dealing with Russia and possible nuclear war. Just think of it. We would be in World War II very quickly if we're going to be relying on this.
World War II. That's not it. That's not
That
it.
is pretty
They
funny
said,
Yeah,
though.
was
I
that a
said he. I
compilation?
said he.
That is pretty funny, isn't it, Sean?
Yeah, I said he messes up. But he doesn't lose his whole train of thought and be like, oh, whatever.
All right, listen. Hey,
Like
continue tap tap tap. Look at that. We got up to 29.7K. Come on, guys.
yay.
We can go ahead and get to 35. Let's do it. Get tap 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 the screen. Also, don't forget about those perfume bottles. I need 41 more perfume bottles. Don't forget about the subscription. $2.69 can get you subscribed. Let's see. Let's hear from Cece. You have anything to say? You've been hanging out a little bit. I don't want to ignore you. Cece?
I can't speak on this because don't judge me, but I've never voted.
Oh wow. What I'm interested. What makes you not want to vote, young lady? 37 years old. Why haven't you participated and done your civic duty?
I would say that I never voted because it's like a battle of picking between the lessons of the evil.
Okay. Do you vote locally?
No, because what's gonna happen is gonna happen. It
You
really
don't want to be engaged civically and vote for the government that you want?
no, because what's gonna happen is gonna happen.
But if you vote for the people that share your ideals, don't you think you have a say in what happens?
No,
No.
even what's
You have a daughter. How
going
old
to
is your
happen.
daughter? How old is your daughter?
She's 5.
5. And when she goes to school, don't you want to have a good person at the helm of the school board?
I'm from Chicago. What's gonna happen is gonna happen here.
And no one has ever inspired you to vote, like to make a change?
No.
Okay, all right. Anybody have anything for young Cece? No? Okay. All right.
I would like to say
No?
that I think it's really important for us all to have a voice in our government. So either way, I would recommend, I guess, to just do some research in your local governments and see what's going on, and maybe start with that. It's less overwhelming, and just like look at the process and see if because it makes you feel better as a public, as a citizen, if you have a little bit of say in the process. You may not get what you want in the process, but being a part of it, and if you have friends and y'all can all be a part of it, then I just believe that that's what we really need as a society, for our young people to get involved, because y'all are like the next generation when we're gone.
100%. I second that what Miss Carol Land is saying. My young son, 18, he said he's not going to vote this year, or at least he's 90% sure that he will not vote. I'm working on him. His first election, he just is uninspired by either candidate. He said that he would vote for Bernie Sanders. Cece, has there ever been anybody that you wanted to vote for?
No. And I
No.
we even got Barack Obama and he's from Chicago, but it's just no. I've never felt the need or the urge to vote because nobody moves me.
Hmm. Now, what about the people who have been unalived in history with for the right for us to vote? Does that give you any kind of like tingle to, and maybe I should just do it for people who were unalived, who put their lives on the line and lost their lives, trying to get people the right to vote. Because as African American, we just got the right in 1965.
I mean, yeah, but like I said, me coming from Chicago, what are we doing? Like we're
When you
moving
say
backwards.
coming from Chicago, what is that?
I'm saying like we're moving backwards. That those people did what they did, but look at what we doing to each other. Like voting, it's bigger stuff to worry about than voting. You know what I'm saying? Like
Tell me the
no
biggest
matter
stuff.
no matter who we vote for,
Hmm.
it ain't gonna matter if we keep unaliving each other.
But I'm saying, do you? Okay, so your local mayor, you don't think it matters who is there, or the police chief? You don't think it matters for people in the city?
No, because they all corrupt here.
They all corrupt. Okay. All right. I don't know Chicago. I know a little bit Chicago politics, but not a lot. So okay. All right. I'll take your word at it. Let's go to, is that or Mia? Do you have anything on that? Because you're a young person. You're 34 years old. You're actually younger than um Cece.
I don't really have anything to say about it because I know a lot of people that feel the same way. They just don't participate in voting
Okay.
because either candidate represents the interests of our community or, are going to do much to change the situations that they're in. So, I guess it's their personal preference.
Okay. Cool. No problem. Baby girl 57. What say you?
Yes, I'm voting. Um, I would say to CC, um, I would like to give you a follow on maybe some very interesting things that maybe you can sit back and just read and then kind of judge for yourself because like I said, we're not going to be here forever, but we want to make sure that our children has a better life and has a life and has the right to vote, and their vote will not be taken care of or will not be taken from them. Our ancestors suffered a lot, and we don't want that to fall back on our children. So it's a lot, but I'm going to give you a follow
Oh.
and give you some information. But then I want to ask somebody that said, oh, Biden stutters. Let me tell you something about stuttering. I have cousins that stutters twice as worse as Biden.
Hmm.
It's a disability.
Okay.
It's something that they're born with. I have a cousin that takes 5 minutes to get one word out of. So
Hmm.
the disrespect of stuttering, please don't do that.
No, I,
Please don't ever. And
Yeah, I
far
don't
as
think.
Donald Trump, I'm going to say educational purposes only TikTok have made fun of disabled people. So please stop with the bull. I am disabled. And yes, I took that to heart.
Yes, ma'am. Um, I believe that JP was saying that people should not make fun of Biden or talk about his son because he's had that for a very long time. Because I think people were talking about him at the State of the Union address. So she is in favor of
Because I
Biden,
think people talking about.
and she was not making light of that disability.
no, that's
So
what I was saying. It's unfair of people
right.
to, say these things to him because he has overcome, this lifelong stutter. Sometimes you hear it come through, but too. And I also have a disability. And I remember Trump making fun of that reporter who had a disability on national television. That was so wrong.
Absolutely disgraceful, in my opinion. Sandra, what say you, ma'am?
Disgraceful, in my opinion. Sandra.
Yes.
Bob's brain had a stutter.
What'd you say, Sean?
Hey
I
Denali.
said his brain had a stutter. I'm not worried about what comes out. His brain
Hey
stutters.
Denali.
Hey,
Hey
Denali. I said his
Denali.
brain had a stutter. I'm not worried about what comes out.
Okay.
Who's
Sandra,
that?
you gotta, if you want to drop down and come back, Sandra, because your mic is,
I don't think that's me.
no, I said Sandra.
I don't think that's me.
I said Sandra, not
Oh,
Sean.
I'm sorry.
Birdie, what'd you
I'm
say?
sorry.
I just messaged you a link in your thing. If you could pull that up.
Yeah, I can't while I'm on.
Why
Oh,
don't
you
you go
can't
ahead
do it
and
on
send him
your.
a Biden one too at the
You
same
can't.
time?
You can't. There's plenty of that you could show, Sean.
Biden?
I
I'm just saying, if you're
Yeah.
gonna show the one of Trump, you make it an equal playing field.
All right, we need
Well,
900 more likes, and then we'll turn the comments back
that's
on,
not
and we're gonna
equity.
play the video of, or at least the sound of Biden. Is that what we're gonna do, guys?
Well,
I would like to
I
say
sent you a
something to
Trump
baby
link.
No,
girl
he's doing
first.
it.
Hang on 1 second. Let Carolyn say something to the baby girl. Yes, Carolyn, go ahead.
I apologize if you took what I said as a diss on his disability. That was in no way about his stutter. The point that I was trying to make is he overcame his stutter years ago, and his speeches in the last 4 years aren't about a stutter. That's not what I'm trying to purvey. It's not about the way he speaks. It's about his mental diminished capacity, not his speech impediment. So
Well,
I'm very sorry if you thought that I was making
but
fun
I
of
didn't
that.
see a lot of evidence of that in his State of
But
the
you
Union.
know what? Biden talks very correctly, and it has a little stutter
That's
in
how
it,
we know
yes.
he was hopped up
But
on
he
something.
talks very
Sean, he
good,
was
Down,
not
Sean.
hopped
and
up on
that
Down,
something.
sir.
man, Biden is in better health than I am. That man ride a bike. Ask Trump to ride a bike. Ask him, can he ride a bike? Biden rides bikes.
Can I
Biden
say
He
can
something?
golfs and
exercise,
really good.
you know? So please, stop it with the Biden bull crap, all right? Because Trump, please,
I
do
hate
you hear some of the
to
stuff
tell
he
you,
says?
lady, but
When he
Biden's
on
he's
stage,
going
he goes,
down mentally.
when Trump goes,
Sean, stop interrupting, sir.
Were you able to get
like
it,
he's
Denali, or
doing
no?
something on himself or whatever. Or he go boop, 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 boop. So
Can
you
I
gonna
say?
tell me you don't see that disability within Trump? Please.
I just want to say it's not age. My grandmother passed away at 89 years old, and she had her complete mental faculties, and she spoke very clearly. So the fact that people keep saying it's an age thing, it is not. It's partially an age thing, but the deterioration is something else. I'm sorry, and it's not about a stutter.
Can I say something?
Yes.
I wanted to say I know a lot of American people vote for popularity, how both Trump and Biden have character flaws. I honestly wish that people voted according to their policies, the laws, what they've actually done in office, like
Uh-huh.
on that affect us. I can care less because we all have bosses. Some of us don't agree with our bosses. Some of us don't even like our bosses. That's I just hate how people are voting based on speeches, based on popularity sense of who likes who. I wish we would vote on actual things that are affecting our country.
I agree.
What made you vote for Donald Trump in 2016?
He actually opened up a he changed laws where where small businesses could start their small businesses because of issues
Not
like.
not 2020. In 2016, he had not held any public office. So what was it about Trump that made you vote for him his first time running for a public office?
I believe that he, with what I researched back then, his standings on how to bring economic growth to different states with his knowledge of what he has done for himself.
So your main issue is economics.
Yes, because that affects all of us.
Okay. How's your 401k doing right now?
It's doing pretty good.
And
I'm
who's in office? Who's in office?
in my state.
No, who's ma'am, we're talking about the presidency. Please don't play games with me. Who's in office right now, ma'am?
Biden's in office, but that has nothing to do with why my 401k is big.
So when your 401k was up during Trump, did you give Trump the credit, ma'am?
I gave my public officials. That's what I was going to talk to.
Is
Speak
Trump
to.
not is Trump not a public official, ma'am?
No, yes, but for 2 years, Biden has not
No,
affected.
wait. Did you say no? Yes.
No, for within the years that Biden has been in office, it has not done anything to do with my 401k, by the way.
So you okay? So when gas price is up, who do you blame?
I blame Congress because of the deals that they have made with other countries in exporting and the cost of gas gallons.
So what responsibility do you give to the president of the United States, ma'am?
I believe that he oversees mostly our military, right? Our he oversees what's going on in Congress and stuff like that. But in general, with my 401k, Congress holds the purse.
That's true. Congress is the power of the purse, 100%. So
But not for
you don't give
401k
any
though.
of the economic successes or failures. You don't lay that at the feet of the president.
I do not, because it trickles down, like I was saying, to our public officials within our states.
Well, you just said that you voted for Trump for economic reasons. Is that correct, ma'am?
I did, but that doesn't mean that I say that he's in charge of why my
Why
economics has
who
gone
does
down.
it why does it matter who's in charge if you don't give president the blame or the credit for economics? And you said you voted for him because you felt he was good for the economy.
Because it's more than that. It's not just the president. I know that most people say, "Oh, it's Biden's fault, it's Trump's fault." No, it goes, there's a ladder, a chain of command that it happens. That's where
But you
everybody
just
has to
said that
be.
you voted for Trump because of economics. That's
You
what you
asked
said.
me for his qualities, and I said, yes, his
Right.
economic understanding is why I voted for him. He brought that to the table
But
after
you
he
can't.
finished his resume.
But you can't
Hold on.
articulate what he did to make it economics better.
Well, not only
Do we need
that,
to bring a lawyer every time we come up?
what'd
No,
you
you
say,
need to give
Sean?
facts.
What'd you say, Sean?
I said, do we need to start bringing a lawyer every time we come up on
I'm
your
not.
panel?
Do you think I'm asking difficult questions, Sean?
No, I'm not. I just think it's funny
I
because
asked
you
a
sound
young
like a
lady, and
judge.
she
You sound like a
listen.
lawyer or a judge.
Sandra, you're a beautiful young lady. You seem very. What line of work are you in, Sandra?
I'm a facility director for the Department of Recreation and Parks at City of LA.
Oh, okay. So you work for the public.
Yes, sir.
Okay, fantastic. And are you native to the United States?
No, sir, I'm from El Salvador.
El Salvador. Okay, fantastic. All right. So, listen, I just asked why you voted for Trump, and you said economics, but you
Can I
don't.
can I respond to Cece? Sorry, I wanted to tell her something because I know
Oh,
she
sure.
didn't
Go
vote.
ahead.
I wanted to tell you, as a public official, Cece, your votes matter when it comes to your area, to anything that you vote for. And the reason is, you might not think that your vote counts, but it does count, because you can't change corruption if you just stand by and watch it. You have to vote to what you would like your kids or your future to have, and it has to do with how you would like to present it. And your vote does matter.
All right, guys, listen. Now we got the 35K. I turned on the comments, and we've only gone up 300 since I turned the comments back on, and we got 141 people. And Nana Shea is not going to be happy. She should be here in a little while She sent me that text, and we got up to 35,000K. We got to start tapping the screen. Also gifting the panel, follow the host, and also put on a notification so you know when Mr. Denali XXL goes live. I'm also looking for to smash the gift goal, and it looks like I need 41 more perfume bottles. I don't get what's going on. I don't know why just the tapping is so challenging for us to continue to get this out to the For You page, gifting the panel, gifting the panel, liking the live, also following the panel, following the host. I mean, what we're building here is something that's very special as we continue to build the most inclusive space here on TikTok. We got 147 people in here. There's no reason why we can't get to 50,000K likes in a matter of minutes. Tap, tap, power tap. All we need is half the people in the room that's power tap for 25 seconds. No one in the panel tap. Only the people that are in the comments and the viewers, please. Because we don't want to have it shadow banned. So we want to make sure that we continue to tap, 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 tap the screen. Gift the host. Like I said, I need 41 perfume bottles. If you guys can make your way up there, get that taken care of, so that we can continue to support the live. I am going, Miss Baby Girl. Is that it, Baby Girl? Yeah, Baby Girl. Baby Girl 57.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to drop you down, and I'm going to bring up somebody else. Okay, I hope that you continue to become a friend to the channel, and we will see you later on. All right.
Okay.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We're going to bring up a fresh new first person. Oh. Where'd he go? I hate when that happens. Let's see here. All right, yeah. Let's tap, tap, tap. Let's gif. Okay, 12. All right, we're inching closer to 50. Let's go. Let's make it a group effort. Let's make it a group effort. Also, don't forget about the subscription. Thank you so much. She is a big supporter right there. Merlot 614. Hopefully one day I will be able to talk to Miss Merlot because she is a big supporter of Mr. Denali XXL. Thank you so much, Merlot. I'm assuming that that's a woman. Please forgive me if you're not. Thank you. I love it. It makes me feel so good. Fantastic. Thank you so much. That's what we're talking about. We need support. Support is a verb. It is not a noun. And we can only keep this thing going with the support of the audience. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate the support that I get here. Thank you. Continue to tap, tap, tap. We need to get up to 50,000K likes. We got over 115 people in the room. Continue to tap, 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 tap. Natasha will be here in a little while. And man, when she talks, people really listen. So I'd rather we be in good shape before she comes and we don't have to hear her talk to us the way that she does. Uh-oh, who is that? Oh, she knows I'm on live. Why is she calling me? So yeah, tap, tap, tap. Let's continue. All right. Is that Birdie Dog? Thank you, Birdie Dog. I appreciate. Birdie Dog is a big supporter of the channel. Thank you so much, Birdie. I really wish. I love the fact that he supports the channel 100%. Let's see. Lost my train of thought for a second there. Thank you so much for the gifting. I really definitely appreciate it. Continue to tap. We're almost at 40. Let's go. We can go ahead and get up to 50 very, very quickly. Fantastic. All right. Let's see here. So we were talking about police reform yesterday. We were talking about police reform yesterday, and it really kind of got a little heated in here on the police reform. Miss Nadine came up, but I had to step away, and Miss Nadine, she was not able to finish. I have to reach out to her and see if we can get her to get back on here so we can continue to talk about police reform. But Sandra, do you have a position? Do you think that we need reform in the police, or do you think?
We need to change, we need to revise qualified immunity just because in the long run, you won't have officers that would want to become officers because they will feel that they're not being protected by the rules and laws. And I do understand that we have racism and personal perspectives of officers that we can't really weed out. But I do believe that qualified immunity needs to be reformed.
And what does that mean to you? What does that look like? Let me hear what that looks like.
I do believe that the I believe in the sense that the lack of communication between federal and state needs to be addressed in the sense of how they run the police departments within each county.
Okay. So once we reform the qualified immunity, how's that going to help with the relationship between the community and the police?
Because then the officers will understand what they're protected with. Like they have to understand that they're only protected if they're doing it correct, right. If they're only doing the job according to the rules that have been set for them. Not that they're being protective just because they're an officer.
But don't we want them to do things correctly?
We do, but like I said, we have the discommunication between the states and the federal government on the way that states run their police departments, even cities, the way they run their police departments. Here in California, for example, crime is at an all-time high because
Now, why
of
do you think the crime is an all-time high? Let me hear that. I'm always interested about California. I
That's
see.
not true, by the way.
Which part, Bertie?
Crime is down across the country.
Miss Sandra?
I mean, those are just the facts.
those are the how do you say those are the facts when I live in California and our crime rate is at our highest. Our mayor in Los Angeles is literally.
Do you have documentation of that?
Yes, you can even see the news. Our mayor in
Okay, I'll
California
look it
is
up. But
It's
our
really
mayor.
not. Crime is a lot better in
every
California.
other city in the U.S. the crime is down.
Okay, this is from
I was born and raised in
CaliforniaStatePatrol.gov.
Hang
California.
on one
From
second, guys. Hang on one second.
from 2017 to 2022, property crime rates in California decreased 7.1%. Homicide rate decreased
Abundance? How you doing,
5%.
sir? How you doing?
I'm doing well. I just
Come
can't
on.
stand it when people.
I know. I can't stand. I'm gonna tell you what I can't stand. I can't stand when people walk into the room, not introduce themselves or anything like that, and start talking over people. We don't do that over here.
My apologies.
Yeah, just give me 1 second, sir. 1 second. Thank you. Mia, you said what? You live in California. What's your take?
Now, I said I was born and raised in California. I go visit very often, and I have noticed that the crime rate's down. So I don't believe that crime is up out there. I think California has done a very good job of cleaning up their streets from when I was growing up in California.
Well, it says here that LA's unaliving rate fell about 16% in 2023.
See? So it goes to show you crime is down.
Sandra?
How many do you think it's fallen in the sense of the stats because they're not reporting it anymore? Police officers are just walking away
You think
in
the
response.
police? Hang on a second. You think the police are walking away from homicides or unalivings?
You know, that's the problem with people like you. You
Hang on
guys
one
got an
second,
excuse
Mia.
for
Hang on one
everything.
second, Mia. Hang on 1 second.
Mia, you don't live in California, right? You don't walk the streets
Here,
right
Hang
now,
can
on.
right?
you
Hang
You don't
on.
can
walk
you
the streets right
explain
now.
Whoa!
to the state that you
Everybody
live in?
quiet.
When you bring facts to the board,
Mia.
then you guys always
Mia.
have a rebuttal
Mia.
instead of just accepting it.
Mia.
All right.
Mia. Sandra, do you believe that police officers are walking away from unalivings and not reporting it?
I'm not saying they're walking away. I'm
Well, hang
saying
on. That's what you said. You said they're
let,
not reporting it.
well,
How aren't people?
let me fix that statement. Let me
How aren't people reporting unalivings?
with the issues that the police officers have with the DAs and making sure that if they do a report or they find a report or they even go report it, they're not associating it with crime. That's what I'm saying.
When is unaliving not a crime?
When, for example, Ashley Babbitt, she got shot and it wasn't a
Hang
crime.
on. Who's Babbitt? Who's she talking about? Who's Babbitt? Am who?
Abbott.
May I speak?
Jan,
She's the
Jan
one who
6,
was
Ashley Babbitt.
unalived on January 6th at the
Oh,
Capitol.
Ashley Babbitt. You talking about in D.C.?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, Sandra. This is
So
what I'm.
as when an unaliving of somebody is not a crime, and that wasn't a crime.
Well, I think because she was didn't she break into the Capitol? Hello? Hey, Ali. Hey, it's me. Hey, what's up? Didn't she?
She did, but she was
Okay.
unarmed and shot to death.
Oh my goodness. Hang on.
Law enforcement
Oh my goodness.
shooting
I can't
someone
believe that
committing
you
a
just said
crime.
that and then you're talking about you're not a pretzel. You went from LA to
You asked
DC.
the question. You asked the
You went from
question,
LA to DC.
but you asked the
We were
question.
we were
When was
talking about
unaliving somebody
we
not a
were
crime?
talking about unalivings in LA. You said crime rate is at an all-time high. That's what you said, right? Didn't you say that, Miss Sandra?
Yes. If it wasn't, why is the mayor of Los Angeles asking to
Ma'am,
defund
I
the
just pulled it
police?
up. I just pulled it up and it said it's down. What did they say? 13%? 16%? 16% in LA County.
So why is there
LA
a need to
LA
defund the
unalive rate
police if
fell
there's
about
no crime?
16%. It says LA's unaliving, they use the H word, I'm not going to use it, rate fell about 16% in 2023. And you said your response to that was that uh, police officers are walking away from unalivings. And then when I push you a little bit more, you bring up Abbott. And I'm like, who's Abbott? And Abbott is the young lady that unfortunately was unalive breaking into the Capitol.
Correct.
To you, ma'am, as a public official, does that make sense to you, what you just said? I'm going to give you an
You
opportunity to walk it back.
you asked me when was it not a crime
So you're
to
saying that
to
Abbott
unalive
was not
somebody,
viewed. You're saying Abbott
I
was,
told you Abbott was not a crime because she was unarmed, right?
as far as I know, she was unarmed, yes.
She was shot,
Breaking into a building, right?
correct? Isn't that
Self
what everybody talks about? How police officers.
was that self defense by the police officer in your mind?
There's a lot of things that we can call self defense in certain crimes,
Hang on
but
a
I don't.
second. I'm detecting. Hang on
She
a second.
had no arm.
My spidey sense just went up. Who was responsible for January 6th, ma'am?
The individuals that caused it, the people that
Who were they
participated in it.
supporting on January 6th?
I don't know because I have not asked them personally.
Oh boy. Uh oh. Uh oh. Uh oh, Sandra. Come on, Sandra. Really? Okay, what was going on during that time in the down in that area? What kind of rally was going on?
Look, I think January 6th is past it. I'm talking about California. I don't want to. You. We all have. We have the. How do you say? We agree to disagree with that situation with January 6th.
Okay, I want to hear
Because
what's your take?
here's the other
I
thing
got
that.
it. We're going to agree to disagree. What's your take?
What's my take? The same thing that's happening at the borders. Did you just see the image that happened in El Paso,
Wait,
Texas?
there was a stop the steal rally in El Paso.
No, but there was a insurrection. If you
Wait, you
consider
said
it,
it's the same
if
thing. You
you
said
by
there was an
definition,
insurrection
by
in El
definition,
Paso. There was an insurrection in El Paso.
by
I can
the
actually just silence all the arguments here with this whole insurrection thing. It's pretty simple. How was it that during
Who's talking? Who's talking?
well
Why
if
why
we're
are you
bringing up
interrupting
insurrection,
me? Why are you interrupting me? We don't do that over here. You just come into the room and then you're gonna. Someone hasn't pissed and shit in my Cheerios in a couple days, and you want to go ahead and break that streak. I was really happy that no one had pissed and shitted in my Cheerios, and then you just come up here and you start talking, interrupting me as I'm having a dialogue with Sandra. I don't know who you are. I've never seen you before. At least I don't remember. And you just come up in here and you start just pissing and shitting in my Cheerios. I don't appreciate it. Sandra, there was an insurrection in uh
According to according to the definition of insurrection, right? It's an overthrow
oh,
of authority or government, right? Isn't that what an insurrection is? Yes or no?
why do you guys do it? You guys
Yes,
lose all your argument. You lose
yes,
all your argument when you
yes
try
or
to
no? Is an insurrection an overthrow of authority or government?
Or
Yes
I don't
or
know.
no?
disruption of a political process.
I don't know what the Webster's dictionary of insurrection is. But you're gonna tell me, are you gonna say that the people that broke into the Capitol were not Trump supporters?
I don't know because I don't know them personally.
What gear did you see them wearing during the insurrection or the possible insurrection, man?
I saw various people wearing various
Tell me the
clothing,
very thing.
but
Tell me the
I
dick.
don't judge. I don't judge by
You don't
clothing.
judge. You don't judge.
I don't judge by clothing.
If someone's wearing a
If
police
some
uniform, if someone is wearing a police uniform, would you go up to them for help, ma'am?
if somebody was wearing
If
a police,
someone you needed help and they had a police uniform on, would you go up to them for help?
mm,
Are
yes,
you really? Oh, okay. I was about to say.
but you're asking me
And
a
hang on, hang
question.
on, hang on. What would you think they were if you saw them with a police uniform on, ma'am?
An officer.
Okay. And if I see somebody wearing a Trump flag, jacket, hat, what can I say that they are, ma'am?
Fans of Trump.
Okay. And what type of rally was going on during the insurrection before?
Have you ever met
What
someone?
kind of
Have you ever
rally?
been in a
What kind
situation?
of rally was going on during the possible insurrection? When Abbott, as you say, was unalive, what kind of rally was that?
A protest.
What kind of rally protest was it, ma'am?
A protest about what
Yeah,
was
come on. I know
happening
you
in
don't want to
Congo.
say, but I'm going to push you. Come on, you can say it. What kind of protest? What kind of rally was it?
All I know is protest
What
about the
kind of protest?
Constitution.
What kind of rally was it, Sandra? Come on.
A protest about the electoral votes.
Okay, and what did they call that rally or protest?
Who? What? That's what I
What?
call it.
No, well, it had a name. Do you remember the stop the fill in the blank stop the
Who called it that? I didn't call it that.
you don't remember the stop the steal rally, ma'am?
No, I don't, because I wasn't part of it.
Do you do you remember when they were did you watch any of the videos, ma'am, of them breaking? You knew about Abbott, right?
I did know about Abbott.
Why was Abbott in the Capitol?
She was protesting with the group.
What was she protesting, man?
I don't know because I did not speak to her
You
personally.
what?
Right? You see how that works? But
No, what? You making yourself look real silly.
have you ever seen somebody impersonate an officer?
You're one
Have
of
you
those
ever seen somebody impersonate an
you're
officer?
one of these people who think that they're so smart.
No, I don't think I'm so smart. I'm just
That's who
asking
you are.
you a
I already
question.
got my spidey sense been tingling since you've been up here.
Have you ever seen an officer be impersonated?
Personally, no. I've seen it on TV. I've seen people say this guy was a impersonating officer, but I've never seen it in person.
But
No.
do you think it can happen? Somebody can wear a uniform and pretend they're an officer?
And then what happens to them?
Well, that's what you're asking me. If I
No, I'm
see
saying
somebody
what
in
happens to
uniform,
them if
you
someone does that? What happens to
you
them?
asked me if I see
What
somebody
happens to the people who are impersonating officers, ma'am?
if they get caught in the court of law, they get punished. But you
Okay.
asked your
So
question
hang
was
on a
if I
second. Are you did you graduate from college, ma'am?
yes, I did.
Okay, so you're a smart lady, right?
I believe so.
Okay. What'd you get on your SATs? Do you remember?
Oh, that was a long time ago. No, I don't remember.
You look pretty young. Okay. So you don't know what the people in the Capitol were doing there.
It is to my opinion that they were protesting. I do not want
What
to
what
whatever you
what were they? What were they
like,
protesting?
because it is a protest about the electoral votes and how they felt that Congress or whatever was going on. They wanted to protest that this is it's for the people, not for Congress to decide. Blah blah blah. But I wasn't there, so I can't say that I'm 100%. And I wasn't there, so that's what
Did
I
we
believe.
did we land on the moon?
Wasn't there.
No, I'm asking. Do you believe that we landed on the moon?
I wasn't there.
Do you believe that Hurricane Katrina happened in Louisiana in 2005?
Yes, because I actually saw the aftermath of
Were
Hurricane
you
Katrina.
there during the hurricane?
Yes, doing humanitarian.
Were you there during the hurricane?
Not during the hurricane, but
How do you
after,
know what happened then?
because of the aftermath.
Oh, okay. But the lady being unalived in the Capitol, you don't know why she was there.
No, because I personally did not speak to her. With Katrina, I was there.
You weren't there. Were you there during the rain and the hurricane and the winds?
This is a go around circle kind of
Yeah,
situation.
because you won't be truthful.
How am I not being truthful? I'm answering your
Ma'am, are
question.
you really going to say you're an intelligent woman and you're going to tell me that you don't know what that rally was about and why Abbott was unalived?
I told you what the rally was about. It was a protest about the electoral college. That's
Oh,
what
oh,
it
one more question: Is who is the current president of the United States?
during that time, during
Who is
January
the
6th, it was
president?
Trump.
Who I know. I said currently. Who is the president of the United States?
Biden.
Okay. Was it stolen from Trump?
No, because the electoral college were counted and Biden won.
Okay. All right. Cool. All right. I got no problem. You're a little wacky on some things, but you kind of brought it home. At least you didn't say
No,
that.
you're saying I'm wacky because I don't believe what you believe, but
No, I'm saying you're wacky because you watched the footage, and you're gonna tell me you don't know who the people were that broke into the. Do you think they were Biden
do
supporters
you
who
think
broke
that
in?
we were shown all the footage with everything coming out now? Do you think we were shown all the footage of January 6th?
What footage is missing?
I believe the new footage of how what people are using within their cases
Oh, you
was
mean
not
like the
showing that.
shaman? You mean like the shaman and the guy who was walked out with Nancy Pelosi's lectern and the people that said they were trying to hang Mike Pence? You mean those people?
I believe there's new video that we weren't shown.
Where? Okay, why do you believe this new video?
Because I've seen articles about it, but again, that's something in the past that
That's
we need.
all public now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't know where I want to where are these new videos at? I need to see them.
I will look him up for you and then DM you and send them to you.
Host,
Fantastic.
may I make a quick point?
Yes, Mister. Is that 001?
It's abundance.
Okay, but let's see what you got to say. What part of the country are you in?
I'm originally from DC, but I'm on the west side
You're on
of
the
the
west side.
country.
Okay, let's see what you got to say. I'm interested.
So I would just point out to Miss Sandra that the people who are being prosecuted right now um, for their actions on that day and for subsequent actions like making harassing and threatening phone calls to various members of Congress. All of those people who are in jail, either awaiting sentence or who have pled guilty in court, were Trump supporters, man. They even stated that on the record, and some of them said that they were there because of Trump, that he caused them to be there. So I appreciate your perspective. Since you weren't there, you don't know. But this is clear, incontrovertible proof that those people supported Trump. So you can't deny it. I'm sorry. You might feel and say things like, I wasn't there. They could have been wearing, Trump hats, but not supporters of Trump. But those who've been prosecuted are all Trump supporters.
Yeah, but that. Again, what does that have to do with me
Yeah,
personally
but you
voting for
see,
Trump?
yeah,
Every
but
person, I
listen,
feel every
Let
person
her
has an
talk about it.
every person has an individual right to vote for who they want to vote for whatever reason. I
True.
wasn't part of the insurrection, so I didn't put myself in that situation, so
I'm
I
glad you
cannot.
did not. I'm happy to hear that you did not do it. But when you deny it,
But why is it wrong for me to say, well, like again, we're going to go back to the I'm
no,
still
I'm just
making up my
saying,
decision.
if what do you think was the largest contingency there? Who do you think the largest was supporting it?
Who the largest authority there? Of course, the
No, no.
president.
So supporters. Who are they supporting?
Oh, Trump, because there was a rally for Trump, so of course there's going to
What
be
was
a
the
large
rally? What
number.
was the rally called?
Oh, I don't know.
Stop the Steal rally.
Oh.
Anyway, listen,
But
listen,
I
everybody.
gotta go. But thank you for having me, and I would like to join
I'm
some
gonna
other
follow
time.
you. I'm gonna
Thank
follow
you.
you
I don't
back.
have that many followers. I'm just a normal little person. So,
No,
thank you.
you're just like me.
Thank you.
so yeah, just off the top of my head, I can tell you that that
Who's
was wrong.
talking? Who's
Yeah, Eric,
talking? Who's
Eric.
talking?
Gotta wait. We gotta wait, dude.
Yeah, what are you doing? Why did you interrupt me? Hello?
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm saying, why did you feel the need to interrupt me?
Oh, I thought you were finished.
But did you see that other people on the panel before you?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, no, no, I'm saying, just, we do things a little bit different over here. We don't want people to come in and start talking. I
Copy
want
that. Go ahead. I got
that.
it.
Oh,
I
thank you so
understand.
much. I appreciate you. Sandra, listen, you were great. I appreciate you, your perspective. So I did give you a follow back, and hopefully you will continue to be a friend of Mr. Denali XXL. Okay.
Thank you. I like having conversations because that leads to us learning and probably changing perspectives. And having me on here, I could probably pick up some things that will help me decide for November when we elect.
Well, hopefully
What do you
that you will
learn?
vote for somebody who can win, even if it's not Biden. Just don't go in there and put in Mickey Mouse. In my opinion, okay. Do your research and figure out who you might want to vote for, who can actually win. I think I have a sneaky suspicion of who you will vote for, but I don't want to make that assumption.
She learned today that crime is down in California. So
She did learn at least unalivings are down in California, 100%.
I
Thank
live
you.
here and I don't see it. So
How tall are you, Miss Sandra?
I'm 5'4", 5'3".
Oh, okay, cool. All right, cool. Thank you so much. You kind of look like Selma Hayek a little bit.
Thank you. I appreciate that. All
No
right.
problem.
See you
Hey,
later.
have a great day. Don't be a stranger, okay?
Okay. Bye.
All right. Mr. 001.
How you doing today, my man?
I'm doing well, man. It's good to see you. I know that aren't you the guy up in Washington, D.C. that has intimate knowledge about what was going on January 6th?
No, no, no. I'm in California like she is.
Oh, you're in California. Okay, I'm got
Yeah.
you confused with somebody else. My apologies. Go ahead, sir. What you got to say?
No, oddly enough, Ashley Babbitt is from California, from San Diego. I grew up down there.
Oh, I love San
Um,
Diego.
and unfortunately, what happened to her was during the commission of a crime, and so that wouldn't a police officer wouldn't get charged with murder or that charge in that case. I'm sorry. So yeah, you were talking about qualified immunity. That's what I was
Yeah,
I
well, we
was
were talking about what does police reform mean to you?
me. I'm probably on the radical left on that. I think we should end
Radical left.
qualify. Yeah, end qualified immunity as it is. It should
Okay.
be I mean, there should be a case by case basis, but I want to get rid of police unions and internal investigations. I think having me and my boys investigate me when I do something wrong is probably not going to get the right outcome 9 times out of 10. Put it in the hands of people who have no, benefit from making themselves look good in the game. Um, I think we're seeing. I don't know if you guys follow the First Amendment audit community, but just a ton of videos on the internet on YouTube,
Hmm.
and training, officer training is failing now.
Officer
Uh,
training is failing.
yeah, I think there was a saying a guy said, if they spend more time in the library and less time on the gun range, we could get rid of half of this stuff right out the gate. They don't understand the Constitution, and they don't respect constitutional rights. But they rely on the higher ups, and even with qualified immunity, they get indemnity from the city. So you're not going to get anything from the officer when he does wrong. The city's going to end up taking care of it, or the insurance, the bond. So I mean, we are following our tail on the police things at this point because I mean, there's too many bad officers out there, and we're forced to believe that there's 90% good officers, but so many of them get away with stuff, and that 90% just don't seem to step up and stop it. You understand what I mean?
I've been talking about that. That why don't the good officers turn into bad officers? Because they know who they are.
Right.
Seem
Uh,
to continue to be in the ranks. And I, as a police, if I was a police officer, I would not want that. But I know there's a thing with the thin blue line, right, where it's like a brotherhood, and you can't necessarily snitch or rat
Right.
on the fellow officer.
The good officers like that are the ones that get ran out of the profession. That's the sad part.
Right.
If you're willing to be honest, you too honest, they don't want you around.
Mm.
Blackball.
Yeah.
Look at my man Bird.
Unfortunately, when when the cops that do get fired, which usually what happens to them, which was probably going to what was going to happen to Chauvin before there was all the protesting and calls to really hold him accountable. He was probably just going to get fired, and the police union doesn't get rid of these guys. Unfortunately, they get fired and they go get a job in another area,
Right.
in
It is
another
hard to
police
fire them,
department.
from what I heard.
Yeah.
Is that right, Mr. Daddio? It's hard to fire them once they do get into a little bit of trouble.
Oh man, that's probably the worst thing. We got these what they call what are they gypsy cops? Because when they get in trouble, they just go to another department. You
Right.
know.
Right. They get fired, but
Yeah.
they're not outcast.
Right.
The police union just allows them to get another job somewhere else.
Yeah. They can even get on the Brady list and still find employment, and that's the part where if they lie or they hide evidence or something like that, get caught, they get put on a Brady list. DAs won't even. I mean, prosecutors won't even use them to testify. They make an arrest. They have to let the defense know this officer is not allowed to testify. They end up having to throw these cases out, but they still will keep them on the force.
Mm.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Well, listen. Could you're a former law enforcement? Is that right, Mr.
No,
D?
no, no. I'm now. I actually was going to become a border patrol agent, and that's
Oh.
when I ended up going in the military.
Okay.
And when I got back, it's kind of crazy. I got back at the height of the crack epidemic. The
Mm-hmm.
community I came from was, had it went from being a regular normal community. It looked like New York City in the middle of the night when all these people out there.
Mm.
So me and a couple of guys that I grew up with, we formed this Take Back the Streets organization
Oh wow.
with a bunch of ex gang members. Uh, San Diego has a lot of pro football players. A lot. It's like at one time there was like the school that Marcus Allen came from had like 26 pro ball players came out of there.
Is that right? The
Yeah.
high
So
school?
at high school, Lincoln High.
Wow. Something's in the water, huh?
Oh yeah. Oh, you know what? I think there's Cal Poly in L.A. or Long Beach Poly in L.A. and there's a couple of schools in Texas that have passed that now.
I did
But
not know that
those
about Marcus
guys,
Allen Alma High School. Wow. That's amazing.
yeah,
26 NFL players.
and
Mm. All right,
that
listen,
was probably
everybody.
10 years ago.
We got 143 people in here, and we are just at 41,000 likes. I still need 19 hand hearts. I have not received a subscriber Today, I'm just shocked at that you can get started for as little as $2.69. Again, I will say, and I will continue to say, and my moderators will say in the chat, support is a verb. Thank you so much, Karen Land. Appreciate you. Support is a verb. The only way this stream can continue and what we're doing. We're on our 5th week of full-time shows, consistent shows every day, but we need your support. We need your support. I don't know how else I can say it. And the minimum thing you can do is tap the screen. I don't like to turn off the comments, but Natasha makes me do it because we need to get this out to the For You page. No one in the box tapped the screen. Everybody who's in the comments and viewing needs to tap the screen. That's I mean, it's the cheapest thing to do. It costs you nothing to tap because this pushes out to the For You page so that people can discover Mr. Denali XXL so we can have more people in the tent, more voices like Daddy O and his perspective as a as a veteran, Birdie Dog as a fashion designer, Miss Carolyn works down at the DOT down in Louisiana. All the different things. Cece with her perspective being in Chicago. She discovered us through Deadpool, but we have to tap the screen at a minimum and share the live. That's the only way that this thing can get out to the For You page so we can continue to grow. So please, I'm asking you guys if you support and you rock with Mr. Denali, and it seems like you guys do because we've been up to almost 212 people. Just tap the screen as you're doing what you're doing. You're commenting. Just please tap as we continue to have this great conversation with people from all walks of life here in the great country that we live in. So please, please tap the screen. Gift the host, gift the panel, follow the host. Also put on the notification so that you know when we are going live. We go live Monday through Friday at a minimum at 8 a.m. If it's not 8 a.m., then I will definitely put something out to let you know when we will be going. But we are committed to going every day. Earlier this week, I was down in Fulton County, and I've been calling for Fonnie Willis to step down because I do not think that she is the best person to bring justice in the Donald Trump RICO case. I got a lot of flack for that. I had a long conversation with a friend of mine last night for about 45 minutes, and she got passionate about about what I was saying. And she's not a political person. I was like, where is this coming from? And she's like, I don't like what you're saying about Fonnie and everything else like that. And I said, well, I am going to continue to say it because that's what I feel. I feel like she's become very polarizing. I feel like she is not the best person to bring about justice. I think that she needs to go ahead and, if she can, give it to another DA to do the case. Because I don't think that the case is going to go, number one, before the November elections. If he wins, it'll be put on the shelf for 4 years. If he loses, then she'll go ahead and try him in 2025. But the reason that we have this delay is because of her, in my opinion, poor judgment. That's what I think. And so I need you guys' help. Tap, tap, tap the screen. Let's get up to 50,000 likes. Don't forget about my Cash App and my Venmo, where you can drop something in there. And you can. I've had donations as low as $2.55. And we're getting ready to get into overtime as well in a little bit here. So continue to tap, 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 gift the panel, gift the host. And Natasha will be here at 3, I think, 3:30. So please, I don't want to have to. She's going to get feisty because she already texted me and told me what to do the first time to get her 35,000 likes. So let's go ahead and get up to over 50 likes so that she doesn't have to come in and start giving out marching orders. So please tap, tap, tap the screen. All right.
Mr. Denali.
Abundance, did you speak? Yes, sir.
Briefly, but I'd like to add my perspective to
Go
this
right ahead. Let's hear what you
police
have to say.
reform. So, I've been a public defender
If you could
investigator.
speak right into the mic, so you're a little low.
I've been a public defender investigator now for 20 years.
Wow.
I worked San Diego County, and then I worked on the federal level up in Fresno, and then in Florida, and in other states. And I can tell you that I have literally seen and been privy to law enforcement officers, both on the state, county, and federal level, literally lying about their investigation, being caught red-handed lying about what they did or did not do during the course of an investigation, and nothing, I repeat, nothing but a slap on the wrist happens to them. I've had them perjure themselves on the stand, and nothing. happens to them. So, with respect to qualified immunity, that has got to go. If an officer is found doing something illegal or outside the scope of his lawful duties, he or she should be held personally liable for that. Any payments or settlements should not be by the city. It should come out of their pension, the police pension fund. They should not be allowed to operate or work as a law enforcement officer at any level. They should be banned from the profession for the remainder of their life. Go find another job if you can't determine how to do your job and protect people's rights,
Right.
period, point blank. And if those things were to happen, you would see how quickly they would fall in line and stop abusing their authority.
Wow, look at this. Whoa, let me give you a round of applause. Thank you for your perspective, 100%. Yeah, a lot of people have come up and talked about the qualified immunity and how maybe it should go. How would that? Well, how do you think that would affect? Do you think officers would leave the profession?
I have no question that many an officer would leave, but those are the officers that, quite frankly, we don't need to be policing our streets. I also feel like officers who police a certain area should live within that area and not live 30, 40, 50 miles an hour away from the community that they're policing. And finally, when it comes to wrongdoing, like Daddy 001 said earlier, when it comes to review and examining what the wrongdoing was, it should not be, it should be by community members that are randomly chosen, that are not affiliated with anyone in their family being in law enforcement, and instead of law enforcement policing themselves, because you're never going to get to the bottom of it when you have that brotherhood examining themselves.
Mm. Wow. Now, what's your perspective on why good police officers don't turn in the bad apples that they know are there?
Well, sadly, I think, it goes back to what both Daddy-O and Birdie were saying, and that is that they're afraid because it does cost you your job. It does cost you being promoted. It does cost you, in some cases, it's cost officers their lives.
Right.
Being unalive during the course of a corruption investigation when you're the person who is willing to do the right thing. And I'll mention this as an aside and close with it. Uh, do you know that if you score higher than a certain percentage point with your IQ, that they will pass you up as a law enforcement officer because you're deemed too smart. And if you're too smart, you're going to be willing to question unlawful orders. And they don't want that. And you can look that up. That's a true
Mm.
story.
Wow. Wow. And what can you say what state you're in?
I'd
DC.
rather not.
Gotcha. Okay.
I'd rather not.
No, no problem. I definitely understand. Wow. Look what we got. Listen, I always say you never know who is in the box or who is in the chat when you come up here and you say things. And look what we have. We have a expert here, as we have Miss Nadine, who lives down here in East Point. She was also talking about the qualified immunity and some other things that we can do as far as police reform goes. So I thank you for your voice, sir. I hope that you will become a friend of Mr. Denali XXL and you will not be a stranger. Thank you so much for
Appreciate
your
you. Thank you
perspective.
for having me. I got to jump, but
All right.
appreciate you.
You take care, man. Don't be a stranger, please.
Take care.
All right. Bye bye.
Hey,
I
I'm gonna
want to
have to
say
run it
thank you
too,
for
bro.
inviting me in the group.
I'm sorry. I have to run too, bro. I'll be listening though from the cheap seat.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. 001. I
Thank
don't know.
you.
I can't say Daddy O. I can't say
That's
it.
okay. That's okay. It'll
I
get a
just
bro
can't
on you
do it.
though
I'm
either way.
sorry. I can't do it.
That's all right. Later
All right,
on.
man. You take care. Have a great weekend.
You too.
All right.
Thank you for accepting me on the group. I really do appreciate it.
Robert, how you doing, sir? What
I think
say?
Eric was
I'm doing
next.
good.
Oh, was Eric
I'm
there? Eric, were you here before Robert?
Might have been.
Yeah, go ahead, Eric, and then we'll go to Robert. My son, I had got a little caught up with Sandra, so I kind of lost count. So Eric, what? Okay, Eric, this is your first time here.
Yeah,
How did you hear about Mr. Denali XXL?
I was just scrolling through.
Okay,
Never
great.
seen you on here actually.
You did what?
I've never seen you on here before.
Look
I
at
was just
that, ladies and gentlemen. Give me 1 second. Let me talk to the audience. Look at that. He found us on the For You page. Why? Because we're tapping the screen and we're pushing it out. We're sharing the live. That is how important it is to tap, tap, tap the screen. Remember, I keep and I will continue to say it until I'm blue in the face, which would be tough considering my skin complexion. But we need to tap the screen to push this out to the For You page. That's how Mr. Eric found us. So please tap, tap, tap. If you rock with Mr. Denali, if you are a fan of Mr. Denali, if you like the way we run the platform over here with the moderators, Zeus, Nata Shay, Mia, Dr. Shay, MCM001, One Live Mike, Hunter Gorilla, please tap the screen. Also, don't forget to gift me. I still need 17 more hand hearts. And don't forget to like me. Excuse me, follow me, and then also put the notification on so you know when we're going live. All right, Eric, what say you, sir?
sure. Yeah, it's pretty refreshing live here for a lot of very insightful things. One of them I can attest to, the one about being too smart to be a police officer. That actually happened to my father,
Mm,
and had a lot of connections and experience with police officers when I did judo, and they all told me, "Don't do it. No, you're too smart.
mm.
They're not gonna like you. You're gonna get into trouble, and yeah, just don't even try it. Do something else. Go to
Wow.
college." That's what I was told, and so I just took that advice and didn't join. I was just out of the Navy, so I thought it was a good fit, but apparently not. Um, and based on my little experience, I just know better than to talk. They're not your friends. They will manipulate you into saying things, and they will back up their buddies. So it's best to just not say anything, even if it's a justifiable use of force. And you think the cops are your friends. No, never. Not your friends. You just don't say anything. It's pretty easy. You can just appreciate them being there, and that's cool, but I'm going to wait to make any statements. So that was pretty much my point for that. But then I heard earlier about it was all MAGA that went to federal prison for January 6th. That's not necessarily true. Off my head, I can name one, John Sullivan, who is not MAGA. Uh, was he there for protest? Not sure, but he was there, and he did get charged with entering along with everyone else. So it was kind of just a lot of different people. Um, Nobody really knows if it's true or not as to whether there was agent provocateurs um, kind of still under wraps there. And yeah, so yeah, I just think that it's it is definitely up there with the veteran rebellion, I guess the whiskey rebellion, and other acts of sedition or tried insurrection. But apparently, based on the courts and the Supreme Court, it wasn't an actual insurrection. So that's how it's going to be labeled in history, and we'll have to read about it decades from now. So yeah, that was just basically my point. I totally agree with you on Fannie Willis. There's too many issues there, and she got caught. I think she underestimated Trump and the money that he spends on investigating investigators. So he's been doing it since forever. He hires former FBI agents for his security, and they got his back. So yeah, it's kind of crazy. Crazy time we're living in.
Yeah, a lot of new normals, not all good. So definitely, thank you so much for coming on up. and sharing your perspective. I definitely appreciate it very, very much. I want to go now to Robert. Robert, what say you, sir?
Well, I'm a published author of a book called Fighting for Life and Justice. I think that the group would find it very interesting to look at that book because I've already had my thing with corrupt officers and corrupt DAs and corrupt judges. It's all in the book, and part of the problem we have with our officers is they're coming back from serving in the military and got PTSD, and they should be tested before they get back in the uniform because they forget who they're serving. That's the problem I'm seeing. Because when they come back from serving in the military, this their word, and that's all they care about. And the problem of it is, we're putting them back in uniform, and they forget who they're serving and protecting. That's our problem. We need to make it where they're going to be tested to make sure that they know they're actually back. I don't know if that makes sense, but their brain is not functioning where they're actually knowing that they're back in the country. They still think they're serving in the military, and they're treating us like we are in the military also, which is wrong because we're citizens and we should be all treated respectfully and with honor and respect of each other. We should respect them, whether we like them in uniform. We need to respect that uniform. But unfortunately, the ones in uniform need to learn respect of our citizens also.
All right. Thank you very
That
much.
the
Oh, by the way, I just
there's
found your
not a
group is
mutual
full, so you're
respect
right
then.
about tapping.
What is that you said about tapping, sir?
I said you're right about tapping because I found your group when I was strolling also.
Fantastic. See, look at that, audience. Tap, tap, tap. So we can get out to the For You page as we continue to build the most inclusive space here on TikTok. Birdie, you had something, sir?
I was just saying that's kind of like what I was saying yesterday about the lack of mutual respect between cops and the public.
All right. Well, listen, I think we all have a lot of different ideas on what's going on as far as police reform or immigration reform, as we've been talking about here on the channel. I think I think his name was Abundance was talking about. I do think that part of what should happen is that officers should be close to the area that they are patrolling, so they have an invested interest in helping the community, stamp out crime and different things like that. If you're just going in from 100 miles away or 80 miles or whatever it is like that, you don't really have a vested interest. There needs to be more community policing so that people are trusting the police. Not get out the car, start walking the beat. So and just don't show up when something goes down. Show up beforehand. All kind of different things like that. I think can definitely help with the relationship between the police and the community, because I believe that the police are supposed to be there to protect and serve, not abuse and unalive. So, don't listen. I've never been a law enforcement officer, a Leo, as my good friend Duke says, but those are some things that I see just from a civilian point of view. Miss Caroline, how are you? What, you have something?
I'm good. We're just working, listening. But yeah, I wanted to say about that. Some of the best YouTube videos that I see are policemen who do get out in the community and like play basketball with the kids. And they have some police officers who have channels where they go out and hang out with the kids and or gain a rapport with the community. I think
Right.
that's going to be one of the biggest um, good things that the police can do.
I agree with you. We need to build a relationship. You got to be in the community and showing up not just when something happens, but also before that, so you can. Because I think life is about people and relationships, and if you can build up that rapport with the people in the community prior to something happening, they might be more likely to trust you. It shouldn't be just they see you when trauma is going on. They should see you in everyday settings kind of situations where, like you said, playing basketball, I don't know, ice cream drive, I don't know, whatever, whatever motivates people, but we got to try to do something different because as we all know, the definition of insanity is continuing doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different outcome. And I don't think that's a good way to go about, especially with policing, which is a very, very important aspect of society. We don't want anarchy. We don't want the purge, like those movies, if you've seen them. We want to make sure that we're keeping everybody safe. And I think police have to go back to when they were protecting and serving and not be seen as abusing and unaliving. So that's my thoughts. All right, guys.
We need a citizen review board. We need to put citizens on the review boards to review what officers are doing to other citizens. We can't expect the police officers to police themselves. We need a citizen review board. My mother was a first officer in Florida, one of the first. She was mistreated because she was a female officer. She quit because she did not agree with something that happened, and so she left. You're right. There is good officers that do leave. But unfortunately, the reason why they don't say anything, they're afraid to be mistreated or actually something would happen to them or their family. So what we need is a citizen review board to review everything that's being done to make sure and get a community involvement. Community citizen review board is what I would love to see happen because we need to bring the citizens back in the power of our law enforcement. After all, we the people, not law enforcement the people, we the people, we need to police our officers and make sure. And if they're not fit to be in the uniform, then by all means, let them flip hamburgers at McDonald's.
Yeah, really.
Definitely agree with that
Mhm.
100%. I mean, to be a police officer is a privilege, not a right. And you got to make sure that you're doing the right thing. You need to be impeccable. You need to make sure you live up to that oath. And again, get back to protecting and serving, not abusing and unaliving. Mia, you're back. What's going on?
Nothing, sitting here chilling. Our whole system needs an overhaul. I keep saying that. Like that's just what it is. Bottom line. Police department dismantled. Um, especially those ones in those southern, small towns and things like that. Those ones need to be tore down and built from the ground up. Like those are just, yeah. I don't know, but I don't know. We can keep talking about it, but it doesn't seem like it's really happening.
I thought like it's funny because a really good example of what a lot of the points that people brought up are is like happened in Camden, New Jersey, um, where basically like quote unquote they defunded the police. They basically just blew up the police department there and started over and put in the social programs that a lot of people are talking about. They've also, the police live in the community that they serve, and they're treated more like the way a school board where the citizens are really responsible for hiring the police. Um, and it's worked really, really well there. I
Folks,
think
I gotta
it's
leave,
a
but please, if you get a chance, look up Fighting for Life and Justice. I believe my book would be very interesting to the group. May everybody have a blessed day. Thank you for letting me join today,
No,
but
no problem, sir.
I have to go.
All right, cool. Hopefully you'll be a friend of Mr. Denali XXL. Hope to see you again, sir. Have a great weekend.
God bless everybody and stay safe. And record the officers. The 14th Amendment of the Constitution guarantees you equal protection under the law. You have the right to record officers if you feel like you need to. The 14th Amendment is there for you. And take advantage of the Constitution and get to know it. Don't let somebody tell you what your rights are. That's the biggest mistake anybody can make.
Thank you for your voice, sir. Thank you for your voice. Hopefully, do not be a stranger. Come on back when you have the opportunity. We'd love to hear from you.
Thank you and have a blessed day.
You do the same, sir. Awesome. Look at that. You never know who's listening. But I think those two gentlemen, Eric Abundance and wow, what was his name? Did just left? Forgot his name. I hate when I do that. But hopefully, he'll come back. But when we talk about, excuse me, tapping the screen so that we can push this out, and because those gentlemen found us by on the For You page, and we have 45,000 likes, 45.4. Let's go ahead and get the next 4,600, so we can get to 50,000. Eric, so we can get to that 50,000 mark before Natasha comes on over. All right. Cece, you've been quiet. What's going on? You just hanging out listening.
Yes.
All right. Hopefully some of this is getting to you, and do you have any perspective on police reform?
Oh no.
No?
No, sir.
What are you interested in? Let me hear.
Like politics?
Just tell me what are you interested in? I'm curious. As a young woman, 37 years old, what are you interested in Chicago? I know you're interested in culinary, and you work at the, as you said, the slave ship Amazon.
Slave ship, for sure. I don't know. I mean, I told you what I do. I cook. I'm interested in food.
Okay, what's your favorite protein to work with?
I would say seafood.
Any particular seafood? Scallops,
Oh, salmon for sure.
salmon. Okay,
hmm
and you're making the perfect meal. What are you making?
I probably do salmon, asparagus,
Hmm.
mashed potatoes, something like that.
What? Just regular mashed potatoes? Not garlic, not sweet potato, just regular
I've been
with
making them
chives, loaded mashed
making them
potatoes, or
loaded
what?
with some, sour cream, chives, you know, hook them up real good.
And how are you preparing the salmon?
Oh, I'm stuffing it.
You doing what?
I'm stuffing it,
You're
with
stuffing it. Okay, so you got a
mm,
big piece of salmon. You're going to cut that thing in the middle, and you're going to stuff it with what?
spinach,
Okay.
cheese, cream cheese.
Nice.
Might make a garlic butter sauce to go on top.
You use a lot of compound butter?
I like to use Kerrygold.
Kerrygold. My son likes that. That's that Irish stuff. Absolutely. Okay. And what are you gonna pan fry it? You gonna bake it? What are you gonna do?
When I do my stuffed salmon, I kind of like put it on the stove first and then put it in the oven.
Finish it in the oven.
Mhm.
Okay, I'm down with that. That sounds delicious. And what seasonings are you using? Are you just using salt and pepper, or are you using something special?
A bit of everything, the secret stuff.
Oh, you can't tell me.
No.
You got it. You want to keep that a secret. Okay, I got you. You making me hungry. Making me want to. You ever come down to Atlanta? Have you been down here to Georgia?
Yeah, I've been to Atlanta before.
Do you like it?
It's nothing but people from Chicago down there mixed with a little bit of Atlanta residents.
Oh, okay. All right. So it's
Where
like
you
it's like
from?
a second home.
Yeah, like Atlanta and Houston is where everybody from Chicago go to.
Interesting. So what do you got planned for the weekend?
Oh, I work the weekends.
Okay, got it. All right, cool. Well, you know,
What about you?
what about me? What?
And for the weekends, what do everybody else have planned for the weekend? I'm gonna be at work, so y'all intrigue me with y'all fun
Mia,
activities.
what you got planned for the weekend? I know you got the babies. Do you, Mia? I got that's a good question. Do you and your father's co-parent well? Will they come and get them? Will you have a break, or are you full time?
So me and my ex-husband co-parent really well. So my kids usually do the weekends at his house, and then the twins' father, we suck at co-parenting.
Oh, really?
Yeah, kind of toxic.
That's the 7-year-old twins.
No, the 1 year old. The 7-year olds are by my ex husband.
Right, but you only been married once.
Yes. So my ex boyfriend, we don't co parent very well. And that's the father of the 1 year olds.
Got it.
But yeah, my kids go to their dad's house for the weekend.
Nice. Okay. Good deal. Oh my goodness gracious! This has been a long week, Mia. A long week.
It sure has. And I'm sitting here putting together a basketball hoop for my son, wishing I had a man. This is the kind of stuff I don't
I
like doing.
told you I'm gonna find you a man. You think I'm lying, huh?
I just need a man to take out the trash, shovel the snow, fix my car, mow the lawn, and put together these basketball hoops, okay?
That's it.
Yeah, that kind of stuff that, men do.
And you cook and everything, right?
Yeah, I cook.
You're domesticated.
Yeah, I'm cooking right now.
Oh yeah. What are you cooking?
I already told you earlier, I'm making red beans and rice, neck bones,
Oh yeah,
cornbread. And
that's right. And what protein?
I just said neck bones.
Neck bones. What is that?
What? You never had neck bones?
No, I'm not a big southern. I'm not a big soul food guy.
It's exactly what it sounds like, and I'm making the pork kind. I don't like beef neck bones.
And what are you putting in the crock pot?
No, I put mine on the stove. I don't make it in the crock pot. So yeah. And then I need my cornbread to go with that. But it's I don't know. I love it. It's like my favorite thing. I gotta have it often. I don't know.
No, thank you. I think I know what neck bones are. I think I give that to my dog sometime.
Excuse you?
No, but I give him chicken, duck, and everything else too. So it's not a slight.
You can't be giving your dog neck bones. I just no. So you give your dog oxtails too?
I have.
That's terrible.
Why?
Cause that's too good. Like I don't know. I wouldn't feed it to a pet.
Why? He's like family.
Yeah,
Well, I mean,
dog.
he is family, not like. You know how many women have told me that he'd have to go outside, and I'm like, you got another thing coming.
Yeah, dog people are different for sure.
Yeah, he's an inside dog.
You gotta remember, I'm a cat person, so dogs are different. They're different species. Um, I don't like dogs very much. I do like cats because they're independent. They kind of like fend for yourself, and they don't like try to sucker you for attention or kiss up to you. Like you gotta earn a cat's love and affection. Like I like their attitude and their swag.
They're very independent dogs. Like sometimes my guy, he's like really like he can really. Sometimes I'm over dogs, and then because it's like he's so needy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
Who just said
I wouldn't trade him for anything.
somebody just said cats are sneaky? They're not. They're my cat's not sneaky. She's just like right now. I don't know where she is. I haven't seen her in like 2 hours. But she's around here somewhere. She only comes around when she wants love and affection, which is not very often. For the most part, she does her own thing. If I open up the door right now, she'll be outside with her cat friends.
Mm. And her name is Sable. What is it? Your cat's name?
Stormy.
Stormy. That's like the girl from X-Men. Halle Berry played her in the movies.
Yeah, Storm. Yeah, I don't know where I got the name Stormy, but I love it. It fits her and everything. My cat is Chick, and she's a house cat. I don't know. I just don't dogs. When you meet people's dogs and they just want to touch on you and lick on you and sniff you, I hate that. Like, ugh.
Cats are like women, though.
Oh my
Okay,
god.
then maybe that's why I like cats, Sean.
It might
Oh,
be.
do you dip into the
They're
lady pond?
moody. They only want to be touched when they want to be touched.
Yeah, like
Besides that, they really damn unless you're gonna use them to get. Then
Do you dip,
you have to
you
sit
dip into the
in the
lady pond,
house and they
Mia?
walk all over your countertops.
Mia?
What's that?
Mia, do you dip into the lady pond? Did I ever ask you that?
yes, I have, but not in the way that you like. I don't know. That may be for an after dark live, if I'm gonna explain it.
Wow. Okay, so you go to first, second, or
Let's just
third
say
base?
this: I don't dip into the lady pond, but a lady has dipped into my pond. How about we say
Oh,
that?
you received, you did not give.
Yes,
Mm.
Oh, I see.
and I wouldn't ship with a woman. I despise those.
But you wouldn't like being in a relationship with a woman.
No, not at all. I like men.
Got it. Well, Cece says that she enjoys women. Is that right, Cece?
I said,
Huh?
I said, yeah, I say that.
Would you be in a relationship with a woman?
I have been.
Oh. And how does that do? What do you prefer?
I mean, time passes and time goes on. I think polygamy is for me.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So you want? Okay, I'm interested now. So you want to be in a poly?
Yeah, I really think that that's what's for me.
So
Okay, but what kind of pub? Like,
one. Hang on, one man, and then you be part of three women or two women.
Like a man and another woman.
Right. So you two women, and then you guys share the man, but then maybe you two as the women kind of get together as well.
Yeah, but I mean, I mean, I've kind of been in a situation like that before, and what I took from that and what I learned from that, I feel like me and the woman should be in a relationship first, and then add the man.
don't do it. Don't do it. I seen a relationship like that. It blew up. It blew up when the two women came in and then they added the man to the situation. It was a recipe for a disaster.
Really?
Yeah, my one of my exes did that. He met a girl who was in a relationship, so they decided to add him to the relationship. Eventually their threesome became a twosome. It was a lot of a lot of stuff going on. And eventually they both end up only wanting the man and not each other. So it was real messy.
Hmm. But I imagine you got to have some rules with that. Uh, One live Mike said he'd like to watch me and a good turkey sandwich.
What?
He said he would like to watch, and he'd get himself a, it's him with the turkey sandwich to watch. That's what he said.
That's funny.
Okay, well, listen. So you
What
want me
about
to find
you?
you? You want me to find you a woman, or you want me to find you a man who's into poly? Which one you want?
Oh no, I'm leaning more towards women right now. In my
Say
life.
what now?
I'm leaning more towards women right now in my life.
Oh, is that because of the breakup?
No, it's just because I feel like I don't know. I feel like I understand and women understand me better. You know, me being a Pisces and me being emotional, and you know how I say, oh, you said we're all over the place. I'm all over the place, and I need somebody that understands that. A man can't understand that right now, you know?
You don't want to be put in your place by a strong man.
It's not put it's not being put in my place because I'm very domesticated and very submissive. It's just I'm more my emotional needs need to be fed more than anything else right now, and I don't feel like a man can give me that.
Has you ever had that from a man?
Denali said he can change that.
Yeah, if I tell you to sit your ass down, would you would respond to that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, well, who the hell are you talking to?
What I mean, but what I'm sitting down for? What's wrong with standing up?
Nah, I want you to sit down. I got a surprise. I got a surprise for you.
Oh, okay, it's something in the end for that, so that's cool.
Say what? What'd you say?
It's something to eat. You want me to sit on the floor or in the chair?
Sit in the chair.
Oh, okay, say.
One more time.
I said, oh, okay, say less.
Say less. That's right. Okay. All right. Yeah, you submissive. You could definitely. You know. Let me stop talking. Let me stop talking. Let me stop. Let me stop. But she's a very beautiful woman. I have to say, she looks young, and she should have no problem, no problem at all, finding what it is that would make her happy. And if that is women, then go ahead for it. I'm an ally of the LGBTQ plus community, but I'm not a participant because I am very, 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 very pro
Oh
vagina. So,
Lord.
what you want me? What do you mean? Why are you saying, "Oh Lord"?
You don't gotta keep reminding us. We
I gotta
know,
make.
we
Listen, I
know.
want my LGBTQ plus brothers and sisters to understand I'm with them, but I'm not a participant because I am pro vagina. So,
You want two of them?
listen, man, I'm fucking 50 years old, like, bro, like, I got a lot of shit to do.
You
I
as
don't
good as
know.
you once was?
If I was, why didn't these kind of opportunities happen to me when I was like 35? Well, I was married, but oh my goodness. But then, the problem with me is that in my 20s, I had a lot of different challenges. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't have, no matter how much I tried, I was just trying to get one letter. I never thought I could get two at one time. I was just trying to get, like, can one woman like me enough? You know what I'm saying? Through my challenges. So it was, my 20s were a little difficult. you know, I mean, a blind squirrel finds a nut every now and again. I did okay, but I could have done much better. But in my 40s, I've been having a lot of fun since my separation. And so, One Live Mike says two is overrated. So I'm sure my
It's
man
like
One
trying to
Live
watch
Mike is.
two TVs at once.
I'd like to be able to see if I can be focused. I think I could. I think I could be focused. Absolutely. I think I could be focused. I listen. I can be focused for a little while at a time. Absolutely. I mean, a broken clock is right twice a day, so I think I could do that. I could pull that off. So you never know. You never know what might happen. You never know. Dr. Shay, let me get off Cece here. She's gonna get me in some trouble. Dr. Shay, what say you? Dr. Shay with that goddamn microphone. Dr. Shay.
I'm picking up Snickers. I'm sorry. From the groomers.
Oh man, I'm gonna have a rule. When you come up here, be ready because we can call on you at any time. She's picking up her dog. Okay. Um,
Oh, he's so handsome.
did somebody say something? Hang on a second. Let's see what's good. What's doing here. Hang on one second, guys. All right, we got a question for Cece. Came in. Wow, Cece, you ready?
I'm
Cece.
listening.
Okay. The question is, can you describe your ideal man and also your ideal woman? Wow, Cece got a question.
Yeah, that's deep. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I
Does a man have to be a certain height?
Okay, I'm gonna say this. At one point in my life, I was very in a box. Um, as time has went on, I've started going outside of the box. You know,
Okay.
like let me not be too picky, let me not be too choosy. You know, because what's for me is what's for me.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but I would have to say on both sides, consideration. Like my biggest pet peeve is inconsideration.
You're talking about physical.
Physical. Okay. Not. I mean, I kind of like a tall man. I'm 5'7" myself.
You're 5'7". Oh.
Yeah, I'm 5'7" myself. I'm about 125, 130.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm kind of tall. I
You're
consider
slim
myself.
petite.
But yeah, I consider my slim thick. Get it right, slim thick.
Where
Um,
you're located at?
I'm in Chicago. Um,
Kids?
One piece or two piece?
oh, I'm doing a one piece. But
Hmm.
younger me would have did a two piece, but like older me, I'm a little self conscious now. Like, oh yeah, you
Well,
old.
you're only 125. That's very thin. At
Yeah, but
5'7", nonetheless.
like back in the day, yeah, I put that two
Okay.
piece on, but now I'm just give me a one piece covered up. Like I don't even dress as like promiscuous. Like I don't feel right if I ain't covered no more.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, I keep it pretty covered up now. I
Do
would
you
say
have Cece, do you have kids?
yeah, I have a daughter. She's 5.
Okay. Let me tell you, they paid for the question, so.
Dr. Shay's talking to me.
No, no, I'm talking to you.
Okay. Yeah, height doesn't really matter to me. I would like my height or taller.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I've been going, I've been going darker than me,
Oh,
but
really?
I've been going darker than me lately. But
What is what that I got? That's what is your natural complexion? 'Cause I saw your page and you have a lot of filtered pictures on there.
my complexion would be, I'm brown skin. I'm not like
Mm.
normal. I'm just regular brown skin girl.
Okay. Is there a reason why you use filters?
No, not really. Just
Oh.
aesthetic.
He
Okay.
he's he is hate filters.
I
I
do
don't
what
know
now?
why. There's nothing wrong with filters. You really don't like filters, and I don't understand why there's a problem with filters because I think that's what people do these days now.
All right. Okay. So do you like a guy who is thugged out? Do you like a 9 to 5 guy? Um, MCM001 said, "Who likes filters?" Question mark.
Women, some men.
Use them.
Men use filters.
Yeah, men
Really?
use filters too. Don't
Okay.
get it twisted.
What? Y'all out here catfishing us?
They've been catfishing us a long time with them hats.
What do you mean hats? Catfishing?
Catfishing. Men catfish now. Let's
Now hang
not.
on a second. Now I'm not gonna get into that. Never mind. Um,
Nah, go there. You heard her. Y'all been catfishing us.
is makeup
Hats
catfishing?
and big jackets.
Is makeup catfishing?
It's couture.
Padded
Is
bras
makeup
catfishing.
catfishing? Is makeup catfishing?
I don't know. I think people just do it because it was just natural,
How
you
in the
know,
world can
couture.
you say that wearing a hat is hat fishing, but makeup is not catfishing?
That's already there.
I'm sorry.
It adds to the beauty that's already there.
Now you've seen people that transform like Optimus Prime, right? Do you know who Optimus Prime is?
Yes.
No. Do you know
Never heard of
Transformers?
So you know that
them.
hat will hide that hairline.
Wait, what'd you say, Sean?
Said that hat would
I
hide that
said the
hair.
hat will hide that hairline.
Right, that's why they call it hat fishing. But I'm asking, is wearing makeup, excessive makeup, catfishing?
Definitely, because if they busted underneath that,
Cece or Dr. Shay or Mia?
It's really not, because all you gotta do is plan a date that surrounds around swimming.
Well, what happens if I meet you with the makeup on or the filters and then you show up without it, but I want the one in the picture? What happens then?
We
Well, that's the story of your life because you always get mad about those darn filters.
Hang on, Dr. Shay. I'm asking Cece. What does a man do then?
I don't know what to tell you, because
No, I'm saying you know what to tell me about the
we
hat
have to
fishing,
see
right?
without
What
it,
about
right?
the excessive makeup?
We eventually have to see each other without neither, right?
But I'm saying a man could be bald, but it's kind of a sex appeal kind of thing for women. But if you are a woman who is excessive
Being bald
makeup,
is not a sex appeal. I'm
are
sorry.
you? Hang on one second, me. Are you saying that no women find a bald man is sexy?
I sure don't, because Morris Chestnut is not it for me.
What about LL Cool J?
I'm good.
Okay, all right, okay.
I do not like bald men. I like men with a head. You gotta have a head full of hair, preferably strong hair, nice
What
hair.
what's
I
there
weak?
you go, Denali.
I'll
What's
take
gotta.
I'll take them both ways. It just depends on how you look.
what
Period.
is what is weak hair?
Thinning.
Oh, that's weak hair. Oh, my good friend Sandra is back. Sandra, how you doing?
Good. I would go for the one that has the brain. Who cares about the hair?
I
Mm.
do.
May I ask Sandra how old are you?
I'm 45.
Is that right? Wow.
Do I look like I'm catfishing on
Let
this
me
app? My picture? I don't
let
have
me.
that many pictures.
I'm gonna tell you right now. Let me see. Oh, you don't have any pictures. You got one video or something.
Yeah, I don't. I only like to talk in this. I don't like to produce content or anything like that.
Is that your husband?
I don't know what picture you're looking for. My
Okay,
husband
so
is a
you
little chubby guy.
so you have a husband. Okay, you're
I
five
do.
four. Okay, all right, no problem.
Why does it matter what height I am?
I was just curious. I found you attractive, so I was like, how old is she? What's her height? I don't have a height thing. I do have an age thing as well, so but it's okay. You're married, so it doesn't
I was
matter.
gonna say, Mr.
Oh, thank you for finding me attractive. I take the
What,
compliment.
what's going on with you, man?
What'd you say, Sean? Sean with that phone. Him and Dr. Shay always have trouble with their phones.
So when you want to date, let's start up.
Wah 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 wah
You
wah.
can hear me?
Hey, Cece,
Yeah, I'm in a bad
ask
area.
Cece, is there an income requirement?
What?
Damn it.
Ask Cece, is there an income requirement?
CC, CC, is there an income requirement for a man that a woman you may date?
Somebody that just get up and make good, honest money.
How much is good honest money enough to date you?
I'm not like 6 figures, this, that, the third. It's just, if you make enough money to take care of yourself and me, I'm cool with that.
30,000.
That's what required for us to live and get by. Cause I'm gonna work too.
Okay. Oh, so you'll go 50-50. I'm sorry.
I mean, I was taking care of myself before you, so why would I stop that?
I don't. I'm just Cece. I'm just asking the question. There are women on the app who say have come in this live who say they would not date a man who's making $40,000 a year.
I don't want you for your heart.
What about your heart?
In this economy, that would not be enough for
Your
two.
money, I want you for your heart. Cause I can get my
Well,
own money.
CC
Anything you
says she
for the
doesn't.
purpose
She
of
said
ours.
And she's in Chi Town.
What say you, Sandra? She said that she don't need you for your money. She said she wants your heart.
That was I don't know how old Cece is, but when I was young, I wanted it
37.
because
She's 37.
when I was young, it was about the heart. Now that I'm 45 and know the life and income that we need to survive, yeah, he needs to be making a little bit money because that will tell me about his work ethic.
How long have you been married, Sandra?
25 years.
Oh, okay.
And I make more than my husband now. I'm one of those wives that, I'm I was conservative, married my husband. He's been the only guy that I've been ever with.
Oh, oh.
But as a working mother and a independent person, I always tell the girls that I meet, always look for that credit score because that will tell you a lot about the person that you're dating.
Hmm. Is he a Trump supporter as well?
No, he is not.
Oh, wait a second. I'm interested now. Is he voting for Biden?
My husband is literally not within the political scenes. He's native to, well, we're both native to El Salvador, so he's not either or.
Okay. All right. He's kind of apolitical.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Nothing wrong with that. So CC, for the woman, what, do you have any requirements for the woman? We can finish this question.
Okay, woman. Um, it's some like the women that are attractive to me, but I'm more attracted to femme women. The South Side.
So
Uh,
you like a femme? Are you the other side of the femme in the LGBTQ
yeah,
community? I
I
mean,
like I like feminine women.
okay.
I like I won't say like big booty Judy women, but I like
Big booty
women.
Judy?
Yeah, like I don't not
So
super
you like
thick.
white women?
I don't. I'm not biased to any color as far as being or
Oh,
woman.
okay.
Um, I like nice built shape, athletic looking women.
Give me a celebrity that you like. Oh my goodness, she's it.
Oh, don't get me started. Okay, so I'm infatuated with Megan Good.
Oh, okay, with Johnny Major.
Yeah, I love Megan Good. So
Interesting.
beautiful.
I'm not a big fan of her, but okay. All right, Megan Good is it. That's perfect. What? And on the male side, the celebrity that best fits what you would want from a man physically.
Jordan all day.
Who?
Michael B. Jordan all day.
Michael B. Jordan. Okay. Did you like him when he was in the? Did you see The Wire?
Never watched that, but I've seen him when he was Reggie on All My Children.
He was on All My Children.
Yeah, he was Reggie on All My Children.
I don't know. I know the show, but I haven't watched All My Children in probably 20 years. Who has that noise? Is that you, CC? Who has the mic open?
Can we go back to the makeup question? I wanted to answer that.
Which question?
The makeup question, if it's catfishing.
Oh, you want to talk about that, Sandra?
I do.
All right, let's
Because
go.
I don't think it is considered catfishing when it depends. Well, let me restate that. I think it depends on the person doing it and what their intentions to do it. There's a lot of women that we pride ourselves in representing ourselves correctly, and sometimes it takes a little bit of makeup. So I don't think that it should be considered catfishing if we're doing it for our personal optics of how we see ourselves.
So you see yourself in a delusional state?
How is it delusional if you're working on yourself and not necessarily you're creating what? a better, well, not a better version of you, but just emphasizing your features.
But if you don't look like that, isn't that delusional?
No, because when men dress up, they don't look like they're in a suit every day,
No,
right?
but come on. Clothes are a lot different than contouring your nose and changing your complexion and those type of things like that. You're going to compare a suit to that,
Well,
Sandra?
I guess like, sorry, I guess it's like I said. Well, no, I'm not comparing a suit, but can a gentleman catfish a girl by the clothes they're wearing? Can one think that a gentleman has more money due to their attire?
What? If a man wears a suit, he wears a suit every day. I mean, different colors and things like that. When you go home at night and you take your makeup off, do you look like that?
Sorry, sorry, I just got into work and my staff is laughing. Um,
No.
oh no, I'm saying, well, you said it's catfishing, right? If a woman wears a lot of makeup, is it considered
Yeah,
catfishing?
because when I
I
take you
don't think.
home and you take it off, you don't look like that anymore.
Well, you don't look. Men don't look like the same if you take off their suit. Two different, you know.
Sandra, come on. You seem like a.
Well, have you
Anyway,
ever met a man that wears a suit, right? Has
first of
the
all, I
proper
don't date
clothes?
men. I'm an ally. I'm not a participant because I'm pro
No,
vagina.
I'm just stating in general. If you meet somebody who's wearing a suit, looks well presentable, would you think that he comes from money or not?
I don't know if clothes make you. I mean, there's a lot of broke people who have expensive clothes on.
Mr. Denali.
That's true.
Mr.
Who
Denali.
who said Mr. Denali?
Godfather.
Hey, dog father, how you doing, buddy?
Okay, well, I think that's kind of like what she's saying, comparing apples to oranges. Because you're wearing a suit, that's a money situation. That's not an appearance. Because you are going to be in that suit the way you look like in that suit. When a woman wears makeup to possibly cover up any blemishes or actually what she truly looks like in the facial features, because I've seen women that can wear very little makeup and look absolutely beautiful. But I've also seen women that unfortunately they've had acne problems when they were younger and cake on the makeup, and the minute they take it off, you're like, oh my god. So
I don't
if a
disagree with you.
guy, right? So if a guy I'm a heavier set guy. So if I was single, and I'm glad I'm not, if I wore one of those shirts for men that kind of cinched everything in like women wear Spanx, and I go home and take off, and we go home and I take off that shirt, and I got a little bit more meat on me now compared to what I look like in that shirt. That's the same thing with makeup.
Sandra?
I think the question was, is it catfishing to wear a lot of makeup? I don't think so. I think people, it it's just part of that person if they choose to or not choose not to wear it or not to wear it. But I don't think most people do it to catfish anybody.
You don't think? Oh, you don't think? Oh my goodness, really? Okay.
I don't, because I do know there's a lot of women that wear makeup, a lot of makeup, are married, have kids, are not out there catfishing.
No, I mean, I don't know if you wear makeup that means that you're not. I'm not saying if you wear makeup that you're not a good person or you're not gonna fall in love and get married. I'm just saying if you're in a dating market, you wear excessive makeup, and a guy thinks he's getting one thing, and then he ends up getting not that thing, that person that looks like all the time with the makeup, could be considered catfishing. If wearing a hat for a man is hat fishing or catfishing, why is it wearing excessive makeup catfishing for a woman? Just a question. Dr. Shay?
Yes.
Mrs. Snickers?
Hello?
Are you still dealing with your dog?
No, I dropped him off at the house.
Oh, okay. All right. If a man is wearing a hat to hide his hairline, if that's catfishing, how is an excessive makeup catfishing?
I don't know because I don't wear makeup.
No, but I mean, it's a simple. Well, okay. You don't want to say. I got it. Okay, that's my opinion. I think a lot of men, if they,
I mean, I'm just saying because makeup is cute. And let me say this, I wish I could because makeup is so fine. Some people have it really nice, right? And so, I mean, not that I don't. Let me read because I got to be careful with my words here. Let me be real careful with my words. Um, I'll wear makeup on special occasion, like if I have someone to do my makeup, like if I have an artist, somebody to do it. So let me back up because I know how your audience can be. But like so that but it's cute, it's very pretty, and I don't have any, I don't think someone is hiding it. Our parents wore makeup, our grandparents wore makeup. It's just something that's been there forever. So and when it comes to hats, I mean, to each his own. Some people wear hats, and actually some guys look better with a hat, and then you might take that hat off and be like, ooh, you see that peanut shaped head, and it turns you off, right? So it could go both ways. So yeah.
okay. Hey guys, Natty is gonna get ready to come up in a little bit. Go ahead and tap 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 the screen. Let's get over 50K. I can't believe we're just trudging along, and we got over 50 people in the room, and we have not hit the 50K mark. Also, I'm still looking for. I need 17 more hand hearts. I got 0 subscribers today. You can get subscribed for as little as $2.69. You see my Cash App and my Venmo right there. If you guys can go ahead and drop something in there for support, because support is a verb, and without support, the platform, struggles. Because we're up here a long time. I've been up here since 9:30 this morning. Here we are. It's 3:30, almost 4 o'clock. So if you guys could go ahead and take care of that, that would be fantastic. I really definitely appreciate everyone's support and everyone's contributions to the platform as we continue to build the most inclusive space here on TikTok. As we saw earlier, we had 3 new gentlemen, and well, CC followed Deadpool over here, but we had Abundance, Eric, and it was another fellow who found us on the For You page because we're tapping the screen. And that's so important to tap, tap, tap the screen so that we can push this out to the For You page so new people can find us, and we can continue to build the most inclusive space here on TikTok. So let's tap, tap, tap. I hate to turn off the comments. I'd rather you guys just do it without me having to force you to do it. Thank you so much. Excuse me.
Mr. Denali,
Yes.
Mr. Denali, something really interesting came up in the comments, and I think this is wigs. So, do you think that when women wear wigs, that we're catfishing you as well? God, I love all kinds of wigs, but do you think that's a catfish as well?
Do I think wigs are a catfish? What a question.
It's come from the comments. I like that. I love wigs, by the way. CC Boo.
Wigs are wigs.
Wigs are not a catfish.
I do.
I said wigs are not catfish. How can it be catfish when it comes off? I don't know. I don't think so.
How the hat catfishing if it comes off?
Because he missing his hairline under there.
And why are you wearing a wig?
Because I like the way the wig looks, and it's a protective.
Maybe he likes the way the hat. Maybe he likes the way the hat hits on the head. No, he doesn't like that.
A wig is a protective style for
Oh
women.
my God! If I hear that one more time.
It is.
Protect from what?
To keep your hair, like, you don't have to do. So obviously our hair needs a lot more maintenance than other people. So we like to keep it, under wraps and things like that. So we don't have to put too much heat or, things on our hair.
It's protected from looking bald.
Oh my God!
So what if the woman is bald?
I got hair under my wig, baby.
Me too.
Well, matter of fact, I don't even got on a wig right now, but under my wigs, I got a lot of hair.
Yeah, I love me a good wig. And I
And
got
most
hair like
people, you'll notice that most people that wear wigs do have a lot of hair. So
But what if you have thinning
because
hair?
they're protecting their hair. So no, but I'm saying you'll notice most women that wear wigs, they do have a lot of hair under their wigs, and that's because they wear protective styles so their hair doesn't get damaged and things like that.
so what about a lace front wig? I mean like a lace front, or even getting your hair, installed. Because a lot of people like that don't have edges.
I love lace fronts. You just got to know who's doing your hair. I do think lace fronts are on the pricey side because I think the cheapest I spend on a lace front is like $400. But you just got to know who you're going to. Don't just go to anybody.
I think there's
I'm
a
gonna.
lot of
I'm
chicks
ready to
that
make.
cover up their
I'm
bald
ready to make a
heads.
ruling. Are you guys ready for my ruling?
No,
No, you're not ready for my ruling.
I already know what your answer gonna be. You about to say, "Oh,
Yes.
it's catfishing."
No, I'm not gonna say it's catfishing because we know that it is a weed. Got it? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Makeup
and
is the makeup.
I'm sorry, CC. I don't know what you look like under that makeup because I've seen transformations like Optimus Prime. So I don't know what you look like under that makeup because it changes the complexion, and complexion for me is somewhat important.
So what are
Um,
women supposed to do? Because I already told you, like, I had a situation. My ex-husband hates makeup. So in our relationship, he hated when I wanted to wear makeup. And then in my other relationship, we don't wear. I didn't wear makeup around the house, but when we go out, he loved makeup. So what are we just supposed to conform to what every dude wants? Like this dude
well,
doesn't
hang on
like
a second. Who are the consumers, so to speak, of women?
men, and that's what I'm saying. I had
Right. So
one man that
whoever
liked
you're
me,
with, cater to that guy.
but they don't. We don't wear makeup for the man.
Oh, who do you wear makeup for?
Ourselves.
But that's cap. I don't believe that.
So women didn't grow up liking to play dress up and things like that, and
Yeah, but I mean now
it's
it's
not in
gotten
our
to a.
nature to want to look good
All right.
and feel good. Like, why do men think everything is about them?
But do
I got
you
a
want
question.
do you want to be with a man or you want to be by yourself?
Hey, I'm enjoying being single right now.
If the man that you wanted and valued and respected came along, would you change that stance and get with that man?
On whether I want to wear makeup or not.
No. I'm saying you're saying you're enjoying being single, right?
Mm-hmm.
If the man that you value and respected came along and he was the guy for you, would you change that? What you just said?
That I like being single. Yeah, I like being in a relationship too.
You would change it, right? So if the guy you wanted came into your life, you would change what you just said, correct?
My stance on being single, but if you had a problem with me wearing makeup, it's gonna go in one ear and out the other.
Oh, okay, fine. If that okay, I think that's just anyway. Listen, I don't know why you all fight with me. I know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm not crazy. Trust me.
Oh, thank you, Slim. I appreciate it.
What did Slim say? What he doing? What he say?
He says she is absolutely gorgeous.
Nobody said she wasn't gorgeous. I don't think anybody said that. Right?
No, no,
He was just giving her a
Mia,
compliment.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, no one said that she wasn't. I mean, listen, Mia is she's a fun young lady and everything else like that. So,
I'm a
listen,
unique
I
troublemaker.
you're what?
A unique troublemaker.
What makes you unique? Let me hear what makes you unique from everybody else. Huh?
Let's see. I got a blue ring around my eyes, so my eyes are a dark brown.
You have a blue ring around your eyes.
Yeah, so
Okay.
People, and it's funny when people actually notice it because it kind of stops them mid sentence. Like, you have blue in your eyes? Yes, I do, because I'm special.
What makes you special? Let me hear.
I just told you.
Oh, that the
I
ring.
have, like, I love my smile. I think I have a beautiful, beautiful smile. I love my high cheekbones. Like,
I'm saying what I'm saying. Don't other people have high cheekbones, and don't other people have? What's the first thing you said?
I'm saying what I like about myself and what I
You
get.
said you said you were special. I'm not saying you're not. I'm just saying what makes you special. That's all.
Because I'm me.
Huh?
Because I'm me and I can't be duplicated.
Okay. I'm not even gonna.
Mia,
I don't want to get into this conversation because this is like it's nothing but a landmine for me. I'm gonna get a bunch of hate DMs. So
Mia loves her some Mia.
yeah, sure, go right ahead.
What,
Absolutely.
what did you say, Birdie?
I
Mia
said
loves
you
some
love
Mia.
Leah loves some Mia.
Yeah, no problem.
There's a lot of self love, man.
Okay. Do you think women accurately assess who and what they are?
I think, yeah,
So
like, for example, like, I may have, I notice more of my flaws than obviously somebody
Can
that I'm.
everybody be a 10? Has any woman ever said I'm a 5 or a 4?
Yeah,
Really? I've never heard a woman say that.
I have friends that don't think they're, like, very attractive.
And they say it.
Yeah,
yep,
to
that's
me,
me.
I don't say it to you.
All right. Okay.
That's me. I think I'm like a maybe a 5, 6. I don't think I'm like, you know.
Yeah, I think I'm a 4.5. So I'm good. It's almost average. So I can get to like 5.5 depending on what I'm wearing and feeling good, got the swag and it got the haircut. So, but it is what it is. What are you gonna do?
Everybody has a self rating system, and then you have your rating system based on, like, opinions or thoughts of the opposite sex. So I think it's different.
Has anybody ever watched that whatever podcast?
No, what is that about, Carolyn?
It's a couple of like millionaire guys who get a bunch of young, well, mostly young, but really delusional women on there, and
What's the name again?
it's called oh shoot, I just said it,
Whatever.
the Whatever Podcast.
Yeah, I know
Yeah,
that podcast.
yeah, and those women on there, if you every time they ask every single woman on that platform, they're all tens, and it's like, what? Because there's all shapes, sizes, age. There's all kind of people. And if you tell somebody, wait, there's nothing
Well,
that
looks are
you,
subjective. Celebrities aren't attractive in my eyes because they pay a lot of money to look attractive.
yeah. Well, I'm sure you are beautiful, Mia. I'm talking about these
No,
delusional
I'm just
young.
saying, like, looks are subjective. So, like, let's say I sing you and I was like, oh, she's an 8, and then somebody else may be like, oh, she's a 9. Somebody else may be like, no, she's 6. So that's what I mean by it's subjective. Like, that's, I don't know. But everybody is not a 10, and celebrities to me can never be a 10 because they're plastic, so they don't count at all. Because
Right.
any people, if they
That's
had,
what I'm basically
like,
saying is these young women are telling each other is the point. They're telling each other, don't let anybody tell you you're not a 10, and we want men that are over 6 foot, and we want men who make at least $500,000 a year. And they're like, dude, you're going for the 1% of men. How many men are out there that's over 6 foot and make $1 million a year?
my last 2 exes were 6'4" and 6'5", but they didn't make that much money, 80,000 a year.
Yeah, I mean, you can't be so delusional as this podcast. You just got to check it out. It's really
What is it?
crazy.
What did you say it's called?
It's the Whatever Podcast.
That's the name of it?
Yeah.
Oh wow. See, just
Yeah.
with a name like that, I know it's gonna be some BS.
It's crazy.
Just, just get on
What were you
the
saying,
TikTok or
Doc?
whatever, and just get on TikTok and type whatever podcast, and you'll see it. Because I mean, there's women. I'm a big guy, and I rate myself like a 3. I'm just a big guy. My wife loves me, and that's all that matters. But there's women that have gone on there, and I'm not meaning judge, because women are beautiful. It doesn't matter what size you are. But you got a woman on there that's like 400 pounds. She goes, I'm a dead 10, and I can get any man I want. I will pull your boyfriend. I will pull your husband, because I
Hey,
know I
you
can.
just told me last night he'll take my baby daddy. No, that was
But I'm
funny.
just saying, the minute you see it, you will fall out, and you will understand what the aspect of, like Doctor, I don't like to call you Doctor, Denali says about the women like catfishing. Because there are women on there that, you know, wear makeup, and gosh heaven forbid, you pull it off, and you're like, who is this woman? Because they don't look the same.
In
And
my
I was going to
defense,
ask her,
Godfather, every woman that I know that I've seen with and without makeup, they are very beautiful, even under the makeup. They have clear, flawless skin. In my friend
yeah,
group, when I see people without makeup, the only difference is like, you know, they made like they're plain.
Why don't you date them then?
Cause I don't like girls.
Right. So
I
your opinion doesn't matter.
man,
You can
they're
think whatever you want to
beautiful.
think, but it's the men who make the decision. Your opinion doesn't matter.
They're beautiful with or
That's
without.
fine, but your opinion doesn't matter in the eyes of men.
Oh
And
man.
on th-
So
and on
women
this
can't rate each other just because they don't. Because I see women all the time that are beautiful,
Yeah.
and I've had women hit on me like want, and I've had women want relationships with me, and I can look at them and see like they are very attractive. I just
Then
don't like.
date them. You know you have dipped into the lady pond. You've received from the lady pond.
Yeah, but I wouldn't like. I feel like yes, we are very emotional. I'd rather a man deal with my emotions than a woman. I'm sorry. I just feel like that's a recipe for a
I'm just
disaster.
saying it doesn't matter what you think about a woman's looks because you are not consuming.
So I
And
don't
that's
got eyes. So I don't got eyes.
sure you got eyes, but it doesn't matter. The same way if I told you a guy was good looking and he wasn't good looking, it wouldn't matter what I thought because you don't find him attractive.
Oh,
Even if I
whatever.
told you, oh, he's a great looking guy, come on, what are you talking about? Well, like, what are you talking about? He's not attractive.
and that's kind of the thing.
Go ahead,
Hello.
Karen Land.
And that's kind of the thing on this show is the men, they're well-to-do men and with money looking for uh I can't, what is the word, the high class women, whatever, and they tell the women what they're looking for as men, and the women tell them, no, that's not important. I bring a lot of money to the table. And they're like, we don't care about your money. We care about your low body count, your morals, you're not having an OnlyFans. We care. This is what we care about. And the women are like, oh, well, you don't know. And they're like, well, we're the men. We're telling you what men are attracted to and what men are looking for. But the women always argue with them, and it's hilarious.
Mr. Denali,
Yes, sir.
question. You said that women that wear wigs, you says it's not catfishing. Now, I have a question because, like Mia said, she don't do bald men. But you said you know it's a wig. But if you never saw that woman without that wig, and her hair was very, very short, and also could be very, very thinning, is that not catfishing?
What? What did you just ask me?
Okay, I don't know. Was I breaking up?
No, I don't understand what you said. You
No,
said something about a short. You said something about a short hair
I
and
got it. I
thinning.
understood what he said.
they.
Okay. Can you
Yeah,
turn?
I feel what he's saying actually.
Doris, you
Here's what
want
I'm
me to
asking
say it for you?
you. You said a wig is not catfishing. If
Right.
okay, because you know it's a wig.
Right.
What if this is the first time you're meeting a woman
Yeah.
and she's always worn this wig around you, and
Yeah.
you get home and things heat up, and she pulls her wig off, and now her hair is very short and very thinning, and the appearance, because you like the wig, is now gone.
Oh,
Is
I see
that
what you're
not?
saying. Yeah. Well, listen. I think all bets are off once you know that it's a wig. Then you don't know what you're going to get, but you know it is a wig, and you'll just accept that, depending on how hot she is. So.
Okay, I just wanted your side because of what you said. That's
If
why I'm
she
Okay.
got
asking.
Okay.
makeup, if she got makeup, she's hot then. So it doesn't matter. You just know every time she put that wig on,
Well,
she's
no,
gonna be
because
hot. So
the hotness
every time
depends
she
on
put that,
the hotness depends on the body. That has a lot to do with the hotness, 100%.
okay,
Yeah, I couldn't have no
okay, but we're
bald
talking
chick.
about makeup though. So just imagine this though.
Again, makeup. Some people are transforming where they could put on makeup, go rob a bank, take the makeup off, and we wouldn't be able to pick them out of a lineup.
A wig can transform people too, like people that has real thinny hair.
Not to the extent of makeup, because you can contour your nose, you can change your complexion.
Thanks.
Okay, so it's not the same. I'm sorry. I've
Okay.
ruled.
I mean,
That's
I
it.
don't care.
Nothing else to see here.
I mean, I don't
Mm,
care, but I'm
I don't
just,
know.
I
Bald
get what
woman's
you was
pretty
making.
bad.
What kind of
What'd you
sense
say,
you was
Sean? A
making.
bald woman is what?
I don't know if I could do a bald woman.
Not me either. I like hair, so
Like that wig comes up.
I don't
I need
mind
to
the
know
wig.
that I need to know
Yeah,
I need to know there's a decent amount of hair under there.
100%. Who else has a question for me? Let me see what we got here.
Yeah, Mr. Denali, could you date a woman who makes double your salary?
Absolutely, because I'm still a man.
Hell yeah.
It doesn't matter to me. She's got to conform, and she's got to conform 100%.
Oh,
No,
she couldn't be a
Shit, I'll even
strong
go
woman.
home and cook
She
dinner
couldn't be
every
a
night.
strong woman, huh? She got
she
to
couldn't be.
conform.
She couldn't be a combative, argumentative woman. That's what she can't be. You guys equate strength with being combative and aggressive and masculine, and that's not the case.
Yeah, just because you're making
No, I
money
think
like
that's
that
what
can't
you
doesn't
equate.
give you the right to
What'd you
come
say,
home
Birdie?
and just boss around.
I think that's what you equate strength with.
That's what I equate strength with. What do you mean?
I'm sorry, Birdie.
What do you mean, Birdie?
You consider someone that's um um
Uh huh.
how
Combative.
do I put this?
Go ahead. Just say it, Birdie.
Not like I want to say combative, or someone that's opinionated and is uh stands behind their
Mm-hmm.
opinion as masculine.
It depends on
Am
how
I
she
wrong
does it.
about that?
No, it depends on how she does it. Because there are feminine
What do
women
you
who
what
there are
like what would
feminine
be
women there are feminine women who have opinions. But how do they express those opinions? If you're all up in
but
my
what
face and you want to
I
go
see.
toe to toe with me, I find that to be aggressive, and I find it to be combative.
So
If you ever watch that
what would be
movie,
the right way?
what would be the right way?
But that's just, to me, that's just being a dick. That's not
And
being
do you?
masculine.
And I think the way that Fonnie Willis went into that courtroom, she was being a dick. She should put her dick away.
Exactly.
That's what
Women
I
don't
think.
have balls.
That's what I think.
Oh,
She's
come
I was
on,
having a
annoying.
man.
conversation
A
with a
dick
friend of
is a
mine last
dick.
night.
Bernie, Bertie, get them out your wife's purse, man. Put them back in there.
Well, I'm not going to say that. We're not going to insult Birdie. Birdie's a good guy.
I'm just joking. You know how I am, man.
I know. I don't want.
Anybody can say anything to me too. I'm just playing. That's
I
just
know, but
guy
everybody is
joking.
not the same like you, Sean. So you got to be careful.
I
I
know.
don't take offense to it.
I know
All
you
right,
don't, but
cool.
I
I'm
take
glad
all
I can
Yeah, we
joke
Sean.
with you,
can't
Barry.
lose you
I
again,
take all
Sean. We
Sean
can't lose you
insult
again.
as compliments.
but
Yeah, there
yeah,
you go.
yeah. The way that Fawny went into that courtroom, she was being a dick. Great.
So, Mr. Denali,
Yes.
remember what I told you yesterday
Right, but
about
to me,
man and the whole
a
blunt
man
thing?
like a dick, like being a dick is being a dick. It doesn't have a gender to it.
I think what
I,
he's
I
trying to
never
say, she was
said
being a
I never
bitch.
said that a man can't be a dick. A woman could be a dick too. And Fawny was acting like a dick when she went into that courtroom.
Right. So you
And
just don't like that.
I don't
I
like
mean,
what.
I don't think you need to apply a gender to that.
But in a relationship, I'm not going to be in a relationship with a man. So if a man wants to act like a dick to me,
No, but
then
I think I just don't think you need to apply a gender to it. I think saying you don't like someone that's a combative person
no, because if a
is
man
enough.
is if a man is combative to me in the streets, he probably won't be combative with me because then we might have some problems. Does that make
Right,
sense?
exactly.
Men are
But
Because
they're
then you
not
wouldn't be
combative
there's
his
with you
friend.
in the
certain
You
street.
there's a
What I'm
certain
saying, you
respect.
wouldn't be his
There's
friend
certain
either.
things I'm not going to say to Birdie because he's a man. Because I don't want to
Right.
disrespect him. And if I disrespect him, I might have to fight Birdie. I don't want to do that. So there's a low level of that, man, if I say the wrong thing, this could turn ugly. And unfortunately, I think sometimes women go past the line because they're women and they don't think that a man will take it there. So they think they can get
But if
away
I
with
was
it.
that way, you wouldn't be friends with. You wouldn't want
That's true
any
too.
relationship.
So I don't want to be in a relationship with a person, a woman,
Right.
because I don't date men who are like that.
Yeah. Yeah. I get, and I understand that, but I think what I'm saying is you kind of have a little bit of a blind spot and applying the gender to that. That those things are indicative of a woman or a man.
True.
And I
And
think that's a
again,
little bit chauvinist. I think it's a little
and
bit
again, I would not be in a relationship with a woman who is a dick, and I won't be friends with a guy who's a dick.
right. And I agree with that,
That's
100%.
all I'm saying. So it has nothing to do with
Yeah, but
gender.
I think what I'm saying is, I think what other women here are having a problem with is that you're applying it as that's not being a woman,
For me, no, that's not being a woman.
right? But being it,
That's not.
but so
Women,
that's saying
that's
that
why
a
there's
man
feminine and
can be
masculine,
that,
right?
but it's not. Is it being a man though? If you're that way too,
If a man is, oh boy, no, oh my goodness.
It's a
that's what I'm just
power
saying.
trip.
Like you need to adjust it slightly, you know.
No, I don't think I should because if a man is acting feminine, most women
Listen,
will
you
not.
are who you are. I get you, but
If if a
and
man
I'm
is
not. I don't want
acting
to change you. I'm
if
just
a
saying.
man is acting feminine, most women are not going to want to deal with him.
But what does that mean? What does that mean? A man acting feminine?
Soft.
Like, what's an example of a man acting feminine?
What's an example?
You go out wearing
Do you know what a
Being
feminine woman is?
submissive?
Do you know what a
Being
feminine woman is?
submissive?
Do you know what a feminine woman, a girly girl? Is that
Of
offensive?
course.
Girly girl?
I guess. Yeah.
Oh, it's offensive?
who said it's offensive?
No, I'm asking. I'm trying to find out if saying that a woman is a girly girl is that offensive?
No.
No.
I don't think so either.
No.
So if a man was acting like a girly girl, that's the type of that a woman probably
But
would not want.
what heterosexual man is going to act like a girly girl?
I don't know. I assume that they are men who act that way who are fully heterosexual.
Right.
Yeah, not
Exactly.
like girl,
I think
not
you're
like
making up an alternative man
I don't think
that
so.
doesn't exist
I
Hey,
don't think
Bert,
any women
as a
on the any
heterosexual
women on the panel have met girly men
that are
um
straight.
I
that are straight.
I have dated a couple who were I it I think it was because like I was made more money and more staff, had my own house, and they like, but they were less masculine in the way that they portrayed themselves. They weren't like feminine, but they weren't as like dominantly masculine as I would have. I mean, women want masculine men, and they just weren't masculine. They weren't like girly feminine, but they were not
I mean,
masculine men.
I would say women want confident men.
Now,
I don't
That's
see,
part of it.
right, and I
hey,
don't think
Birdie,
confidence is necessarily masculine.
Birdie,
Well, no, because there's feminine confidence and there's male
Right,
confidence.
exactly.
Confidence is non-gender.
hey,
Like,
Birdie.
and a lot of people would say like a confident woman is masculine.
No, there's a difference.
In the way
Okay,
she
Okay,
tell me the
portrays
difference.
herself.
can
It
I
was
say something?
did Fonny, hang on a second. Did Fonny act confident or did she act like a dick?
I don't know. I've never been in the bedroom with Fawny.
I'm
So
talking about
In the
in a
courtroom.
professional manner, in a professional atmosphere, obviously in court she's masculine, and that's what I mean. I don't even want to call that masculine. I want to call it confidence and
was she acting
aggressive,
like a dick when
and
she
I
went on the
think that's a
stand?
good trait in a DA. You
Was
know
she
what I
acting
mean?
like a dick when she went on the stand?
I think
She was
I don't agree with the way she acts. I'm with you on that.
What would you call it? If you had to describe
I
it to
would think
somebody,
it.
how would you
I
describe
would
it?
call it unprofessional.
Oh my God, you can't label
If it
this.
was a man, okay. Well, listen, that's Birdie's opinion.
No, no, I get
okay.
it. I get where you're coming from, Birdie. But think about this, okay? Can I ask you a couple personal questions?
Uh oh.
Uh huh.
No, no, this is not harm, but I don't want to dig into his life if you don't want to say anything. Do you have any children, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any sons?
Yes.
Are they over the age of 18?
No.
Okay. Now, I have a son. He's 26, and I've done my best to raise him in the manly way, like per se. And I'm going to use this as an example. So here you are, your son's out on a date,
Uh
and
huh.
as a man, you showed your son if you had to change a tire, he got out there, he changed that tire, he played that masculine role, he was that manly man, or do you the girl looks at him like, oh yeah, this guy knows what he's doing. Or when he goes, oh, I gotta call roadside because I don't want to do this, or it's too wet out there, or it's this. There's a difference between a feminine man, which that is, or a
Right.
masculine man that's going to take charge, take care of the
I'm
situation.
gonna
Now,
Bird. I mean,
And
dog
tell
father.
you I'll tell you what I did in that situation, right? Because I have a 17-year-old daughter.
yeah,
I teach all my kids, two daughters and a son.
yeah.
I teach them all how to change a tire.
Oh, I do the same, but like Doc, why do I want to say Dr. Denali? I'm just going to call you Dr. Denali because I can't get Mr.
Like,
Denali out. Um, See, when Fonnie Willis walked into that courthouse, it's like she grew a set because she was mad about the way they were talking. She didn't have the patience, so she became off masculine, acting like she had the biggest set of cojones. Like, you ain't saying that about me. She's not professional. She was basically being a dick
and yeah,
because
right. But I don't. What I'm saying to you is that's not gender specific.
no, it's not gender specific. She was okay. You could say she was acting like a purebred B word,
Dick.
Right.
aka dick. So whether you want to use the
Right.
B
And
word,
men act that way too. Like a man, like
that's
Wade could
true.
have perfectly come in and do the same thing. And what would we have said about it? Would we say
He was acting like a
he's
dick.
acting like a
He was acting
man?
like a dick.
No, he's
No,
acting
he
like
was
a
acting
dick.
like a dick.
Yeah. So I
It
mean,
was
just say she
it
was
was her
acting. Don't
behavior.
say she was acting like a man. Just say she was acting like a dick.
I said she had too much ego, pride, and bravado.
Right. I
And
get you.
in Dogfather, I
But
am that guy.
you're assigning a masculine trait to that.
Who did
When
that?
you are.
Me? I never said she acted
Yes.
like a man.
No, but you say the way she acted was masculine.
I don't know if I said that.
Yeah, because you equated the way she act why you wouldn't like a woman like that. And you
Because I
said
said she
that's
said on the stand that is the problem she had with Nathan Wade was that I don't
no,
need a
but
man for anything.
no, but you're like backpedaling again.
I didn't say that yesterday.
No, but what you said is I wouldn't like a woman like that because
Because I
acting that way is masculine
no, I
and
said that.
aggressive
Yes,
and
I said
combative.
aggressive. I said she was
Right.
acting aggressive and she would want to be in control. She
Right.
wants to be in charge.
So tell me what when you keep saying I don't want a masculine woman, what you're equating masculine to is
Is a
being
person who wants to
aggressive.
be in charge.
Right,
She
which
wants
is
to
the
be
way
the
she was
lead.
acting, right?
For me, I don't want a woman who wants to lead me. I am the leader. That's what
But
I want. If a
right.
woman wants to
And
be a
I'm
leader,
not
I'm
saying
not the
what
guy
you
for
want
her.
is wrong. I'm
Right? No, I'm
saying
not. I'm not
if
making an apology for. I'm saying I'm just
yeah,
making myself clear that I am the leader. And if a woman wants to follow me in what we're doing in life, fine. If she does not, she's probably not the woman for me.
right, and I get that. But
Yeah.
what
That's
I
fine.
think where you have a blind spot is you keep in what we're talking about is why we're having this conversation to begin with is you keep equating that to masculine. Like you say all that stuff. I don't want a combative blah 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 woman, and then you say I don't want women to be masculine like that, right? And I can't be wrong about that.
No, but because I equate what she did, that she would be like that in a relationship where she would be aggressive, where
right,
she would want to take control, and she would want me to follow her. And that's not what I find attractive.
right,
And that's a
but you
masculine trait.
realize what she's in is she's in a professional atmosphere with where she's a district attorney and she acts a certain way. You don't want to act like you don't
But I
want in
also,
professional capacity. You don't want her to act submissive
but I
necessarily.
also
You
saw
want
her
to
when she
say
said, "A man can't do anything for me." So I'm putting those two things together. Not only her
right,
professional behavior.
but you have to understand what she's answering, right?
No, I don't have. You
She's
know why I don't have to
answered
understand it? You know why I don't have to understand it? Because men don't get understanding if they act a certain way. Women just say,
right,
"I don't want to."
but she didn't just offer like, oh, by the way, a man can't do anything for me. She was answering a specific question about a man doing stuff for her. You
Right,
know
and
what I
that's her
mean?
answer: is that a man can't do anything for her.
Right.
That was her
So she was
answer.
answering it as, why would you ask me if if a man has to pay for this, a man has to pay for that. A man doesn't have to do anything for me. I have my own money. He
Right.
doesn't have. I don't need a man to survive.
Sure.
Right. That's all she's saying. She's answering a specific question. She's not offering out of the blue, hey, by the way, a man can't do anything for me.
Do you think
You know
that
what
The
I'm
she
way she
saying?
believes?
said it.
Do you think she believes that?
Do I think she believes a man can't do anything for her? I think she believes that I don't need a man to take care of me.
I understand that.
I
I'm
can
saying, but do
take
you
care
think
of myself. So I'm not dependent on a man doing things for
perfectly
me. I can
fine?
do it for myself. What
Awesome.
I but at the same time I think she could say, but I love having a relationship with a
She
man.
didn't say that though.
No, but why would she say that in a courtroom?
Why would she say a man can't do anything for me?
Because she's answering a specific question about a man paying for her stuff.
She could have.
You
Well,
understand?
I understand, but she said that for a reason. She
Right.
wanted
She
that
said it
narrative
for a
out.
reason, like don't act like I don't need a man to pay for me, to
Let me
take
ask you a
care of
question,
me. I
Birdie.
have
Do
my
you
own
hang
money.
on a second,
I
Birdie?
don't need it.
Birdie, hang on a second. Do you think that she paid Nathan Wade back the money in
Do I think?
cash?
I mean, she said she did.
Now I'm at. Listen. You've been around because you're in the show business. You've been around those type of people. Do you know in your personal life? Have you taken a woman on a trip and she went into a pocket and gave you back the money?
I think in what I mean, listen, I can't I like am I can't tell that she's lying.
No, no. I'm
I
just
mean,
asking
I
in your personal. Has that
I
ever happened
mean,
to you?
from what I gleaned from it, her discussing it, him discussing it, is that she is very careful because she doesn't in a relation she it doesn't seem like this was a relationship of that was going anywhere, right? This was kind of like we're working together, we're like having some off time together too. Like it sounded very friends with benefits to me.
Listen, I
So
don't
I
know. I don't know
think,
how many. I don't know how many situationships or friends with benefit that you meet the guy's mother.
yeah, I don't know anything about that.
Well,
I
they
don't
went on a
know.
cruise with his mother.
Right. I mean, I don't know. Listen,
Right. All I'm saying is,
I don't,
in my
it,
experience in
I mean, what
dating,
happened in the end is they ended up not being together.
I know
Right.
that. But what you're saying is they were just having kind of friends with benefits. I don't know many friends with benefits that meet the other person's parents.
Right. I mean, one of the things that rung really true and when Wade was on the stand was like he kind of like smirked and said like you don't like I can't remember the exact wording. He was like, "Listen, you don't know Fanny like she is her own woman kind of thing. Like she doesn't let it's not that kind of thing. Like she doesn't let people pay for her. She's very like um she wants to act very independent that way,
Yeah,
you
I
know.
don't. I
And
don't
that
necessarily.
was that rang really true to me. It just like the way he delivered it, it was very un rehearsed and just very like, listen, you don't know Fawny. That's not the way she operates, you know? And that part of it rang true to me. I don't like listen, I wasn't there, so I don't know. All I know is there's no proof that she didn't do that. Listen, I don't know.
Well,
Like
I'm just
I
going for
agree with
like
you. I
Judge
don't
G.
know. It sounds like there may have been some friends with benefits going on before the 21st or 22nd. Maybe in their past they were very close friends according to them, and maybe there was times that it became a little bit more than friends, but it seemed like it was kind of kept on this casual thing,
Got it.
you know.
Well, listen.
Yeah.
I wanted to say the dog father, he's gone, but I am the guy that will call AAA roadside assistant to come change it. Come change the tire. I'm that guy.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I'm feminine or what, but I will. Now, can I change a tire? Absolutely. I have changed tires in my life. Let me just put that out there. But I would definitely call roadside assistance and get them out there to
I
take care of
I
her.
call first, and if they say it's going to be like an hour, then I just go ahead and change it.
Well, they always say it's going to be an hour. I don't know, but
Yeah.
I'm definitely and depending on what is going on, I don't know if I'm getting out there and going to take care. If I got some time to wait, then I'll go ahead and wait for them. 100%.
Sorry,
So,
did I did I
so
take
I'm
too
that
long?
guy, huh?
Did I talk too long?
No, who said you
Did
talked
I
to me?
clear did I clear out the room?
No, we're fine. Don't worry, you guys are good. You're
I'll let
not what,
somebody else go
Tanjeev?
then.
What are you saying? You're not. You said you're not. What are you referring to? She is very intimidating to say something to. I don't know what is James Wilson talking about. I'm not sure. in the comments, man. I need to go up and see. Tanjeez, what are you saying you're not to? What are you referring to, ma'am? I'm a fan of Tanjeez. I like her in the comments. I don't know if she has enough followers to come up. Let me see. Nope, she does not. Everybody needs to follow Tanjeez. Maybe her thing
She's
is private.
close. She's
Tanjeez, we need
close
to
to having enough.
let's get Tanjeez. You can get someone else to do it. To change my tire? I don't know what she's talking about. Big T, what say you, sir? Thank you, Tanjeez. Right, I can get somebody to change my tire. I'm still a man, 100%. The
She's
Silver
also
Fox up in
she
New
also
Jersey.
has a private account.
Oh, is it private? Oh, okay.
I mean, you still can request to follow, but she's
Yeah,
got
people aren't
it.
going to go through all that if it's private like that. What say you, Big T?
Good afternoon, Mr. Denali, Birdie
Good to
Dog,
see
and
you, sir.
panel. How you guys doing this afternoon?
Doing well.
Good.
Good, good. What's the topic this afternoon here?
Should a person be quiet, learn to be quiet in a romantic relationship?
Huh?
Big
Should a
T.
person learn to be quiet in a
Yeah,
romantic
like I said
Don't
relationship?
yesterday,
don't
should
ask
See,
a
that
there
person?
you go again.
he
You're
already
using
answered that yesterday.
inflammatory language.
And he
Should
already
Like, be
answered that
quiet.
yesterday.
should a man or a woman learn to shut the fuck up when they are in a romantic relationship?
He already answered that yesterday.
He did?
Depends.
Oh, you answered
Yes.
already? Okay.
Yeah, and he told us about him and his wife's relationship. And yeah, he
Oh
answered
yeah,
that.
that's right. Oh yeah. Okay. My apologies, T. My apologies. My bad. I'm
I
sorry.
mean, I think that makes the relationship last. You got to know when to pick your targets. You
Pick
know,
and choose your battles, right, Big T?
always. You
Yeah. I
know,
don't think that's inflammatory, Birdie Dog, in my opinion.
I mean, nobody
What
wants to
he's
die on
saying.
that hill. You
Listen, I
know.
mean, telling somebody to be quiet is a little
Yeah, but you
condescending.
don't talk like that to nobody.
What do
No,
you mean? He just did
nobody
talk
says
like
That
that.
that you do in a joking manner. You don't really mean that when you say that.
well
At
no, I
least you've
would
been out to my wife.
I think I have told my ex-wife to be quiet. Like I'm talking, be quiet.
Oh, that's
Let me
why
say
you're an
what I need to
ex-wife.
say. Well, no,
You
that's
told
not
her to
why stop it,
you
Big
told her
T.
Well,
to shut
that
the
didn't
F
help
up.
matters though, Mr. Denali. That
That's
most
right.
certainly didn't
Mr.
help matters.
Denali, have you
That's
told
why
her to shut the F
me
up?
and Big T have been married 25 years plus, and you're not.
Yeah,
We don't tell
Mr.
our wives to
Denali,
be quiet.
did you
I,
tell
I
your
I
wife
know
to
that
shut
don't
the
go
F
well.
up?
I'm sorry.
Did you tell your wife to shut the F up?
Have I ever said that to her? I don't think so. But I
Oh,
was back then. I was on the happy wife, happy life track.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I'm not on the happy wife, happy life track anymore.
I think what you mean is you just automatically do it. You don't like tell each other
Right.
to
Exactly. Thank you, Carol, man.
STFU.
Thank you.
You just
Everybody's thinking
know
I'm going to
when
say, "Shut up, be quiet." No, you
you
got to
just
take the
know when the
temperature of
time.
the room. Take the temperature of the room and understand what your spouse needs from you at that particular moment, and do not throw gasoline on the fire. Is that better?
that's one way. Yeah,
That's all
that's
I'm
one
saying.
way.
There were many times when I should have just been
I
quiet.
use let me talk. That's what I say. I say, wait, let me talk,
Aren't you telling her to be quiet anyway at the same time?
not be quiet. I just say, wait,
Doesn't it boil down to the
let
same
me
thing?
talk.
I find that never gives you a
It
leg to
does, but
stand
it's,
on in an argument.
listen, language is everything.
That's true.
hmm
I like
But
throwing a little gas on the fire here and there.
you do like to throw a little gas on the fire, Mia?
Yes.
Mia, she is a firecracker. I want to know
Me
what's going to
too.
happen. I want to, John. I want to know what's happening when Mia comes to Atlanta. That's going to
I'm
be interesting.
Italian, so
So, Mr.
there was
Denali,
been times that I've said STFU.
Yes, Mia.
Birdie.
Okay, remember yesterday we were talking about the whole blocking thing, right? So anyway, I talked to that person. They did
Who the
not
fuck
block
is
me.
Birdie?
Apparently, they don't know how I got blocked, right? So
Wait, what?
anyway, but you
Wait. What are you saying? Make sure I follow.
remember I told you. I remember I asked yesterday, like, is it weird for somebody to be texting you while they have you blocked, right? So
Oh yes,
anyway,
your
I
friend. Yes.
talked to that person from my alternate number. Apparently, they don't know how I got blocked. But what I wanted to ask you is because you said that I was basically using that person.
Yeah, I think you were because you were emotionally attached to somebody else.
So basically, if he comes back around, it's not okay for me to entertain him if I'm emotionally unavailable.
Do you
Even if
want?
he's
Do you want him?
not for a relationship.
Right. So why? What? So tell him.
He
And
knows
if
I
he,
don't want he knows I don't want a relationship.
what's wrong with him?
Nothing. He's not from Colorado. He's actually, he's from the South. He's been out here for a couple years and things like that. And I don't think there's anything wrong with him. Like,
But why would you want to be with somebody he wants a relationship and you don't? Why does he? Why don't you go find a relationship woman?
he never said he wanted a relationship.
Oh, okay. You guys just having fun.
Yeah. But you said
Oh,
I was using him.
yeah. Well, no, because yesterday you said that he wanted a relationship.
I mean, he likes me a lot or whatever, but he respects the fact that I don't want to be in a relationship. What
You
I think
told
it
me
is,
he wanted. You told me yesterday he wanted a relationship.
so we had
Did you not say that?
no, I didn't say that.
I think you did. I need to go
I
play the
never
break.
said anything about him wanting or not wanting a relationship. I
I'm
do
almost
think like
positive.
further, huh?
I'm almost positive you said that.
No, I never said that, but
So
he
why are
did.
you messing with a
I
guy
said he
and
cut
you're
me
not
off.
emotionally available? You're emotionally attached to another man.
Yeah, I said he cut me off because of that, but that doesn't mean he wanted a relationship.
Nia, he cut you off because you're emotionally attached to somebody else. If you're not, if he doesn't want a relationship, he doesn't want a Kanji. It's a trick. If he says he doesn't want to, if he cut you off because you are emotionally tied to somebody else, why would he need to do that if he doesn't want a relationship?
I think like because when you like think about it like this, what I've determined about some of my male friends is, yeah, they'll be there, they'll give you the male perspective, they'll give you advice and things like that. But I think if they get tired of you like dealing with a certain person or like a certain situation and you decide like to keep dealing with that, then they don't want to deal with it anymore. It's only so much advice and stuff that they can give you.
Are you
So,
sleeping with this guy?
of course I was.
Okay, well he was getting something out the deal, so okay, fine.
Stop looking at it like that.
What do you? How do you
Does
want
it
me to look
always?
at it?
I guess I'm using my other male friends that I had because I never slept with them, but I used to get their perspective and things like
You
that.
said
All
that 90% of men just want the intimacy.
true,
That's what you said. So I
and I
mean,
believe that. I do.
right. So the guy wanted. He was getting, as long as he was getting what he wanted. Okay, fine, go with it. Now, if you were not giving it up and he was doing all that stuff, then that's a different story.
I mean, does it count if it was like maybe once every few months?
No.
Even though he spent like 3-4 times a week with me.
He did what with you 3, 4 times a week?
He spent like 3-4 days out of the week with me, but I would
What you
only
guys watch the ceiling fan go around?
huh?
What did you guys do? Watch the ceiling fan go around?
No, we'd watch movies. We talk about things going
What
on
am
in
I
the
doing? Why would I go to a woman who why first of all, let me stop talking.
He used to take me on dates too, but anyways, like
No, keep on going.
we would spend like 3 or 4 days together out of the week, but I would only mess around with him like once every few months or something like that.
You want to control.
Deal breaker. Deal
No, it
breaker.
wasn't about control. It wasn't about
Absolutely. Why would you do it?
because we were friends. Like,
But
we
I
had
guess my thing is if you're going to be intimate every 3 months. Why not when he's there?
Because it's whenever I feel like it. He's not my
Right. Control.
No.
No.
He's not my boyfriend. He's not my partner.
See,
You
that's the
know?
kind of
Did
that's the
did he
kind of stuff.
try? Did he try
No, like he totally like went with my
when he?
flow. Like, and he didn't complain either. Cause we were friends. Like we had fun together.
Mm.
It wasn't just about
He
that.
was
We
a
had
friend that you would be into every now and again when you need to scratch an itch.
Yeah.
Okay, you like that. I don't know, Mia. Interesting. All right.
But
And that laugh
he
you do is
never
very telling.
like if you can't
That laugh you do is very, very telling.
It's conniving.
Exactly, Sean. Thank you, brother. 100%. I gotta wait to come.
don't
Thank you, brother.
don't it ain't
Yeah, that laugh is very telling.
my laugh is
Yeah, that
what?
laugh is very telling.
No.
My laugh is what? Yeah, that laugh is very telling. Hang on. Look, Tiger Lily says you're dangerous.
Hold on. Why am I dangerous? So he never had any complaints
I
about
didn't
it.
say it.
He
Tiger
was around.
Lily did. I
When he
didn't
was
say
around, we literally had fun. And the only sign that I really had that this man liked me is because, he would mow my lawn, my front and backyard. He would cook for me and things like that. But then he didn't want to be in a relationship and I didn't either. So we were friends with benefits.
That's your boy toy.
Yes, something like that. And I don't
MCM
think he
001 says
Yeah,
Mia
but he
loves
wasn't getting enough benefit though.
The MCM says Mia loves to play.
Yes, it was. Because he was getting the cookie with no attachment and she didn't feel none, so he didn't
Yeah,
have
but
to
he was only getting every 3 months.
Yeah, but it wasn't that often though.
somebody else. And it wasn't him cheating on her. Because he can go mow somebody else's lawn.
Tiger Lily
Yes.
said on Jesus mowing the lawn too. Oh Jesus, mowing the lawn too. I
Yeah,
mean,
he
yeah.
was great with stuff like that. I'm not a breakfast person. I don't cook breakfast. I'm sorry. I'm very spoiled. I like breakfast cooked for me. He would cook me breakfast and stuff. Like it was cool. And then we'd watch movies, we'd go out on dates.
You had a girlfriend.
No, he wasn't a girlfriend. He's very masculine. I
I
think
don't
he
know.
just
I don't know any masculine man that's gonna come and mow your lawn and sit there and watch movies with you. What you
if you
watching?
see a woman who has a
Hey, are you
house.
watching like rom coms and stuff like that?
No, we used to
Was his
just watch
name Zeus?
movies and stuff like that. But if you think about it like this, if you see a woman and she has a house and I have an
Tiger Lily
HOA,
says red flag, red flag.
my HOA is, they complain a lot. So if
You
you're
hear what
around
Tiger
and
Lily said?
I just see the red flags.
Yeah, you said red flag, red flag.
It's not a red flag if two people are like cool with the situation. Now, if one person is complaining and you're still going along with things, then maybe that's it. But neither one of us had any complaints or anything like that. I think the one thing that he did complain about is when he spent the day mowing my grass and stuff like that. He was upset that I didn't make him lunch because he's like, I'm outside
Why didn't you make him lunch?
slaving.
I would be too.
Why
Yeah,
didn't you
I'm
make him lunch?
upset. I'd be upset too. That's not a
Yeah.
masculine
So
thing.
that
That's
was
like
like the one
courtesy.
discrepancy. That was one discrepancy that we
Why
did. He
didn't
was
you make
cool
him lunch?
um because I'm usually like the one that's catered to. I don't know. It was very selfish. I didn't think about it.
Still was
Red
living
flag, red
life.
flag, red flag for sure. Whoever said red flag, I'm starting to see what he's talking about.
Red flag on who? Mia?
On her, while he's out there mowing her lawn, she didn't even have the courtesy to make him lunch.
Yeah, that's not good.
Mia, was he outside with the what they call them? With them hoochie daddy shorts and like
No, he had on sweats. But he was very that was like I don't know. I guess that kind of opened my eyes because I was like, dang, I didn't even think about it like that.
What
I was in
are
the house.
hoochie
I'm
daddy
a mom,
shorts?
so I'm in the house busy anyway.
I didn't like, because he didn't ask, I didn't really think. And because we weren't in, like, if it was my, like, somebody I was in a relationship with, I am very thoughtful. But since we were just friends with benefits, like, I'm not very thoughtful, you know? So I didn't really think about it like that until he brought it to my attention, and he was really upset. And I was like, dang, that was kind of messed up, because he does do a lot of stuff for me. So I had a reflection moment then, and yeah, I got to be better with stuff like that.
So, Bertie, you asked what was Hoochie Daddies?
Yeah.
I was going to ask that question
Does
too.
Sean wear hoochie daddy shorts?
So
I'm
do you
just
remember?
wondering.
Do y'all remember like the 1960s, early 70s, like the NBA shorts?
Oh, okay. Like short shorts. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, them green ones with the white rim at the bottom.
You got a pair of those,
With
Sean?
the Yeah, I wear them every night. That way stuff hangs out of them.
with the long tube socks,
Exactly.
knee socks. Yeah.
The top. Yep.
Yeah, and roller skates.
Tank top. The whole deal.
Them 32 Patrick Ewins. Yeah.
Cut off tank top.
Yeah. You gotta let that junk breathe. You gotta let it hang out.
I'd pay to see that, man.
Anyway, I'm happy.
Would you?
And Mr. Denali, I got my best friend back.
Good. I'm happy that you got your best friend back.
Yeah,
And
that's like,
I guess he'll start coming over and doing shit for you again.
I need that. Yeah, I just told you, when I was putting together that basketball hoop and stuff, I'm like, see, that's why, like, if I'm not gonna be in a relationship, I need somebody to do all that kind of stuff.
Good for him. Couldn't be me. I'm not doing
That's
that.
why.
You better start making lunch.
I mean, what? I don't need. First of all, I don't need you to make lunch. Fine, it's great. But if you're not going to be giving up anything, what do I need to do that for? I'd rather stay with my dog and watch basketball.
Maybe he enjoys my company.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we enjoy women's company because it could lead to something else. Generally.
Well, I thought you already said he was like an FWB.
Well, I think after a year and a half, he pretty much knows what it's gonna lead to. So if he was still coming around during that year and a half, he pretty much knew what it was and still decided to come around.
So you weren't given anything?
No, I
Every
was.
3 months.
Oh, well then
3
there you
months.
go.
Every 3 months.
Only every couple months though.
Yeah, because I was involved with somebody else. Duh. Like what do you like what do you
That's
guys
exactly
Was
why
he?
Tiger Lily said you're dangerous and red flags.
Did he bat
So
for
are
both
men.
teams?
No, he did not go for both teams, but he knew that I was still involved with like my ex-boyfriend, so
So maybe he thought if he hung out long enough that you would decide he was the one and realize how wonderful he was and drop the other guy.
sometimes I do think that when he cut me off, it was to teach me a lesson, but who knows?
Did you
He
learn your
couldn't.
lesson?
Yes, because I call him for everything. So when you lose access to that, I don't know, it kind of hurt my feelings. Like
What
I don't
guy
have that.
does that?
I don't have that
I
best
mean,
guy friend I can call anymore.
I don't know how you could have relations with somebody and know that somebody else is having relations with them too, and it's all right with you.
Well, you gotta
That
ask
makes
him
no
that.
sense
I
to me.
can't wait. I think in the next couple of weeks, I will be on live, and I'm pretty sure he's gonna come around that time, and I'll let you guys ask him these questions, and then you guys
Oh
can give me
yeah.
what you think.
Bring him on.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to let him join, and then you guys can ask him all these questions, and he can give you his perspective.
Now, I'm talking to the men on the panel right now. Do you guys think that y'all could have a relationship with somebody like that?
You gotta talk to
No.
somebody in my
Like we all
generation.
know what that
Y'all from
relationship was, right?
Yeah.
We've all seen guys get on the fish hook and then and
Played.
be in the friend zone
Yeah.
and
Yeah, but that
and
guy's
all
not
that
really.
stuff. Yeah, we've all seen that.
He's
I think
got
it's
he's
a
got
generational thing too, where you
other
guys are like,
issues.
you guys are more conservative than the newer
I have
generation.
my youngest son is your age, and I guarantee he would not go for that.
Not if he wanted to be serious with somebody, I'm pretty sure
Um,
not.
he wouldn't, even if it was just a casual relationship. It would be a casual relationship between you two. If it was ever someone else involved, he would just step off.
You need to call your son up here so I can ask him that.
Well, he's married now, so
Oh.
I don't think. But I can assure you, when he wasn't married, he just got married 2 years ago. But before that,
Not
no,
going
I
for
don't
that.
think he would have went for that. I got two boys, and neither one of them, I can't ever, see them even remotely thinking about dealing with an individual like that. No.
How would they even know? Like, you think they
Well, I
sitting up
mean,
there just
if you're not spending time with them, then I'm sure they would assume you must be spending it with somebody. If it's only every 2 months, mm,
No, I didn't spend only every 2 months for him.
mm,
I spent three
if,
or 4 days out of the week with him, and then on the weekends I would disappear. And then, when I pop back up, spend another 3 or 4 days with him.
yeah,
Just
see, that wouldn't work. That wouldn't work. They would know it. They would know it immediately. You know.
Right. I said she was using the guy, but he was on board and they'd have relations every now and again, and he was happy with that. He was even mowing the lawn, and she did not make him lunch, and he got pissed off.
They do got guys out there like that though.
Oh, they definitely do.
I mean,
They definitely do. But I
but
can't.
that's not the norm though.
I'm not doing that. What am I doing that for? It's
what do
ridiculous.
you so you didn't do that in your younger days? You've never dealt with somebody that was dealing with somebody else.
Yeah, when I was 404. No, not dealing with somebody, not knowingly. But yeah, I did
No,
accept
no.
some shit when I was 440 pounds. Absolutely, 100%. I said I did some dumbass shit
And you
for one.
accepted some things, but now you would not.
Absolutely
So
not.
how can you be judgmental?
Because we all judge people. What are you talking about?
Not if you're like, you should be understanding because you're like, okay, I've been through some things, so
Yeah,
I can.
I would teach. I would give him advice not to do it. Like I
Well,
would.
first when go ahead.
No, go
No,
ahead, Big Q.
when you first said that, the first thing I thought was he wasn't putting it down right. Because
Oh
if he
no,
was,
he very is. He's
you wouldn't have
very
been doing that.
no, he's very good in that aspect. We ain't got no problems
I don't
there.
believe you, man.
Yeah, I
I
don't
don't
believe
believe
that either.
No, he's very good in that aspect, but
Okay.
so is my ex. Like,
See that laugh? That laugh right there
yeah,
scares the hell out of
no,
me.
cause y'all are funny.
Just
But I
because
don't.
it was something about him that
I'm
just
sorry.
Yeah.
wasn't good enough.
Now you
To,
go
He
to
no,
to
it okay. You're
the
right.
bathroom.
Birdie, you're
huh?
the first person
Look,
to say
he's
that
trying to make a
something
face.
about him was not good enough, and that is the truth. What I hated about him is that he
Right.
listened to those male podcasts.
Right.
That
There
is
was something that kept you from committing fully. Stop it. Stop it. If that man was the man you wanted, you would let the other guy go. Come on, Mia, stop.
Mm.
We can see right through all of it, through that laugh and all that stuff. Stop it. Stop
I'll
it.
be
well, he
laughing because y'all
listened
are
to the
funny.
red pill
No,
stuff.
it's a certain kind of laugh that you do. Like Sean said, it's kind of
You might as
comedic.
well go moo ha ha.
Yeah, I got him. Exactly.
No,
But
as a
she
woman, I don't know. Like,
did he listen to the red pill podcast? Is
I
that
don't
what you're
know
saying?
exactly what podcast he used to listen to, but the information he was speaking in those podcasts used to like get under my skin a lot,
Like
bother
what?
the hell out of
Like the
me.
whole masculine thing, like
Yeah,
what
like
Denali says all the time.
yeah, and he'll
Oh,
go.
Birdie.
He'll
Oh,
take me on a date all the time, but he'd always want to discuss like he hates the fact that men, are usually paying for the dates and things like that. Like I don't know, like people that are too into those podcasts and things like
So
that.
it's
Like,
like for him, it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy, then, right?
what
yeah.
do you?
He's like trying to avoid the curve, right?
And
And then he's
he
slamming
ran
right
right
into it.
into it. Hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah, and I will admit that I think he liked me a little bit more than he let on to, so I knew how to take advantage of that a little bit. So, but other than that, he's a great guy. I mean, there's nothing wrong with him, and I love his height. He's 6'5". That is sexy. But I don't know.
Me, I'm gonna keep you away from my son. He's 6'8".
You have
Oh,
a son
see,
at 6'8"? Wow.
I have 6'8", 6'3", 6'4".
I didn't go for him because he's tall, and my ex, I didn't go for him because he's tall either. But
DJ,
once
if
I
your
started,
son came home and there was a girl like this, what would you tell you? What advice would you give your son? See,
Oh my
right there. Go
god.
ahead. What advice would you give your son, Miss CJ?
Oh my god.
she gonna tell him to have fun and keep his eyes out.
Let me see. I don't know if I can say that on here.
Go ahead and clean it up. No, really,
But CJ, let me before
Mia needs to hear this because she thinks
no,
that
before
I'm
you
just.
answer his question, let me, just in case you didn't hear it on the live yesterday, I was honest with this guy from day one. I never hid anything from him. So he knew everything about everything. He was
Why do
very
you
aware.
ladies think because you're honest, just because you said what you're doing, that it's okay to still do it? Just because you can do something doesn't mean that you should do it.
Honesty is the best policy.
I don't care. Just because you can do it doesn't mean that you should do it. That's
Well,
my opinion.
my son is right here.
Oh snap.
See that laugh? That laugh is so sinister.
So I'm just laughing. Okay, I'm not gonna laugh anymore.
No, you can laugh. I'm just saying it's a very sinister laugh.
I have never heard that before.
That's fine.
In my defense, and when the other dude comes on here, whenever he comes to visit, I'm gonna let you guys talk to him so I can tell you, like,
I don't
she's
even
the
want to talk to him
realest
I'm
female
gonna feel
I've ever
sorry for him.
encountered.
I'm gonna feel sorry for that brother.
You feel sorry for him?
Absolutely.
So
What?
I got my son right here. Y'all want to ask him any questions?
How old is he?
28.
Oh, put
Okay.
him on.
He's right here. He can hear you.
Hi.
Go ahead, man. Shoot your shot.
No, I'm not
Go
shooting
ahead.
my shot. I want to ask a question so
Now she
he
does
can
have
hear.
5 children, so keep that in mind.
No, he's not shooting his shot. I just want to ask him a question. So, sir, in your dating experience, have you ever dated more than one person at a time?
No.
Never?
Never.
Have you ever dated somebody that was dating more than one person at a time?
No man's not doing
What kind
that.
of sense is that?
You said what?
What kind of sense is that?
Right. Thank you,
So
sir.
you've never so I don't know then.
His thing is,
Yeah, that's what it is.
he said love. He
He's
just said love can't be
self-taught. Be
shared.
the
That's what
same
he.
way.
He said love can't be shared.
Yep.
Well, I wasn't in love with the guy, so maybe that's makes
Even
all.
more reason. Anyway, listen. Tap the screen, guys. We're officially in overtime. Go ahead and let's see if we can get to 55,000 likes. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna change the topic because I think this topic was a little controversial. Although I don't think so, but excuse me, there are elements of the audience that think that it was. So, what is this the one? Let me see. What is that? CJ, do you think who has more options for marriage after the age of 40?
Man,
After the what?
Age of 40.
Um, hmm.
Tanjis, who has more options?
I would say men do.
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
Yeah, I would say men do because men can either date up or.
I don't know. I think it's the opposite
You
because the
think
women,
women?
the women got all the
No, because women won't date the guy that's working at Walmart.
We went through that yesterday.
Start
Yeah, it
maybe
won't
with
do it.
3.
A woman making $80,000 a year is not going to date a guy who's making 35, 40.
Maybe. Yeah. I don't know.
Really?
I don't know. Because I think I've always looked at this perspective of
Women are dating the more,
because
women are doing the more complaining.
there could be a man who makes, and I'm just going to start with men. So there could be a man that makes $100,000 a year, right?
Right?
He has $65,000 in debt, right? And
Now you're going into a whole math equation.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying because then you make 100,000.
It doesn't matter because women, if you're making a woman making 100,000, not going to date the guy that's making 40.
I mean, what? Maybe,
It's true.
maybe.
He's not going to
That
do it.
happens all the time.
I think it can be possible, and I'm gonna
Sugar
say
mamas.
women are typically
Right, but that Birdie, they first of all, let me ask a question. Do you think that a woman, and this is around the panel, a woman who's making 100 and something $1,000 a year, if she's dating a man who's making 40, is she going to give him the same respect as a man who's making 150 and she's making 100?
It depends on how hot he is, I guess, right?
But will she get bored with that? It'll last for a little while, but is she going to get bored that she's going to feel that
She's got to keep footing the bill.
yeah, and women don't generally want to do that.
Who's echoing?
That's
Is that
dog father.
me?
That's dog father. Women generally don't want to do that for a very long time.
but I also think
Well,
women
I don't think men want to do that for a long time either.
have
You don't think so? So when I say I'll date, and you say you don't believe
But
that I'll
men,
date
I
the
think
Walmart
men go
cashier.
into it generally knowing that they're the man of the house, and they're they're usually the breadwinners. I mean, I don't know about nowadays, but that's how it was.
It's still kind of that way. I mean, men go into relationships feeling that they're going to carry the bulk of the load anyway, you know. So if things go the way they want it to go, they'll deal with the relationship like that. But I can't see a woman doing the same
Yeah,
thing.
because
I got
there's
four
very few men
sisters.
that are going around looking for a woman to take care of them.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
I
think
got four
that's true.
sisters, and they might mess around with you for a little while, but if you ain't bringing nothing to the table and they got to keep selling it out, they not selling it out very long.
Right.
They just not doing it. You know?
And
Yeah,
Bernie, don't
and I
you?
think
And then
that's
they kick
more
you back
about
in.
like being intellectually, I think, on the same level and stuff too, and having the same goals and aspirations.
Well, when you put it like that, I think that it kind of weighs itself out if your mentality is as such. I don't know a whole lot of people that's making Walmart wages that they're living by that really are dating somebody that's making 150 grand. The two just don't match. Their thought
hmm
process doesn't equate, you know.
Yeah, I think that's true. I mean,
See,
I think women
way
care
though, where the
more about.
guy's making all the money and the woman isn't. That's just natural.
I don't know how natural it is. I mean, my wife's a professional, and we've gone through different areas back and forth where I've made more money and she's made more money at certain times. But
Well, I mean, I
it was been
understand
pretty
that part.
equal.
I'm just saying, like, a guy working at Walmart isn't going to expect to find some uh, some love that's a lawyer and is going to be having to pay most of the bills. You know what I'm saying? Like, if
No,
it's
And
I mean,
close, and because
I
these
think you're
days,
generally
the
right.
women.
But
that
I
doesn't
think
really work out as the rule. It
Say
just
that
doesn't
one more
go that
time,
way.
Birdie.
what's that?
A woman will
A
I
woman
was
will
I
just
just
date.
wanted to
saying,
hear you say that
generally,
one
I
more
think
time,
it's
so I
more
probably won't
about.
hear it again.
What was that, Sean?
I was telling Birdie I just wanted to hear him say I was generally right because I probably won't ever hear that again.
Yeah, do you want me to repeat it? Sean is right for sure.
Twice a day, like a broken clock.
Don't say it
That's
too
it.
often. Somebody's head's gonna explode.
But I think there are some men too that that are looking for quote unquote a sugar mama. But then there are some women who will
Definitely.
take that 40,000 year, that $40,000 a year man,
Yeah.
so that she can say she has a man, and then he'll become what Mia has, and he'll become the lawnmower guy and the babysitter and the chef while she's at work. He's coming home
It
to her.
depends on if she's just wanting some good dick,
I
I
mean, a
think.
perfect example is like anybody watch the Kardashians
Yeah,
with who's the mom Jenner
Chris
dinner.
Kardashian.
Chris
Chris
Jenner,
Jenner.
yeah, Chris Jenner, with her like boy toy
Mm-hmm.
black gentleman that is like, that's basically what he is.
Give me it. Drop it. Sorry
A
about
woman,
that.
a woman will not date down; she will always date up. But a man will date down. A guy that makes $50,000 a year will date a nice woman that can work at Burger King, as long as he's got peace of mind when he's dating somebody that's that way. But usually, when a woman has decent, good money, and the guy makes as much, but if the woman makes more, she will never date down because she thinks she's toting the relationship. But in overall aspect of life, men have usually always been
Yeah, but we just gave
so.
you an example with Chris Jenner.
That's
That's a
I
boy
know,
exception
toy.
but
to
we
the
want to
rule.
talk
Yeah, I
about
mean, that's
what's
not the norm,
generally
though.
true as opposed to the
She's
That's
got
not the
plenty of
rule.
Chris
money. She
Jenner.
doesn't
No,
care.
but
Chris,
he's saying never. It
no, okay, hang
never
on.
will
Let
happen.
me just
Right.
say this. Let me just set the ground rules. I think we all know that we haven't talked to every individual on this entire planet. We have the intelligence to understand that when someone says women or men, they're not talking for everything. We're talking about generally what's generally true,
Right.
not one-offs.
Right. And I agree generally that's true.
Right. That's
I
what I
don't
mean.
agree that it's never happening.
I
Yeah.
no one ever,
Yeah.
Birdie. We haven't spoken to
Can we
every
can we agree
couple.
on this?
What?
A man can have a woman that doesn't even need to have a job, and she could just stay at home, take care of the house,
I agree.
cook him meals, and he's happy. But you
Won't
ain't
never
never
say no
gonna
more,
find a
Kenny.
woman that's gonna want to do
No,
that.
no.
No, because a
You
woman
might,
wants
you might
more
find
than
one or two
just
out there.
subservience,
You'll find more men that'll go
Yeah,
the
it's
opposite
it's not it's
direction
not the
than
norm.
no.
I've had a relationship, like I said, like that, and he worked here and there, and he did do the house, do the laundry, and helped out a little bit with the bills. But in the long run, after like 8, 9 months, it did become a deal. It's like you don't want like more. You don't want to better yourself. So it was okay
Exactly.
for while it was fun. And then when the fun wore off, reality set in. It's like, this is not somebody I can like live my rest of my life with if he's not going to pull part of, a good chunk of the
He
relationship,
was
then
trying to
I'm
be a
just,
bum.
yeah, totally. And so, but it was fun while it lasted, but it got old.
And I have nothing against women making more money or anything like that. Good for them. But I think a guy's a bum if he's not trying to go out there and up his, his money and what he needs to do.
They're saying that Fonnie is still trying to get the case put on in the summertime. Interesting.
Yeah, she said if everything goes the way she thinks it will, she said she should have it in by July.
Interesting.
September.
So does that change your opinion now?
One more time,
No,
Bert.
I've
Does
always
that
felt like,
change your opinion of her stepping down?
Well, I said if she can give it to another DA. That's what I've always said. I think that she's become too
But
polarizing.
didn't that stipulate because she couldn't get it done before the election anyway?
No, I still think even with that, I think that she is too polarizing, personally
Well,
speaking.
she definitely won't. It definitely won't happen if she gives it to another DA.
no, I believe she intends to stay on the case though. She intends to stay on it.
Yeah.
I think if she could get past this first wave of
Well, what do you guys think is going to happen with the appeal?
yeah, if she gets past that appeal, then
I
I
It'll
think
think
it's
probably
going
be
to get
surprising.
rejected
You think it'll
yeah.
be rejected?
because they've already
If
removed him off the case. So what
thank
is
you.
the conflict at this point?
Because
That's
I
true.
mean, she wasn't found to be liable for any of the things that they were accusing her of. So I can't see them bringing back all of that because they're not going to get no other answers than what they got the first time. And she already took and dismissed him. So
What if Georgia board steps in and they find her that she was technically unethical? I mean, Trump wouldn't have to do any.
I don't know
Well,
what a
they also
timeline for
perjury
that
on the
would happen.
stand.
You know,
That's what I was
Yeah,
thinking.
because
It takes both. The judge said that he thought both of them
Excuse me.
were untruthful on the stand. And so that means, sure, you take
well,
one
he
of
didn't
them
say they
off.
were.
yeah, but you got to prove that.
Yeah, but no, I'm not saying there's dead proof. I'm just saying if they look at it and find out there was impropriety. But if not,
Right.
then
Yeah, I don't know how they.
Well, then
I
that
mean, if
means
they
that
were
they'll
proved to
have
be
to introduce
dishonest,
something
then
new.
yeah. But
That Georgia governor could step in and say, you know what, we're just going to go ahead and remove you.
Gotta
I don't think
introduce
he can
something
do
new.
that.
well, the thing with this investigation is before they couldn't get their personal text messages from, but when it all started, they weren't privy to that information. If they pulled this information from an ethics standpoint, then they have jurisdiction to get their text messages to find out exactly what was going on. So that would be
Well, that would be new
the
information then, right?
right. That'd be like the tell-all of was it something or was it nothing?
So until that avails itself, they have to go on what they have. So
I mean, even in
Right.
order for them to make an appeal, they're going to have to present some kind of new evidence that was not
absolutely.
brought in this original case. And they don't. I'm pretty sure they won't have that.
Georgia would not, yeah,
Dude, man,
and
your cell
have
phone is
issues.
dog crap.
Yeah, you,
Dog father, are you on the road, sir? Dog father.
Dog father's got
My
that
hair,
dog shit signal.
Dog father, are you on the road, sir?
He can't even answer you.
I mean, I would think we should want to know what the outcome of the case is going to be anyway. I mean,
Right. Isn't that what it's about,
how
right?
how as the president you could take and do the things he's accused of and then just get off scot-free? That makes no sense. Yeah.
Well, he's got
Right.
85 counts,
okay,
so
Is this information in? Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
The thing is, though, why are we only holding him up to, if they did some shady shit too, they need to be held liable, not just, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
You
but
mean
Right, and
Wade and
there's, I
Fannie?
mean, I think they've already done that, right?
Well, I mean that they definitely there was perjury on the stand. Don't you? I mean, I don't understand how the
I don't
Well,
I can't
says
say it
who
was
though?
perjury, and neither did the
I
judge.
mean,
I mean, if it was, he would have
he a
put it out there and
roundabout
spelled
did.
it out.
He's trying to keep his job, man. He's just trying to
Well,
keep
He's
his job. That's all. It's elections coming up.
well, it's a
You
shame
know,
that he's just trying to keep his
he's
job then.
leaving it to somebody else.
Okay.
Yeah, he's leaving it to somebody else.
He's leaving it to the
Audacity,
defense
which
team
they
to take and
in
come up
here.
with a better
You can tell they
case.
were lying on the stand.
Well, he's leaving it to the defense team to come up with a better case.
Yeah,
He basically said
yeah.
other forums or sorts of authority such as General Assembly, the Georgia State Ethics Commission, the State Bar of Georgia, the Fulton County Board of Commissioners, or the voters of Fulton County may offer feedback on any unanswered questions that linger. So he left it up to pretty much the voters and the different branches of government in Georgia.
So in the meantime, she's
which
moving
makes
forward
sense.
with the case, and we'll sit back and wait and see what comes out. I am of the persuasion that the law was broken and that
Who broke the
person needs to
law?
be brought to justice.
Who broke the law?
I believe Donald Trump did.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. So, I
So,
mean,
and
it's all about like if
I don't know how
if
asking
he's
that on the
innocent
phone
as he
is
says he
breaking the
is,
law.
then why
well, I
not just
mean,
let the
when
trial
when you're
happen?
trying to interfere,
I think
Well, I don't want to say, but I try to do a good job with watching the language and everything like that. So, but I mean, anything is possible.
All right.
Especially,
Which language?
it's tough to know what offends people. You know what I mean?
Like saying
Everybody's
D a bunch of times.
oh, shut the fuck up. But I do say that often. I assume you can curse on here.
Yeah, but this was something on your end, right, Denali?
Yeah, that was me. That was me.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe I started saying something about Donald Trump, and then it went.
No, you're fine.
I'm usually the one causing shit, so
Yeah, you like to be a shit.
I do, man. It's fun.
You haven't even been back the whole week. Calm down.
Yeah, I mean, you're on parole. You gotta, stop.
F parole.
You gotta stop. You gotta stop, Sean. All right. Okay, we're in officially
It's been
overtime. Let's see
overtime.
here what we got. I know.
What law did they
Let's
change
see.
in Georgia, James?
There's a DA law. He just signed it into law. Governor Kemp. Let's see if I
Yeah,
can
it's
find
not
it.
good for her.
I was just looking. Hang on a second. Let me see if I can pull it back up. I was just looking at it. All righty. Please say that.
Yeah, and I definitely want this trial to go forward and all the evidence presented, and I want it to be resolved. Because, like I've said before, I don't want it going in the future, people wondering, like, did it get covered up? Did some, I definitely want it to go forward.
See, what I don't understand is how you can. It's all interpretation on what you're getting what he sounded like on the phone. There's nothing wrong with asking. I don't even understand how there's a case. I really don't.
Now, I don't think it was just what he said. I think the people over in Fulton County and
So here's you go. Governor Governor Kemp signed the bill into law Friday, creating a new commission empowered to discipline and remove wayward prosecutors, saying it will curb far left prosecutors who are making our communities less safe.
Oh wow! Today, Friday.
I think he did it last week. No, wait, that's wait a second. Let me see when this because that says no. He signs new law right. Revive. Okay. All right. Give me a second. Let me make sure I read this correctly.
And what I was thinking about was this is the second phone call. You know, the first one had to do with the impeachment when he was asking about Joe Biden getting that prosecutor fired. So he has a pretty bad history of getting in trouble for phone calls.
well, I mean,
Thing is,
I think Donald
go
Trump
ahead.
just exerts his
So
authority.
he signed that law into law last year, but the Georgia Supreme Court they put a stay on it. But now it's in effect. Basically, what they're saying. So it's in
And I
effect
mean,
now.
even
Yeah, I don't think that he knows
Does that
that
make
they're
sense?
listening to his phone calls and everything. I mean, he knows.
Who,
yeah,
Trump?
but
Yeah,
Trump
he
kind of like
knows.
feels that he can play word games and he can intimidate you to do what his bidding. That's his whole method behind how he talks
He
to
was
you.
president of
So
the United States. I
if you
mean, what's more intimidating than that?
right. So when he says something, in between the lines, he means that I want this done. So you go out and do his bidding, you know. But the whole case is revolved around the people that he kind of coerced to do his bidding. They actually did things that were wrong too.
Right, and the whole point
Like
of it is
Giuliani,
is
he
is
took
it's
in.
a conspiracy. Like RICO is a conspiracy
That's why you got the
to
RICO
commit
thing.
a
Yes.
crime, and all the other people in the lawsuit, in the not in the lawsuit, in the charges have already pled out. And basically, you're going to end up
Yes. A
testifying
lot of them.
against him.
Not all of
Yeah.
them, but a lot of them. Yeah.
I think it was like three, huh?
And they're going to tell their side to corroborate what the prosecutor feels he has done. They're going to put their testimonies in to corroborate what the DA feels is the reason why they're charging them with this. I think they just need to let it play out.
Exactly.
I mean, you got a person that's about to potentially be the president of this country with a lot of shady things that they're accusing him of. Wouldn't you want to know if what they're accusing him of he's actually guilty of?
Well, I would want to know what all these
Because he's
politicians are guilty of, but their shit doesn't come out. You know what I'm saying?
well. I mean, if you
How many of these politicians you think they got way shadier shit than he even does, but the DOJ and everybody sticks up for him and hides stuff and tucks stuff away?
I mean, I
we find out
seriously don't
about him
know
every day.
who has more shady shit than Trump does. I mean, Richard Nixon
What are you
didn't even
talking
Well,
have
about,
as much
Sean?
I
shit
didn't
as
want to go
Trump
there
does.
because
All right,
Okay.
let's just be real here.
Sean,
Hey, let's be real here. Do you really think?
Who are you referring to, Sean?
Oh, no one specifically, but I just know that politicians have always been dirty. I guarantee there's a lot of
I know,
skeletons in
but
the closet, especially the Clintons. The Clintons get away with a lot of stuff, a lot, and we all know that.
Well, how
But
do they get
they
away with
haven't read
stuff?
anything else.
How do they get away with stuff,
Well,
Sean?
Hillary, she got away with the whole when she had her laptop and just smashed the goddamn thing with a hammer so they couldn't.
They did the investigation. Are you saying the FBI lied?
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Why can't that be possible
So
for
I
you
mean,
guys?
I'm
Why
gonna
can that
ask you
not be
that. I'm gonna ask
possible?
you the same question.
No, but
I'm going to ask you the same. I'm going to ask you the same question. If they came up with charges against Trump, against Biden, would you believe them?
If they came up with the
yes,
evidence,
If they came up with charges against Biden, would you
if they
believe the
had
FBI?
evidence, if they had
I would want it to
evidence,
play out.
So you saying they don't have evidence against Trump?
they don't
Find
have
out.
Hello?
anything legit. Like what? Yeah, I mean, what? All right, so
How do you
you're gonna tell
know?
me? Hold on,
Now you
hold on,
get
hold on, hold on,
$91
Why
hold on, real
would you
quick.
credit.
say?
You're gonna tell me
Why
that whole
would you say
fraud
it's
case is
legit against
legit?
Biden, but it's not? Why would you say it's legit against Biden, but it's not legitimate against Trump?
Because they don't have anything really on him. They're just trying. They're just trying to trump up stuff. How many politicians you
So if
know?
I said that
You
about
think all this
Biden,
stuff is legit?
if I said that about Biden, if I said that about Biden, they had charges against him. Would you call me delusional?
Say that again.
If I said that about Biden, Obama, whoever, would you say I'm delusional?
No, because I think it can happen. I think it can happen both ways. I don't
What can
think it
happen
just. I
both
don't think
ways?
it's just one sided. I think it can happen both ways. But I think as of right now, the the to me, my opinion, the dirty politicians are all right and left are all sticking up for one another and hiding stuff and trying to
I
do
know,
what they
but you
want to
say
do.
you do not trust. You say you do not trust the FBI, right?
Not totally. I think there's some good, some bad. Just
what
like the
Okay. Do you
Republican?
DOJ.
would you
Hey,
trust the FBI? Would you trust the FBI if it came up with charges against Biden?
It depends.
It won't happen.
hey, Sean, how many kids you got?
How many kids? I got 3.
Yeah. All right. Let's say, for instance, um, all 3 of your kids went in the cookie jar and took 2 cookies out, but you only caught 1,
Mm-hmm.
and the rest of them ain't saying nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Are you gonna take and say, well, I'm gonna let you get away with it because I didn't catch the other 2?
No, I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is
No, but
those 2 kids.
that's
Hey,
theoretically what
listen,
you're
but
saying.
listen. If I actually caught him, then yeah, with
You only
my
caught
own
1.
eyes. But if the kids set him up and said, "Hey, look, Dad, he's the one that took it out of the cookie jar," and I don't have any evidence of it, but I'm just going by what they're saying. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
But
so
Sean, there's
No, no,
tons of
but if they
evidence, dude.
but if
Come
they give
on.
you enough evidence,
Look, you can't. How?
I
Look,
asked Sean a
I
question.
can understand. I can because I don't totally
Hold,
understand and know
hold
with
up, Caleb.
the files, with the files and stuff they
documents.
said he wasn't supposed to have. I can understand that. I can understand that one right now, but I still don't know the whole story behind it. I don't think anybody does. But this Georgia case and the fraud case is bullshit. Bullshit.
Yo,
And
can
if
I?
you're going to charge Trump on having all those files, then you need to go ahead and do the same thing to Pence, and you need to do the same thing to Biden. Even though they gave them back, doesn't
And
matter. They still
Hillary.
had them, and they knew they had them. They're
Hey,
not playing
hey,
fair ball.
but
They're not
Trump
playing
was
fair ball right now. I don't know how y'all can't see that. I know y'all hate
And
Trump that much, but they're not playing fair. They're not.
hey, hey, Caleb.
and
You
the
want to introduce yourself to the
oh,
Who's
Yo,
panel,
what's
that?
up? It's Caliber.
Caleb?
Yes, I just have a question for Sean. Do you believe the
Wait,
term
wait,
where
oh,
there's
wait,
smoke?
Denali, you want to introduce him or
What
Hey,
up,
what's
fam?
up,
How
buddy?
you?
How'd
Man,
you
I
hear
follow
about
you.
it,
I
sir?
watch your videos every chance I get. I'm working from home today, but this time I actually got brought up on the panel. So, yeah, yeah.
Fantastic. How did you hear about
Just
us?
scrolling through TikTok. You know what I mean? The algorithm.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Well, welcome. This your first time in
Facts.
in the
Yup.
panel? Okay. And what's
Okay,
your
I just
question,
got a
sir?
question for Sean. Do you believe the term where there's smoke, there's fire?
Yeah, but they could have started the fire and then blamed it on
This,
Trump.
so you do believe the term where there's smoke, there's fire, right? You said yeah, right?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean the person who that they started the
Uh,
fire.
okay, so you believe the term. So when we think about Trump, the way we think about Trump, and we got all these questions and all of these excuses that you come up with, do you think it's a good reason that we have suspicions about him? 91 criminal charges. Like if there was anyone else that had that many potential criminal charges coming up, I promise you, you
But
would
don't you
not
think it's kind
try
of
to
fishy
defend
that no
them.
one else has ever had that many during an election?
No, there's been never
Don't
other
you
like
think you
Trump.
find it
There,
fishy that they're trying to take him off the ballot? Don't you think
there's never
they
been another
find it
like
fishy
Trump.
that they're trying to find anything they can do to keep him from running to be president? You don't find none of
Has
that
there
fishy?
ever
But you
has
find
there ever been another like Trump?
I smell. You know what
No,
I do? I
that's
smell
the
the
answer.
smoke that they're creating. That's what I smell.
So okay, so Trump is just this unique president that they're gonna pick on.
No,
Yeah,
the
because
swamp is
he's
scared to
calling them
death
all
he's going
out.
to
He's
get back
calling them
in
all out.
Wait,
office.
He's
wait,
not.
wait.
He doesn't have the same agenda
Sean,
they have.
she's talking to Sean.
He's calling them
Karen.
out.
Yeah.
Hey, you're not
So
gonna
y'all
win this
think
argument. I hate to tell you, Aaron.
so yeah, so basically Trump is just he's getting bullied. That's what you're saying. None of those 91 charges. The fact that the same guy that would say it's gonna be a bloodbath,
We'll
the
find
same
out.
guy that
We'll
would say
find
grab him
out.
by the
We'll find
pussy,
out.
the same guy that let
So
the
what?
January 6th
I said
situation
that before.
happen, and the
Hang on,
same guy that got 91 charges, you just think they're
You
picking
gonna
on him.
tell
hang
me
on one
you ain't said
second,
some locker
Caleb.
room shit before, man?
No, hold,
Come
whoa,
on,
whoa, hang
man.
on one
I ain't
second,
running for
guys.
president.
Whoa, whoa. If you have a
You
question,
stole it.
how do you pronounce your name,
Caliber.
sir?
Yeah.
Caliber. You have a specific question for, let's say, Caroline or
I already
Sean.
asked
What is
asked
your
Sean my question, and he answered it just like how I thought he would answer it. That's what all these MAGA people do.
Yeah. Well,
He answered it
all
just
you
like I thought he
Biden
would
people
answer
ask
it.
the same stupid
I'm not
questions.
even a Biden fan. I don't
Y'all
even like
Biden
that
people
dude.
ask this.
I don't
You
even
need
like
to
that.
open
Sean?
your
I don't
eyes
know
and
if
I
that's a
don't
have
even
stupid
critical
like that.
thinking,
question.
man.
Sean,
I'm smarter than you, Sean.
Critical
Let's not go
thinking.
there. Let's
Don't
not
just
go there.
look at
I
you,
can
man.
guarantee you I'm
Can
smart.
I can I
Critical
ask
I'll be
thinking is
Caliber
listening to you.
important.
something?
It's important.
Yeah, whatever. You need to learn it.
It's important.
Caliber, can I ask you something?
It's important. You
Sure.
need to have some critical. You're just listening to the media. You don't have any
Sure.
thinking.
Sure.
Think for
Now, I
yourself,
listen to
man.
you a lot,
Quit
Sean.
listening to
I
all
listen
the
to
other
you a lot.
bullshit.
You spew nonsense
Well,
95% of the
good. I'm
time.
glad you're a
I don't know
fan.
how you get to
Hey,
talk so
send me
much.
some coins,
I
man.
don't know how you get to
Send
talk
me
so much.
some.
You spew nonsense.
Send me some
And the
coins,
panel like
man.
you now or whatever,
I'm
but
glad
I'll
you're
listen
a
to you
fan.
and you speak
You're a
nonsense.
fan.
Yeah,
Hey,
damn right.
throw some stuff to Mr.
Whatever. Who
Denali,
had a
man.
question? Who had a
I help
question?
him
Somebody
make
had a
this show,
question?
man.
Who had a
I
question?
help him make
Karen
this
Land,
show.
ask your question. Ask your question, Karen Land.
Okay, have you seen the video of Joe Biden bragging about telling Ukraine, we have $1 million in aid, and I'm going to be here for about 6 hours. And if we don't get that prosecutor fired that's looking at Burisma, which happened to be the place his son was working, do you think it's a little bit shady that the vice president held $1 million over their heads and said, if you don't fire this prosecutor, you're not getting this aid? And they said,
where did you get that video from,
that
Caroline?
is a video of Joe Biden, and I'll
Oh, that
pull
was
it up if
live.
you need to
That's
see
famous
it.
video.
And he said
It's $1
the
billion,
man that he was
not
talking
$1
to
billion.
said, you're not the president. And Joe Biden laughed and he said, call him. If you think I don't have the authority, call him up. And he said, and you know what happened? I'll be damned. Before I
What?
left, that prosecutor got fired.
Well, damn, that's politicians for you. I don't trust none of them.
That's called holding money over their head. There's a word for that.
Come on, man.
That's politicians for you. Sean, I'm done with you.
Oh,
that's politicians for
okay.
you. But at the
That's
same
what we need to
time,
do with that.
trying to compare the nonsense that Trump has been doing compared to Biden is not even comparable. Let's not even try that. And I know the host hates
How do
when
you
you guys.
know? Are you
And
in
I know
politics?
the host.
Are you
And
in
I know the. I'm
politics?
done with you, Sean. done with you, Sean. I'm done with you, Sean.
I don't care. I ain't done with you.
Hold on one second,
And I
guys.
know the host,
Whoa!
and I know the
Hold
host
on.
has a rule
I'll
about
shut you
y'all
up
trying
and
to
spit
spin it.
you out,
If the
man.
topic, I'm not talking to you, Sean. And I know the host has an issue when I'm talking
You
about
can't
Trump.
hang with
Y'all
me.
try to deflect and put it to when I'm talking about Trump. Y'all try to put it to Biden. Why can't we stick on topic? I asked y'all a simple question: if when there's smoke, there's fire is a thing, Trump is a fucking inferno. He's an inferno. It's no
But
debating it. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. That's all I gotta say.
and my point is,
Hey,
there
man,
was
if you're a
smoke,
fan,
there
throw
was
so,
Hey,
throw
fire, there was
Denali
an
some
Sean,
change, man.
you're
Throw
inferno,
corny,
Denali
Sean.
some
You're corny,
change.
Sean. You're corny,
and
Sean.
he didn't get charged for that. There was a whole
Yeah, Caliber. Sean's got a good
What his
point
point
there.
is?
What? Why?
What's his point?
Huh? He what? Say it again, Sean.
I said, if you're a fan of mine and you listen to
It's
me
not
all the time
fair.
on Mr. Denali, throw the man some change. He's got Venmo, Cash App, throw him something.
I'll do that. Now what? Is that it, Sean? Because you've been trying
Yeah,
to interrupt Shorty
that's
when she's
it.
talking. You want me to throw him cast? Is that it?
Throw him
Is
some
that all you gotta
cash. Yeah,
say?
throw that money gun at
Okay,
him. Throw
cool.
something at him,
All
man.
right. All
Yeah, if
right,
I gotta
cool.
listen
Thank
to
you.
you, at
Sure.
least pay.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah,
Hello.
I have to listen to you for mad
My
long.
hang on. My Venmo is right there, and my Cash App is right
All right,
there,
I got
Caliber.
you. I support the
All right.
brothers.
Well, let's hope you support
Nah,
everybody.
I support everybody that deserves supporting.
Thank you. Okay, that's what I'm
You,
talking
you,
about.
you just happen
Okay.
to
So
be a
you
brother.
support me. So you support me then.
Hell no.
Well,
Okay, Caliber. Do you think Fawny should step
I
down?
support you, Sean.
Honestly, I'm not really feeling Shorty. I'm gonna be honest. I think that she's a little shady, and she went up there with all types of gumption and attitude earlier. I mean,
no
I watched the
figures.
video. I watched the video, and you know, what I mean, she might want to step down, or else the whole thing will get messed up. I'm cool either way, I guess, but I can see why people want her to step down.
Yeah, she got proven to get to stay on the case. You're wrong.
Damn, I
Oh,
don't
well,
know
there
how
it
to
is.
feel about you, man. You're all over the
Now,
Hey,
place.
Caliber. Do you know that I went down to the courthouse earlier this week? I had
Yeah, I
to take
seen
care
your
of a
video,
ticket.
bro. That you didn't even know about.
I tried to get her, but she was not
Oh,
in.
Bro, they're
I
shady
do
over
think
there,
that she
man.
should step down because
yeah, I
They're
think she should
shady
step
over
down. If I'm
there.
being honest, I mean, like me, I'm just not a Trump hater. You know, I listen to everything. It just happened that he got more baggage. You know what I'm saying? But I do think she might want to step down, or else the whole thing gonna get messed up. Didn't old
me
boy
too.
get dropped from the case? I can't remember his name.
Yeah, Nathan Wade is
Yeah, so
gone.
I
He
think she should
resigned.
follow suit, man.
Y'all are just
Mm.
haters.
I'm not
Y'all are
hating, but
just
I'm saying if they wanna
haters.
if
take the
they want
case
to
if she
get if they
steps
want to
down.
get the results they want, they gotta do the right thing, man. She's kind of like
I
a,
can't,
Y'all, the
a
I
judge
can't
liability
figure
right
this
now.
ruled, and
guy
you
out.
can't even hang with the judge
The
I'm very
ruling.
hard
probability
to
of that
figure out, Sean.
happening for her to step down is
What'd you
zero.
say?
What's that,
The
Dixie?
judge ruled, and you can't hang with the judge ruling. Y'all's just haters.
I'm not
Rose,
hating
I'm not
either.
hating.
It's just that if you ask me my opinion, I'm gonna
But
just be honest.
no, but I think
What's up, New York hates Trump? That's my guy up there in Rikers Island, in my hometown of
Brooklyn,
New
New
York
York,
City.
stand up.
Um, Rose, I'm not hating on Fawny. I just think that she's not capable because she has become a lightning rod. She's very
Mhm.
polarizing, and that she is. I think she put the
Yep,
case in
that's all I
jeopardy.
think. That's all I think right there.
You guys think you know more than the judge?
The judges get it wrong sometimes. We all know
Well,
that.
well, the judge, I
so.
think everybody would agree
Yeah,
that the
they
judge
done
split the
lost
baby.
Trump.
He gave the defense something, and he gave the prosecution something. But also, you have to also remember that if he would have removed her, then all the cases that she has presided over would be up for question. At least they would question
Okay,
it.
so
Whether
let's say for the sake of argument that
go ahead, go ahead.
hold on, something's going on with my thing here.
But that's what I think. That's why I think she should step down. If she can give it to another, I want Trump tried. I was hoping that she could get somebody else to do it.
Yeah, so then, like I was saying, let's say for the sake of argument, they go through the appeal process, they don't find anything to take in bring forth with the case, and it goes forth the way it is now. You don't think that she's able to handle the case
If you could repeat that, Big T.
after? Because right now they're going through an appeal process.
Right.
They're going to go through the appeal process. It hasn't been pushed forward yet. But in the event that they don't get the appeal process and they just allow the case to go forward the way it is right now, do you
Right.
think it'll be okay following the case forward?
Well, I don't. I
Because
think.
there'll be nothing else in her way other than to just do her job at that point.
Well, listen. I guess as when the case dies down, as far as her, I just feel like she is very polarizing, and I think they're going to continue to come up with stuff on her, and maybe some of it will stick, maybe some of it won't. I just
So
feel
what?
like
So
I feel like she is becoming bigger than the case. And I don't think that a prosecutor should be bigger than the case. I mean, when you think of this case now, you don't even think of Trump too much. You think of her and Nathan Wade. And that's what I don't feel a prosecutor should do.
Yeah, she's kind of still in the
yeah,
spotlight.
but I mean,
You kind of need to play the background a little bit.
well, well, she's in the spotlight irregardless. She's trying
But
Donald
then,
Trump and the
No, but
rest
she's
of
in the
his goons.
spotlight.
So,
She's in the spotlight for the
right.
wrong reasons.
well, I mean, at this point,
Yeah,
but they're
she
going to throw
showed
shade
poor,
on whoever gets up there.
she showed poor judgment in what she did.
I
Whether or
agree.
not before she had the relationship or after she had the
I agree.
relationship, showed poor judgment. I feel that she has too much ego, too much pride, and too much
Well,
bravado.
I don't know about the eagle, but I mean, if they haven't found anything to find that she should be removed, I don't think she should step down just because the opposing side has thrown up some things against the wall at her. I mean,
Why? Why
she
did
she
they?
made poor judgment,
Why?
okay,
Big
but
T,
I don't
why
think.
did they remove? Why did they remove Nathan Wade, sir?
Well, you said it yourself. I think the judge split the baby on that, but
No.
at,
If there
at
were,
the end of the day,
if there was nothing, why was he removed?
well, I mean, for the sake of the public, I think he
So you
felt
think he
that
did it not?
I
You
got to
think he
give
did
them
it based on
something.
opinion, or you think he did it based on law?
I think he did it on both. I think it had I think it had a ring of both to
He
it.
gave her a softball, man. She's lucky right now.
I mean, like
Well,
he
that's because he really couldn't take any.
obviously something was wrong. Otherwise, he would not have removed Nathan Wade.
It was an
Would
appearance.
you agree
It
with
was
that?
based on a bad appearance. You know
A
what they
bad
say.
appearance,
Yes, I think.
poor judgment, Rose.
No,
At,
I don't know.
at
Did
the end of
Fonnie
the day,
Willis?
I
Did Fonnie Willis commit? Is she guilty of poor
I'd
judgment?
say an appearance of
I think
poor
so.
judgment
Why was Nathan Wade removed?
because it appears that there could have been poor judgment, and they don't want anything to look like that going forward.
So let's say
Yeah,
let's say
but you can't judge on a case by that.
with the poor judgment, he removed Nathan Wade. So there has
right.
to be something there that he removed him for.
Okay,
I
so
said
let's
it.
say for the sake
It
of
looked
argument, they
bad.
removed Nathan Wade. It would mess up. I think it would be unjust to take and have her step down or ask her to step down. They've already removed her lead investigator. So I think the judge was right with making that decision. I can live with that. So let's move forward from it. But to ask her to take and step down, that's kind of taking and hitting it where it shouldn't be at, because now you're saying because of something that we can't really hold you accountable for, we're going to make you step down anyway. I just don't think. I think the judge made his decision. We all need to live with it,
No,
and she
I
needs to
She
go
am.
ahead and
she
move.
I
she did
am
do
living with
perjury,
it.
her and Wade. On the stand. That's what I'm saying. They
Well, you
got
say that, but
Whoa,
you say that,
whoa!
but
The
we
judge
don't know
did not
that.
say. The judge did not say
when
perjury.
did
No,
she
he
say they
didn't.
started dating? On the stand.
But we
He,
don't
No,
know
he
they
when
just
say
they started
softballed.
2020.
dating.
He
They
softballed
say
her.
2022. Robin Yerdy says 2019.
So, Mr. Denali,
Exactly.
how are you doing today?
And it couldn't be proven otherwise.
Miss Rosebud, I am doing just fine. How are you, dear?
I'm doing all right. I'm
Good. I'm glad to hear. You ready for the weekend?
yeah, I'm getting there. I came up because I
Good.
wanted to challenge the Ukraine and Biden story about him and the $1 billion. And the reason I wanted to challenge that is because this was investigated during the first impeachment of Trump because it was brought
Say
up when.
Obama said it.
Well, what happened?
Hang on one
Troy, how you
second,
doing,
Sean.
Rose?
Please. Whoa, Sean. Let Rosebud have the floor. Let her say what she needs to say, and then you can rebut, okay? Thank you, sir.
So, thank you. So, what happened was the first impeachment of Trump was a similar quid pro quo argument. And so they tried to use it as a defense to show that the Democratic side was guilty of the same thing. And so what happened was they did a deep dive on what happened with Joe Biden back whenever he did this thing with Ukraine. And what they found was because he was vice president and he was taking direct orders from the president, they could not use it as a quid pro quo. You cannot use it as a quid pro quo when the VP is taking direct orders from the president. You would have to actually take the president and say that he was actually taking some type of personal quid pro quo and then use the charges on him. And so there's actually a video in my account. I'm not at my desk right now, but I could show it tomorrow sometime where they actually show them on the stand debunking that theory. So I just wanted to bring that up and show that. Thank you.
It's so convenient, right?
Thank you so much, Rosebud. You know your voice is always respected over here. You know you can come up anytime. Rose is definitely a subscriber, so
Hey,
she
Wick. I'm
is
sorry.
an important piece of what we're building over here as we are continuing to build the most inclusive space here on TikTok. Thank you so much, Rose. Have a great weekend. You don't have to leave, but if you are, I want to make sure I wish you a happy weekend. Okay.
Hi, how are you, Rose? Haven't heard from you in a few days.
Well, thank you.
Good deal. Sean, you had something on that?
Yeah, I just find it that it's convenient. There's always an excuse for him as well. Like if we try to come up with something for Trump, it's a bunch of bullshit. And there's smoke, there's fire, but there ain't never any smoke over there. I just find it very convenient.
You never answered the question. Why would you believe the charges? You don't trust the FBI. But if they put charges on Biden, then you would trust the FBI.
Showed evidence. Like they've been trying to show evidence. Even Bob Alinsky's been in the Congress and everything, and they won't. It's like they just won't look at stuff. They got all kind of evidence, but they won't look at stuff.
What is that? What do you mean they won't look at stuff? Like Republicans are in charge of the House. They can do whatever they want. They won't call for an impeachment because they can't. There's no evidence.
Did you see Bob
Like
Alinsky?
basically one of the
I mean,
basically
he
one of
was
the
what was
Democratic
he to them?
congressmen. Basically, one of the Democratic congressmen like just made a speech just saying, "When are you going to call for an impeachment?" He
Yeah, I
like
saw it.
dared them over and over and over again.
I saw
You know,
it.
Well, there is
they don't. They just don't.
You know
have the
what? When it
evidence.
all comes out, I am going to gloat so damn big. And I was gonna tell.
Sean, do you know they don't even have a laptop at the FBI? They have a hard drive
You know that?
that yeah, I know they said they never had a hard drive. They've never had a laptop. All they had was a hard drive that was supposedly a backup of his computer. And it turns out that came from Rudy Giuliani, and Rudy Giuliani got it from Russia.
Russia.
Yes.
That's not a little bit of a stretch that Russia would have a laptop with
I just can't wait till
emails
this all
from
comes to a head.
from
I was gonna
Biden?
challenge Caliber. If you wanted to follow me, I'll follow him. And if
Seriously?
Donald Trump goes to
Karen,
prison
where do you think
or
this?
doesn't become president, I'll throw him a 20.
Okay, Karen, where do you think their lead witness
Nah, I'm
that
good.
that just got arrested for lying, and he says he was he was a Russian agent basically. He got all this information and was being controlled by Russian agents. And he lied and said all that stuff and behensed of Russia.
Yeah, and if
It,
So
it
just because one person is lying on this situation, they're still investigating. So I want to see what Bobolinsky has said, like pretty put his finger on a whole lot of ways that he said Biden, Hunter, and his uncle perjured themselves. So, I mean, I'm just interested in moving forward. If the guy, one of the witnesses, perjured himself, then, I mean, or lied, whatever, yeah,
He wasn't
put
just
him in
one of the
jail.
witnesses, he was the main witness. He was the one
I
that they were depending on.
I
And
understand that.
right, and he lied. And he said he did it because he was basically a Russian um uh, uh whatever they call it, Russian
is Bobolinsky a stand-up guy.
asset. He's a
Bobolinsky a
Russian
stand-up guy
asset.
that served our military and
Oligarch.
everything. Can we trust Bobolinsky?
So, as far as the
Oh,
evidence,
why would I
all of
trust him?
the hundreds of suspicious activity reports they have from the banks, the 10, 15 different bank accounts they have from shell companies, have when all of that gets shown and played out, then if
They
it's nothing there, then I'm okay with there's
they've
nothing there.
already
But
looked at all that though, Karen.
yeah,
There's nothing.
I did want to
Dude,
add,
I mean,
you
you
guys
Bertie,
do.
come on. Listen, I know you're a smart guy, man. You're gonna tell me that all these shell companies and his crackhead son and Ukraine and China, all this, you're gonna tell me none of this looks good at all. It's like, but you gotta prove it, right? I mean, come on. Let's just be real.
So the head guy of the Congress that's bringing up this whole impeachment, he has shell companies too, right? Like the fact that people have shell companies means nothing.
if your father is vice president of the United
He might be
States
dirty
and
too.
a
I don't know.
Ukrainian company
It
is
ain't
giving
one-sided.
you millions of dollars and a Chinese company is giving you
You just say
millions of
billions?
dollars,
Okay, okay.
if you're getting a large sum of money from other countries, and your father, you don't own a company, you don't have anything to offer except for your father's name. That's not kind of shady. I
I
mean,
mean, welcome to America. You know how many people are on boards of companies because of their fathers or who they know?
No, I get that part of that. But don't you find it funny that
They want them
Donald
on those
Trump, way
boards
before
because
anyone even knew any of this stuff, called it out?
no, but what
That he
I'm
knew
saying
about
is
all this?
they want people like that with names, with powerful names on their board because it legitimizes them, right? So
right.
I don't
I
think any of that is good. I don't think what happens across America and the good old boys club and like the same people are on the same boards and make the same money. I don't think any of that is good, right? I don't think what he's doing is good. It's just not illegal.
well, my biggest fear, and it is a fear, that what deals have been made with Ukraine and China, we're sending a whole lot of money over to Ukraine, and I agree we need to help them, but what kind of deal is in place to where we are sending so many billions of dollars to a country that years ago was, they're corrupt? Where's this money going to? And what does the money that they've got from Ukraine have to do with what the money we're sending them? That's just my question.
Well, Karen, Carolyn, most of the aid that they get is weapons, right? Military aid. It's not money, not
There's been
cash.
over
Some of it is.
75 million in cash.
Well, I can.
75 million of the 70. How many
Yeah, but
billion?
still, it's still
I'm
75
saying
million in cash.
hang on a second, Sean.
I have information that could help.
The majority of the aid is military aid to help them fight the Russians. Everybody agree with that?
Yes,
Well, yes, I could give you specific.
And in the country, in the country, 75 million is a lot to us, but to a country, that's nothing.
Right, and
Um,
it's also I
Absolutely
also
nothing.
want to say that it's a loan as well. They have to pay
Right.
it back.
And they're going to pay it
So
back. Good point, Bertie. They're going to pay it back within the next decade. So it's not giving, it's loaning.
okay. Well,
I mean,
I find that kind of
do
funny
we
to
want to
pay it
help
back.
Ukraine or not?
No,
Huh?
no, I don't want to help Ukraine.
We don't want to help
Nope.
Ukraine?
and assets from Ukraine, which has already been talked about. So
I never knew that we were so against foreign aid to countries.
We
I don't know when that happened.
we do way more than our part. Why don't we get some other countries that actually fork out some money and do some stuff? That's what Trump
Well, you
was
know
trying
what?
to do.
right, but
Being a leader of the free world has its
but how much? So
responsibilities.
Yeah,
we've
but
given a
not all
fourth.
of it. I mean, we got to you got to
can
make
I
some other
can
people
I say
responsible for
something?
stuff.
So
Go ahead, Rose.
Yes, I put it in the chat for y'all that want to know more.
Yes.
The Ukraine Democracy Lend-Lease Act of 2022. That
Right. Right.
there is something you can look up, and it will tell you a whole bunch about our role
The
in the
deal.
deal. That is a deal with
Mm-hmm.
our military, with us, and well, yes, the military-industrial complex.
Talking about
That
the
is actually
Budapest
showing.
Agreement.
No, that's not the Budapest Agreement. That is another agreement that we have with Ukraine and our military. Basically, we are colonizing Ukraine. And I've said that before, and that's just putting it in simple terms. It's not exactly colonizing, but to put it in a simple terminology for people to understand.
100%. Caliber, how did you send that? How did you send what you were dropping? Are you doing a Cash App or Venmo?
I'm gonna do Venmo. It's easier for me.
Okay, cool. You got it. Okay, I was just checking. I didn't know if it
It's
came
in
through
your
or not.
it's in the profile or what?
It's right there behind me. I mean, right there
All right,
scrolling.
cool.
At Hurricane
All right, I
so
got you.
723.
I got you, bro.
the U.S.
Right.
is given what around 79 billion or some. Yeah, to
To Ukraine,
Ukraine. Is that around the right number?
so 10% of that's cash. 10% of that's cash. The rest is in
Right.
aid, humanitarian,
So
and
Sean, how
military
much
aid.
do you think NATO is given?
Well, we are NATO,
No,
basically,
but
Yeah,
right?
I
the other
mean,
NATO
I don't
countries,
know.
right?
I don't know this. I don't know the stats.
Yeah, so they've given
But
100 billion.
yeah,
You
but I mean,
guys
how
gotta
many? How
understand,
many out
we're
of
not.
how many countries?
Right, but you realize like all those countries, we have the
Wow.
same GDP equal to all those countries, so we're much bigger, much richer, right?
It's proportional, I think, what Birdie's saying. Is
Yes,
that what you're saying, Birdie?
that we're not that it's
Right. It's
we're
proportional
not
based
the
on
only ones
the
giving.
GDP
I
of
mean,
each country.
the most, the assertion is, and the assumption is from most people that no one else is giving Ukraine anything but us.
That's not true. But
No,
you
no,
guys
I
got to
didn't
keep
mean it like that. I
remembering.
just mean we do a lot more than anybody else for damn sure.
Yeah, but because we're the biggest, we're the best. Aren't we the best, Sean?
Now, the
Aren't
way
we the
we're
best?
going, I don't know. We're on a down spiral
Is
right
there
now.
another country? Is there another country that's better than the U.S., Sean? According to you,
As far as what?
as far as everything, who does anything better than us?
I mean, I hate to say it, but there's another country that does a couple things better than we do, and that's why we get all our stuff from
Name
them.
it. I want to hear. What is it? Name. You talking about China
China,
does what better than us?
China, China
China
has.
does.
They even have a
China
bigger
does
navy
what
than we
better?
got. They got a bigger navy than we have now.
A bigger
They
navy?
don't. Look, just
Naval
because they got
fleets,
more
yes,
boots
sir.
Our
on the
military
ground
is the
doesn't.
biggest in the world. Our military is the biggest in the
The
world, son.
military altogether, but their naval fleets are bigger than ours.
Okay.
Sean
All right.
thinks
And
their
what we got air. We got air superiority. So what? We got drone
No, I
superiority.
understand
So I
that. But
mean, what are we talking
if
about?
you're talking like everything, there's people. We're not number one in everything. I love my country
Okay.
for
So
damn sure. I
China
fight.
has a bigger navy.
They have, and
China has a
not
bigger
even that,
navy.
but
What else
they
are we talking about?
control. They're getting more innovative than us too. I mean, why is everything from China that over here?
Well,
Why don't we have our own
well,
stuff over
because
here?
well because they don't have to. They don't take care of their workers. They have deplorable working conditions. That's why. Because over here it's a little bit more because we have better conditions for the people that are working and making the thing.
The shit they make
Would you
sucks.
agree with that? Well, I mean, maybe so. Maybe so, but as Americans, we love cheap shit. Would you agree? Are you willing to pay another $50 for a stereo or $50 for
Yeah, I'll be honest with you.
fan?
I'll be honest. No, I'll be totally honest. It'll last longer. It's supporting our country and people in our country and businesses. I definitely would.
Well, I think you're probably in the minority. People may say that, but we're complaining
And
now
I'm
with
being
inflation
honest
that
too.
our
I
stuff is
swear
high.
I'm being honest.
I'm not
I'm
saying you're
being
not,
totally
but I
honest.
think you would
Yeah, I
probably.
know.
I think you probably say that you are in the minority.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
sad though.
I'm
Yeah,
not.
but it's
Listen,
sad.
it's not for me to
We
say sad or whatever, but it is what it is. So, you know, we're the biggest. That's why we send money to places to have countries behave themselves. That's what happens. You're
It's
the biggest.
also
You got a lot
why
of
we're in.
responsibility.
It's also why we're in debt too, though. Like $35
Okay,
trillion.
whatever. Whatever.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying what I'm just stating facts, brother. That's it. My brother from another, Sean, down in Leesburg, Tampa. Where are you at, Caliber? Caliber?
Brooklyn, New York.
Oh,
Yeah.
you live in Brooklyn? Wow, my hometown.
Brownsville.
Fantastic.
I could tell. I could tell.
I'm glad.
You
Yeah.
say Brownsville? Wow, I did fifth grade in
Really? Did you go to
Brownsville.
Esther Clark Hunter? Oh,
No, I went to
oh, 137.
137.
137. Yeah.
130. Right around the corner where
I
Mike
went.
Tyson
I
grew
lived
up.
on a block Tyson grew up on. Amboy. Yeah.
Really? Okay, yeah. 137. I
Hey,
did fifth grade, and my grandmother was a school
Yes.
nurse
I went to
there.
his junior high school too. Marcus. Yeah.
Oh, really?
who
Yeah, that
y'all
was a
got in
long
that
time
fight?
ago. Shit.
Uh,
That was 40. That was
I
40
know,
years
bro.
ago.
I don't
God
look it, but
damn.
I'm 42, man. So
Jesus, that was 40
yeah,
years ago.
crazy.
Yeah.
Hey Sean, if Mike Tyson fight for real, he gonna knock Jake Paul out. I don't know if he's gonna fight for real
I
though.
hope so, man. Hey, that's one thing I will agree on with you.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know if he's gonna fight for real though. I think it might be a gimmick.
Aren't they training for a fight?
I agree with that too.
Yeah.
If he doesn't knock him out in the first couple rounds, it's gimmick for damn sure.
Facts. Facts.
That
Facts.
man's a different entity.
I
I
agree.
grew up watching him
Jake
Nah,
raw.
Paul.
And I
Tyson.
loved watching him.
Oh,
Yeah.
Tyson.
Yeah. If you don't knock him out in the first 3 rounds, it's a gimmick, and I'm just not gonna watch no more.
He, yeah, me either. I can't stand watching those YouTuber fights. I
Nah, I
can't
mean
stand it. I
some of
just
them.
feel like it ain't real.
Well, it's bringing boxing is my favorite sport, so it's bringing attention to the sport. So I can't knock it too much because it's bringing attention to the sport. So
Yeah, a
But
boxing's up
boxing's
there
kind of
too for
dead though,
me.
right?
I
UFC's
did
kind of taking
I did a little bit of boxing myself.
UFC is kind of taking the place
I
of
mean, I
boxing,
wouldn't
right?
say that because if you look at how much money the boxers make compared to UFC, it's crazy.
Yeah, that's head
Really, it's
over
Really?
heels. Yeah, it's
I mean,
hand
yeah.
over fist, man. Look at Mayweather.
That's why. That's why the MMA guys is going over to boxing and not the boxer coming over to MMA like that.
Right.
So yeah,
But
man.
MMA's the
oh,
MMA's
I
the
thought
shit
like
though.
UFC with that dude Dane or whatever they do
They're
that
getting
runs it. I
there.
thought that was like doing really well, making smart
I
They
money.
mean,
are.
Dana
They're
White
getting there.
kind of. I mean, he kind of screwing them over a little bit. Francis Ngannou won
A
like
little bit.
millions of dollars off of one boxing match, so it's not even close.
Them, you know, most of them MMA fighters make like $20,000, $30,000. That's their fight for that night. You know, they're not really making no whole lot of money.
Max.
Well,
The top ones
it's because
probably
they
make
have
maybe a
like
couple hundred.
they have like 20 undercard fights. You know what I'm saying? Like these guys
Exactly.
don't
Yeah,
even, some of them they don't even know who they are.
yeah.
They don't know
Facts.
who they are. They're just going out there. They're new. So when and it's a little different than boxing. You got to come up and you got to get your name out there. Once your name's out there and you're a badass and people pay to watch you, then that's when you get paid.
Yep, that's how it works. Sorry to break the topic, bro.
Out. Have a good weekend. Got to do something with my son.
All right, Bernie.
All
All
right,
right,
Chris,
take it
Appreciate
go.
you,
easy.
bro.
Take care.
Uh,
Have a
we'll
good
see you
weekend,
next
man.
time, man. Be safe.
And go be a dad.
Yeah.
That's important. Go be a dad and take care of that dog, Bernie. The mix between German Shepherd and
That's a
Corgi.
crazy mix.
Yeah, did you see
Nah, I
it?
ain't see it.
It looks like a German
Bro,
Shepherd
he
with
showed
short
a
legs.
picture of it? I never
Yeah,
saw it.
it's on his page.
Oh, I
Damn,
gotta
I
go
gotta
It's
look
on
see
at
his
that.
that now.
I heard him talking about it. I'm like,
He's a weird
how did that happen?
It
Which,
looks like a
which,
German Shepherd with short legs.
interesting mix.
which one
German Shepherd.
which one was the male
Oh,
in that situation?
I don't know.
That's a good
Like,
question.
is that Corgi up there getting air? Damn.
So that's the deal, guys. Fonnie Willis, she's got to go, in my opinion. And we'll see how it all shakes out. I don't think that the trial's gonna go before the election, in my opinion. I think it's wishful thinking. But in my opinion, she's got to step down and let somebody else take it.
I think if she doesn't step down, they're
That's
going to
what I'm
further the
calling.
charge, try to further the charges on her.
She's got to go. She's got way too much ego, way too much.
Yeah, her ego is
Toronto.
my
Yeah,
her
I
ego
don't
is
see
my
her
beef. Her
stepping
ego
down.
is my beef.
Oh, it's huge. She needs to put her dick away.
Basic.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Hey,
Yep.
you notice most of these prosecutors that are black or judges, they move like that. All of them, you know.
You said it,
I
not
don't
me.
think Letitia James moved like that.
Oh, bullshit. She
I don't
ain't
think
like
Letitia
that.
James moved like that.
Oh, yeah. Yes, she is.
Huh?
Yes, she
Letitia
is.
James, she kind of like that too. Yeah.
Yes, she is.
Okay.
You heard what she said yesterday?
What?
She said that if Donald Trump doesn't come up with that money by Monday, what's that? Trump Towers is going to be the
Yeah.
first building she's going after, and she's not going to stop until she gets everything that he owes.
Well, I mean, the man owes it. He owes
She's a
it.
bulldog, boy. Yeah, they're railroading him on that, though. I mean, if that's one case that everybody can look at and say that he's getting screwed, it's definitely that one. for damn sure. If
How
any
how
other
you see
case.
that though, Sean?
All right, I'm going to tell you how I
How you
see
see
that.
that?
Because they way underbid his property for one, and if the Deutsche
No,
Bank,
they
what did they estimate it to be worth?
well they didn't. It was what they went on what he told them.
Huh?
That's what they
No, they're
calculated.
saying that
That's how they
they're saying he
calculated.
overcapped it, and they're saying it wasn't worth that. And so what they were trying to get him on is not, since he said it wasn't what it was, or that he cheated the city of New
Well,
York on taxes.
well, what you asked was what Deutsche Bank estimated
Oh,
it as, and Deutsche Bank didn't actually estimate it. They just took his word for
right,
what he
right,
said. You
and
know,
that's legal,
but
and that's normal practice in real estate.
but the state of New York says that you can't overvalue your property to get a gain, even
But
if
that
you
property's in
paid back
Florida.
the individuals that you got money
That
from.
property's in
It's
Florida.
against the law for you to do that.
It's not. No, he
It's
didn't.
it's against.
It's not New York though.
Yes,
You
it
see
is
what
New
I'm
York.
saying? His property's in Florida, so how's that New York law in Florida?
No, but his deed to do business is in New York. So everything that he does goes through New York.
How?
So all of the properties that he has, even though they're in other places, it all comes back to New York because that's where he does his business at.
But the Deutsche
And
Bank's not
he
New York.
defrauded New York. No, but he defrauded New York.
How?
That's where everybody's making a
But see,
misunderstanding
no,
at.
I understand what's going
He
on.
can't do that. It's against the law in New York for you to do
I
that.
understand what's going on there, but what they're saying, they're way underestimating the value of his home.
Well, they going on what he took and paid. And
Tw-
that's why they was waiting for him to give up his taxes.
He
And when he
he
gave up his taxes,
overevaluated it.
that showed him exactly what he was doing.
I don't see
Now
it.
he told Deutsche Bank it was worth one thing, but he paid taxes on something different, and it was lower than what he gave the value of to Deutsche Bank, which is against
I
the
don't
law in
know,
New
man,
York.
because
You can't do that.
Mr. What's his name? That billionaire that was on Shark Tank, and all those
Yeah,
investors.
but he said his
Mark
argument
Cuban.
was because all of them do that you shouldn't go after one. But
No,
that's a
but
foul argument
they're saying
because just because
anybody when they go to sell their home or business or whatever, they
no
always raise it in a value. They all do it, and it's not
no they don't
illegal to do that, and it's up to Deutsche
no
Bank. It's up to them to evaluate
but
it,
no
and so he
the
paid
state
every
of New
bit
York
back
says
with
that's illegal.
interest.
They don't.
It's
The state of
bullshit,
New York
man.
says that's illegal.
Yeah, but I'm
The state
telling
of New
you.
York says it's illegal.
Can you find it in Can you find it in the statutes in the state of New York? Or you going just by what the
Yes, they
judge
do
said?
have it in the statute. They do have that law on the books in New York.
I have to go
It's
check that out, man. But I
they
just
say that you
I think
cannot take it
they're railroading him, man.
inflate the value of your property
So why didn't they
to
do that
get
to
more
everybody
favorable
there? And
loans.
then they could get a shit ton of money.
But
Why don't they do it to everybody?
and you know what? And you know
You
what?
know what
That
I'm
could
saying? You hear me?
possibly happen. I hear
Oh,
you.
come on. They could have
That could
done it a long
possibly
time
happen.
ago, man. They could have done
Well,
it a long
I
time
mean
ago.
that's
All
not
these
something they
billionaires and
actually.
millionaires
That's
that
not a
do real
practice
estate
they
here,
actually do. But
it
you
is.
know what,
That's what
Sean?
they all do.
But this but this is the thing, though, Sean. When you run for office as high as the presidency or in government, most people that run for those offices, they make sure that they don't have these type of things that he's being
He
accused
was
of
already a
as a
businessman
blemish
before he
on their
did that.
record that because they know that if they do have it, it's a possibility that those things that they have that's blemishes on their record could be pulled up, and they could take and bring up cases against them.
All right,
Most
let
of
me
the
ask you
time,
this.
you can see sometimes where they don't know it, and they take him run for office and they find something out about him, they step down because they
Why
realize at
didn't
that point that they have a blemish,
Why
and
didn't
they're
they
not going
do
to move
anything
forward
before he
from that
became
point. But he
president?
didn't.
Why didn't they do anything a long time
Well,
ago if that's what it's all
I
about?
think they were looking at it then, Sean, but they didn't have
No,
his
man,
tax
come
records.
on, man.
They once he gave up the tax records, that's when they came at him.
Dude,
That's when they came at him.
I just smell
And he didn't
getting
give
the
his tax
judge.
records up until he was what, the third year of his office.
Yeah.
He kept spinning the narrative then. I believe he knew what was about to happen. That's why he waited so long.
I don't know about that. I just think it's very suspicious that all of a
Because
sudden now that they're going after this man when he's been a tycoon in New York
they did. They
since
went
the
after. They
since
was
the
going after.
70s and 80s, 90s, and they didn't say shit. Now all of a sudden when they don't want, it's election time and they know he was running again, now all of a sudden they're trying to get him for every possible damn thing they can get, man. I don't know how anybody
Hey,
can't
but
see
Sean.
this.
Hey, but Sean, you do know that he's been losing cases all the way back in 1996, all the way up to present.
Hey, Denali, I just
He
hit the
Well,
was
I mean,
chat.
losing.
I'm sure he's got
He was
some little
losing all
stuff.
kind of. No, he was losing all kind of cases moving up to it. So he's always had misconduct in his behavior. He's always had that. You remember that
J-Bug.
he lost the
J-Bug, what's up,
case with
bro?
his school. They shut his school down because he was found to be taking the money and not doing what he was
He's
supposed
had
to
some
be
bad
doing with it.
business decisions.
They shut him
But see,
down.
also, you got to remember this, you got to remember this, too.
They shut him down. He also,
The accounting or any of that. So there can be people he doesn't know about doing
but
all
he
this
gets the money
fraudulent
though.
shit.
It's his money.
And then next thing he knows,
But it's his money.
I know. But that's what I'm saying. There's people doing dirty,
This
can
is
be
this
doing
is
dirty
this
shit
is
with
the
his
good
money that he
businessman
doesn't
that you're
know
talking
about.
about here. But
No,
this is the good
I
businessman
understand,
that you're
but
talking about.
hey, listen. We've never been in those shoes before. We don't know what it's like. We have no idea what it's like.
Well, I know people that have
Well, I
been
can't speak for
multi-million
you. I
dollar
don't know where you're
companies,
standing at,
but I know that if you're doing something fraudulent, you gotta watch yourself when you're doing that because it's always the possibility of them finding out and then charging you with a crime for doing that. This is just the chickens coming home to roost with him. That's what's happening with him right now. It's just a whole bunch of stuff that's been piled up throughout the course of his life that's coming back to roost right now.
Let's
You think he's picking
J-Bug.
on him, but
J-Bug.
What's going on, kings and queens?
Hey,
What's up,
okay,
Cedric the Entertainer? You all right?
Who's you talking to me?
Cedric is in the house.
Okay, how you doing?
I'm good. How you doing? Hey, Big T. Hey, Sean.
The Silver Fox up here in Jersey.
Hey, Kat.
how you doing? How you doing, Judge?
Have you been in our live before?
No,
No,
sir. Just strolling through.
Okay. Welcome. You saw us on the For You page?
Is that when you stroll through? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, great. Listen, everybody. That's how we get and discover. We gotta tap the screen. Go ahead and tap it up. Tap. Let's see if we can get up to over 57.5K likes as we continue to talk about this Fonnie Willis case. I went down to Fulton County this week. J-Bug, if you're in the box, do not tap the screen. Only people in the because it's shadow bans the live.
Okay. Sorry about
Thank
that.
you. But I went down to Fulton County this week, and I had to take care of a ticket. And I was trying to get in touch with Fonnie, but she was not in. And I've been calling for her to step down from the case. So that's where I'm at on it. What about yourself?
Well, I think she's a strong sister, and she was.
Can you give me a week?
She was pissed because of Merchant has said all this stuff about her that she slept with him the first night. So she did come out, you know, like she had attitude because she was mad because of what was being said about her. And
Uh-huh.
so, should she step down in my eyes? No. But if they,
She should not.
huh?
Do you think she's guilty of bad judgment? Poor judgment?
Well, she shouldn't have did what she did. She shouldn't have never been dating no one that she put on the case. That was wrong. She should have never did that.
So she had poor
Yes, she
judgment.
did.
Okay, look at you. Oh, the sisterhood's gonna get you.
So,
You keep talking like that
so
about her.
the her stepping down, I don't think she should. But it was poor judgment.
Mm-mm.
Strictly dickly. She got in trouble with it. And but Sean, I want to talk with Sean about
Oh, you got some smoke. You got some
Everybody want
smoke for
Dr.
Sean?
Sean.
Trump. When Trump, if you ever be in lives, when Trump supporters are up there, they always say the word they. They this, they that. I was in the live earlier, and that's exactly the same thing the guy kept saying. They. Trump, I don't know. Did you yeah, I was talking about the Letitia James case. Trump deserves
Yes.
everything he's getting from Letitia James because number one, they've been asking for his taxes since day one. He kept saying it's being audited, being audited, being audited. So he deserved every interest. Anything that happens with him on this case, he deserved it because he kept prolonging everything. He wasn't even president when he said that Obama wasn't a United States citizen, but Obama presented his birth certificate. So with Letitia James, you go, girl. Keep your head up high. I don't know how tall she is, but she look tall, and keep your chest sticking out. And go get him because he deserved everything that he's getting from that case because he had all the chances in the world to turn in his taxes, but he refused. Trump is yelling, "Oh, they only doing it because I'm president. If I wasn't president, I wouldn't get sued from Jean Carroll." You're right. You wouldn't have got sued if you just would have stayed the bootleg businessman you are or was, and if you would have kept your damn mouth shut. As Ron DMC said, you talk too much. You never shut up. Case closed.
Do you think they're going after, or do you think they're going after Fonnie because she's a strong black woman?
Well, it's well when you black, it's a lot of strikes against you when you're black, and then when you're a black woman, it's just a lot of different strikes. So I I don't know, but
Okay,
I don't
that's
think
fair.
she should.
A lot of women have come up here and said that Tanji said she not strong. In the comments, there's a lot of women that came up here and said that they're only going after her because she's a strong black woman, but you don't agree or you're indifferent on that.
Yeah, I don't. She's a black woman. She's a strong black woman. They
What makes her strong? Let me hear. What makes her strong?
First of all, being in the field as being a prosecutor and being in Georgia, that's a lot of points. Being a black woman and a prosecutor in the South, that
Mm-hmm.
that that's and she just made that bad decision. She did a bad decision, and I think Wade attorney. I don't know who's. From my understanding, I think Wade's attorney the one spilled the beans.
Right, Terrence
Yeah, he
Bradley.
spilled the beans because I guess was he mad at Wade or something?
I'm not sure why he did that, but he was kind of gossiping with the other
Yeah,
attorney,
so
and. So.
So I don't think she should step down, or if they make her step
Hmm.
down, I guess she don't have no choice. But from what the judge saying,
Well, he gave her a choice. He said you could let go of Wade or let go of the case, and she let go of Wade. He resigned last
right.
week, so she's still on the case. I've been calling for her to give the case to somebody else to get out of there because I think she has too much ego, too much pride, and too much
But it'll
bravado.
stay in her office, or will it go to a different?
No, because she can't. No, go to another
Oh,
office. That's what I'm calling for. I tried to get in touch with her this week when I went down to Fulton County, but she wasn't in.
either way it goes, Trump is winning.
Hmm.
Delay, 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 delay. That's what he's doing. Everything is being delayed. So it is.
Right. Well, that's their job. They're trying to make sure that they run out the clock, and hopefully he becomes president, and then this all kind of goes away. And I assume you're voting for Biden. Is that correct?
You got it, Blue.
Okay.
I'm
All
from
right.
Michigan.
Okay. You from
Michigan
Michigan?
is in the
Okay. Now,
house.
did you vote non-committed on the Israel-Palestine thing, as many Democrats did in the primary, or does that
It
not
didn't.
matter to you?
That wasn't on the ballot.
No, no, no. They vote. A lot of Democrats voted non-committed in the Democratic primary to put pressure on Biden to get a ceasefire over there in Israel and Palestine.
I didn't see none committed on this on
And
the
that's just
No,
a
that's the way
lot of
that a
the
lot of Democrats voted
Oh
Palestinian
no,
people.
in a
no,
way
I
to
didn't do that.
support the Middle East.
That was the
Okay, got it.
that was in
That's just that
Dearborn.
community.
That's in Dearborn. It's a lot of Chaldeans over there, a lot of Middle Eastern
Mm.
people over there in Dearborn. We have a whole lot.
Mm.
Majority of all our stores and gas stations are owned by them.
Mm.
Tanji's asked, what are they doing about the water in Michigan? Are you guys still having a problem over
Well,
in
that's
Flint?
in Flint. Flint, from my
Okay.
understanding, the water is fixed, and I guess they compensating the people. You know, they don't hardly talk too much about it. They don't.
Mm.
You
Okay.
don't really hear much about it. But I
Right.
did read up. It was a lady that came from. I think she came from Washington, and she came here to stop the election. Said the election was stolen, and so she's going to jail here. She have to come. She
Mm.
So, you know, these people saying, and I mean, it's a lot of people. I'm in the suburban area of Detroit, and these people out
Hmm.
here just nuts. It's just unbelievable. This one little old white lady came to me at the store. She said, you know, he won the president. Whispering, like, who, lady? Trump. Lady, Trump didn't win. He's just working behind the scene. Lady, she was like, do your research. I did my research. Trump did not win. These people actually think he won.
They do.
What?
We've had some up in
Right.
the comments. I mean, up on the
But
platform.
Fox 2 News got sued and they still think he won.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And
Yo,
I
one
mean, it,
second. Yo, Nally, I want to make sure you got my Venmo, bro. Did you get it?
Oh, hang on. Let me check, brother. Let me check. Give me 1 second, because I got the phone on silent, so I don't always
All
see
right.
it. Give me a
It's my
second.
first time sending money to you, so. All right, cool. All right.
Yes, yes,
That's what's up.
yes. You're
Yeah,
DW, right? Okay, great. Thank you so much
no
for your
doubt.
support. And that's what support is about. Support is a verb, it is not a noun. The only way that this platform can continue to grow and be the most inclusive place here on TikTok is that we need support, either with the tapping, either with the sharing, also with the gifting. I got a gift goal up there of 50 teddy bears. We also have a subscription where you can subscribe for as little as $2.69. So we have to, support the things that we like. As I say, and I'll continue to say, that support is a verb. Also, don't forget about my Cash App and my Venmo. You can drop anything in there. I have gotten donations as low as $2.55. Thank you so much. So, They have sent enough money to Ukraine to fix the water in Flint. Yes, I agree with you, Tanjis. She's saying that they sent a lot of money to Ukraine, although most of the money going to Ukraine is military aid and humanitarian aid, and they got about $75 million in cash. The rest of it is in aid, which I guess turns out to cash anyway, but it's just down the line, and they have to pay the money back. So I guess that's something for the American people, and probably have to pay back with
So that
interest as
means
well.
if Trump was in office, he still would have to support Ukraine.
Well, I mean, it goes according to the Congress. They write the checks. Congress is the purse of the government, so it has to go through them. Where are you at, Tanjis? What state are you in?
Tell her come on up.
I don't think she has enough followers to come up.
You know, they said that if Trump was in office, he said anyway, uh,
Oh, she's in
he would
Texas. Okay.
in
Tanji is
in one day. I'm just curious to how he would have done that, other than
what's that? What's that, Big T?
giving Putin what he wanted. You know what Donald Trump said? He said if he was in office, he would have that issue resolved in one day.
Oh, he says a lot of stuff.
So I'm curious to know how would he do that other than just letting Putin have his way. You know?
Hey,
He always talking that
hey, Big
stuff.
T.
He is the biggest liar on
I
the
know.
planet.
Hey Jay,
How tall are you?
I'm
6'4".
6'3.5".
6'3"
The
and
big. We call him the silver fox
all
over here.
right now. Meow.
The silver fox. Watch out now, Mrs. T gonna come get you.
But
Yeah.
Are you married, J Bug?
What you say?
Are you involved? Are you married?
No, I'm not married.
I am
Okay.
married 37 years.
May I ask your age, J Bug?
How old do I look? Oh, can you?
I don't know. I don't know. I can't
I'm
see your face.
56.
Okay. And when was your last relationship?
Just yesterday. No.
You
No,
just
I'm
broke
just
up
kidding.
with your
I'm
boyfriend?
just kidding.
Oh.
Probably about a year ago. Not yesterday.
Oh, how long were you with him?
3 years.
Okay, fantastic.
We on speed date.
Have you ever been married?
Nope, never been married.
Never wanted it?
Yeah, I wanted my younger years. I thought I was gonna be married, but he was crazy as hell.
What happened?
He was crazy.
Well, what did you do?
I guess I was just too much for him. I guess I put it on him.
What did you do? You say he was crazy. What did you do?
What, to make him crazy?
Yeah, absolutely.
No, just in the relationship.
Oh, I didn't do anything to make him crazy. I'm in my early.
I didn't say that. I'm saying, okay. I'm sure would you agree that the dating pool is in good shape or is in bad shape?
Well, I don't know. I guess he couldn't handle everything.
Name two things you did wrong and two things he did wrong.
Whoa.
We work together. When I leave from one job, then we go do yard work like lay sod and cut grass. I don't think I really did anything. He was just a nurse. He was just controlling. And
So you're gonna tell me you were the man for 3 years and you didn't do anything wrong? You were perfect.
I'm not saying I was perfect. I said I don't think I did anything wrong.
So you think you were perfect?
He was just insecure.
So you think you were perfect in a relationship?
Nobody's perfect.
Well, the man asked you what you do wrong. You said I don't think I did anything wrong.
I don't think I did anything wrong. He was just.
So you think you were perfect in the relationship?
I don't want to say that because nobody's perfect.
Right. So what did you do wrong?
Lay it on him.
Oh my
That was the wrong thing, huh?
That was.
So you saying the loving you get was so good.
That's
That's what you did that was
that's the
imperfect.
only thing I can come up with. Somebody sitting outside your house and
What did he say? What did he say?
about what? He just let me tell you what type of person he
I'm saying,
was. If I have people come to my house and he's there, he would say, "Well, why are you smiling at him? Like, how are you supposed to greet people when they come to your house?" Then he's sitting outside my house. I never left at nighttime. My
Were
mother
they
would
men?
come up, huh?
Was it men that was in the house?
No, it was just me, my brother, and my mother. Wasn't no other men in the house. He was just crazy.
well, was he crazy day one
No,
or day 1,000?
it have to been day 1000. He just gradually started getting like that.
Oh,
He wasn't.
well, you only with it for 3 years, so
Well,
365
whatever.
times three.
It's 1000 in there. But
So he just got crazy. He wasn't crazy all that time. He just
he
got
just started
crazy.
getting crazy as yeah.
Okay. So you drove the man to go crazy.
I guess because he hit me. He tried to hit when he grabbed me
Oh
by
my.
the collar.
Oh no.
He
Yeah, you're
got me
supposed
by
to
the
have
Oh
let
collar
him
boy.
know.
Did
and
you
put
call?
me.
Did you call the police?
No, he was working on my car and he told me to hold that light. You know that light bulb that they have. I took that bad buddy and burnt him with it.
Oh my.
Why didn't you call the police? I'm just curious.
I didn't think about calling no police.
Okay. Got it.
I
All
just
right.
burnt his
No problem.
behind, and he know. And then after he put, I went to help his father when he got sick because he was dying. Tanji said Jay put her on, and so his girlfriend at the time at the funeral was crying, and I was over there talking to her, and she was,
Wait, he had a girlfriend?
yeah, we had broke up, and he died,
Oh,
and
okay.
he passed
Got
away,
it.
and so
Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that.
she said he broke my wrist by mistake. I
Mm.
said no, he didn't. He did that on purpose. I just to get I just had to get out because I probably would have been insane. It was just crazy. I couldn't take the pressure. Just
Right.
the stuff that he was doing and saying. It's just it was just too much. So is it a match?
Well, I'm glad you got out the
Is it a
situation.
match? Are we on Cali speed? Are
What's
we on
that?
Cali speed dating?
No, you look. Do you want a man?
No, you asked all these questions. I thought it was a match.
No, I'm saying I can find you a man if you want
No.
to. I'm finding men for three women on the platform.
Oh, no.
Would you
I
like?
got men.
Are you
I got
interested?
men on in here already. Look at 20. I got 23,000 votes. Followers. And all because of pictures. I mean, just so many men just from all over. Nope.
No, what? You don't want
Not
a
right
man?
now.
Okay, what time frame are you looking for?
I don't want to date nobody out of state. Because when I tried this some today with somebody out of state, he was just lying. He was just lying, playing games. I don't have time for games.
Okay.
I'm getting too old for games. And he was too old, but he want to keep lying. I don't like
How old was he?
62.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Let God send someone. Yeah, Tanji said, "Let God send someone."
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, I got a
Yep.
random question. Being that Taji said let God select someone, do y'all think God is in charge of or has anything to do with who gets together as a relationship?
Sometimes he could. Sometimes.
See, because the thing about it is, if he's in charge of people getting together in relationships, wouldn't that mean he's in charge of who get divorces too?
I guess after a while you're not meant for each other.
See, that's the
I
thing.
don't know.
Like that.
That's what I don't get. You know what I mean? People say God's gonna bring me a man and all that stuff, but I mean, if that's the case, then he'd be responsible for the divorces too.
Well, sometimes people just do it on their own, though. You know?
Yeah, free will is no joke.
I mean, you got to ask God to take and bring somebody to you and wait until He does. And then once that happens, you have to know how to act within that relationship. But I mean, the devil is always at work.
Facts.
The devil's always at work.
Facts.
So, I mean, you can't put that on God when a separation comes about. I think the devil had his way with you. Sometimes you got to sometimes you got to abide by God's wishes. You know?
Yeah, it's just crazy the amount. I mean, I was born and raised in church. It's just crazy the amount of it happens less than in the world, but the divorces is almost just as bad in church, and it's just crazy to me.
That's true too.
And
but then that's those people in church not following God's commandments, not doing His wishes.
And a lot of the older men are going with the younger women that's like in their 30s and divorcing their wives because they won't.
Amen to that.
Honestly, men don't really divorce their wives like that.
Well, Mr. Denali has the statistics on that.
Yeah, I don't know. Women divorce like 70 to 80% of the time.
Right.
They may cheat, but they ain't divorcing.
Because sometimes, I think you need to look at the signs when you get in a relationship. A lot of people know, and they just don't pay it any attention. There's always signs when things aren't going well, and when you need to take and leave that relationship. I think people just hope for the best and wait for the worst.
Yeah, that happened to me.
You can't go like that, though.
My ex-wife had an amazing representative. She was like perfect woman, and then she got, either her real self came out or she got corrupted by her friends. One of the two happened, but it was a complete different woman by the time our divorce happened.
Was her friend separate, single?
Yup.
That's a big difference right there.
And I wonder about her too. I'm like, be careful, but she ain't listening to me. So, yeah, can't have single friends. I don't think it'll ever work, y'all.
Yep, that's true. I would offer y'all some of my dinner, but
yeah, I'm about to go have dinner myself. You guys, good night.
I'm hungry. Y'all take
nice
it
to
easy,
meet you,
man.
Jay Bird.
Hey, you have a great night, Big T. Have a great weekend. Tell Mrs. T I said hello, Mrs. Big T. We are about to end the live. I appreciate everybody who has contributed. Thank you so much for everyone who has contributed to it. Thank you everyone who has gifted. Thank you everyone who has liked the live. Also, don't forget to follow the panel, follow myself, and then hit this hit the notification so that you know when we are going. We will be here every Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. until we stop. We did go into overtime today, but we do that sometimes because the conversation
I'm eating my
is so
salmon
good.
and onions.
Enjoy.
Red onions or white onions? What
White
kind of
onions? I cooked it in the
white onions.
I cooked it in the air fryer.
Okay.
Air fryer does a good lot of damage. Absolutely. 100%. Tanji, we got to get you enough followers so you can come on up. How many more followers do you need?
We were kind of going at it in the comments.
A
little bit.
A little spicy?
She on private though.
Okay.
She's private. You can't follow her.
Oh, okay, well, she doesn't want to be followed then.
Yeah.
No problem.
All right, guys.
She definitely.
All right, guys. Have a good night.
Hey, everybody have a great weekend. Okay. All right, bye.